Hey folks! The video is a bit late just like my love life. Still single, still searching. Interested? Let's change that this Valentine's. Grinning squinting face red heart. Like subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1, Naruto from Boruto, The Last Battle, First Update. Konoha has been 80 years old, and now it has been 15 years since the Fourth Ninja World War ended. With the new ninja gods stepping onto their stage, the whole world has been quiet for 15 years. There will be no more wars, and there will be no more chaos. Even half a year ago, during the Chunin exam, the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the sky unexpectedly descended, and they were quickly suppressed by the two new ninja gods. The whole world is undoubtedly peaceful and peaceful. However, in a different space, a god-level battle is breaking out. The two sides of the enemy and ourselves. One side is the Otsutsuki style. On one side are the young ninja gods, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the saviors of the ninja world. There is no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are powerful. With the strength of the two of them today, even just Shadow Clone may be enough to overthrow the entire ninja world. However, they were facing Otsutsuki, a Otsutsuki style said to be stronger than Otsutsuki Kagaya. The battle situation fell into a disadvantage at the beginning. The young name Viguna and the big black body almost completely crushed the two Mingzo. It's still here. Talking to himself, Naruto's eyes were full of determination, even though he didn't want to use this trick at first. Because this form is fueled by the chakra and vitality of Naruto and Nine Tails, that is to say, Naruto will die after the chakra and vitality of Naruto and Nine Tails are burned. Although this trick is used for a short time, the power is very powerful. As a time traveler, he actually doesn't have as much ties to the world and everyone in the world as he did in the original body, but at this point, he actually has no choice. Otsutsuki Ichishiki looks like he's just going back to Kawake. But in fact, when he is completely resurrected from Chuanmu's body, he may be the second step, because the power of 9 tails in his body is the necessary nourishment for 10 tails to grow. He has no choice. Boom! A golden flame burst into flames, and terrifying energy instantly burned within his body. The battle started once again. This time, the soaring power allowed him to quickly suppress the Otsutsuki stance. What's even more frightening is that with each battle, the life of Otsutsuki Ichishiki and Naruto's life began to wear off rapidly. This is life-threatening. And obviously, it worked out in the end. However, Naruto's consciousness also began to dissipate. I'm the most unlucky traveler. With a wry smile, Naruto's eyes became heavier and heavier. But at this time, he couldn't help but think of the scene he just crossed a few days ago. A small Hokage office, piles of documents, and a sleeping figure. And that day when he suddenly woke up from his dream. Konoha, Naruto, Hokage. Boruto. The words were spoken slowly, and Uzumaki Naruto's blank expression became more intense. And when he cast his eyes out of the window and saw the Konoha village that only appeared in the animation, his body couldn't help shaking, and he woke up instantly. I crossed over. The figure was in disbelief, and his mouth couldn't help opening wide. Uzumaki Naruto never thought that he would time travel when he woke up, and he would travel to the protagonist Hokage. Well, if that's all, he will undoubtedly be extremely excited. After all, once Uzumaki Naruto passed through the misery of his youth, he clicked on it and it was a brilliant sound. In just 17 years old, he not only saved the ninja world, but also stepped into the 6 paths level in one fell swoop, becoming a fairy level existence. This is undoubtedly much more reliable than becoming Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga. After all, this is a 100% existence that can become a fairy level existence, and it is still predetermined, and you can't even run. But the key is that the time is wrong. Feeling the incomparably surging moment in his body, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but smile wryly. At this time, he turned out to be the 32-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. That's right, Naruto from Boruto. Perhaps Uzumaki Naruto in this era is still very strong, even stronger than imagined. According to the induction in the body and the reaction in the mind, Naruto can be sure that Naruto at this time is definitely not as stretched as in the animation. Although the strength of this unit is not as good as that of the Valley of the End, it far exceeds the strength of the Fourth War. But the point is, this is the story of Boruto. Naruto even has a child, he traveled here, didn't he want to be a receiver? Isn't this Nima very fed up? And this Nima is Boruto's biography. Although his strength has not declined, the plot will definitely not change. At least he has the memory of the first battle with Otsutsuki Yoshi in his mind, which clearly makes him understand that the established trajectory is still the same. Will come. And in this Boruto biography, if Naruto has a good memory, he is not the protagonist, and he is probably 90% cold, just like the hard-working Zuzu. How could he accept this? And at this time, even if he wanted to become stronger, it might be too late. If memory serves me well, the battle with Otsutsuki is about to begin. In fact, it is true. In memory, Amador had arrived at Konoha not long ago. At the same time, Konoha also finished fighting Otsutsuki in one style. Obviously, it will come to Konoha soon. Scenes appeared in my mind, and my consciousness became more and more drowsy. This damn time travel, Naruto, can't you f***ing get stronger? Chinen couldn't help cursing inwardly. The next moment, his consciousness was completely dull. At this moment, he has too much unwillingness. This damn time travel to this damn time period. And why can't Naruto become stronger? He obviously has countless opportunities and countless time, but this guy wasted all of them. Consciousness eventually completely fainted. Just in a daze, the whole time seemed to collapse at this moment. The original structure suddenly went wrong. Boom. Rumble. The next moment the whole world began to collapse rapidly. Chapter 2. Konoha 54 years. The Ninja World War has ended for 5 years. Even Cloud Shinobi Village, which has been stalemate, has completed the armistice agreement under the retreat of the third generation. Everything in Konoha seems to have entered a stable state. For Konoha, 5 years of peace is enough to smooth out the pain, and it is also enough to gradually stabilize the chaotic existence. The strength of the third generation may be the weakest Hokage in the past, but its political methods are indeed clever, and it quickly appeased the entire village inside and outside in a short period of time. As for the sacrifice of a few people, well, this is the inheritance of the will of fire. And the young Nine-Tails Jinchuriki finally got rid of the quota of supporters and started to live independently. 5 years old, on the earth, that is just a child through and through, and a little bit of autonomy is just the beginning of kindergarten, but in the ninja world, he has already started to learn how to kill during the war. Even in peacetime, you can start to live independently. Of course for the other kids it was exercise, for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki it was perhaps a relief that he didn't need to be oppressed by his caretaker. On days like that, if it weren't for the power of Nine-Tails, it would have been difficult to survive. Of course, because of the Nine-Tails problem, even if they are persecuted, they cannot be discovered. Otherwise, once they are discovered, although Nine-Tails is intended to be used as a tool for cultivation, there should be no accidents, and the raisers will definitely be punished. Whether it is good or bad, no one can say clearly. In a relatively remote place in Konoha, in a room that doesn't look very brand new, an old man with a kind face is talking softly to the child in front of him. Naruto, it's not a good habit to stay at home every day, you should go out for a walk. The gaze of third generation is the same as before, and even the pipe has been put away at this moment, so as not to let the child choke. In front of third Hokage, a blonde child about 4 or 5 years old flashed innocent eyes and shook his head vigorously. Master third generation, I think home is fine, why go out? The immature voice is still cute, but the golden hair and 6 beards on the face are enough to make most of the residents of Konoha village disgusted and terrified. Naruto, who is a time traveler and reborn, expressed his belief in you, a ghost. That's right, time travel plus rebirth. In the battle with Otsutsuki Ishiki, after he used the heavy particle mode, no one thought that he would return to more than 20 years ago and become a weak Naruto. Originally, he thought he had crossed over again. But soon he discovered that this was probably not a retravel, but a rebirth. Because in the end he vaguely felt the fluctuation of time. Reaching the level of Naruto in the previous life, he is extremely sensitive to time and space, so it is naturally impossible to feel wrong. And obviously, in that time, the time reversed for some reason, sending him back to more than 20 years ago. And that's certainly exciting. Because he is only 5 years old, he doesn't need to take over Pangea, and he doesn't need to consider the issue of insufficient strength. Today's ninja world is too weak. Yes, the situation is too weak. Although he came back, it is impossible to bring the huge chakra all over his body, but the many 6 paths level fairy arts in his mind still exist, and so does his huge consciousness. Even if he was reborn as a 5-year-old child, his strength would definitely surpass all horrors. As for the third generation in front of us, to be honest, even the original future Naruto is actually very clear. When I was young, I dreamed of it, but when I grew up, Naruto was not really stupid. In fact, many things were understood in the previous life, and he undoubtedly understood it better. As for pretending to be stupid at this time, it is because he needs time to develop and cannot make a high profile for the time being. Of course, more importantly, there is no need to quarrel with third generation, the future enemies are unimaginable. Like the novels I read before, it is definitely not possible to defect. First of all, the consciousness of the predecessor Naruto may not agree. Although they have merged with each other and he is the leader, they still have the imprint of the predecessor after all. More importantly, he needs to rely on Konoha's system to make himself stronger. So staying in Konoha is inevitable. As for staying in Konoha, it is undoubtedly necessary to keep a low profile in the early stage, at least give him time and space to develop. But, Naruto, if you don't go out, you won't make friends. Third generation was a little helpless, looking at the little Naruto at this time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and he didn't know why, this little guy didn't want to leave the house at all since he was sensible. This made him very annoyed, he had failed several times to persuade him, and it was the same this time. Friends, I'm another year old, Grandpa third generation, I can go to school, and I will make friends by then. Naruto spoke with innocence. Naruto, this is the food I brought here, please pay attention, I will come to see you in a few days. Okay, Grandpa third generation, goodbye Grandpa third generation. The three souls are one, even the mature third generation can't see anything. Even waiting for the third generation to leave, Naruto didn't show any abnormalities, it seemed that he was really just a child, and even happily picked the food brought by the old man of the third generation. At least as far as the Umbu ninjas out there are concerned. Chapter 3. In the room, it was not until Naruto, which had been installed for a while, that it fell directly on the bed, as if it was going to sleep. It's just that if it enters consciousness at this moment. We'll find out. Naruto's consciousness has entered a dark sewer at this moment. Tick. A clear voice rose, just like every day in the past. It still looks damp and dim here, like a sewer, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. The footsteps moved slowly. Naruto's figure gradually moved forward. Soon, he came to the gate again. And that is, he just arrived. An extremely violent chakra swept the entire surrounding at this moment. Suffocating, tyrannical, with a maliciousness that can hardly be concealed. Roar. Boom, boom. The roaring sound echoed, and at this moment, the huge flaming red phantom in the gate trembled violently, with the sound of violent collisions. When the flaming chakra sweeps, the surroundings are also lit up by this moment. In sight, the huge body of Nine Tails is revealed. Nine Tails, long time no see. He spoke in a gentle voice, as if to say hello. However, it made Nine Tails even more violent. Roar. Little devil, I want to eat you. Boom. With a roaring sound and violent vibrations, the fiery red chakra once again swept the surroundings and impacted the entire gate. The anger of Nine Tails at this time can be imagined. 3 years ago, when it came out, it was controlled, and it was controlled by that hateful Sharingan, which made him unable to bear it at all. But it just got out of control, was sealed again, and was split into two, becoming this damned Jinchuriki again. Don't be angry. Naruto opened his mouth with a sneer, and at the same time his footsteps took another step forward, and at this moment, he felt a suffocating oppression instantly. At this moment, countless tyrannical breaths flooded into my mind, and my eyes turned red. Naruto, however, didn't care the slightest bit. Inheriting everything from his predecessor Naruto, he can be said to be Uzumaki Naruto. Especially after time travel and rebirth, the sense of estrangement between them has completely disappeared at this moment. His attitude towards Nine Tails is naturally similar to that of his predecessor, Naruto. Facing Naruto's attitude, Nine Tails couldn't help being even more furious. The huge scarlet chakra seemed to be completely seeped out. But it was firmly blocked by the seal. Damn fourth generation. Boom. Nine Tails was furious, with angry flames burning in her scarlet eyes. However, before he roared and landed, Naruto's figure gradually grew larger, gradually turning into a middle-aged appearance, and at the same time, a terrifying sense of oppression spread across the entire surrounding in an instant. You. Nine Tails' voice stopped abruptly, her eyes widened, and a look of horror appeared in her pupils. At this moment, he actually felt a majestic coercion, and even vaguely felt that he was facing the old man. But how is this possible? But this is not the end. Naruto's figure stepped forward directly. The next moment, under Nine Tails' astonished gaze, he tore the seal straight away. Tear off the seal. That's right, it was torn apart. Nine Tails couldn't help being stunned. Immediately he couldn't help but be ecstatic. Roar. A huge roar sounded, and the next moment, the majestic chakra swept away, and its huge claws directly hit the ceiling gate. Boom. The door opened suddenly. Outside, an extremely evil and terrifying chakra erupted from Naruto's body in an instant. The scarlet chakra slowly wrapped his whole body, and gradually a tail appeared. The expression of third Hokage, who had just returned to Hokage's office, changed. Here, this is Nine Tails. The words were startled, and without the slightest hesitation in the next moment, the body flicker technique started and disappeared in the office in an instant. Meanwhile, Umbu was alarmed. Countless Konoha Jonin began to quickly gather towards Naruto's room. But in different time and space. Accompanied by the opening of the seal. Nine Tails' huge figure was revealed, and he grabbed Naruto directly, even though Naruto made him feel extremely dangerous at this time, but the 5-year seal made Nine Tails urgently need to vent his anger. However, when the palm fell, Nine Tails found in his pupils that the little ghost in front of him seemed to have a very familiar mark on him. This is... A thought popped up in his mind, and then Nine Tails was startled. At this moment, he seems to recall the distant memory that has passed away. That year, it seemed to have seen such an action, and also saw such a chakra. But it's too late. Mingshen Gate. Seal 10. With his handprints, Naruto spoke in a faint voice, but along with his words, a terrifying chakra swept up in his huge consciousness. It is unimaginable how powerful an adult Naruto is, not to mention the ordinary 9 tails, even the 10 tails would be enough, although now only consciousness is left, but it is still terrifying. A shockingly powerful chakra swept through the entire consciousness space. Boom! In the empty space, as chakra swept across, a crimson-red torii rushed from the sky, pinched its neck in an instant, and at the same time pressed down Nine Tails' body in an instant. Nine Tails struggled. The huge chakra swept across, as if to compete for this kind of bondage. However, boom! 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 The red torii gates descended again. First of all, the 9 tails of 9 tails were directly locked one by one amidst the roar. As the strongest sealing technique. There is absolutely no doubt about the horror of Myojinmen. In the original book, Naruto uses him to restrict 9 tails, and Senjo Hashirama even uses him to seal 10 tails. Even 10 tails are hard to break free in a short time. Chapter 4. Boom! 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 Going down the torii gates, 9 tails' huge body was quickly suppressed. As he who has fully mastered the 6 paths celestial art, he would naturally know the Myojinmen in his predecessor. Roar! Brat! 9 tails roared, showing infinite anger. Outside world. The seal was forced, the majestic chakra of 9 tails swept across. Naruto's body had more and more red tails, the first one, the second and the third in just an instant. In just a blink of an eye, 6 tails appeared, and at the same time, his body began to shatter, and his skin burned rapidly. The expression of the third generation who just appeared couldn't help but change. The next moment, without the slightest hesitation, summoning the ape demon directly. Sealing class is ready. Notify all Jonin in the village to assemble quickly. The words of third generation were anxious. Just as his words fell, the majestic chakra on Naruto's body quickly dissipated, the bloody chakra coat that originally wrapped him also quickly receded, and the burnt body was rapidly visible to the naked eye. Recovery in. The third generation's words came to an abrupt end, and their expression couldn't help but be taken aback. But soon, he noticed a familiar chakra rising from Naruto's body. Fourth generation. This made his heart move, and the next moment his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Naruto's bed in an instant. Carefully lifted off Naruto's clothes, looked at the navel, he couldn't help but tense at this sight, but soon, a new seal group was formed at the navel. The frown that made him frown immediately relaxed. He hesitated for a moment, but exited cautiously. Revoke the order just now, and the sealing squad will continue to stand by. After hesitating for a moment, third generation still spoke. Yes. The others were a little puzzled, but still bowed. Fourth generation, you really are ready to perfect. Third generation spoke with a sigh, looking at the figure in the room with a complicated expression. At this moment, he clearly thought that the fourth generation had sealed it. For the fourth generation, even the third generation has to be admired. This is an extremely perfect existence in terms of talent, personality, and even being a Hokage. If it hadn't been for that accident, perhaps Konoha at this time has already embarked on another glory. Don't worry, fourth generation, I will take care of Naruto. Not knowing whether it was guilt or some psychology, third generation spoke softly. It's just obvious that Naruto at this time doesn't care about the one outside. He has already guessed such a scene, but as long as 9 tails doesn't really go berserk, then nothing will happen. Now his eyes are on the golden figure slowly appearing in the space of his consciousness. 9 tails, you really are still dishonest. With a soft voice, it seems to have the magical power of spring wind and rain, which makes people feel at ease. It was only when his figure was completely condensed. His expression couldn't help but bewildered all of a sudden. What? With a soft voice, Namikaze Minato's eyes were full of astonishment. He originally thought that 9 tails was out of trouble, and so was the seal he set, but in reality, 9 tails was firmly restricted to on the ground. Dad, long time no see. And in his astonishment, a voice of light laughter sounded immediately. Let Namikaze Minato look at the sound for a moment. The figure of Gundam is about the same height as him, with a golden cut and blue pupils, which is strange in the familiarity. Naruto. With surprise, there is also a shock. Naruto in consciousness is adult Naruto, dazed to Namikaze Minato. After all, in his opinion, when Naruto died, there would be problems with the seal when he was in his teens, but in his current appearance, he was probably older than him, which made him instantly feel like a time disorder. And what surprised him even more was the majestic aura on Naruto's body at this time. It was as vast as the deep sea, and even as a cage-level strong man, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He involuntarily glanced at 9 tails again, and seemed to understand something vaguely, but it was a bit weird, the situation seemed to be completely different from what he had imagined. Dad, Kurama. Naruto smiled, and naturally understood Namikaze Minato's bewilderment, and he clenched his fist without explaining. Seeing Naruto's actions, Namikaze Minato naturally understood what was going on, nodded, and stretched out his right hand as well. On the other side, 9 tails was extremely upset, even angry. Yet its claws were lifted by Naruto's consciousness. 3 punches collided. The next moment, the entire different space couldn't help but tremble. 9 tails couldn't help being stunned from the original expression of embarrassment and anger, and its pupils widened immediately. Because at this moment, Naruto not only transmitted some memories to Namikaze Minato, but also presented them in the entire different time and space. In the picture, one picture after another is presented. That's everything about Naruto, starting with life from a young age. Seeing this scene, 4th generation couldn't help showing anger on his face, while Nine Tails couldn't help curling his lips. As he who lives in Naruto's body, he naturally knows this. But soon, Nine Tails couldn't help frowning. Because the next picture is not these, but the future. That's right, the future. Seats in pictures, Naruto gradually grows up, enters the ninja school, takes the graduation exam, steals the sealed book, and then divides into classes, led by Mr. Kakashi, and tasks in the Land of Waves. Chunin exam, Konoha crash plan. Scenes are presented one by one. Even Nine Tails couldn't help being shocked, and looked at Naruto involuntarily. At this moment, countless thoughts swept through his mind. And Namikaze Minato's mood also began to change along with Naruto's growth, from anger at the beginning to laughter and excitement later. Chapter 5. During the Chunin exam, Naruto met Jiraiya, Konoha's collapse plan, the battle with One-Tail Shikaku, the fall of 3rd generation, the agreement with Tsunade, 3 years of growth. The decisive battles with the Akatsuki organization. Mount Myaboku, practice of Sage Mode. Pain descended, and Naruto descended like a god-man from heaven. The 4th Ninja War broke out. The Akatsuki organization started a new war for the purpose of collecting the 9-tailed beasts. The ninja world is united like never before. This is a war that spans the entire ninja world. Every step of Naruto and Nine Tails, from repulsion to hatred, from hatred to understanding, from understanding to understanding, from understanding to communion, that step is also very careful. And Nine Tails' original pupils gradually changed. It's just that he didn't even feel it at this moment. The screen continues. 10 tails manifest, 6 paths reappear, Kaguya descends. Naruto and Sasuke met Sage of 6 Paths when they were dying and stepped into the realm of gods, and finally resealed Kaguya. Ushered in a new era. However, more than 10 years later, the two who have long been invincible are facing an invasion from outside the starry sky. First the Otsutsuki Momoya of the Chunin exam, with Otsutsuki in gold, followed by the Otsutsuki Yura style, with Otsutsuki in 1. In particular, the almost crushing horror of Otsutsuki made Nine Tails feel trembling. And when Naruto burned everything and brought Otsutsuki into hell together, the picture stopped abruptly, time and space were broken, reversed, and everything returned to the beginning. The surrounding scenes disappeared, and Nine Tails fell silent. The hands of the two also slowly moved away. Namikaze Minato's eyes were full of shock, looking at the middle-aged son in front of him. At this moment his heart was filled with mixed feelings. There is pity and regret for his son's misery at a young age, there is also excitement about his son's unimaginable achievements, and there is even regret for his own choice. Naruto opened his mouth. Namikaze Minato didn't know how to express it in words at this moment. He really owed too much. Everything that the son in front of him has experienced is too painful. Dad, it's okay, since I'm back, of course I will have a way to deal with them. Facing Namikaze Minato's complex expression, Naruto smiled as usual, as if he didn't care about it at all. Little ghost, are you sure you can face it? Didn't you lose when you were so strong before? Nine Tails was a little tangled, but he still spoke at this moment, but at this moment he looked at Naruto with extremely complicated eyes. The consciousness space scene is like a personal experience for everyone, and Nine Tails is no exception. The so-called attitude towards Naruto at this moment, at this time, he is also somewhat changing towards the original Nine Tails. And this long time, for Nine Tails, the existence that has lived from ancient times to the present, is just like that. In comparison, he cares more about those at Otsutsuki. You must know that both the old man and Kagaiji are to resist those people. And in Naruto's memory, the strength of those people from beyond the sky is indeed the same. In the picture, Naruto's strength is already unimaginable, and he even feels that he may be almost the same as the old man, but just like this, they just died together in the end. What does Naruto do now? Although Naruto at this time is very powerful and can even easily suppress him, Nine Tails still feels that the gap between Naruto at this time and the Naruto in the picture is still like a natural barrier. After all, without the body, even the consciousness is actually not as strong as before. Even if such strength is to be recovered, it may be very difficult. Maybe I can only follow the original steps step by step, and when I recover, I am afraid that the time for Otsutsuki to come has come. Kurama, why don't you believe me? I missed a lot in my previous life, and I can be so powerful. When I go back in time, I will only be stronger in the future. Naruto's words are full of confidence. As time travel and rebirth, Naruto feels that no one in this world is more confident than him. As for how to become stronger, there are really too many ways in Hokage. Even if he reaches the level of his previous life, if Otsutsuki comes too fast, Naruto still has a way to continue to become stronger. Such as transplanting Sharingan, absorbing the power of 9-tailed beasts, and completely perfecting the power of Sage of 6 Paths. or gaining the power of Tensagen on the moon. These can make him continue to grow stronger, and more than 20 years ago, there were undoubtedly more directions. It's a pity that there was no time at all in the previous life. He had just traveled through the past, but Otsutsuki knocked at the door. And it is different from the original book. Otsutsuki Yashi not only wants Chuanmu, but also wants to kill him with him. In this way, even if he wanted to hand over Chuanmu and delay for a while, it would not work. Can only work hard. But it is different now, there are still more than 20 years, enough for him to grow up step by step, and he can completely surpass himself at his peak. By the way, Dad, I just turned around chakra, with the power of Yang, you should be able to continue to exist, and then I will trouble Dad to teach me Flying Thunder God. Seeming to have thought of something, Naruto spoke quickly. Just kidding, as a time traveler Flying Thunder God, he would naturally not miss such a miracle. It is good. Namikaze Minato nodded without the slightest hesitation. Being able to spend time with his son is more than enough for him. If it weren't for the fact that Kushina's power is more internal and cannot be pulled out, he would like to take Kushina with him at this moment. Chapter 6. Naruto, you have too much chakra, hold back. Okay. Yes, I gradually feel that the space is weaker. Puff. In the room, a figure had just disappeared, and then appeared again in an instant. Streaks of bright red blood shot out from the body, but it quickly recovered. Naruto, you can't do this, you need to cut into the space point, not forcefully. A helpless voice sounded in my mind. That was the voice of Namikaze Minato. It has been a month now, and Naruto has been following Namikaze Minato to learn Flying Thunder God for a month. It can be regarded as the top ninjutsu of the space department, but it is not so easy to learn. Although Naruto's talent is actually very strong, it is not as bad as it is said in the original book. The reason why the original book is so poor is that Nine Tails interfered. In fact, Naruto's talent is terrible. No matter how strong it is still inferior to the fourth generation. This is reflected in the study of Flying Thunder God. Of course, this is not only due to talent, but also Naruto's own problem. There are too many chakra in his body, especially after rebirth. This kind of chakra is increasing rapidly almost every moment. Chakra is originally a combination of physical and spiritual energy. Now his physical energy has not increased much, but his spiritual energy is too huge, causing his chakra to catch up with Shippuden in a short period of time. In addition, Naruto's battle is reckless. Although the fighting talent is very strong, the trick is to rely on chakra to kill more people. When Flying Thunder God needs precise control, problems arise. For example, to cut into the weakest point in the space, Naruto will subconsciously force it indirectly. This time, it doesn't matter if he fails every time, and he can still get bruises all over his body. Fortunately, his yang power has been further strengthened now, and these injuries can be healed in just a moment, otherwise there will be problems early. Okay, Naruto, it's almost time to practice today, it's time to go out for a walk, you haven't made many friends, this is not good, your former friends, don't forget. Besides, the third generation came again today to ask you to go out. It's not good for you to stay all the time. In consciousness, Namikaze Minato's smiling voice sounded. All right. Naruto was a little helpless, but he also knew that today's practice time was too long, so he had to take a break, and he got dressed in it anyway, so he just had a good rest. Going out is undoubtedly a very difficult decision. To be honest, Naruto didn't want to go out if it was possible, but what the father said was right, staying at home to practice all the time, the whole person's mentality will change, which is not very good. After simply ordering a bowl of instant noodles, his small body stepped out of the small apartment building and walked towards the street. But in order to avoid trouble, it was close to evening when Naruto walked. At this time, dinner had already started, and there were no people on the street. Occasionally, a few figures passed by, and no one bothered to glance at him. And Naruto just walked alone. Feel the prosperity of Konoha village at this time, and the unique atmosphere of this era. As for the rest, he didn't think about it for the time being. In fact, in the past few years, he has thought too much. Of course you have to relax a bit. It's just that he doesn't think about it. But things had to make him think too much. Light snowflakes fell, and the sky gradually darkened. Under the dim light, a figure suddenly appeared in Naruto's eyes. A small figure. Curled up on the ground. Subconsciously walked over. Naruto spoke casually. Are you okay? The little figure seemed to hear it, and climbed up cautiously, with a helpless face. Me. Opened his mouth, the words seemed to come out first because of nervousness and anxiety. And this kind of reaction made Naruto startled, but when he saw the figure in front of him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitched again. White eyes, about his age. Look at the gradually darkening night and the falling snowflakes. He was really powerless to complain. Especially when I went out for a walk, it turned out to be such a coincidence. Such a coincidence, he believed him. As soon as I came out, I ran into the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. What's more, it's in the dead of night. What an international joke. When the Hyuga family, a 1,000-year-old wealthy family, is living for nothing, or when Hyuga Hayashi really doesn't take his daughter seriously. One of Bin's 3 major pupil techniques is almost the whole clan's clairvoyance, but the patriarch's daughter is often lost. Can this be a little more fake? Obviously he was tricked. It's even possible that the 3rd generation has been asking him to go out for a walk before, so it's already arranged. You can't find your way home, I'll take you home. The words of the flesh body rose, and the right hand directly took the little girl's little hand. Well, let him be routine or not. Anyway, Hinata is quite fragrant. Isn't it? As for the rest, he cares. Hinata, who should have been extremely nervous about being held by a stranger, felt inexplicably at ease instead. There is even an extremely comfortable feeling, which makes Hinata involuntarily grasp a little bit. The little girl's voice was childish, and she looked extremely cute, but also extremely shy. Let's go. The words were still soft, and Naruto led the girl forward. He still knew where the Hyuga clan was. Namikaze Minato, who watched this scene consciously, couldn't help laughing. Namikaze Minato is extremely satisfied with his daughter-in-law. Hinata lowered her head gently, and the 2 small bodies gradually walked in the snow, and gradually moved away. Under the lights, they looked extraordinarily harmonious. The figures of the 2 were also at this moment, and it was unknown whether it was because of some hidden influence or their connection with each other, they were gradually intertwined. The night grew darker. Stars began to appear above the night sky. It was bound to be a good night. Chapter 7. Wow, this is your home, it's so big. At the gate of the Hyuga family, looking at the continuous clusters of buildings, Naruto couldn't help but let out the same emotion as in the plot. At this time, under his leadership, he has already arrived at the location of the Hyuga family. Although he has everything about the Hyuga family in his memory, when he actually arrived, he was still shocked by its size. Little Hinata nodded. Somewhat reluctant, the little boy in front of her made her feel very comfortable. At this moment, he even had some intentions of not wanting to leave. The echoed words seemed even smaller. Then, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Gently loosening his right hand, Naruto did not continue. His figure returned home. In the following time, he continued to practice Flying Thunder God, and in his spare time, he came out to play with little Hinata. Day by day passed. Soon it will be the time of the year. A year's time. His Flying Thunder God is finally getting started. Although it is very reluctant, it is impossible to reach the level of his father. But getting started is getting started. The most difficult part of Flying Thunder God is undoubtedly getting started, otherwise the entire Konoha would not have been possible for decades, only a few people could really master it, and only the founder's second Hokage and his own father could master it independently. He can now master it independently, and as long as he is proficient in the future, even if he can't reach the level of his father, the level of second Hokage is not a big problem. And except for Flying Thunder God, his chakra is undoubtedly the fastest growing. In just 1 year, the chakra in his body is almost the same as when he was at the golden level. It's just unbelievable. You must know that at this time, he has not activated the Nine Tails mode. Once he activates the Nine Tails mode or the Fairy Fox mode, his strength will undoubtedly be even stronger. However, he still hasn't used it at the moment, his body needs to grow, and using a more powerful mode can easily cause his body to collapse at this time, and he is not in a hurry at the moment. Among the groves, he took little Hinata's hand and headed towards the Hyuga clan. During this year, I became more and more familiar with little Hinata. Evening. Send little Hinata back home. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced not far away. He smiled, then turned and left. At his level, he naturally felt that a pair of white eyes were watching him from a distance, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As for the thoughts of the Hyuga family, definitely an investment. Invest in him the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, son of the 4th generation. This is how big families survive. He, or his father, is also a Hokage, and he won the 3rd Ninja War in one fell swoop, and he is the one who brought the whole Konoha to glory. It would be nonsense to say that he really didn't have anyone paying attention. The investment may have been there from the start. This point, whether it is the predecessor Naruto, or he at this time understands it. After all, not to mention anything else, just looking at the little friends around him in his previous life, he can know a thing or two. They are all children of big families, and they are all direct descendants. And unlike others, the relationship with Naruto is actually not bad. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji are more typical. And this kind of investment, the investment of these families is not only him, the old man of 3rd generation also has it, and Danzo also has it. This is how big families survive. Whichever investment wins, then whoever is the owner. In the original trajectory, Hyuga Hinata seems to have obviously lost the right to inherit the Hyuga clan, and his younger sister Hanabi was instead raised as the heir of the family. In name, talent is not enough. But in fact, isn't this an operation? An investment, how to make him useless? I am afraid there is nothing more suitable than the Hyuga family. Kick the investment target out of the inheritance and throw it out. If the investment is successful, just pull it back. If the investment fails, it is not an inheritance right anyway and has nothing to do with him. This is almost killing two birds with one stone. However, he has no objection to this. After all, some things are true after all. And these. No right or wrong. And it has nothing to do with choices. After reaching the level of Naruto, he actually doesn't think about these things. Hokage Uchiha might be strong enough, but so what? Just like in the legend of Boruto, does the Hokage family dare to give Hokage Hinata curse mark, caged bird? Today, he will only be stronger, so these naturally don't need to be considered. Looking up, he looked at the moon in the sky. Maybe I should make Hinata stronger. I muttered to myself, these days, this idea has repeatedly appeared. Knowing the future crisis, he knows the importance of strength. If he can become stronger, then Hinata can undoubtedly become stronger, and as a Hokage clan, Hinata also has the conditions to become stronger. Maybe if the operation is good, it may not be impossible for Hinata to advance to the 6 Paths class. In the future situation, there is almost no sense of security without the 6 Paths class. Now that Naruto agrees with Hinata, of course he also began to think of ways to make Hinata stronger. Of course, it's just an idea at the moment, and when it's really implemented, he will have to try it only when his body can bear the 9 tails mode. And in this kind of thinking, Konoha 54 years also ushered in. And it was time for him to go to school. Chapter 8. He is going to school. That's right, he's going to school. Although the old man of 3rd generation didn't fulfill his obligation to take good care of him, he definitely wouldn't let him just hang around like this. He didn't have much resistance to going to school itself. It's just that if he can't, he still doesn't want to. Even if it can be seen from the memoirs that the ninja school, including the teachers and classmates of the ninja school, is not good for Naruto, but it does not have the same level of exaggeration as the outside villages. But obviously, no one wants to be stared at, even if it seems inevitable that he will have this in the future, but the two are not the same thing at all. It's just that the mood is complicated, but there is no expression on the young face, especially when seeing the 3rd generation old man appearing, there is only the purest and innocent smile on Naruto's immature face. Grandpa 3rd generation. The immature voice also carried a childlike atmosphere, which made 3rd generation's eyes completely fall on Naruto. Haha, Naruto, Grandpa 3rd generation brought you good news today. You will go to school tomorrow, and you will make many, many good friends. The 3rd generation seemed to be coaxing the children, looking at the thin figure in front of him, he would sometimes hear the words of the disciple who died heroically 6 years ago. There was a sigh in his expression. Really? It seems that at this moment he is still just a child. In terms of acting skills, he has been trained to be extremely mature in 3 years, and it is also impossible to show his feet this time, or it is him at this moment. Of course it's true, little Naruto, you have to stay at home obediently tomorrow, and a teacher will pick you up tomorrow. Little Naruto will be a student of the ninja school tomorrow, and he will definitely become a great ninja in the future. The voice of 3rd generation was still soft, and then it was like teasing a child. After accompanying Naruto for about half an hour, it slowly left. For Hokage, this is already extremely rare. It's just that Naruto obviously doesn't have any good feelings. For this 3rd Hokage, I can't say I hate it, but if I say I like it, I really can't like it. His current situation, if he is to blame, must be the old man of 3rd generation. Naturally, he didn't listen to a word. And time is slipping away. It is also impossible for the 3rd generation to stay here forever. About half an hour later, the old man of 3rd generation left here. And when the figure of 3rd generation disappeared. Looking at the last desolate old man. 3rd generation is still old. In consciousness, Namikaze Minato's expression was extremely complicated. Looking at this old man, he didn't know how to describe his emotions. He was angry at his son's current situation. Not to say that it is all caused by the 3rd generation, at least half of it is. But looking at the old man, he couldn't help sighing. After all, the 3rd generation has been supporting him all the time, just like the existence of half of the old father. In everyone's heart, the 3rd generation is the 3rd grandfather, and Namikaze Minato is no exception. When the elderly are old, that feeling is inevitable. Yet, 3rd generation is getting old. Naruto nodded, and couldn't help saying the same. The words were a little soft, and only he could vaguely hear them. At this moment, he couldn't help but rippled in his heart. It's not that he was moved, but that Naruto already felt that the breath of life of the 3rd generation had begun to weaken. That's right, it was weakening, not because of injury, but because of lifespan. This point can be clearly perceived with his current perception ability. Even though the chakra in 3rd generation's body is already abundant at this moment, it has lost a little vitality and a little anger. Time began to gradually reveal its power on this old man. This is why Naruto has that share of ripples. As a person who has died once, he cherishes his own life far more than people in this world. But in this ninja world, there are opportunities that can be cherished. Life seems to be the cheapest thing, or it may be too fragile. Even if it has the power to override everything, it will eventually turn into Lois and disappear in the long river of history. What about first generation? What about Uchiha Madara? So what if it is Ashura and Indra? Even if he is on the original trajectory, he will dissipate after 100 years, because his life has not really made a leap. I'm still not strong enough. I still need a stronger, Otsutsuki life form. The whispering voice spoke, it was Naruto's words, and at this moment, the ripples in his heart completely calmed down and turned into the most firm. Whether facing future enemies or eternal life, he needs stronger strength. Even at this moment, he can actually sweep the ninja world, but this is not enough. The heart is a little more firm. Night falls. Naruto's footsteps were a little heavy, and the original load under his feet increased again. For him at this time, what he needs to practice is not ninjutsu, at least except for Flying Thunder God, he does not need to master the others. He who has mastered the Six Paths Fairy art does not have much he needs, and it is not chakra. Growth, at his current level chakra's growth has far surpassed cultivation. All he needs now is physical growth. So a year ago, he started to bear weight, and now his load has reached 200 kilograms, and others can't bear it at all. Except for Taijutsu Ninja, everyone else is estimated to be too much, but Naruto hardly has the slightest influence. Chapter 9. Going to school is undoubtedly a very important thing. The next day, Naruto also met his teacher, that Iruka. It seems different from what I imagined, that Iruka hated him from the very beginning. What Naruto saw was a very sunny smile. Really? Naruto couldn't help sighing secretly, he deserves the so-called Naruto's touch in the plot. Iruka is basically nonsense, and it's obvious that Iruka knows the inside story at all. In other words, Iruka may have been deliberately arranged by third generation. Otherwise how could it be possible? Anyway, Naruto felt that he could watch him kill his father and enemy with a sunny face. One must know that his grievances towards Nine Tails have just been eliminated. This is still Nine Tails. If Obito is in front of him, if he is strong enough, he will rush straight up. My mind is spinning. And his first ninja class also started. The ninja school is much bigger than he imagined. And his class seems to have already arranged staff. Akimichi Koji on the left, Nara Shikamaru on the right. Ino in the front, Kiba Inyazuka and Aberame Shino in the back. Not far next door is Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Jr. Hinata is just third to his right. There are only 12 FG people in the whole class, and 8 of them are direct descendants of the family. Naruto felt that it was nonsense if it wasn't a black box operation. He couldn't help but glanced at the red-haired girl not far away. No matter what, Naruto felt that this girl was probably just making up for the sake of not being so obvious. In the same way, the remaining 2 guesses are also the same. Naruto even suspected that if there were only 8 of them in the group and they had to find someone to make up the number, maybe the little Sakura would have get directly after graduation. It's simply not possible to be in that situation. No way, little Sakura and them are not on the same level at all. The messy thoughts in my mind are still flowing. And the first class started. Classes at ninja school are boring and silly. As only 4 or 5 years old, they have nothing to learn. It is roughly the history of the ninja world, basic knowledge and character recognition. On the podium, teacher Iruka is speaking with great emotion. It's a pity that not many people below are serious. Except that pink girl next door. There is no way, most of this class are related households, and Naruto doesn't even know how the little Sakura, a commoner, got in here. Look around. Not from the Ino, Shika, Cho family, but from the Uchiha family, and Hyuga, Aberame, even himself is from the Uzumaki family, plus the son of the 4th generation, only the little Sakura is a real commoner. It's really not easy to get in. Shaking his head, his chaotic thoughts were withdrawn, Naruto continued to lie on the table, and his consciousness entered the consciousness space, discussing Flying Thunder God with his father. Father, since the Flying Thunder God cuts into the space node, is it possible to not need the imprint? Words opened, and the two discussed Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato has a very deep understanding of Flying Thunder God, while Naruto has the memory of his previous life, and the insight of adult Naruto. The discussion between the two is undoubtedly the key point. Sometimes Namikaze Minato's eyes light up. Yes, it is possible, but the mental strength required for this is too great, I can't do it. But Naruto, you can try it after you have fully mastered Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato nodded, looking at Naruto with shining eyes. As the Grandmaster Flying Thunder God, he knows very well that once the imprint is not needed, the power of the Flying Thunder God will undoubtedly rise to a new level, and it can even be said to reach a truly terrifying level. You must know that even if it is the second stage of Flying Thunder God, it is not impossible to play it, but if you don't even need the imprint, then it is really impossible to imitate. Psychic power. I see. Naruto nods. While the father and son talked, Nine Tails was bored, and the first day passed quickly. Okay, students, school is over now. Everyone go back and have a good rest. In addition, students who have not mastered chakra, remember to go back and practice hard, and strive to master the refining of chakra. On the podium, Irika announced the dismissal of the get out of class. Perhaps the most important point of today's first day of the course is the refinement of chakra. But above the whole class, it is obvious that except for the little Sakura who can't, others can, even the two passers-by are not really passers-by. As for the specific name, Naruto didn't pay attention, he was talking about Flying Thunder God with his father throughout the class. And the next direction. He didn't care about the rest. Naruto-kun, let's go. The sweet voice of the little girl brought Naruto back from his thoughts. Okay. Let's go, Hinata. Naruto smiled and opened his mouth, directly and naturally pulled Hinata's little hand to stand up. Even the girl who was used to it, her face couldn't help turning red in front of so many people, but soon the familiar gentle force enveloped her body and mind. Above the street, two small figures were strolling around without being disturbed by anyone. Well, soon, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Chapter 10. Holding the little girl's hand, the two headed towards the grove. But at this moment, Naruto was speechless and helpless. Come out. It looks like you guys are here. With a grumpy opening. Wow, you are here. Naruto-kun, Hinata. The next moment, following his words, a chubby head popped out of the grass. I said, Koji, don't do this. You idiot. And as the chubby head popped out, a lazy voice sounded, and at the same time another small figure appeared. Why, Shikamaru, didn't we come to play with Naruto? No, Hinata. Isn't our game still short of 2 people? Koji opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. You are such an idiot. Shikamaru couldn't help covering his forehead. Hi, Naruto-kun, Hinata, we are making a game, do you want to play together? Shikamaru spoke with a grinning voice, inviting Naruto and Hinata. And these 2 people are of course Akimichi Koji, and Nara Shikamaru, one of the top 12 Konohas who came here. Do you play games? Naruto was a little speechless, he had only thought about these big families before, but turned around and came back. These people are really active in investing. Of course this is also normal. In the original book, Uzumaki Naruto was discriminated against by the village. It can be said that the children of Konoha's big family seem to have a really good relationship with him. Not to mention Akimichi Koji and Nara Shikamaru, they are almost buddies who have played since childhood, the kind that is not much worse than Sasuke. As for Aberame Shino, although the relationship with Ino does not reflect anything, it does not have any hatred for him. As for Hyuga, Hinata is the best example. The good eldest lady of the Zone family gets lost every night. This is very weird. It can only be said that Konoha's big family really knows how to play. Go and play. Okay. Shaking his head in a funny way, Naruto did not refuse, but agreed to it. Building a good relationship with families like Konoha will also help him quickly master Konoha in the future. He will not wait more than 10 years to become Hokage like the original book. At this time, of course, you have to prepare in advance. Although strength is everything, sometimes less trouble is less. Nodding in response, when Hinata almost lowered her head shyly, Naruto directly took the little girl's hand and stood up. Facing Naruto's smile, Nara Shikamaru was a little strange, looked at Naruto, and then smiled. Soon under the leadership of the two, several people came to an uncle's place. Same as in the original. Under the small tree, there are already several people. Shino, Kiba, and the 4 of them make up 6 people. Also friendly friends. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, except for a few civilians, plus Niji, who is in the 1st grade, are basically here. Naruto didn't know whether it was the arrangement of the old man of 3rd generation or the arrangement of the big family of Konoha, he felt that the arrangement of those big families was more likely. Of course it has nothing to do with him. This is also a good thing for him. Come on, let's play and run, let's see who gets to that mountain first. Teeth opened their mouths excitedly. Yeah. Let's begin. 1 2 3. Start. A group of children chattered, and soon began to entertain. I have to say that getting along with these little kids is still very good, the most important thing is that there is no disgusting feeling like other people, which may be the reason why Naruto did not blacken in the end. Because in this village, there are still people he misses and people who care about him. When compared with the villagers, you will feel that this feeling is extraordinarily precious. It's also possible that 3rd generation did it on purpose. But this doesn't feel much like the current Naruto. He doesn't leave, the most important point is that he wants to get back what belongs to him, and he also has greater pursuits. And these in Konoha can make him realize better, that's all. More importantly, as I said before, since Go can endure the invincibility of the world, what's the point? As for Konoha's calculations, and unhappy, these can be taken back later. As long as he has enough strength, all this will not be a problem. Even as long as he grows up, the invisible capital will be close to him. Like now. Even if he is still young, all major families have already started investing. This is his advantage. It is also the capital brought by his father's golden flash. 9 tails. Approved by the major families. All these things will become his. Just like in the original book, it is so easy for Naruto to rise to the top in one step, even if he didn't have the credit for saving the ninja world, but when he grows up, it is inevitable to become Hokage. This became even more inevitable after the death of third generation. All major families will support him. Thank you, Daddy. In consciousness, Naruto spoke softly. Naruto, what are you talking about? We are sorry for you. Namikaze Minato smiled at this moment. Facing Naruto at this time, he was completely relieved. Although he knew that his son would not be blackened, he had always felt depressed before. Seems to be a little more relaxed now. This made him also happy. Time passed slowly and quietly, his physique continued to grow, and the relationship with Shikamaru and the others became better and better. School days are undoubtedly boring, but for Naruto, he has gradually gotten used to it. Chapter 11. Ninja School. Ninja chakra is composed of spiritual energy and cellular energy, which extracts chakra. Irika is still talking about the class with great interest, and most of the students below are still indifferent. There is no way that these things, as a big family, they have already heard countless changes. Naturally don't care. Naruto hadn't heard it many times. But he didn't care either. Do ninjas speak chakra? Are those who speak chakra still called ninjas? It's like who's FG sealed. Junyun is still a ninja. They all rely on shouting and Chadunla for output. This is the correct way for the protagonist to open. School life is boring, and the only fun may be discussing with my father. And in this monotony and boring, it is a year in the blink of an eye. Nothing has changed this year. In fact, the entire ninja world was relatively peaceful until he grew up. The time when the real accident happened was actually when the wind spread. Even after graduation, there was no major accident. Of course, this is only for him. In fact, there are still many accidents, such as now. As night fell gradually, the entire village did not know when an extremely oppressive atmosphere appeared. Above the street, Naruto sensed a figure unexpectedly. And unlike before, this figure didn't stay in the dark all the time, but appeared in front of it. And with the appearance of this figure, in the past time, Naruto knew that the time for him and Hinata to be alone had come. Shake your head. Let's go, Hinata, it's time to go back. Your uncle is here, and I have something to do. The words opened, motioning Hinata to look over there. Ah, good, good. Hinata's little face was red, and she looked extremely cute. She responded subconsciously, but she quickly realized that Jonin couldn't help but feel a little bit reluctant on her little face. On the other side, Hyaga Takuma came over unexpectedly. In the past, this one would not come over on his own initiative. Miss, let's go. The patriarch said that there is something to do today, and let the young lady go back as soon as possible. There may be some unrest recently. Hyaga Takuma spoke, and couldn't help but look at Naruto. Takuma uncle. Hinata was a little nervous, but fortunately, after staying with Naruto for so long, the shyness has dissipated a lot, and her performance is relatively better. There was some reluctance in his expression, but he let go of Naruto's hand and walked over slowly. After all, Naruto also told him just now that Naruto has something to do, so he shouldn't disturb him. Goodbye, Hinata. Goodbye Naruto-kun. Two small figures bid farewell. Hinata looked back step by step, and Naruto watched Hinata go away quietly. But when the other party turned around the alley, Naruto couldn't help frowning. If the appearance of Hyaga Takuma just caught him by surprise, then the look and words behind him made him frown involuntarily. It may be a little uneasy recently. Chewing that sentence between Hyaga and Takuro, Naruto always felt as if something was about to happen. He is a man who thinks too much. I couldn't help but start thinking about something. Konoha. The plot begins. Now there should be only the Age of Blood Mist. Has the Mizukage coup started? Danzo assassinated third Hokage. No, it happened earlier. What else is there? A series of thoughts flashed in his mind, but Naruto's footsteps stopped suddenly in the next moment, and a flash of inspiration flashed in Shunen's blue pupils. Uchiha. Almost only he alone could hear the voice of talking to himself. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a key, the only thing that could happen so far. Uchiha wiped out the door. Although he can't remember how many years Uchiha Mimon was Konoha, and how old Uzumaki Naruto was that year, it was obviously when he was a child. And for Konoha, this is actually the only major event that happened. Thinking of this, Naruto felt like it really might be. Because he seemed to see a lot of members of the Uchiha clan. This was nothing at all, but it was very important when I thought about it. As the village's security force, Uchiha already had a lot of personnel, but now there are even more of them. There is only one reason, all those who went out to perform tasks have returned. There is nothing serious in the village at the moment. Why are these people coming back? The answer is ready to come. That one thing is going to happen. The reason why they returned to the village was because they wanted to catch everything in one go, so that no one would slip through the net. As for the words of Hyaga Takuma, it is likely to remind him to go back quickly. After all, the Uchiha extermination seems extremely abrupt, but it has actually been premeditated for an unknown period of time. Ever since the old men from third generation came to power, they wanted to get rid of this unstable factor, coupled with the divine operation of the Uchiha family and their own group. It will be a matter of time before they get to this point. I am afraid that almost all the major families know about this situation. Even acquiesced. The Uchiha clan pretends to be the boss every day, and no one can stand the second child of the second child. Everyone hopes to get rid of this unstable factor. If you think about it more boldly, the Hyuga family may not have contributed. After all, Uchiha is cold, and Hyuga is the #1 wealthy family in Konoha, and the #1 pupil family. In this way, it is not surprising that Hyuga Takuma knows the situation. Thinking of this, Naruto started to move again, where he had stopped. Without hesitation. He didn't turn around, but walked directly to his home. Uchiha genocide. This is indeed a pity. Even many people would think about changing, or intervening, but he didn't want to, or in other words, what does this have to do with him? Uchiha is not related to him. If the future gay friend is from the Uchiha family, that is not the reason for him to go to the muddy water. Or maybe he didn't want to go there at all. Although at this time he can completely stop it. He also has this strength, but he doesn't have this idea. This is the same whether it is him or the original Naruto. The reason is simple, there is no need for that. Maybe the old guys from the third generation really plotted against the Uchiha clan, but so what, the Uchiha clan is always courting death, and the number of courting death is not once or twice. He wanted to die, so why did he stop him? It's uncomfortable to practice by myself, and it's still hot to stay with little Hinata. You have to make trouble for yourself. Chapter 12. In the room. In consciousness. Aren't you going to take a look? After a moment of silence, Namikaze Minato finally spoke. Having seen the 700-level Hokage, he naturally understands what today represents, but for Namikaze Minato, his expression is extremely complicated when he is Hokage. The conflict between Uchiha and the village has already begun to expand. During his reign, he tried everything to avoid this from happening, but in the end it still happened. He didn't know whether the village's choice was right or wrong. He didn't even know what his mood was at this moment, but he, who was originally cheerful, couldn't help but become depressed. Go and see. Talking to himself, Naruto hesitated, but finally nodded. Agreed. Although he didn't intend to intervene, but look, it's not impossible. As for the danger, the entire ninja world still exists to threaten his existence. The night gradually deepened. Blood color gradually filled the entire Uchiha clan. The fight has long since ended. Two pitch-black figures slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan in a short period of time. There were no accidents except young Uchiha Sasuke. The blood soaked the entire earth, and it seemed that the entire moonlight was also soaked in blood. Konoha Umbu. The roots have already been reached. The entire Uchiha clan land was sealed off ahead of schedule. And now they only have one purpose, to collect the corpse. This night is destined to be a sleepless night, and it is also destined to be an unpredictable night. That night, the #1 Hitomi family in the ninja world, the largest family after Senju, completely disappeared in Konoha and disappeared in this world. All that's left is the only seedling left. A figure already bearing the name of rebellion. Among the jungle. Pfft. The two root ninjas collided, and the next moment bright red blood flew, their pupils widened, full of astonishment. The last moment in memory was clearly stabbing at that figure, but how could they stab at each other? It's just that no one can answer their doubts. The two fell with a bang. A figure walked in front of the two of them. Towards the distance. This road was doomed to no return, but he still left. There was a sense of desolation on the figure's face. The rustling sound gradually faded away. Just at this moment, the accident happened suddenly. Come out. Speaking calmly, Uchiha Itachi stopped in his footsteps, and looked not far away, and the scarlet three-gold jade appeared in his pupils. Kunao also immediately held the right hand. And when his words fell, a figure also walked out slowly. Is this really appropriate? The crisp voice was still immature, and the voice that came out made Uchiha Itachi stunned. About 3 or 4 years old, with 6 beards on his face, blue pupils, and golden hair. Almost the moment he saw the person in front of him, Uchiha Itachi recognized who it was. Uzumaki Naruto. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the former captain of Umbu, how did Uchiha Itachi not know the existence of this one? It's just that he didn't expect that a child like Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost as old as his brother, would appear here. And under Sharingan, he can be sure that this person is not a ninjutsu pretender in the transformation technique, but really is. Uchiha Itachi's mind was disturbed for a moment. Just haven't waited for him to say anything. The child in front of him has already turned his head and walked towards the road from Konoha village. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me, I just came to see you. The voice was still immature, but it seemed to carry a sigh that almost hit his heart directly, making Uchiha Itachi's body tremble uncontrollably. Does it fit? A soft voice spoke, and Uchiha Itachi was confused. By the way, let me show you this. The next moment, Naruto's figure moved, and in an instant, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help being horrified, because the figure of the boy appeared in close proximity to him without a sound, and a finger was directly on his forehead. But before he could move again, his consciousness trembled. The surrounding scene began to change. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Let me introduce myself first: name, likes, dislikes, dreams and so on. I don't have any dreams, I just have ambitions: revive the Uchiha clan, and kill that man. During the graduation exam, the black-haired boy spoke his own words sonorously. In the Chunin exam, a desperate battle between the boy and Orochimaru. In the Valley of the End, the bond battle between the boy and the blonde boy. Too many fetters will only make yourself confused. Strong thoughts and cherished thoughts will only make you weaker. Loneliness is not comparable to being sad after being blamed by parents. Because of the fetters of family affection, once it is lost, it will be painful. I have lost everything. So I don't want to see my most cherished partners die in front of me. I am an avenger, I was born for revenge, and I will give up everything for revenge. Naruto, you, like me, have experienced the loneliness of losing a loved one, and that loneliness will make people stronger. A sentence of words impacted his heart, and Sasuke's madness made Uchiha's heart tremble endlessly. 3 years. In the living corpse reincarnation, in the realm of absolute death, the boy's sword pierced through the body of the snake. The ground of the Uchiha clan. A figure walked up to him. A battle of fate. Scenes appeared in Uchiha Itachi's mind, making him freeze in place, and tears fell silently from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, he has no defense at all, even ordinary people can kill him. And Naruto stayed quietly by the side. Chapter 13. Naruto's mood was calm, and he looked at the road from Uchiha Itachi. Not surprisingly, there may not be any survivors in the clan belonging to Uchiha at this time. With shots from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, plus Danzo's aftermath, Uchiha is doomed even with a pair of Mangekyo. In this regard, he did not have much emotion. He's not just Uzumaki Naruto, he's a time traveler. It is clear that Uchiha and the village have reached a situation where the situation is in turmoil, and even a little out of control. In this case, destruction is actually the best option. As for training Uchiha for the future against Otsutsuki, there is no need for that. Most of the Uchihas can't reach that height. In this era, there are only a few people who can really reach that height. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, of which Uchiha Shisui also died. In this case, Naruto will naturally not intervene. As for Uchiha Itachi, Naruto is giving him a choice, it depends on how this one chooses. Above the clearing. In Uchiha Itachi's consciousness, with the resolution of the battle of fate, he fell into the arms of his younger brother, and the surrounding scene was also shattered, and the figure of the blonde child came into view again. How? Watching Uchiha Itachi wake up, Naruto spoke softly. Thank you. I know what I should do. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Naruto with a complicated expression, then nodded. His eyes became more determined at this moment. However, he hesitated to speak. Can Sasuke please? As the words opened, he raised his right hand the next moment. Chakra pulled, and a crow flew straight into his hand. A small crow is very ordinary, but what is unusual is the scarlet and windmill in the crow's right eye, which is Mangekyo. And the moment Naruto commented, it became clear that this was probably Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo. This is my reward, it should be useful to you. Uchiha Itachi spoke cautiously. This itself was entrusted to him by Uchiha Shisui, but now for his brother, he finally gave it to Naruto just like the original book, but it is hard to say whether this thing will be used on himself again. Can. After a slight pause, Naruto nodded and finally responded. Sasuke was already prepared to cultivate an existence destined to step into the Six Paths level, how could he give up? As for Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, it is also of great use to him. Sage of Six Paths has the power to fuse bloodlines. Naruto has actually been thinking about how to improve his own bloodlines. Now there are people coming to his door, of course he doesn't need it hesitated. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and walked towards the distance. At this moment, his steps were more relaxed. Although he didn't see the whole situation, it was just a fateful battle with Sasuke, but the final result was enough for him, and even the figure of him leaving at this moment couldn't help but smile. He might just be the one for Hokage. Looking at the leaving figure, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Maybe. Naruto spoke softly, he didn't know what to say about Uchiha Itachi. But this is not something he needs to consider, it is something Uchiha Sasuke considers, and he quickly turned his attention to the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of him. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. Dad, let me show you the power of Six Paths Fairy Art. He spoke with a faint laugh. Six Paths Fairy Art. Namikaze Minato's heart tightened. For the Six Paths class who had seen the 700-level Hokage at this time, he naturally knew that the moment his son spoke, his eyes lit up. His eyes were also fixed on the outside world. Outside, Naruto's consciousness fluctuates. An illusory figure slowly walked out of him. That was an adult Naruto, and Naruto raised his hand slightly, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in the right eye of the crow in front of him gradually fell off, and slowly floated into the hands of the phantom figure. Immediately, waves of fluctuations spread out, and Mangekyo Sharingan quickly became illusory. At the same time, strands of blood separated from his body and began to converge towards the illusory consciousness. Six Paths Immortal Art. Six Paths was given by the immortal back then to be able to use the whole system, although most of them cannot be used after he exits the Six Paths mode, but some can still be used, such as this kind of magic power superficial use is enough. As for why they didn't dig out their own eyes and put them on. No way, he was a little scared. It can only be used in this way. Even though he did this, because his current level is relatively low, it would take a long time to integrate, but this is not a big problem, after all, he still has enough time to grow up. Strands of blood melted into consciousness, and Naruto also vaguely felt a change in his body. The most obvious thing is that the nature of chakra in the body has changed slightly, and at the same time the original growth rate has been further improved. Although it is not obvious, his level can still be clearly felt. Chapter 14. The night passed quickly. As a result of this night, Konoha Umbu Minister Uchiha Itachi massacred the entire Uchiha clan and defected to Konoha. The news was like thunder, and the entire ninja world couldn't help being shocked. None of the 5 major ninja villages responded. But obviously, there was only vibration. A month passed quickly. Konoha village does not seem to be much different without Uchiha. Except for the small talk after dinner, everything seems to be settled down quickly. It's just that Konoha has another orphan again. Uchiha Sasuke. Among the jungle. Naruto is practicing, and next to him, little Hinata is also very serious. It takes a while for blood to absorb. As for the current cultivation, of course it is physical cultivation. For him who has everything in the future, he does not lack chakra, nor does he lack ninjutsu, the only difference is his physique. So he has been practicing for a while. As for Hinata, since he had an idea, he also took the little girl to practice together. Little Hinata was also very happy about this. However, this day seems extremely unexpected. Because right now, Naruto's eyes looked not far away for a moment, and a similarly small figure came out from there. Eyes converge. With jet black hair and a pretend expression, whoever it is if it's not Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto couldn't help raising his brows, and spoke with a slightly surprised voice. There was also some curiosity in his eyes. I want to become stronger, can you teach me? At this time, Sasuke already had the bad look in his memory, and even the words of begging for help seemed cold. Teach you. Naruto was really surprised when he spoke. When he came back from Rebirth, he didn't show that he was outstanding, but he didn't expect Sasuke to come to his door. Naruto didn't know if it was because of Indra and Ashura's mutual attraction. Yes, you are strong. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, speaking firmly. It is good. Although he was puzzled, Naruto nodded and responded directly. It was in his plan to train Uchiha Sasuke. Bring it on. The words opened, and the next moment his right hand stretched out directly. Sasuke froze for a moment, then quickly stretched out his right hand. Bump. The next moment, the fists of the two collided directly. And Sasuke's pupils suddenly widened, because a lot of strange information appeared in his mind at this moment, and the information turned out to be about Sharingan training. As Sasuke's best friend, Naruto, who was passed on by Boruto, naturally knows the Sharingan very well, so he just uses it at this time. Train your Sharingan first. After this stage is completed, I will help you formulate the next stage. Naruto spoke, then ignored Uchiha Sasuke. Cultivation also needs to be done step by step, and now is not the time to be in a hurry. It is good. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and then he walked to the side alone and started training. While Naruto's body is practicing gymnastics, his mind is talking with his father. I have to say that Namikaze Minato is indeed a genius, but a super genius. When Naruto told something about the Six Paths level, Namikaze Minato was even able to give some opinions. As for ninjutsu and practice, Namikaze Minato can provide a greater direction. Naruto, Sasuke needs to kill Uchiha Itachi if he wants to use Mangekyo, but this way. In the space of consciousness, after today's discussion, Namikaze Minato spoke with some hesitation. Facing his father's words, Naruto naturally understood what was going on. Dad, this problem shouldn't be a big problem. There are many ways to solve it. First, if you perfect your bloodline, you can enter Rinnegan even without Mangekyo. Like Sage of Six Paths, you can also make Uchiha Itachi die once. This may not be impossible to resurrect. Just like you guys, when I get the Rinnegan, I can revive you too. Naruto naturally knows a thing or two about his father's thoughts, but he doesn't care too much. He has the memory of an adult Naruto, and he has countless solutions to this situation. Rinnegan, no, Naruto, your life is in danger. But Namikaze Minato was not excited when he heard the resurrection, but became a little anxious. Knowing the situation, he knows exactly what the price of Rinnegan's resurrection will be. Don't worry, Rinnegan is more than a couple, there is a way. Naruto shook his head, he has a complete memory in his mind, so he naturally has a way to bypass these things. Are you? How clever! Namikaze Minato quickly thought of the key to this. Well, either Otsutsuki Momoya or Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan can be used. Naruto nodded, directly acknowledging it. And that's exactly what he thought. If he wanted to face the strong enemy in the future, he was not enough to be strong himself, and needed more strong men. His own parents, even first generation, second generation, including Uchiha Madara, are actually within his consideration. As for how to resurrect, he also has ideas, but it is still far away. First, he has to restore his original strength, and second, he has to improve his bloodline so that he can truly step into the Six Paths level. Only at that moment, he has the possibility to carry out these. I understand. Namikaze Minato nodded, he was also relieved at this moment, as long as Naruto didn't resurrect them with his own life, it would be enough. After all, who doesn't want to be resurrected? Even Namikaze Minato is no exception. Chapter 15. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it will be another year. This year, Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke gradually formed a three-person practice group. It's not that Naruto doesn't want to see Shikamaru, Koji and the others, but that they have limited room for growth and it's hard to keep up with him and Sasuke. This can be seen from the practice of this year. After a year of practice, Sasuke's control over Sharingan has been very high, even reaching the level of graduation, and the chakra in his body has doubled. It can be said that there is not much difference between the current Sasuke and the strength when he graduated. And Hinata's progress is also not small. While Bai Yan became more and more proficient, Gentle Fist also mastered most of it, and even vaguely surpassed the strength of the original work when he graduated. As for Naruto, after several years of training, coupled with Yang Dun Chakra's continuous improvement of his physique, at this moment his body finally reached the time when he could support the strength of 9 tails. Among the jungle, his eyes opened in an instant. The next moment, one after another chakra rose from his body, but unlike the original 9 tails escape, this time chakra was not so violent, but appeared extremely gentle and restrained. The blood red gradually turned into gold. At this time, Naruto's aura also faintly changed. Of course, compared to breath, the biggest change at this moment should be appearance. At this moment, Naruto's Sage of Six Paths Jade and imprint appeared on his body, and patterns appeared on his face, and the tailed beast's chakra wrapped his whole body, turning his body into a flame-like golden color. It's finally ready. A whispering voice spoke, and at this moment Naruto had a happy smile on his face. Nearly 3 years later, at this moment, he can finally use most of his power in his heyday. Although currently only the Golden Body mode is activated, not the 9 Tails mode, let alone the Fairy Fox mode, but this is only because he is afraid of making a big noise and has not used it. Not impossible. Feeling the terror of chakra in his body again, one can imagine the excitement in his heart. Of course, besides excitement, there is more excitement. He who can use his strength can start something. Although he was originally very strong, with the awareness of his peak period, even when he just crossed over, he can easily burst out Super Cage level strength, and he can definitely walk sideways on the bright side of the entire ninja world. However, it is only on the bright side. In the dark, there is still a certain danger. But now it's completely gone. Naruto at his peak, returned to the ninja world, and it was before Shippuden. Even this peak is actually discounted, but no one in the world can stop him. This is confidence. It is also true. Looks like you're almost recovered, Naruto. In consciousness, Namikaze Minato spoke with emotion. In the Golden Body mode, Namikaze Minato felt that he might not be inferior to when he was alive. You must know that this is not your son's peak state, you can imagine how powerful your son is at his peak. Although it has been shown in the screen, at this moment Namikaze Minato is also somewhat looking forward to the kind of strength his son will truly show. After all, reality cannot be compared with pictures. It's almost there. Even if you use the Fairy Fox mode now, you probably have the same strength as when you fought to the death. Naruto shook his head and explained softly. Although he has almost recovered, he still knows that the difference is not small. In the previous life, as an existence who stepped into the Six Paths life level, although he fell down later, his body has actually undergone transformation. With more than 10 years of practice, his Fairy Fox mode is compared to that of Six Paths in the Fourth World War. The pattern is not much less. Even if the Fairy Fox mode is used now, it is almost the same as in the Fourth World War. Of course Naruto was communicating with Namikaze Minato. In the jungle, Hinata and Sasuke have long been attracted. Looking at Naruto's state, Sasuke's heart was full of shock at this time. So strong. This. Amidst the shock, a hope involuntarily spread to his whole heart. This strength made him see hope, the hope of revenge for himself. Mr. Naruto. Hinata's eyes are filled with little stars, full of admiration. Hearing the words of the two, Naruto withdrew from his consciousness, and this exit happened to see Sasuke's hopeful light. He was taken aback for a moment, then understood what was going on, and couldn't help but laugh. But then he pondered for a while, and looked at the two of them. Hinata, Sasuke, for the next 2 days, you should practice at home temporarily. I have something to do. When I come back, you should all get a promotion. Words open. Speak directly about his decision. Now that it has recovered, of course it is time to start taking action. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Understood. Hinata was a little disappointed, but nodded in response. Real. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but speak. Obviously he was more concerned about his own strength. Don't worry, when I come back, you will have a promotion. Naruto nodded, although he didn't do it for Sasuke this time, but he was ready to start planning when he came back. It's not an exaggeration to say that. It is good. Sasuke nodded, his cold face seemed to relax a little. Chapter 16. How to improve himself. Naruto undoubtedly has perfect plans and ideas as a time-traveling and rebirth. The first is to restore the level of the whole body period, and then integrate the power of Indra as much as possible, so that one's blood can reach the full level, and finally collect the 9-tailed beasts, so that one's real life can leap into the 6 paths level of life. Although there are many problems in this road, such as how to integrate Indra's power, after all, he can't poach Sasuke's eyes, but this is not a big problem. The power of the Uchiha clan is the power of Indra, although there is no Sasuke and Uchiha Madara's abundance can at least bring some, and as long as it is obtained, it will be strengthened next, and it is only a matter of time in the end. Although collecting the 9-tailed beasts will cause trouble with the ninja world, this is actually the least important thing. Whether it is an adult Naruto or a time traveler, he actually understands the trade-offs. In addition to himself, he also has enough ideas for the improvement of others. Such as Senjo Hashirama, such as my father Namikaze Minato. Senjo Hashirama aside, as the god of the previous generation of ninja world, his strength is beyond doubt. If he can step into the 6 paths level, he will not even be much weaker than Naruto at his peak. My father, Namikaze Minato, is also a top talent, and if he is weak enough to continue to deduce Flying Thunder God, he can also play an unimaginable role. In addition, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and Uchiha Shisui are all in his consideration. In this case, Sasuke and Hokage Hinata are naturally also impossible. Now, he is preparing to help Hokage Hinata complete the transformation first. As the eldest daughter of the Hokage family and his future wife, Hokage Hinata's talent is actually not bad, and the purity of her white eyes is also extremely high. In this case, Hokage Hinata's white eyes have a chance to evolve into Tenseigan. Tenseigan is no less than Rinnegan. Naruto naturally had to think about it. And according to adult Naruto and past life memories, Naruto is also very clear about Tenseigan's evolutionary conditions. Only 2 are known so far. One is to fuse countless white eyes, so that white eyes can finally transform into a Tenseigan, just like the biggest Tenseigan on the moon. The members of the branch house of the Otsutsuki family on the moon contributed their supernatural powers with all their strength. They merged countless supernatural powers into one spherical stone with the pattern of Otsutsuki's family crest on it. When activated, this spherical stone will emit the purple light, after condensing chakra, launches a beam of terrifying purple chakra light at the enemy, annihilating the members of the Moon Otsutsuki clan who advocate peace. One is the combination of the purest white eyes of the Hokage clan and the Otsutsuki clan, which has the opportunity to evolve into a Tenseigan. 10 years later, the Otsutsuki Shiren evolved from the white eyes that captured Hanabi. If you want Hokage Hinata to really catch up with him, awakening Tenseigan is undoubtedly the best choice. As for how to awaken, of course it is on the moon. Otherwise, the Hokage clan that killed the entire Konoha by combining countless supercilious eyes may not be able to get together. You must know that the number of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is much larger than the number of the Hokage clan. No way, and he wouldn't do it. This leaves only one choice. It is also the best choice. Go to heaven and snatch the eyes of Shiren. Or if you are lucky, the Otsutsuki family has not been exterminated at this time, and you may be able to further obtain a large amount of white smoke, and then you will be able to succeed. As for feeling guilty about it, Naruto is not at all. The group of guys on the moon are no different from the real Otsutsuki main family. It's okay to have a main family at first, but after the branch house is left, they only want to destroy the earth. When it is destroyed, it will be destroyed, and the waste can be used for a while. As for whether he has this strength, Naruto is still very confident. Otsutsuki on the moon is undoubtedly strong. But it's the same for Naruto in his peak period. Although he is still close, except for the giant Tenseigan, he is hardly a threat. Even the giant Tenseigan, with his Flying Thunder God, can run away at any time. Don't panic at all. Of course, he wanted to go there for a more important reason. That's all he needs to meet Otsutsuki Hamura. And above the moon, if memory serves me, Otsutsuki Hamura appeared and talked to Hinata. So no matter what, he was ready to go. Next, start to prepare. First of all, a shadow clone is separated. In the golden body mode, there is not much difference between the shadow clone and the main body, and there is no need to worry about whether there will be problems. Hit the next day. His figure quietly left Konoha village. Neither the surrounding Umbu nor the third generation who occasionally observed it with the telephoto technique didn't notice it at all. Everything seemed extraordinarily stable. Perhaps the only ones who can feel a little bit are Hinata and Sasuke. However, the two did not speak to the outside world. Everything is safe in Konoha village. Beyond the leaves, a figure appeared quietly. Follow the memory and start moving towards the destination. It is obviously unrealistic to rush directly to the moon. Unless he has really reached the 6 paths level and there is still a little hope, he should just sleep. However, there is a way to go to the moon. And it just so happened that Naruto knew where the passage was. Adult Naruto has been through that. Although the terrain has changed a bit, it is not difficult to find it. Soon Naruto found the destination. Chapter 17. Finally reached. After looking for it for almost 3 days, Naruto couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the lake in front of him was similar to what he remembered. He was really afraid that he would not find it, but luckily he finally found it. Now we have to determine the exact location. Dad sensed the space point. Naruto greeted his father. Naruto, are you really okay going up now? If the Otsutsuki clan is still not destroyed, you are facing an extremely powerful Otsutsuki clan, which is very dangerous. In consciousness, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but speak in worry. No way, he has seen the power of the Otsutsuki clan in his memory. Although this Otsutsuki is not the same as the Otsutsuki in his memory, he still can't help worrying. This is his son after all. It's okay, Dad, haven't you noticed that the power of the ninja world is actually getting weaker? It's been a long time since the Sage of 6 Paths sealed Kaguya. These Otsutsuki on the moon don't have that horror. Naruto himself was also sensing it, and the words were spoken casually. As he had thought before, Otsutsuki on the moon didn't bother him. Maybe Otsutsuki Tonari showed up with Tensagen now, and he was worried, but other than that, he wasn't panicking at all. As for his words, it is also true. The ninja world is indeed getting weaker and weaker. Not to mention Ashura and Indra in ancient times, but in modern times, Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Sengoku period are not at the same level as the current ninjas. And the 3 battles where my father is in are not at the same level as the ninja world at this time. Although soon opened a glorious era later. He Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke rose. But it's just the 2 of them. In the legend of Boruto, apart from the 2 of them, the other 4 shadows in the ninja world are not as good as they are now. Although Gaara is relatively stronger, it may not be comparable to the current Tsuchikage, and needless to say the other 3 shadows, they are simply horrible. Found it. During the conversation between the 2 father and son, Naruto suddenly felt something, and stopped in his tracks. And his words also made Namikaze Minato stunned for a moment, and then his face couldn't help but be filled with joy. Naruto, your spatial awareness is stronger. With a voice of surprise, Namikaze Minato didn't care about other things. You must know that although he is only conscious now, his spatial sensing power is so strong. As a result, Naruto discovered it in advance, which means that Naruto's spatial power has obviously improved again. It's not thanks to your teaching, Dad. Dad, I'm going up, don't worry, don't forget there's a Otsutsuki Hamura up there, nothing will happen to me. He opened his mouth with a faint smile. Naruto didn't hesitate at all, and jumped up the next moment. The lake water is strange, it seems to be composed of a certain kind of special substance. As soon as Naruto stepped in, his consciousness was in a trance. However, his spirit is so huge that he got rid of this trance feeling almost instantly. And just after getting rid of it, bubbles appeared around it, it was a scene everywhere. There are bits and pieces of these years. Looking at these, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little fluctuated in his heart. But soon it was suppressed, those experiences that were destined to be just this body were already a little far away for him. And his mood converged, and the surrounding space seemed to suddenly speed up. I don't know how long it has been. In space, time is meaningless. It wasn't until a light appeared in front that Naruto's body couldn't help sinking, and then his feet fell to the ground at the same time. The figure landed on the ground, and looked around meaningfully. The uneven ground and the incomparably desolate scenery came into view instantly, no different from the moon in memory. Even in the feeling, the space barriers everywhere also stand upright. The moon. I muttered to myself. It's just that he just opened his mouth, and Chakra, who was originally not weak, shot towards this side quickly, and the speed was extremely fast. Who dares to trespass on the Holy Land? The figure was still in the distance, but the sound of drinking had already come. Naruto's huge perception naturally saw the appearance of the person in an instant. This is a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, wearing white clothes exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, with pure white eyes, which are really supercilious. Sure enough, it's a blind eye. I didn't expect there to be humans on the moon. In consciousness, Namikaze Minato couldn't help feeling emotional when he saw all this. Although he had heard his son say it before, he still felt emotional after seeing it. These are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. Sage of Six Paths used planetary devastation to seal the 10 tails behind the moon. In order to guard its Shellgadu statue, Sage of Six Paths' younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura moved his family to the moon, leaving only one of them on the earth. And the Hyuga clan can be regarded as distant relatives. The relationship is similar to Senju and Uzumaki, and may even be a little further away, not the real Otsutsuki clan. These guys are also many times weaker than the real Otsutsuki clan. Of course they are ruthless enough. After the death of Otsutsuki Hamura, these people were divided into two factions because of their different understandings and interpretations of the ancestors' last words. Among them, the branch house believes that the world created by Sage of Six Paths has been chaotic for thousands of years. It is a failure and should be punished. If they are eliminated, then the Tensagen will be used to completely destroy the patriarchal family who advocated peace at that time. In consciousness, Naruto was talking with his father, and by the way, popularized information about the Otsutsuki family on the moon. In about a dozen breaths, 3 people have arrived. And the 3 landed, seeing Naruto's young appearance and couldn't help being stunned for a moment. However, as the Otsutsuki family, although they are hip-tight and not even worthy of the name, some abilities are still very powerful. For example, at this moment, they quickly felt Naruto's huge consciousness. This made their faces change involuntarily. Then it turned into coldness. Dirty lowlife, the Holy Land is not a place for you. Chapter 18. Dirty lowlife, the Holy Land is not a place for you. A cold voice sounded. It was the voice of the leader, with a haughty expression and a look down. Brother Shia, get rid of them, the Holy Land cannot be defiled by such a dirty person. The words of the woman among the 3 are more direct. That's right, Mr. Shia, let's deal with them, otherwise the Great Elder will blame him. Another person also spoke. It is good. The 3 surrounded Naruto in an instant. Naruto, it looks like they don't plan to have a good conversation with you. You really are too reckless. In his mind, Namikaze Minato spoke with helplessness. Although it was only 2 sentences, he already felt the difficulty of communicating with the Otsutsuki family on the moon. Look at this title, they didn't put them together with the humans on the ground at all. Didn't your elders teach you how to talk to the strong? Naruto spoke in a faint voice, but Naruto didn't pay much attention to it, or he knew it was not that simple before he stepped here, and he was already ready to be strong. Court death. In the lead, Otsutsuki snorted coldly, and the next moment the figure shot directly towards him. The speed is extremely fast, even surpassing the general physical technique Jonin. However, Naruto's speed was faster than him, and the golden color spread all over his body in an instant. The golden body mode was activated, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. In the man's astonishment, his figure directly appeared in the sky. The man only felt his body sank, and the next moment a terrifying force poured on him instantly. Boom! The body fell to the ground in an instant like a shell. Brother Shia! Mr. Shia! The sudden change caught the 2 of them off guard, their faces changed, and they spoke anxiously. However, Naruto made a move and had no intention of stopping. Instead of thinking about him, it's better to worry about you. A faint voice rang in their ears, and the next moment, both of them felt the feeling of the previous man at the same time. Boom! Boom! The 2 figures fell down like streamers. Naruto's figure landed on the ground. 3 huge pits have appeared underground. After clapping their hands, the figure walked straight forward. Just 3 miscellaneous fish. Too weak. At this time, the piercing alarm sounded on the entire moon. Spot the intruder! Spot the intruder! In the enchantment, a member of the Otsutsuki tribe was alarmed and quickly drove out. As Naruto imagined, although the Otsutsuki family was wiped out at this time, there was no problem with the branch house, and there were still a lot of them. At this moment, they were alarmed and quickly assembled. Hundreds of Otsutsuki branch house combatants were already there when Naruto's figure appeared outside the barrier. Dirty ground people, this is not where you should be. The old Otsutsuki spoke with a cold voice, only a fierce light was burning in his eyes. Ground people, damn it, how can people on the ground come to the Holy Land? Go down. Get off. As the elderly Otsutsuki speak, one Otsutsuki speaks exasperatedly. Really are. You guys are really stupid. If you don't have the strength of Otsutsuki, why pretend to be Otsutsuki? Looking at the face of this Otsutsuki, Naruto sighed. And his mocking words undoubtedly stimulated Otsutsuki present. Fix him. The sound of a cold drink came from the mouth of the old Otsutsuki, and the next moment a famous Otsutsuki rushed towards Naruto. Chakra broke out one after another, and every Otsutsuki tribe seemed to have Jonin-level strength, but the strange thing was that, except for a few people, most of them were blindfolded. Of course, this does not hinder their strength. It's just a question of who to compare this strength with. It is difficult to compare with the 5 major countries on land, even Konoha village. Compared with Naruto, it is undoubtedly inferior. Facing a series of figures rushing towards him, Naruto remained calm. The golden color around him spread rapidly, and in his consciousness, the seal of 9 tails was instantly pierced. Ha ha ha, my uncle finally came out. The arrogant voice of Nine Tails resounded above the moon. The golden color on Naruto's body instantly turned into a more complicated jade pattern. Nine Tails mode. The majestic chakras swept the entire surrounding area, and in an instant, many Otsutsuki people were directly lifted into the air. And Naruto's figure also moved instantly. In the Nine Tails mode, he was directly given a stronger speed, and the larger chakra punched out with one punch, and the 3 Otsutsuki tribesmen oncoming flew out directly. The figure disappeared in an instant, and a Otsutsuki who attacked from behind missed. Backhand erase non printed directly on his back. The battle begins in an instant. And this is destined to be a one-sided crush. The majestic chakra, the terrifying combat experience. A Hokage who has been in charge for 30 years, a man who has fought all the way from Genin, experienced 4 battles, saved the ninja world from despair, and became a new ninja god man. Facing a group of experienced babies who are not weak but don't have much fighting talent, the solution was doomed from the very beginning. Even if Naruto didn't burst out with all his strength, it was still a crush. Just like in the 4th Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara faced the Ninja Alliance. Even if Otsutsuki forced the Ninja Alliance to be stronger at this time, the result was not much different. The extremely fast speed flickered like a meteor, and every flicker had the figure of the Otsutsuki people flying upside down. The figures fell like raindrops. Chapter 19. Boom. Boom. Rumble. There were roaring sounds one after another, and the figures turned into golden streamers. Every flicker, the figures flew upside down. Although Naruto didn't kill them, these people fell down and it was almost difficult to stand up. In just a moment, almost half of the hundreds of people fell down. The rest of the people stopped abruptly in their footsteps. Naruto's figure fell. I said, if you don't have the strength, don't say such disgusting words. After all, not everyone has the kindness I have. You're not really Otsutsuki either. A faint laughing voice spoke. Naruto's figure moved forward, but at this moment, the remaining Otsutsuki tribe involuntarily backed away. The strength of the person in front of them was beyond their imagination, and it had also reached an unbelievable level. The almost crushing battle destroyed all their pride in just an instant. Of course, there are also people who disagree. Dirty human beings, it's not that I'm so weak, I've already sacrificed my eyes, you. A member of the Otsutsuki tribe gritted their teeth and spoke with an unwilling voice. Just after his words fell, Naruto's figure had already appeared in front of him. Blind eyes. That's not strong enough. It can't be used as your capital either. He opened his mouth with a faint smile, and kicked out with the sound. Boom. This Otsutsuki clansman hit the distance like a cannonball in an instant. And his figure is to keep going. Until a figure appeared in front of him. He looked middle-aged, in his 30s, and was different from other people. He had an aura that made Naruto feel dangerous, which was why he stopped in his tracks. He really didn't expect that at this point in time, when Otsutsuki Tonari hadn't grown up, there was still an existence that could threaten him. But soon he noticed the little boy who was being held by the man, and suddenly had a realization. He is still very familiar with Otsutsuki Tonari, at least the adult Naruto is very familiar, even though Otsutsuki Tonari looks very small at this time, he still recognizes it. And Otsutsuki Torito is next to him, this one is probably the father of Otsutsuki Tonaro. Human, this is not the place for you. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care at all about the Otsutsuki family, but looked at Naruto and spoke in a calm voice. Humans, oh, it seems that you are completely separated from us. Naruto smiled lightly, but at this moment there was a dangerous light in his eyes. Human, I'll say it again, get out of here, or die. The middle-aged man ignored Naruto's words, but repeated what he had just said. It's fine to leave. Let me lend you a pair of the purest white eyes. I will leave immediately. I believe you should have some. After the clan is destroyed, you should still have a lot of them. Looking at the Otsutsuki who still had their eyes open, Naruto smiled lightly. These people were blindfolded, so he had already discovered that they had memories of the previous life and adult Naruto, and Naruto could know a thing or two. The eyes of these people may have merged into the giant Tensagen. As for the few people who still have white eyes, I am afraid that they are not their own white eyes, but the clan's. With so many clan members, there will still be a few pairs of blank eyes reserved after all. Naruto didn't really come to make trouble, and it's best to resolve it peacefully. It's just that when he said these words, Namikaze Minato in his mind couldn't help shaking his head, a little speechless. Being so direct, he almost expected that these people in front of him would go crazy, and in fact they did. In fact, the reaction of middle-aged men is indeed the same. Bjorn, human, you dare to peep at the things of God, you are courting death. The body of the middle-aged man suddenly became cold, and at the same time, the dangerous aura on his body became more and more serious. Amidst the rising waves of chakra, the sky suddenly sank. Not good. Stop him. In his mind, Namikaze Minato's expression changed. It's too late, that thing is coming. Naruto shook his head, and spoke with a sigh, while he looked up. At this time, a huge sphere appeared in the sky. The faint purple brilliance flickers like a small sun, but the terrifying chakra is contained in it, and the faint breath spreads, giving people an almost irresistible sense of oppression. Tensagen. Giant Tensagen. Obviously, this one should be the one that the members of the branch house of the Otsutsuki family exhausted all their strength to contribute their white eyes to fuse, and it is also the one that wiped out the members of the Otsutsuki family who advocated peace on the moon. This one is undoubtedly the most powerful of the 3 Tensagens, much stronger than the later one, and of course much more violent. This, at the moment of appearance, Naruto already felt it. This kind of power is not so easy to use, and no one can control the power. You can deal with the people of the Otsutsuki clan, but you can't deal with me. Speaking calmly, Naruto's figure was calm. Although the giant Tensagen is extremely terrifying, it is just an instrument, and it is almost difficult to deal with him. This is the fundamental reason why he has the confidence to come here. Little ghost, it's not right, his life state is a bit strange. But just as his words came out, Nine-Tails' voice suddenly rang out. Naruto looked at the man for a moment. Chapter 20. Strangeness. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Nine-Tails to speak suddenly at this time, and it was such strange words when he opened his mouth, but adult Naruto and Nine-Tails have been partners for more than 30 years, and this tacit understanding still exists. After only being stunned for a moment, his heart couldn't help but tighten. His life seems to be connecting to that thing you call Tensagen. Nine-Tails' words resounded again. And at this moment, Naruto was not tense, and his face couldn't help but change. Did you find it? But you have no chance. It seems that you have the power left by your ancestors in your body. Just stay here. An indifferent voice came from the mouth of the middle-aged man. Strands of light green chakra rose from his body, and green chakra also spread down from the huge Tensagen in the sky, and began to intertwine with him. At this moment, the man's aura was constantly rising, and the chakra sensed by Naruto was even more rapid. It seems that it is really troublesome. Watching this scene, Naruto gave a wry smile with a chuckle. Naruto, be careful. No matter how strong he is now, he's probably moving towards the 6 paths level you mentioned. Namikaze Minato couldn't help becoming anxious in his mind. Don't worry, Dad, I can handle it. Although Naruto's expression tightened, he was not too worried at this moment. With his level, he naturally clearly felt the changes in the person in front of him. It was true that he was heading towards the 6 paths level, but that was all. The light green chakra wrapped his whole body, and the appearance of the middle-aged man in front of him was vaguely similar to the Otsutsuki Tonari in his memory. But it felt like something was missing. This kind of power is beyond your control. If you continue like this, your body will directly collapse. Naruto spoke calmly, and he could see the situation of the man in front of him with just one glance. It's just obvious that the man didn't care at all. Dirty ground people, now you are qualified to let me know your name. Report your name. The indifferent voice spoke, and the man's eyes seemed to despise the whole world. At the same time, the chakra on his body became stronger and stronger, and even the huge chakra caused his skin to crack. I'm really courting death. Seeing that the man didn't answer his own words, Naruto sighed. The next moment, light orange eyeshadow appeared on his eyes, and the original vertical pupils of his eyes gradually turned into cross eyes. After more than 10 years, his sage mode has naturally been able to achieve the same second as Senju Hashirama Open. Although the man in front of him is not Otsutsuki Tonari, but his father, and his strength has not reached the level of Otsutsuki Tonari who opened the Tensagen, but at this moment Naruto still used all his strength. It was also the time when he was fully fired for the first time after his rebirth. Boom! The more majestic chakras swept away. The terrifying atmosphere shook the entire lunar surface, and the remaining Otsutsuki people at this moment couldn't help being shocked one by one. This. How is it possible? How can these humble and dirty ground people have such strength? It's okay, the patriarch will kill him. Amidst the voices of one after another, everyone couldn't help being shocked. But obviously, the next thing has nothing to do with them. One golden, one green, 2 majestic chakras swept across the entire surface of the moon, and the entire moon trembled violently in an instant. There is no doubt about the power of the huge Tensagen, even if the power that the person in front of him can use may be less than 1/10, but such power has already begun to approach Otsutsuki Shiren. Similarly, Naruto's Fairy Fox mode is also extremely powerful, even if it is not adult Naruto's Fairy Fox mode now, but this is also the Fairy Fox mode of the Fourth World War. In the previous life, countless people believed that wild-tailed beasts were equal to the strength of Jinchuriki. In fact, the strength of perfect Jinchuriki completely surpassed the strength of wild-tailed beasts, especially the perfect Jinchuriki like Naruto. Far beyond the level of the full version of 9 tails, almost equal to a small 10 tails. When the power erupted unscrupulously, it even touched the entire surrounding seal indistinctly. But fortunately, the seal of the 6 paths planetary devastation is strong enough, and it can only be touched. Since you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The voice became even more indifferent, and the next moment, the green figure swooped down like a meteor. The battle started in an instant. One is the pseudo-Tensagen mode carried by the giant Tensagen, the other is the fairy fox mode, and both are the ultimate collision of forces below the 6 paths level. Boom! Rumble! The huge roar shook the eardrums. The first to rise is the confrontation of pure physical arts. And this time, both of them were actually a bit overwhelmed. Naruto's body hadn't completely transformed after all, but the other side was undoubtedly worse. He was already enduring the violent power of the huge Tensagen and collided with Naruto. Almost several times, there are several places in his body that have begun to crack. It's just that the huge and violent chakra is also quickly repairing his body, making him strong enough to support. Around the two of them, it was as if nuclear explosions were formed again and again, and the huge aftermath radiated in all directions centered on the moon. At this moment, the moon was shaking, and many places on the entire Earth also set off terrifying tidal forces. Chapter 21. Ninja World. Since the end of the Third Ninja World War, the entire ninja world has fallen into peace. Although the small ninja village is still in chaos, under the order of the 5 ninja villages, at least on the surface it is extremely peaceful. Even for the Xiao organization, at this time they are only secretly gathering strength and accumulating strength. As for the 5 great ninja villages, they are all in the process of post-war recovery. The tragedy of the Third Ninja War can be said to have surpassed any previous one. This is the same for Konoha, Tsunagakuer, Kirigakuer, and Iwagakuer. Konoha is recovering, and other ninja villages are also recovering. Perhaps the only exception is Cloud Shinobi Village, although in the early days of the Third Ninja War, Third Raikage, who can use the Hell Thrust, Seben Kanshou, and the strongest shield called the Strongest Spear, the Lightning Shield, has a powerful strength comparable to that of tailed beasts. It has fought against 8 tails in a runaway state. Both sides were exhausted and fell at the same time. At the beginning of the battlefield, because of single-handedly pick 10,000 ninjas and fight for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally die of exhaustion. But in fact, the entire Cloud Shinobi village did not suffer any damage, but instead became the real beneficiary in the Third Ninja World War. Over the years, the development of Cloud Shinobi village has not stopped at all. And further militarization. Today, however, the science department of Cloud Shinobi village was vibrated, and a message was quickly transmitted to Raikage's office. In the office. Is there anyone on the moon? Hearing the report from the Ministry of Science, 4th Raikage couldn't help being stunned. Yes, we observed severe chakra fluctuations on the moon. Come on, there seems to be a battle up there. Samuel spoke with some hesitation, even though she had been calm all this time. When she got this piece of information, she couldn't help but be dazed. There are people on the moon. And still fighting. What an international joke. Samui, what are you kidding? How could there be people on the moon? And even if someone has chakra on it, how can it be transmitted to the ground? How far is this distance? She opened her mouth with a sullen expression. As a Raikage guard and an elite jonin, she wondered if this guy in front of him was crazy. How far the moon is from the ninja world is undoubtedly very clear to Cloud Shinobi village, which is extremely concerned by the Ministry of Science. Even the distance from Konoha to Cloud Shinobi village is less than 1% of this. Ninja moon is not that far away. It is impossible for people to live in the above environment, let alone fight. Now Samuel actually told him that there were not only people on it, but chakra who was fighting was transmitted to the ground through an infinite distance. This is so powerful that 8 tails has no hope, and even Konoha's 9 tails may be enough. Samuel opened her mouth to say something, but at this moment she found that she seemed unable to refute she. However, at this moment, there was a commotion outside. The exclamations were heard clearly by several people in Raikage's office. What happened? What happened? 4th Raikage froze for a moment, then came outside the office and punched out. While everyone was covering their faces, they punched out. The wall is directly broken. Raikage. Samui spoke with a roaring voice. However, just as she spoke, her voice stopped abruptly, not only him, but also everyone in Raikage's office, including 4th Raikage AI. Because above the dark sky at this time, the pure white moon is located. 2 streamers of light, one gold and one green, collided constantly, and a wave of terrifying chakra began to penetrate the entire ground through an endless distance. At this moment, even Shi's expression, which was originally complaining, couldn't help being dull at this moment. Really, is there really someone? God, what is that? Scary chakra, are they on the moon? How is this possible? What a terrifying chakra this is. Among the voices, it was the voice of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja. The moment the wall broke, it was undoubtedly clearer. And in the forbidden area. I still have energy, the charm shines. 8 tails sand ratio killer bee is me. Yet. What? The battle has already begun, what a shame. Going strong. Killer bee was originally singing, but at this moment he couldn't help but look up and look into the sky. That seems to be that fox's chakra. But how could he be in the sky? Inside Killer Bee, 8 tails spoke with a blank voice. Of course, at this moment, not only Rain Shinobi Village, but the entire ninja world saw the scene in the sky, although it was impossible to detect who it was, and it was impossible to know whether it was really a human fighting. But even so, the impact and shock it gives people is still unimaginable. That majestic chakra is the best impact. Now the entire ninja world, including the tail beast, who can have such a terrifying chakra? Maybe only when the 8 tails add up can barely be compared, and it's just barely. There is no doubt about the power of the perfect Jinchuriki, not to mention that Naruto, the perfect Jinchuriki, also has the consciousness blessing of an adult Naruto, which makes his chakra even bigger and more terrifying. Chapter 22. Konoha. Hyuga Clan Land. Hyuga Hinata looks to the sky. Mr. Naruto. The low voice is full of worries, and in her little heart, there seems to be more firmness in that part. She wants to become stronger and become as strong as Naruto-kun. In this way, she can be with Naruto at any time. You don't need to look at me like this anymore. Obviously, Hinata could almost see the existence of the golden figure in the sky at a glance. As for Konoha, there is still a Naruto-kun, but she knows it is fake. It can also be seen that there is another one. Uchiha Clan Land. At this time, the Uchiha clan land was completely empty, and only Uchiha Sasuke was training hard in the empty martial arts arena. As if he felt something somewhere, his eyes instantly looked up. Immediately, he also saw the 2 figures, one golden and one green. Is this his strength? Maybe it does. His eyes flickered more and more, and the throbbing in his heart at this moment, or the hope became more and more intense. Above the sky, the terrifying chakra that came across the endless void made him feel fear, but it was precisely because of this fear that he hoped even more. Because only if he is stronger, can he kill that man. Except for the 2 of them, the rest of Konoha didn't notice anything. At this moment, they were just as shocked as Cloud Shinobi Village. In Hokage's office. 3rd generation quietly looked at the sky, and Danzo appeared silently behind him. 3rd generation, you are too indecisive. Give 9 tails to me, and I will make him the most qualified weapon. Danzo spoke with a dark voice. Danzo, the village is the will of fire, and no man is a weapon. The will of the 4th generation will not allow you to do this. 3rd generation smoked a pipe and spoke with calm words. Hope the village doesn't die in your stupidity. Danzo snorted coldly, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. 4th generation. In the room, the 3rd generation sighed leisurely. Yunnan village. This is a village that has just been established less than half a year ago. The village is extremely mysterious and low-key. However, outsiders always disappear inexplicably in the village, and even the number of people in the village is constantly decreasing. In a certain basement, a feminine figure came out slowly. Immediately saw the scene in the sky. This. Scary chakra. This. Orochimaru's eyes were shocked at first, and then an unimaginable greed quickly spread in his eyes. As he who had just defected from Konoha, he was not Ant Snake, but Orochimaru. On this day, while the terrifying chakra coming from the sky terrified him, he was also filled with endless greed. Moon. A mumbling voice opened, and Orochimaru's heart was hooked at this moment. At the same time. Rain Shinobi Village. Where it rains all year round. A figure wearing a red cloud with a black background stood on top of the tall building at some point. The indifferent Rin-Egan looked at the sky quietly, but there was no expression on his face. A girl in the same dress behind him stood quietly beside him. Are the other 6 paths corpses ready? Calm words spoke, and it was from the mouth of the Rin-Egan man. There is still one more, it should be shipped in about 3 days. Cold words came from the woman's mouth. Then the conversation ended here. Neither of them seemed to express anything to the existence in the sky, but those 2 rays of light were deeply engraved in their minds. The other side. Didn't you say that the moon is the sealed place of Gadu statue? What's going on, what is that? A masked figure spoke to the side with a deep voice. Along with his words, a strange creature slowly rose from the ground. He has a body of 1 black and 1 white, and his head is surrounded by extremely green tree branches. It may be that the existence guarding the Gadu statue has discovered that the Gadu statue is missing. Don't bother with them, someone will solve them. He spoke with a smirk. The guards. The masked man nodded, not sure if he believed it. It's just that he didn't notice at this moment that the other half of the black figure of the strange fetish beside him seemed to be in a violent vibration. Black Zetsu was indeed shocked at this moment. The terrifying chakra, as Kagaya's will, can be said to be more clearly perceived, and he feels even more clearly, one side seems to be the breath of 9 tails. And how is this possible? Shouldn't 9 tails be in Konoha at this time? How could it appear on the moon? It was the place where his mother sealed it. For some reason, he couldn't help showing a look of worry at this moment. Black Zetsu knew about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and he wasn't worried about it. For thousands of years, he has not only been doing things in the ninja world, but also has his shadow on the moon. The Otsutsuki family was killed by his design, and in his plan, the Otsutsuki branch house will also go down soon. Following in the footsteps of the clan, there will no longer be supervisors on the moon, and this is the time to rescue Mother. Now, there seems to be an accident. This made him worry. But obviously, these can't be said to Obito, he can only suppress it temporarily. Chapter 23. At this moment in the ninja world, everyone could not help but be shocked. The eyes of the big ninja world leaders gathered, but for the two people on the moon, they obviously didn't care about it. The battle became fierce from the very beginning. Although Otsutsuki's father in front of him does not have the Tensagen of Otsutsuki's Tensagen, and the Tensagen mode he entered is not perfect, but the power of the huge Tensagen is violent enough, not only constantly destroying his body, but also bringing more violent strength. After all, Naruto is not the fairy fox model in its heyday, and it is much inferior to playing against Otsutsuki Shiren when he was an adult. Instead, there was a stalemate in the confrontation with each other. The golden breath enveloped the whole body, and his figure was close to ultimate. Even without Flying Thunder God, his speed at this moment was no less than that of Flying Thunder God. On the other side, although the green figure is not as fast as him, it contains a more violent chakra. Even if it is Naruto's hard connection, it feels a bit overwhelming. Of course, this does not mean that he is at a disadvantage. In fact, even in this situation, he actually suppressed the opponent. And on the other side, as long as it continues, his body will eventually collapse. If he was a bit more wretched, he would leave the moon directly now, and come over after a while, this one might burst. On the contrary, his fight can be regarded as a catharsis for the person in front of him, so that he will not be blown up in the first place. Of course, this is also Naruto's deliberate intention. He wants to see how much strength he can explode at this time. To be honest, Naruto is quite satisfied, this strength has exceeded his previous expectations. The figure flashed. Dodging the attack again, a golden raise non instantly formed in Naruto's hand, and pressed directly towards the back of the green figure. An adult Naruto can already rub raise non with one hand, and even spiral shuriken with one hand. Fortunately, this is an incomplete Tensagen mode. This person can't use the truth-seeking ball, otherwise he still can't touch the truth-seeking ball at his current level of life. Even if he used to be at the 6 paths level, he can only once, plus this body is not Naruto when he was a real adult, he couldn't hold the truth-seeking ball. None these days, just happens to be easy. Boom. The golden rays non imprinted abruptly on the green's back, and the huge impact directly brought him to the ground. A hole. The roar of Otsutsuki Tonari's father came from the green figure, and the next moment, a more violent chakra swept out, and in the sky, an even more violent Tensagen chakra swept out. Not good. Naruto's face changed, and the next moment his figure disappeared instantly. And the moment he disappeared, a terrifying green beam of light in the sky rushed down from where the giant Tensagen was, and directly irradiated Otsutsuki Tonari's father. What? There was a shrill scream, and the next moment, his original body began to swell. No, he will explode himself if he continues like this. Get out of here with Flying Thunder God. In his mind, Namikaze Minato's complexion changed, and he spoke anxiously. Of course, he didn't need to speak at this time. Naruto also noticed that this chakra was going berserk quickly. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling tense again. But he had no intention of turning around and running away. He has been staying here not only to try his own strength, but also to worry that this guy will really blow himself up. Among them is Kageyahime. Although this person's self-destruction may not be able to release Kageyji, but once released, he will be in great trouble. Now his strength is only below the 6 paths level, and Kageyji can't stop Kageyji from coming out. Dad, it's okay, I should be able to handle it. 9 tails, all chakra offered to me for now. With a low drink, Naruto's eyes were solemn, and the next moment chakra around him also burned at this moment. At the same time, in consciousness, strands of chakra began to separate. At this moment, his body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, in the ninja world, each of the 9 tails seemed to feel that their bodies could not help being lightened at this moment, and the original chakra could not help being stagnant for a moment. Time travel, rebirth. Naruto's biggest hole card is not the fairy fox mode. Instead, the 6 paths pattern. Even if it's an era apart. Even if the Naruto at this time is not the original Naruto. But he, Naruto, did establish contact with the 9-tailed beasts. Although an era has passed and time has reversed, there are still some things he can use. Of course it is also very reluctant. Unlike more than 10 years later, when he was able to easily mobilize the 9-tailed beasts, at this time he couldn't easily mobilize, and it could even be said to be difficult. However difficult it is possible. At this moment, in the ninja world. Sand Shinobi Village. In Gaara's body, one-tail Shuhi suddenly became irritable. Waves of berserk chakras swept across the surroundings, and the entire Sand Shinobi village was alarmed in an instant. Shaoruhi riot! Quick, stop it! Luoshe raised an anxious voice. And Gaara's body. Smelly fox! Shuhi rose up with a roar, but an illusory golden figure appeared in his sight, and it sounded with a soft voice. Shaoruhi borrows part of your strength to use it. In Shaoruhi's rage, a small chakra was drawn out. Even though Xiaohe was furious and struggling rapidly, the only thing he could do was to block a part of chakra from leaving, and it was impossible to completely cut it off. Chapter 24. No matter how furious Xiaohe was, the berserk chakras swept across the entire Sand Shinobi village. It is destined that today's Sand Shinobi village will not be peaceful. The same goes for other places. Three Tails just escaped. At this time, tsunami waves were set off, and the berserk chakra tilted around unscrupulously, causing a wave of horrible natural disasters. He was angry, but he was also terrified. He didn't know who that golden figure was, but he felt infinite terror. The other party was able to extract his power out of thin air from an unknown distance, which made even the tailed beast, who had always been lawless, feel infinite terror. Iwagakur. At this time, Lao Ziyi has not left Iwagakur. Now Lao Ziyi can barely control four tails, although there is no way to become a perfect Jinchuriki. But it can also guarantee that it will not run away. But today five tails showed signs of going berserk. Not only Lao Ziyi, but Han as well. Who are you? Both four tails and five tails in their bodies could not help but roar. Four tails and five tails couldn't help being afraid at this time, because in their consciousness space, an illusory golden figure slowly appeared, and with the chuckling words, their strength was being drawn away. Such a scene undoubtedly terrified them. You know, even when facing Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama back then, they didn't frighten them like this. The strength of those two back then was indeed incomprehensible, but it was not so weird. Chakra of the two-tailed beasts ran amok. The entire rock shinobi village was in a hurry. Onaki even had to come over to suppress it himself. Takahid village. Seven Tails is still sealed, but his voice cannot be conveyed. Cloud Shinobi village. Raikage, who was still shaking the scene in the sky, couldn't help but change his face, because at this moment he felt airways riot. The gigantic two-tailed chakra exploded with impunity. But before he could move, chakra from 8 tails also swept out of the forbidden area. He informed Darui that all Jonin squads are headed quickly to where Wooden Golem is. Fourth Raikage could only speak anxiously, and the next moment his figure disappeared, and he rushed towards the forbidden area. Apparently Fourth Raikage was more worried about his brother than Wooden Golem. Forbidden place. Oh, I'm in a really good mood today. Can write great rhymes, thank you. Bye, someone is drawing my power. Jayaki snarled. Even as 8 tails, he was terrified at this moment. The golden figure was extremely terrifying, even though Jayaki knew that it was separated by an infinite distance, that kind of strength still made him feel a suffocating feeling, and his huge body was trembling. He tried his best to stop it. But it couldn't be stopped at all, and the power was still drawn away. Who are you? A roaring voice opened his mouth, looking at the golden phantom. 8 tails Jayaki's body was constantly shaking. As the only existence other than 9 tails, his power extraction is undoubtedly much more difficult. But that's all. Don't block it, it's just a little power. The voice of a faint smile spoke, and the next moment, a terrifying will was instantly suppressed. This breath. You are. Impossible, the old man is dead. Are you Ashira? Jayaki's face changed drastically, and at this moment he felt the supreme oppression brought by that terrifying will. But obviously, he only had his own voice. A portion of chakra from 8 tails in the body was directly taken away. Chakra turned into streamer and rushed directly to the sky. At this moment, in the land of water, the land of fire, the land of thunder, the land of earth, and the land of wind, chakra rushed to the sky, like rainbows. And these chakra, extremely fast, crossed the sky in just an instant, and disappeared from sight. Leave only one-tailed beast showing deep fear. This time, whether it was the loudest one-tail Xiaohe, or the most low-key 8 tails, they couldn't help feeling a sense of fear at this time, and the golden fuzzy figure was also forcibly engraved in their minds. It's just obvious that Naruto doesn't know their psychological shadow at this time. With the help of the imprint of the adult Naruto, he briefly drew the power of the 8-tailed beasts. At this time, this power rushed to the moon in the blink of an eye and was directly poured into his body. The consciousness stepped in, and at this moment, the Dharma Saint began to change instantly on his body. The originally terrifying chakra was restrained in an instant, and his original appearance also changed rapidly. The whole body is covered with golden flames, the hair and forehead protector ribbons are upturned, and the inside and outside are covered with a golden chakra coat. The length of the chakra coat is relatively short and only reaches the waist. The black base clothing and pants have also become its all black, and the shoes are the same color as chakra's coat. And behind him, jet black truth-seeking balls slowly appeared. At this moment, his life level is transitioning vaguely. Perhaps before crossing, Naruto doubted whether Uzumaki Naruto could enter the 6 paths mode after the Valley of the End, but after crossing, Naruto knew, yes. It just takes time and needs to integrate the power of the 9-tailed beasts. Obviously, Naruto doesn't want to do that. As for why he didn't use it when he was fighting against Otsutsuki Ishiki before Rebirth, it was not very useful at all. In addition, 8 tails was severely injured by Otsutsuki Momoya in the original time and space and is recovering. In fact, it is difficult for him to gather the 9-tailed beasts. Although it is impossible to extract the full power of the tailed beast now, it can also allow him to enter 6-path sage mode for a short time. 10 seconds. Opened in a low voice. Chapter 25. On the moon, the green figure is still expanding, but Naruto's figure has completely changed, covered with a golden flame coat, surrounded by truth-seeking balls one after another. 9. It is also the same as the 6-path sage mode that was entered at the time of the Fourth Ninja World War. This is only a temporary state and not a life leap. In the experience of adult Naruto, after the Fourth Ninja World War, he withdrew from this state and could not maintain it forever. At this moment, he extracted the power of the 8-tailed beasts from the air, and he could undoubtedly maintain it for a shorter period of time. 10 seconds. It's only 10 seconds. When the power of the 8-tailed beasts in his body is exhausted, he will fall down to this level. But that's enough. His words have not yet fallen. The next moment his figure disappeared. Under 6-path sage mode, his speed is undoubtedly even faster. Boom. When the figure disappeared for a moment, there was a crackling sound in the air. The next moment, the incomparably inflated body flew upside down. Immediately afterwards, no body responded. Naruto grabbed this one directly and was about to use Flying Thunder God. But the next moment, the surrounding space was imprisoned, and Flying Thunder God failed to start. Bump! The bodies of the two directly hit the space barrier. As soon as Naruto gritted his teeth, the chakra in his body poured out suddenly, and he was about to forcibly pass out of the blocked space. However, this momentary delay has given time to the swollen body. On the inflated body, a series of truth-seeking balls appeared out of thin air. Obviously, after absorbing more Tensagon's power, this one finally reached this step. Even though his body seemed to be about to explode the next moment, a leap did occur. The appearance of each truth-seeking ball was quickly covered with a layer of green Tensagon chakra, and then quickly spun to form a sharp shuriken, which swept over the moment Naruto Flying Thunder God failed to cast it. Faced with this sudden blow, the terrifying chakra on Naruto's 6-path sage mode also quickly gathered at this moment, and a golden raise-non in his hand quickly took shape. But the difference is that this raise-non has several small raise-non orbiting around the big raise-non. Sage Art, Planetary Raise-non. Boom! The power of the two collided in an instant. Planetary Raise-non directly shattered the truth-seeking ball shuriken, and also knocked the inflated body into the air. BD, you damn it, you damn it. Damn you. A roaring sound came out from the mouth of the flying figure, his aura became bigger and bigger, even Naruto couldn't help trembling because he was still absorbing the power of the giant Tensagon. The whole giant Rinnegan seems to have dimmed a bit. And his strength is further raised. Boom. The pale green beam of light rushed down directly, instantly covering the swelling figure. And the ever-expanding body gradually floated up, and more violent power swept the entire surroundings, and the extremely powerful chakra in his body swept across the sky. In the midst of swelling, one hand was slowly raised. A huge force of yin and yang escape is gathering rapidly. This yin and yang force. This is. Naruto's face tightened. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. And just as he thought. On the inflated body, the terrifying chakra quickly gathered. Dazzling green light circulated in the raised hand that swelled to the point where it could only be seen. Immediately afterwards, that terrifying green brilliance turned into a dazzling golden glow. The terrifying chakra erupted, and above the sky, a huge golden lightsaber condensed. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A hoarse and chaotic voice came down, and the next moment, the terrifying golden giant sword fell down instantly. Layers of broadcast spread, as if running through everything. Infinite golden lights, following the golden lightsaber descending from the sky, covered the entire ground like meteorites falling from the sky. The surrounding air seemed to be roaring crazily, and the entire surrounding Otsutsuki enchantment shattered at this moment. Many Otsutsuki were instantly torn to pieces by chakra. Naruto didn't move the killer, but was dealt with by this one instead. And the surrounding ground is sinking continuously, it seems unable to withstand this terrifying force. The golden lightsaber is falling, and it is still extending, as if it can be extended infinitely, reaching the end of the world. Once this sword falls, I am afraid that the entire moon will be cut directly as in memory. But the difference is that there was no Kage in the moon at that time, but now there is Kage, the top existence of the Otsutsuki clan. Damn it, are you trying to let Kage out? Naruto shouted angrily, joking, this is the reincarnation of the Golden Wheel, as he has experienced it once, he knows the horror of this thing, once it falls, the whole moon will undoubtedly be over. And this is obviously impossible to accept, he still needs time to develop. Gritting his teeth, Naruto also raised his hand in an instant. In an instant, a huge spiral shuriken took shape rapidly. However, the difference is that at this moment, the center of the spiral shuriken has a jet black luster. An ultimate destructive power spreads in it. 6-path super large jade spiral shuriken. Chapter 26. 6-path super large jade spiral shuriken. Naruto's soft drink sounded, and the next moment, the terrifying chakra gathered together with six-path super large jade spiral shuriken, directly forming the most powerful attack so far. Although this time his six-path super jade spiral shuriken is actually not as good as when the Valley of the End fought against Sasuke. It can even be said that the gap is not small. Not only is there only one spiral shuriken, but the power of the earth is also missing, but this is his strongest existence at present. Facing Jinlun reincarnation explosion, he can be said to have shown his peak strength. However, when the two were about to collide, hey! A low sigh sounded. Next moment, an old phantom figure appeared directly in front of him. Not good. Naruto's complexion couldn't help but change. The phantom figure that suddenly appeared in the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast and Six-Path Super Jade Spiral Shuriken. Once the attack fell, this figure would probably be shattered in an instant. The appearance of this figure was too abrupt, and the attacks of the two were about to collide with each other in the next moment, and there was no way to avoid it. But at this moment, the appearance of the figure fell into Naruto's eyes, and his changed expression couldn't help but stunned again. And that's where Wei Wei was in a daze. The voice of emotion came out again. It's really not safe. The words were old, but under this voice, Naruto could only feel an incomparably terrifying space-time force erupting at this moment. Space is forbidden in an instant. Time also stopped at this moment. What a terrifying power of time and space. In his mind, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but be horrified. Having reached a very high level in Flying Thunder God, he felt this terrifying power of time and space almost instantly. And compared to his shock, the six-path super large jade spiral shuriken in Naruto's hand quickly dispersed. His eyes turned involuntarily to the front. Because at this moment, he knew that with the arrival of this one, all of this would no longer be a problem. Not to mention the current him, even at his peak, he might not have much chance of winning against this one. The problem in front of him is naturally not a problem. In fact, it is true. At this moment, he couldn't feel the terrifying power of Tensagen, nor could he feel the rebirth and explosion of the golden wheel that could cut through the entire moon. The pale golden flames around him gradually faded away, and after 10 seconds passed, the power of the eight-tailed beasts forcibly extracted from the body quickly receded, and the six-path sage mode was also quickly released. A sense of weakness immediately flooded into the body. But it was quickly suppressed by Naruto. He glanced around. At this moment, the whole surrounding has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Even Naruto knows that the time and space here may be temporarily isolated. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bowed towards the old man in front of him. I met Hamura-senpai. The words opened, with a respect. Having everything an adult Naruto has, he is naturally not a child, and he also knows how to face the person in front of him. As for this one, even if it was just out of the corner of his eye before, Naruto has already guessed who this one is. Otsutsuki Hamura, the second son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the mother of Chakra, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Yuyi, inherited the blood succession of his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, and is the ancestor of the Otsutsuki clan and the descendant ethnic group Hyuga clan on the moon. Used to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya with big brother Otsutsuki Yuyi. After the war, Yuyi handed over the headship of the Otsutsuki clan to Hamura. Before Yuyi died, he divided Chakra of 10 tails into 9 parts and became 9-tailed beasts. 10 tails, Gadu statue, without Chakra was sealed by Six Paths planetary devastation, and rose to high altitude to form the moon. In order to prevent 10 tails from waking up again, and to guard the Gadu statue, Hamura led the Otsutsuki family to move to the moon to live. You really know me, Ashura. The old voice smiled lightly, and at this moment the illusory figure was completely formed, and Otsutsuki Hamura looked at Naruto kindly. It also seems to understand something. Yes, senior, I know something. Naruto nodded, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak about the matter. Unlike before the crossing, he doesn't think that Otsutsuki Yuyi and Otsutsuki Hamura are two behind-the-scenes big bosses, at least they should be on the same line with each other. The reason is simple, Otsutsuki Yuyi and Hamura are indeed very strong, but their strength has not reached the level of Kagaiji. In this case, they are not qualified to be the boss behind the scenes. And no matter what he knows now, or what Naruto knows as an adult, the two brothers Sage of Six Paths have never interfered in everything in the ninja world. The only shot is to help him and Sasuke. As for what arrangements the two will have, really as adult Naruto, and adult Sasuke are fools. If there is a problem, it is impossible not to find it. And the reason why I didn't find it is because there is no problem. Although there are some differences in their concepts, they should be on the same line theoretically against Kagaiji and against the aliens, and this actually allows him to say something. But before he could speak, Otsutsuki Hamura shook his head and raised his hand to stop Naruto from continuing. Needless to say, maybe you know a lot, but I'm dead after all, and it's inconvenient for us to interfere in the affairs of the world. Speak with soft words. Chapter 27. Otsutsuki Hamura's voice was gentle, as if he already knew what Naruto was going to say. Naruto's words froze. The expression couldn't help but fell into a deep thought. Otsutsuki Hamura didn't say much, but this simple sentence reminded Naruto of something vaguely. Don't think too much, big brother, and I don't have any malicious intentions. This ninja world is our ninja world, and it's also yours. Time will eventually pass. If the Pure Land interferes too much in the human world, it will only bring greater disasters to the entire human world. With soft words, Otsutsuki Hamura's old face was filled with endless emotions. I understand. Naruto paused, then bowed slightly to express his understanding. Otsutsuki Hamura's words are already very direct. That is, the Pure Land will not interfere too much with the ninja world. Although I don't know the reason, this sentence actually represents the attitude of the two brothers Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki Hamura. Of course, this is not just what this person said. As far as Naruto knows, the Sage of Six Paths brothers have almost never appeared in the long period of time. The only shot was when 10 Tails came. Otherwise, I am afraid that this one will not appear. This point can be seen from the Otsutsuki invasion later. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths and the Otsutsuki clan can be said to be natural enemies. If they were willing to make a move, they would have already done so. But, Senior, the ninja world is about to encounter an unprecedented crisis. Are you and Sage of Six Paths really going to keep watching? Opening with a sigh, the figure of Namikaze Minato slowly walked out from Naruto's body. Apparently Namikaze Minato's consciousness can appear in this static time and space. Oh, what a strange state, you have already died, and your soul has not returned to the Pure Land. Seal it, it's really a magical ninjutsu. With some unexpected voices. Otsutsuki Hamura looked at Namikaze Minato who came out, and his words were mixed with emotion. Even he has to feel that the ninjutsu developed by the people of later generations is incredible. Human death can actually strip people from the Pure Land. The ninja world has its own law of development. There may not be a solution to everything. The power of Ashura and Indra may not be inferior to ours. We are guides, not masters. Otherwise, there is no difference between us and my mother. Amidst the emotion, Otsutsuki Hamura spoke softly again. But Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. But was waved by Otsutsuki Hamura. Forget it, Ashura, you are fusing the power of Indra. Although you have chosen chakra that does not have Indra, you cannot fully obtain the power of all things, but I can help you with a simple fusion. The words came up again, and the next moment he waved his hand, a pale white light instantly projected towards where Naruto was. Strange energy poured into his body in an instant, and Naruto's body trembled the next moment, and then a wave of dark power instantly pulled his consciousness, as well as the Mangekyo Sharingan that had not been fully fused. Originally Naruto thought it would be easy to devour Mangekyo Sharingan with Six Paths Senjutsu. But in fact, these days, Naruto has also discovered that it is difficult to swallow this thing. I don't know if he didn't reach the Six Paths level, or because Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan didn't match him. This kind of integration has been stuck in the following time. But at this moment, after the pale white power merged, the obstacle between this Mangekyo and him seemed to have completely disappeared. At the same time, the scarlet seed in Naruto's left eye gradually appeared, and the next moment, one by one orbs spread. In just an instant, 3 orbs formed, and soon the 3 orbs turned into windmills. A terrifying pupil power rose rapidly in the left eye. Eventually, a critical point was reached directly. This is. Naruto's pupils constricted, and Chunin couldn't help being overjoyed. Feeling the almost terrifying pupil power in his left eye at this moment, he knew that he had finally merged with this Mangekyo Sharingan, and because of the power of his own Ashura, this eye directly reached the level of eternal Mangekyo at this moment. A stream of information appeared in his mind as if out of thin air. That's what Distinguished Heavenly Gods is all about. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is the most powerful illusion used by Uchiha Shisui. Its effect is to manipulate people at will without knowing it, and permanently and completely change people's mind and will. Its power is so powerful that each use requires a cooling time of more than 10 years, unless the chakra of Senjo Hashirama can use this technique again in a short time. At this time, reaching the level of the Eye of Eternity, the effect of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is further strengthened, and the cooling time is also shortened to 3 years. In this regard, Naruto can be said to be extremely excited. Although he didn't evolve into Rinnegan, it doesn't really matter. Distinguished Heavenly Gods is just an unexpected gain, and such a big gain is enough. This power is simply embedded and cannot be fused. If you want to really fused, it must be pure Indra power. Soft words spoke, Otsutsuki Hamura's old voice spoke. I understand, thank you ancestor. Nodding slightly, at this moment Naruto called out the ancestors. Chapter 28. At this moment, Naruto is calling the ancestors. Kind of a thank you to Otsutsuki Hamura for his gift. Otsutsuki Hamura smiled, and then his eyes couldn't help noting the unreal Namikaze Minato. The soul has not stepped into the Pure Land, you are still alive. But if you are completely resurrected, you should forget it, and the big brother will trouble me. Well, I have some understanding of time and space here, which is of little use, so I will give it to you. Words open. The next moment, a grey energy mixed with white flew directly from Otsutsuki Hamura's hand and flew towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's consciousness trembled slightly, and the next moment, his original illusory consciousness suddenly solidified at this moment, and at the same time strands of space-time power directly intertwined his entire body. Thank you, Senior. Naruto, I'm going to sleep for a while. Namikaze Minato's face changed, and he quickly bowed towards Otsutsuki Hamura, and then he only had time to say a word to Naruto, and the next moment his consciousness rushed into Naruto's mind again. Dad. Naruto was a little worried. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Your father is extremely talented in time and space, which is a good thing for him. Otsutsuki Hamura smiled lightly. His gift this time can be said to be a real gift. Unlike the previous fusion of Naruto's power, it's just that he did it casually. Whether it is the power of Uchiha Shisui or the Six Paths Fairy Art, it is actually Naruto's own, and he just increased it further. But this time he is a gift. What is thrown into Namikaze Minato's consciousness is the purest space-time power. Although those powers are only in the giant Tenseigan except for the comprehension, and still belong to the power of this ninja world, but this is still a gift. If Namikaze Minato can't handle it well, he can take a peek at the Six Paths class with the power of this time. Of course this is only possible. If you want to really reach that step, you must at least be resurrected. And even if revived, Namikaze Minato may not be able to get there. There is a natural difference between the Six Paths level and the Six Paths level or below. For thousands of years in the entire ninja world, even counting from the age of mythology, there are only a few people who can step into this level. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yuyi, Otsutsuki Hamura, these three aliens are not counted. For the others, Ashura stepped in with the help of the power of Sage of Six Paths, but that is the full power given. It is not his own breakthrough, at most it is the second Sage of Six Paths. Besides, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Otsutsuki Tonari, just 5 people. Moreover, none of these 5 people are of Otsutsuki blood, and they can only step in after obtaining the power of Otsutsuki, or the gift of Sage of Six Paths. Namikaze Minato wants to step in, and the threshold can be said to be very high. But no matter how high it is, there is still a chance, which is different from having no hope before. Thank you, ancestors. With a slight bow, Naruto expressed his thanks again. You don't need to be too polite, you should come here this time for him, right? Otsutsuki Hamura spoke softly, and didn't care about it, but waved his hand, and the next moment 2 huge Tenseigans appeared directly in this white world. An extremely huge one, like a small sun, showing a faint purple color, but at this moment, the purple luster is obviously dimmed a bit. It is obvious that too much power has been drawn just now. One was yellow, like the scorching sun, obviously much smaller. 2 Tenseigan, which is also the most terrifying existence on the moon. 1 purple, that is, the previous one was Otsutsuki's fusion of 20% with the eyes of countless branch houses, and the second one is Otsutsuki branch house's fusion of 20% with a large number of eyes of the branch house. The first one is undoubtedly more powerful, because the branch house has enough eyes, and the second one is much weaker, because the eyes of a large number of clan members who were destroyed by Tenseigan at that time were much less, and the natural fusion is weaker. Not a lot. However, because Otsutsuki's father had drawn a lot of power before, these two are almost the same. Well, I hope the ancestors can be fulfilled. Looking at the 2 giant Tenseigan, Naruto took a deep breath, and spoke directly without denying it. Although his original goal was to have a pair of relatively pure white eyes, since Otsutsuki Hamura took out 2 Tenseigans, why not just take the ready-made ones? You really don't look like Ashura. This kind of power is too violent to fuse with that little girl. Otsutsuki Hamura spoke with an amused smile. The words made Naruto a little embarrassed. This Tenseigan power has been completely mobilized, and it must be resolved. How about this, I will extract the most original power for you, and you can integrate it into that little girl's white eyes. It should be possible to complete the leap, but it may take a step by step. Take control, can you see it? Looking at Naruto's chatter, Otsutsuki Hamura pondered for a while, and looked at the somewhat dim purple giant Tenseigan. And listening to this person's words, Naruto's originally embarrassing expression couldn't help showing a look of joy all of a sudden. He originally thought that he would make a sharp turn in vain, but he didn't expect that Otsutsuki Hamura really had a gift. Although he didn't really give him the giant Tenseigan, it would be better to extract the original power from it. Because of the direct giant Tenseigan, it may be difficult for Hinata to integrate, so he can only think of a way. Now it is one step in place. Chapter 29. Otsutsuki Hamura's words fell, and the tin rod transformed into the truth-seeking ball appeared in his hand, and the huge Tenseigan also flew directly over, and the tin rod gently touched the huge purple Tenseigan at this moment. Buzz! The next moment, the entire white space could not help but tremble. Wisps of light blue power are slowly drawn out, as bright as the Milky Way. In the converging eyes of Naruto, one can feel that terrifying power and extremely pure power are intertwined on it. And the huge Tenseigan dimmed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quickly and completely hollow. On the tin rod of Otsutsuki Hamura, a ray of light blue streamer quietly stays on it, which seems to contain time and space, including all phenomena. The tin stick waved slightly. The next moment, Lu Guang flew directly to Naruto. Wrap him with the power of everything, you should still be able to use some of it now. Don't open it until you use it, otherwise this power will be integrated into your body. The old voice spoke. My all-encompassing power is almost gone. Naruto grinned wryly. However, he didn't hesitate at all. The adult Naruto stepped out of consciousness, and the next moment the omnipotent power in his hands showed, enveloping the light blue streamer in an instant. It's just that after using this all-encompassing power, his adult appearance has faded a bit, and he can even vaguely see an appearance similar to his current body. The power of the two is merging. Once his consciousness is completely transformed into a physical form, it will be considered a complete fusion, and there will be no shackles between him and his body at that time. It's just that if he hadn't fully stepped into that level at that time, if he wanted to use Six Paths level methods again, he might be thinking too much. Shake your head. Take yourself out for a moment. After all, he had to use it at this time. This power is integrated into his body and is of little use, and he does not have the power of Otsutsuki Hamura to awaken Tenseigan. It can only be used for Hinata, which is the greatest use. Don't worry, the soul is completely integrated, this will allow you to go further. Otsutsuki Hamura smiled lightly. I see. Naruto nodded, but he just sighed, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, sooner or later he can step into that level again, and he is not in a hurry. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hamura's body also began to hollow out, and the forbidden time and space around him also flowed. Okay, I should leave too. I've intervened enough this time, I hope Big Brother won't blame me. He spoke, but before Naruto could say anything, the forbidden time and space receded quickly in the next moment, and Otsutsuki Hamura's figure also turned into light spots and dissipated in this space. Everything around. Looking around, there is only a blind mess on the ground, and a broken body lying horizontally not far away. Apparently, this was the father of the Otsutsuki caste. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. He just shook his head when he saw the body completely shattered and there was no breath left. Obviously, Otsutsuki Hamura couldn't save this one at all. In fact, Naruto also guessed. Otsutsuki Hamura hardly cared about these people on his own moon, or didn't want to see them at all. After all, these guys directly slaughtered the other half of the tribe. It is good for the ancestors not to clean up the house. Naruto sensed it. On the entire moon, there may still be several hundred people left in the Otsutsuki family. He fought against Otsutsuki's father, and many people were accidentally killed by Otsutsuki's father. And under careful induction at this moment, it can also be noticed that even the remaining hundreds of lives of the Otsutsuki family are actually dissipating. The power of the giant Tenseigan was not something they could bear at all. They were pulled down by Otsutsuki's father. These people can be said to have been affected, and they probably won't live for long. Why bother? Sighing softly, Naruto finally turned around, heading back the way he had come. He did not choose to settle accounts after autumn. There is no plan to address these people either. In the final analysis, there is no hatred between each other. And even if Otsutsuki Hamura didn't care, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to deal with these people. Anyway, these people will not pose a threat to him. Although the remaining Golden Tenseigan is powerful, it may not be his current opponent, let alone the next one, so naturally there is no need to worry. It's just that Naruto obviously forgot one person. Stretches of Tenseigan's power enveloped a 5 or 6-year-old child. There was a strange power gathering in his eyes, and the chakra in his body was rising at a terrifying speed. And this child is obviously the one that the man led before. Because of the separation of time and space, Naruto's perception did not notice the existence of the child. At this time, the child couldn't help but fell into a deep sleep, and a look of pain spread on his face. Tonight's moonlight is gradually brightening, and the huge movement on the moon has stopped at some point, but for the entire ninja world, this time it gave them enough shock and ups and downs. And the word moon was deeply embedded in their minds. Chapter 30. Yunnan Village. A stream of cold breath spreads, above a roof. Orochimaru's figure stood quietly, his eyes looked at the sky, at the place that was thousands of miles away from the ninja world, and the color of hope was hard to conceal. Moon. Ninja world. It's so much more fun now. There was a chuckle, but even the moment of laughter couldn't help but make people feel a creepy feeling. Amidst the laughter, the figure quickly disappeared. It was only from this moment that Orochimaru undoubtedly mentioned the most important thing in his heart to the moon and to that strand of chakra, and began to inquire piece by piece of information, trying to explore the secrets of the moon. And this kind of reading of a large amount of information. It really made him find something. Something he didn't really care about. The place where the gods live. Demon. Looking at these mythical stories, Orochimaru's eyes gradually brightened. With his wisdom, he can naturally perceive that there is a big secret in it. It's just that at this moment, he still can't crack the secret. But once he can crack it, maybe he can get unimaginable gains. And there is certainly no one that fascinates Orochimaru more than this. That's the beginning of the day. Orochimaru began to frantically pursue relevant information. Even began to search more carefully from the information that was not noticed in the past. It's just that 1,000 years is enough to wipe out too many marks. Even though Orochimaru searched hard, he still found very few things, very few, or almost nothing, and even if he found them, they were just stories like myths. But this made Orochimaru even more interested. Of course, Naruto didn't know about these things at this time. The battle between him and Otsutsuki on the moon caused some changes in Orochimaru's mentality. Today, after he received the gift from Akatsuki Hamura, his figure also directly returned to the ninja world. Space flow. When the trance feeling receded, his figure reappeared in the ninja world. Look up. The moon in the sky remained the same as before, without any change. No one knew that he was the one who swept up that terrifying battle in the sky. Everything in the ninja world is still relatively stable. The 5 great ninja villages, except for the shock, have nothing else. Today's 5 great ninja villages have no way to go to the moon, and it is impossible to know what happened. For the Xia organization, their most important thing at present is to continue their strength. The moon is nothing but frightening. But that's all. 1 month, this time the harvest is really not small. It's time to go back. Talking to himself, Naruto was satisfied. In 1 month, it took half a month to travel, 12 days to search, and the rest was the time that passed after the prohibition of time and space, which can be said to be very long. But for him, the harvest is also extremely huge. Originally, he didn't consider his own improvement. Because for him, it is not the right time for his promotion. The key for him now is to be able to master his own complete strength. The most important thing for him to go to the moon this time is to obtain the power to upgrade Hinata. But now, not only has he achieved the goal, he has obtained enough power to transform Hokage Hinata, but also the power to transform steadily, which can be said to be over-promoted. In addition, his natural strength has also been improved to a certain extent. Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods has been integrated by him. Although he did not directly reach Rinnegan, there is also an extra Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is still at the eternal level. This makes him there are more means. After all, at his level, it is almost impossible to defend against those below the 6 paths level, which is terrifying. Although there is a time limit, that is not a problem, this is a lore level method. Not to mention that his father Namikaze Minato's harvest this time is also extremely huge. He is now in a deep sleep, but once he wakes up and is resurrected, his strength may be improved by leaps and bounds. This alone will be a big gain. Otsutsuki Hamura. Opening his mouth low, Naruto smiled. Although this person said that he would not interfere, he also expressed that he would not interfere, but in the end he was given gifts. Although these gifts belong to the ninja world, if you test himself, not to mention whether he can harvest, even if he can, it will be long. Now it is easily obtained. Still have to thank this one. This is also the fundamental reason why he did not solve the Otsutsuki clan in the end. No matter what, I have to sell this face. With a smile, he bowed slightly towards the moon again, and the next moment Naruto's figure disappeared directly in place. When coming here, it is undoubtedly very troublesome, because if you want to find it, you can only sense it step by step. But go back, it's much easier. Even if his flying thunder god is not proficient at this time, there is still lag when the space travels, and it is almost courting death to use it for battle. This is the main reason why he hardly used it before. But just rush back. That's much easier. The figure easily inserted into the space. Take a step forward. When he reappeared, he had already returned to his apartment. On the bed, Shadow Clone was fast asleep. Naruto smiled, the next moment the Shadow Clone shattered, and his figure lay down. He was also a little tired from this battle, so he just had a good rest and started to plan and execute tomorrow. The night passed. When the dawn sun shines, a new day comes. Naruto stood up and walked directly towards the Hyuga tribe. Chapter 31. Hyuga Clan Land. That's right, at this moment Naruto went directly to the Hyuga family's clan. Hinata's evolution of Tenseigen is not something that happens overnight. This point, when the original power fell into the hands of Naruto, he already knew it, and it even required him to constantly integrate it with the power of all things. This means, Hinata has to stay with him all the time. Such a situation. Even if Hyuga Hayashi has some ideas, it is difficult to allow it. Now all he needs is to convince that one. Only then is it possible to enter the evolution of the Tenseigen. Otherwise, if it is not done properly, accidents may happen to Hinata's body, and this is definitely something Naruto does not want to see. After several years of getting along, Naruto is completely used to this girl, and it is impossible for him to allow her to lose. Even if it can be resurrected, it is the same. Huge Hyuga family clan land. The figure of Naruto walked in. Several members of the Hyuga family looked a little strange. For Naruto, they are naturally familiar with this Nine-Tails kid who is very close to his eldest lady. However, this little ghost usually wouldn't arrive here, but today he took the initiative to come here, which made them curious. Hyaga Patriarch, Uzumaki Naruto, please see me, I wonder if I can see you. However, before their weird looks dissipated, Naruto's loud words suddenly came out at this moment. The sound, mixed with chakra, spread to the entire Hyaga tribe in an instant. Tribal Center. Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help looking at the martial arts arena in the distance. There was a small figure with a cold face, but he punched and kicked very seriously, and the sound of bumping was endless. Give this to him. Hyaga Hayashi sighed, and handed a scroll in his hand to Hyaga Takuma beside him. Yes. Hyaga nodded. But at the moment of taking over, Hyaga Patriarch, Uzumaki Naruto, please see me, I wonder if I can see you. Familiar, came with a somewhat childish voice. In an instant, the bodies of Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Toku could not help but stop. Who is it? Hyaga Takuma froze for a moment, and spoke with an unexpected voice. He immediately recognized that it was the Nine-Tails kid who was with the eldest lady. This chakra control is really powerful, is it worthy of being the son of the fourth generation? Go, bring him in. Hyaga Hayashi obviously heard it too, slightly surprised, but still spoke. Yes. Hyaga Takuma nodded, and left directly. Main entrance. The sudden sound also startled the two Hyaga people at the door. What are you doing? He opened his mouth with a cold voice, but just after the words fell, Hyaga Takuma walked out at this moment. Come with me. Hyaga Takuma glanced at Naruto in surprise, and then spoke. The two Hyaga quickly shut up, and the figures stepped aside. Naruto nodded and followed. After Rebirth, this is the first time he stepped into the land of the Hyaga tribe, but Naruto is still very familiar with it, and even has an inexplicable emotion. But soon he restrained these thoughts, because he saw Hyaga Hayashi. The Hyaga Hayashi at this time is not the amiable father-in-law decades later, but the unsmiling head of the clan. Especially after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Hyaga became the first generation of the Konoha family, and this kind of power is undoubtedly stronger up. It's just obvious that this power is not as good as that of Naruto, who is Hokage. The moment Naruto stepped in, Hyaga Hayashi cast his gaze over, and his pupils contracted sharply after just one glance. Please sit down. Words with a cautious. Although at this time Hyaga Hayashi was full of doubts. Naruto's majestic chakra and that extraordinary night made him vaguely feel that this son of the fourth generation seemed extremely unusual, but he still didn't rush to ask anything. Chief Hayashi, I came here to ask for something. As soon as the words opened, Naruto entered the subject directly. This time, he didn't block his breath, and he deliberately showed it to Hyaga Hayashi. Oh, I don't know what it is. Hyaga Hayashi spoke with a surprised voice. Well, I want to practice with Hinata and me for a few years, at my house. The voice spoke again, and these words instantly made Hyaga Takuma's eyes widen involuntarily. The corner of Hyaga Hayashi's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Naruto's small body of only 7 or 8 years old, a little speechless. You. He opened his mouth, and at this moment, he even found that he didn't seem to know what to say. Although he did intend to invest in this one. But he was only a few years old, and he was going to bring his precious daughter back, and it was still a few years. Just in his speechless. The next moment, Hyaga Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. What? His face changed suddenly, because at this moment he saw that the original light blue above Naruto's left eye instantly turned into scarlet, and the pitch-black Guyu appeared, which instantly turned into a windmill. Sharingan. The only thought in his mind had time to appear. The next moment, his consciousness lightened. The surroundings immediately turned into a white world. How is this possible? Looking at this white world, Hyaga Hayashi is full of shock. He is the head of the clan. Although his strength has not reached cage level, he is still half a step cage level. Even Sharingan's illusion can't pull him into it in an instant. Unless it's Mangekyo. Seems to think of something. His complexion changed drastically again. Chapter 32. Don't be nervous, this is just in the basic spiritual environment. The childish voice was still there. Naruto's figure appeared in the white world, and when Naruto's left eye appeared at this time, Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help but sink in his heart. Really? Those familiar patterns undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. You're not Uzumaki Naruto, who the hell are you? Hyaga Hayashi's face was ugly. He didn't expect that in the Hyaga tribe, he would be plotted against. As for the person in front of him, he certainly didn't think it was Naruto, and it couldn't be Uzumaki Naruto either. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, and his mother is from the Uzumaki clan. He believes in awakening wood style, but now this is Sharingan, and Uzumaki Naruto does not have the blood power of the Uchiha clan. Chief Hayashi, I told you not to be nervous. I am indeed Uzumaki Naruto. You should be familiar with this. Soft words opened, and the power of 9 tails permeated from his body. Feeling the berserk 9 tails power, Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help being startled again. Humph, what does this mean? This is your illusion. With a cold snort, Hyaga Hayashi was still extremely alert. Chief Hayashi, don't you know if you have been hit by an illusion? I didn't cast any illusion. This is just a space of consciousness. Also, if I, Patriarch Hayashi, want to do something, why bother? Naruto shook his head and smiled. This. Hyaga Hayashi opened his mouth, but at this moment he also stopped. He was a little flustered before, but under Naruto's reminder, he also felt that this was indeed not an illusion. Moreover, he seemed to be able to withdraw at any time if he wanted to, which made him feel relieved. But your eyes. This is Mangekyo Sharinon. Still frowning slightly, Hyaga Hayashi was still a little puzzled. Nothing, this is Uchiha's gift, this is Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon, given to me by Uchiha Itachi to take care of his brother. Naruto spoke softly, and briefly explained the origin of this eye. There is nothing to hide about this thing. Every Mangekyo is different, so it is not difficult to find it. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. Take care of his brother. Hyaga Hayashi's heart fluctuated, and at this moment he thought of something, and Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have followed Uzumaki Naruto all along. Although there are still some doubts in my heart, I can even say more. For example, why did Uchiha Itachi let Uzumaki Naruto take care of Sasuke, why did he give such precious eyes, and how could Naruto use it? You must know that even ordinary Sharinon is not something anyone can bear. It is known that only Heitake Kakashi survived, and the side effects are extremely huge, let alone this Mangekyo Sharinon. But he still believed it a little bit. After all, this is not an illusion. Chief Hayashi, let's talk about other things. I want Hinata to be with me for a reason. I might as well tell you the reason. Naruto's words interrupted Hyaga Hayashi's thoughts again. Reason. Hyaga Hayashi was a little dazed again, obviously not keeping up with his thinking. Chief Hayashi, as one of the three major pupil techniques, don't you think Bun is too weak? In his days, Naruto spoke slowly, but this moment made Hyaga Hayashi's pupils shrink violently, and his body couldn't help trembling. What did you say? Hayashi's face changed, and his words were all indifferent. The arrogance of the big family is impossible to allow people to slander, even though the existence of Uzumaki Naruto in front of him seems to be terrifying, but Hyaga Hayashi also has a surge of anger. But before the anger spread, Naruto's words continued. Sharinon has powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. The holder has extraordinary insight, can observe the flow of chakra, can apply and see through illusions, copy body skills and non-blood succession limit ninjutsu, white eyes, has with a 360-degree perspective, it has a perspective eye that can see clearly the meridians, acupuncture points and the flow of chakra in the human body and can see through things, a telescopic eye that can penetrate into the distance, and an insight eye with strong observation power. Use chakra to multiply the ability of the eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer, and their insight surpasses that of Sharinon. The two are actually similar in terms of basic ability, and each has its own advantages. But when Sharinon evolves into Mangekyo, isn't the gap in the white eyes too big? Naruto's words continued, but the voice made Hayashi angry again. What do you want to say in the end? The words became colder and more intense. Even if it was Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, Hyaga Hayashi wanted to shoot. What are you saying, don't you understand? Sharinon can evolve into Mangekyo, so why can't Bun evolve? Seeing this person's face flushed a little, Naruto was a little amused. But he didn't keep it a secret anymore, but spoke directly. This time, Hyaga Hayashi's anger froze instantly. Evolution. At this moment Hyaga Hayashi didn't even feel a trill in his voice. For him, or for the entire Hyaga family, the problem of white eyes is almost their constant heartache. The white eyes are very powerful, especially in conjunction with the secret arts of the Hyaga family. They are almost well known in the ninja world. Compared with the Uchiha family, they also don't give up. But in this case, when Uchiha does not have Mangekyo, once there is, the gap between them will widen instantly. Naruto's problem, and without a doubt their biggest problem, they've thought about it countless times. But obviously there was no result, and it was just a thought. It seems that Baiyan really only has these, and there is no way to improve. You must know that they have tried even the way the Uchiha clan advanced to Mangekyo, but it didn't work, the white eyes are still the same white eyes, without any change. Chapter 33. Whether white eyes can evolve, to be honest, hundreds, even thousands of years have passed, the Hyaga clan has almost given up, but in this era, Mangekyo appeared successively in Uchiha, which made Hyaga Hayashi's heart fluctuate again. But after all, it's just fluctuations. Hyaga Hayashi knows very well that white eyes cannot evolve. But the child in front of him, this one actually said this word again, I don't know why Hyaga Hayashi's heart was touched again. But finally pressed down. Although I don't want to admit it, Bun really can't evolve. For thousands of years, the Hyaga clan has tried countless times, but they can't succeed. Sighing and shaking his head, Hyaga Hayashi opened his mouth somewhat dejectedly. However, his words greeted the faint smile of the child in front of him. Of course you can't do it. Baiyan wants to complete the evolution, there are only two paths, and neither of you can do it. Simple words and a simple voice made Hyuga Hayashi's pupils shrink again. Two ways, you know. The eyes turned sharp at this moment, as if they wanted to see the most essential things through the small body in front of them. Of course I know. I can even tell you right now. The evolution of Bun, one is to transform your life level and step into a higher level, so that Bun will naturally purify, but this cannot be done. It is better than first Hokage, who is called the god of ninjas. Can't do it. The second is to let the white eyes evolve into a Tensagen, but this point is equally difficult, because the condition for evolving into a Tensagen requires the fusion of countless pairs of the purest white eyes, or the fusion of the purest white eyes between the Hyuga family and the Otsutsuki family on the moon. It's possible, the former is probably only a few pairs of your entire Hyuga clan that can meet the requirements, naturally you can't do it, and the latter you can't get the supercilious eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto spoke leisurely again, telling the secret of Bun directly. This is a secret to the times, but not a secret to the future. As for whether speaking out will have any impact. Actually not. As he said, the Hyuga clan simply can't live up to these conditions. Even if it is the first one, the Hyuga family does not have the capital to integrate countless blank eyes. The Otsutsuki family can do this. On the one hand, they have enough members, and on the other hand, their bloodlines maintain absolute purity. Can't do it. Even if all the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga family are combined, a pair of Rin-Egans cannot be made. As for the second point, it is even more impossible. How the Hyuga family can go to the moon is a big problem. Of course, it is obvious that Hyuga Hayashi is not concerned with these, but the content of Naruto's words. Tensagen. Moon. Strange nouns, strange existences. Hyuga Hayashi originally thought that he would not believe it at all, but for some reason, he felt that the person in front of him might say it was true. So, were you responsible for the previous moon accident? Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Hayashi opened with a low voice. How smart he is. Naruto didn't speak much, but he instantly thought of the huge battle movement on the moon and the terrifying chakra fluctuations. Although this thought made him horrified as soon as it appeared. But it does seem like it might be reality. The person in front of him is definitely extremely powerful, and he can vaguely sense this. And the other party said all this at this time, and it was easy to hook up. It counts. Lucky, I got what I wanted, so I came to find Hinata, and I hope that the Hyuga patriarch can fulfill it. Lifting his right hand, the next moment, the original light blue power flowed in his hand, and the moment it appeared, Hyuga Hayashi felt a terrifying throbbing from his white eyes. This is... Hyuga Hayashi's eyes instantly fell on the light blue streamer, and he couldn't even look away. The most original power of the Hyuga clan. It is also the basis for the evolution of Hinata's eyes. You should be able to clearly feel this, Chief Hyuga. Naruto explained. And quietly watching the light blue streamer. After Hyuga Hayashi fell silent. I don't know how long it has been. Call. He let out a long mouthful of turbid air, and at this moment he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had made up his mind. I understand. I can promise you. But I need to be present at the time of fusion. Staring at Naruto, he spoke word by word. Can. Thank you very much. Facing Hyuga Hayashi's gaze, Naruto didn't dodge at all, paused slightly, then nodded in agreement. This is naturally not a problem. He even thought it would be more troublesome, but the situation seemed not as complicated as he imagined, but relatively easy. While Hyuga Hayashi agreed, Naruto also withdrew. Hyuga Hayashi also withdraws from his mental space. Outside world. Time just froze for a moment. Mangekyo appeared in Naruto's eyes and immediately receded. Hyuga Hayashi seemed to be stunned for a moment, and then returned to normal, but his eyes glanced at Naruto in amazement. Only then did he speak. Takuma, call Hinata over here. Words arise. Yes. Chapter 34. The fourth generation has always been in your consciousness space. Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi spoke. It counts. Naruto smiled and didn't explain too much. Obviously Hyuga Hayashi might have misunderstood something. It seems that we still underestimated the fourth generation. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and sighed softly. At this moment, he has undoubtedly confirmed the identity of Naruto. He is indeed the son of the fourth generation in front of him. With his white eyes, he can clearly feel all this. Under the supercilious. He has seen the power of nine tails, the power of the seal, and even that familiar power. See. No doubt is enough proof. It was even enough for him to complete some brainstorming. That legendary existence in the ninja world, the one who almost brought Konoha back to the young Hokage of the first ninja village. To be honest, Hyuga Hayashi has never seen such an amazing and brilliant existence. Compared with him, both Sunin and third Hokage are much inferior. This is not talent, but talent and demeanor. This is also the root of his willingness to invest in Naruto. Now that I think about it, since he knows about investing, how could that fourth Hokage not leave something for his children? The fourth generation's chakra in Naruto's body in front of him is undoubtedly the best proof. Obviously, this Hokage is likely to stay in the consciousness of this one in front of him all the time. And this made him let go of his last worry. Originally, he was actually worried. But now there is no more, because there is fourth Hokage, and that alone is enough. The thing on the moon before was the power of 9 tails. Looking at Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help feeling again, some things, even if he didn't say them, he guessed something. Naruto didn't speak, he was a little speechless, his father-in-law was really able to make up his mind, and he guessed that his father might be confused. However, he didn't intend to explain anything. If he said too much of these things, there would be problems. Fortunately, Hinata had already walked over at this time. Patriarch, the eldest lady has arrived. From outside the room, Hyuga Takuma's voice sounded. It is good. Go down and inform that everyone is not allowed to approach this place today. As soon as the words opened, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but straighten his expression, and the order was issued immediately. Yes. Hyuga Takuma didn't ask anything, and just responded. And soon the door opened and Hyuga Hinata appeared. Father. Hyuga Hinata opened her mouth carefully. Just as the words were out of his mouth, Hyuga Hinata saw Naruto. Mr. Naruto. Surprised by the whispered words, Hyuga Hinata's small face was full of excitement, which made the corners of Hyuga Hayashi's mouth twitch and tasted a little bit. Hinata, I brought something back, come here. Naruto spoke with a soft voice. Okay, Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata trotted over happily. What do I need to do, and is there anything else I can do to help? Hinata will be fine. Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath to gather his mind, looked at Naruto, and spoke in a deep voice, and even couldn't help but to speak worriedly. No, don't worry, this is the core source of power, and it won't do any harm to Hinata. In addition, there is my omnipotent power, which can ensure nothing goes wrong. Hinata, please adjust, we will start in half an hour. Naruto comforted the nervous Hyuga Hayashi while speaking to Hyuga Hinata. It is good. Hyuga Hinata nodded. Soon, it began to adjust. Half an hour was cramped and waiting quickly passed. And the fusion started immediately. Hinata, open your eyes, remember to accept this power well later, don't resist, try your best to suppress your own chakra. Naruto spoke to Hyuga Hinata. The next moment, Hyuga Hinata rolled his eyes. As soon as Naruto raised his hand, the all-encompassing power in the light blue brilliance gradually withdrew, and this original power began to pour into Hyuga Hinata's eyes. Beside, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help holding his breath. Naruto was also extremely careful, with strands of all-encompassing power wrapped around him, ready to deal with possible accidents at any time. Hyuga Hinata felt a cool and extremely gentle power wrapping his whole body. The power extracted by Otsutsuki Hamura is obviously much more stable, and it is naturally relatively easy to integrate. But soon, Hyuga Hinata still felt a sense of expansion. But she still gritted her teeth and insisted. Time is the loss of minutes and seconds. Strands of original power gradually merged into Hyuga Hinata's eyes, and the originally squeezed chakra in Hyuga Hinata's body also began to surge. Open. With a low drink, Hyuga Hayashi rolled his eyes instantly. At this moment, his face couldn't help but change, because he felt that the chakra in his daughter's body started to grow rapidly at this moment. But before he took a closer look, the white eyes that could have penetrated suddenly hurt, making him close them instantly. Don't peep, you have too many white eyes, and you will be hurt by Tensagan's power. A reminder. The next moment, Naruto hissed directly from his body, and with a soft sound, a piece of cloth was torn off directly, wrapped in wisps of omnipotent power, gradually dyed him black, and finally turned white again. Then Naruto slowly wrapped Hinata's eyes. The transformation will take a while. Before it is completely completed, it is better not to open your eyes. Hinata, remember to feel the power of all things in it. Naruto spoke softly, exhorting again. Responding softly, Hinata nodded. Chapter 35. All right. Looking at her blindfolded daughter, Hyuga Hayashi was still a little dazed. No. Didn't I say that it takes a while to transform, and it takes a while for Hinata to master it? I need my omnipotent power for a while. Come on, Hinata, come home with me. Annoyed, he glanced at his father-in-law, and as soon as Naruto grabbed Hinata's little hand, he headed outside. Mr. Naruto. Although Hinata's eyes are not blindfolded, it doesn't mean that he can't see. The specialness of the white eyes, coupled with the integration of the original power, in fact, she can still see the whole world clearly, or even more clearly. The only difference is that the eyes are blindfolded, and the others have no effect. Feeling everything in the outside world and listening to Naruto's words, Hinata's little face turned red all of a sudden. He opened his mouth in a low voice, but his body still followed Naruto involuntarily. Watching this scene, a vein popped out involuntarily on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead. Isn't this kid a little too arrogant? But looking at Hinata's appearance, he remembered what Naruto said before. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He had agreed to it before. And just now he felt the horror of the original power. He really left Hinata behind. He didn't know what would happen. He might really be unable to restrain that terrifying power. But Naruto didn't care about these. Holding Hinata's little hand directly, he headed for the door. Boy, take care of Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi sighed and finally spoke. Do not worry. With a somewhat immature voice, that figure seemed to have turned into a child again, just like in the past. Maybe it was only just now that he showed a little bit of his goodness. It's really a monster. Hope you won't disappoint me, Tensagan, roll your eyes. Opening his mouth with emotion, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but smile immediately. At this moment, he has a bigger expectation. It's for my daughter, it's also for Naruto, and it's also for Bune. Although he barely participated in the whole process just now, he still felt something, and he was undoubtedly more able to determine something. Now what he needs to wait for is the moment when Bai Yan really completes his evolution. Even if this cannot be replicated again, as long as the evolution is completed, the meaning of the Hyuga family will be completely different. In the early morning, the morning sun is gradually falling. Walking out of the Hyuga tribe, I happened to see the Hyuga Takuma at the door. Hyuga Takuma saw the blindfolded Hyuga Hinata, and his face changed slightly. This is Ms. Words open. Takuma uncle, goodbye. Goodbye. Hyuga Hinata spoke in a low voice, and Naruto waved his hand, so that the words behind this person did not come out. But soon Hyuga froze for a moment, and he suddenly reacted. The lady did not seem to be the curse mark of the caged bird, but the caged bird was on the forehead, and the lady just blindfolded. Shaking his head wryly. Never mind. At this time, Naruto and Hinata, who came out completely, also headed for the ninja school. Now it's time for school too. It's been a long time since I went to school, so I just had a chance to experience it. After all, I just played a game, and it's time to take a break. It's just that when Hyuga Hinata walked into the ninja school, many people couldn't help casting strange glances, and the strangeness quickly turned into a sigh. These people don't know much about the Hyuga clan. I only know that once the branch house of the Hyuga family is engraved with the curse of caged bird, they will cover their heads with a white cloth. Although Hyuga Hinata is blindfolded, they feel the same. Even during class, Irika couldn't help but keep looking over at him. Several times he hesitated to speak, but then it turned into a sigh. That Hinata, it's fine. Eat potato chips. Koji took out a potato chip and comforted Hyuga Hinata. You idiot, the caged bird is not on the eyes, it's on the forehead. Ino patted Koji's fat head angrily, with a speechless mouth. Ah, isn't it? Koji covered his head and said in bewilderment. Hey, that's not true, Koji, you should read more books. Shikamaru spoke lazily, then looked at Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, why are you blindfolded? The words are a little curious. And several other friends also came together. Even Sasuke, who was not far away, projected over curiously. Okay, this is a kind of white-eyed practice, so don't bother Hinata. Naruto spoke angrily, dismissing these friends. Cultivation, it's so troublesome. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Shikamaru suddenly lost interest and lay down on the table. Cultivation, what a strange practice. Ino grumbled too. It's still good for our family. I like to eat food for practicing skills. Naruto, would you like to have some too? Koji spoke. As a child of the family, he naturally knew that he could not continue to ask questions about cultivation, so he quickly moved away. After all, every family has its own secret arts, let alone a rich family like Hyuga. They just changed the subject. Not far away, Sasuke's eyes lit up. At this moment, he heard Naruto's words to him before. Naruto said that it will make them stronger. Obviously Hinata has already started, but he has never heard of such a practice method in the Hyuga family. Chapter 36. Among the jungle. Three small figures gathered together again. Sasuke kept staring into Hyuga Hinata's eyes, leaving Naruto speechless. Okay, don't watch it, I'm going to be angry if I watch it again. With an angry mouth. You said that coming back made me stronger. Sasuke said coldly. Don't worry, why don't you listen to me tell a story first? Naruto stopped, waved his hand towards Sasuke, and smiled. I want to be stronger. Sasuke's answer was simple and rude. Okay, I know you want to become stronger, but this story is about you becoming stronger, you can listen to it now. Naruto spoke a little speechlessly. And hearing his voice, Sasuke came over and sat down. The next moment, the environment of the three of them changed and they directly arrived at the sealed space. Namikaze Minato fell into a deep sleep and has disappeared. At this time the huge cage was gone. Nine Tails lay on the ground, glanced at the three of them, and ignored them. He was used to these three brats being here often. Let me tell you about Sharingan, you Uchiha clan don't necessarily know about Sharingan. A chuckling voice spoke, and Naruto spoke. And Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the huge cage behind him, and quickly withdrew his gaze. He also knew about Nine Tails, even if this was not the first time. But every time I look at this monster, I am still so shocked. He also finally understood why many people in the village hated Naruto. It turned out that Naruto really had a monster in his body. Of course, this doesn't make him afraid of Naruto, but rather an indescribable taste. But after Naruto spoke, this feeling disappeared without a trace, and Jonin couldn't help showing a touch of irritation on his face. Naruto, what did you say? Sasuke spoke annoyedly. What a joke, Naruto actually said he didn't understand Sharingan. Sharingan is the descendant of Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, the descendant of the Uchiha clan. Once the Uchiha clan understands love, their bound feelings will be released, and the power of love beyond the Senju clan will be released. Awakening, but too strong love hides the possibility of running amok. Once the Uchiha people who understand love lose that strong love, the love will be replaced by stronger hatred, and the whole person's temperament will change drastically. According to second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Sharingan needs a certain amount of stimulation to open. The Uchiha people originally had a great love. Change the eyes, commonly known as opening the eyes. When the eyes are opened, the eyeballs will turn red, and a tomo will be produced in the eyeballs. The left and right eyes are symmetrical. This is the original form of Sharingan. The more the number of hooks in the eyes, the greater the Sharingan's ability strong, up to 3 tomo. Naruto's words rose slowly, and with Naruto's words, Uchiha Sasuke's original expression of embarrassment and anger gradually calmed down. There was some doubt in his eyes, and his mouth grew wide. He felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Sage of Six Paths. Indra, Ashura. These are all existences in mythology, but in Naruto's words at this time, these are actually his ancestors. Of course, after being shocked, he quickly focused on more important things. That's where Sharingan evolves. Get love. Loss of love. The voice of soliloquy opened, and Uchiha Sasuke rang out the man. Could it be? He clenched his right hand involuntarily, and he couldn't help but think a lot. People in the Hokage world are precocious. At the age of 7 or 8, his thinking is clear enough and he can understand some things. Of course, Sasuke at this time didn't know that it was just his imagination. But Naruto has no intention of overturning Uchiha Itachi's verdict. There is no need for that. He just tells Uchiha Sasuke how to go forward. Sharingan level, you should know, single hook jade, double hook jade, triple hook jade, and Mangekyo, eternal Mangekyo. If you want to open Mangekyo, you need enough stimulation. Logically that night should be enough to open it, but you don't have enough chakra, or spirit. It's not exciting enough. Words open. To be honest, Naruto was a little confused. I don't know if there is a plot to be arranged. Uchiha Obito saw Lin's death and directly changed from Shuanguya to Mangekyo. As a result, Uchiha Sasuke hacked himself to death. The big brother didn't evolve until Uchiha Obito told the truth. Well, there is no way to get to the bottom of this stuff. The settings are just like that sometimes. What should I do? After a moment of silence, Uchiha Sasuke's nails were deeply embedded in the softness, and his words were lowered again, obviously thinking of the scene of that night. Theoretically, if Sharingan wants to evolve into Mangekyo, then he has to kill his most emotional existence, and if Mangekyo wants to evolve, he needs to fuse his brother's Mangekyo, but there is another way. As he spoke, at this moment, even Nine Tails behind him couldn't help pricking up his ears. Although he has also seen the 700-level Hokage, some details are actually not there, and he is obviously interested in this. As for Hinata, she just stayed silent. Any solution? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help breathing fast, and Sharingan appeared in both eyes. Chapter 37. Don't worry, didn't I say it before, Uchiha's ancestor Indra is the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, so what about his second son? Seeing Sasuke's anxious expression, Naruto spoke with a smile. Naruto. There were black lines protruding from Sasuke's forehead. How the hell does he care about who the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths is? He just wants to further improve his strength. It's just that Sasuke didn't notice that Nine Tails glanced at Naruto unexpectedly. Another look at Sasuke. He is worth it. The Naruto and Sasuke in front of him are the contemporary Ashura and Indra. His expression was thoughtful, but Nine Tails still didn't speak. I said don't worry, this is the way for you to improve. Sage of Six Paths has 2 sons, Indra and Ashura. In order to choose the successor of ninja, Yi entrusted his strength and will to the 2 children. Big brother Indra inherited the powerful chakra gene and was born with strong strength, but his younger brother Ashura did not inherit the powerful chakra gene. In order to cooperate with others, he needs to make more efforts, endure all hardships and practice hard. After the chakra in Ashura's body awakened, he got the same big brother same power. Naruto started to tell, and Sasuke forcibly suppressed his heart and began to listen. And even though his mood was ups and downs, even anxious, the story of Ashura and Indra quickly attracted his attention. The mood is constantly fluctuating with the story. However, when the story ended, the veins on Sasuke's forehead could not help popping up again. Naruto. The words were already a bit gnashing of teeth. Sasuke felt that the guy in front of him was playing tricks on him. Among them, there is only a story, there is no direction in which he can become stronger. Don't you understand yet? Looking at Sasuke who was gnashing his teeth, Naruto spoke with a weird smile. What do you understand? You said there is no direction for me to become stronger here. Sasuke came out coldly, and the figure stood up directly at this moment. But at this moment, Hinata, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Naruto-kun, are you saying Ashira's power merges with Indra's power? Hinata's opening attracted the two of them instantly, and even Nine Tails behind him couldn't help looking at the white-eyed girl in front of him. Hinata. Naruto was a little surprised, and also a little surprised to speak. Naruto-kun, didn't you say that Tenseigion's power is a fusion of the power of the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto-kun also said that the power of Indra and Ashira, it should be like this. Hinata's voice became softer and her head lowered. Haha, of course it is. Hinata, you are so smart. Naruto smiled and rubbed the girl's head with his right hand. Fusion, we are the power of Uchiha, then we need to integrate the power of Ashira, where can I find the power of Ashira? Sasuke also reacted at this moment, his eyes shone with excitement, and then he couldn't help but lowered again. Ashira, this is already the power of myth, where can he find it? Stupid, didn't I say, Ashira and Indra's chakra are reincarnated continuously, from generation to generation, and the last generation is your Uchiha's ancestor Uchiha Madara, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Naruto spoke a little speechlessly. First Hokage. But Hokage is dead. Sasuke froze for a moment, but soon frowned again. First generation is indeed dead, but he still has a lot of power. Konoha has it, and Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, also has it. Of course, it is very difficult to obtain these, at least it is almost impossible to obtain them at your current level. Naruto explained. It was just this explanation that made Sasuke go crazy again. But before he exploded, the surrounding scene receded the next moment. In an instant, the three of them returned to the grove again. Naruto. Sasuke's voice roared a little. Naruto twitched, he knew he couldn't continue teasing. Without any hesitation, the right hand slashed directly, and the skin on the wrist of the left hand was split open instantly, and bright red blood dripped down. Before it hit the ground, the blood was directly absorbed by the small bottle that came out of nowhere. Give. The power of Ashira. Inject him into your body. The words were cautious, it was Naruto's voice, Sasuke couldn't help being stunned watching this scene. This. Subconsciously opened his mouth, but at this moment Sasuke didn't know what to say, he was still in a dazed state at this moment. As I said, the power of Ashira and Indra has been reincarnated, and unfortunately, in this life, Ashira's power is me, and you happen to be Indra. The voice was long, the surroundings were isolated at this moment, and this voice was only transmitted to the ears of three people. And Sasuke's body trembled. He opened his mouth again, and took the bottle without any hesitation in the next moment. The emotions on his face are constantly changing. It was astonishment, bewilderment, and excitement. There is also a tremor. He turned out to be Indra, and Naruto in front of him turned out to be Ashira. This is something he never thought of. Don't think too much, it's just chakra, not me. After the injection, I will stay at home. I have asked teacher Irika for leave. See you in a few days. Naruto spoke softly, then pulled Hinata up and headed out of the grove. Chapter 38. Naruto leaves. The surrounding figures also left immediately. Holding the bottle with Naruto's blood, Sasuke returned to his own Uchiha clan with a very complicated expression. It's just that he just got home. The next moment, a figure silently appeared in front of him. Naruto, you. Looking at Naruto and Hinata who appeared, Sasuke looked confused. But Naruto ignored it. In the right hand, a few kunai were projected out in an instant, and the next moment, one after another runes descended, accompanied by the seal in the hand, the entire room was instantly isolated by the barrier of time and space. He has his own father in his mind, and has been studying space-time ninjutsu in the past time, so he will naturally do this trick. As for why, it will appear here. Very simple. Integrating Ashira's power is not that simple, especially today's Sasuke is still too weak, of course Naruto can't just let it go. Pretend to leave, just to avoid being noticed by others. Today, whether it is the Uchiha tribe or his home, there are shadow clones in place. Uchiha clan land, this is the same Uchiha Sasuke. As for why not now? That's what Uchiha Sasuke kept urging, and he had no choice but to give it in advance. Let's start. There is not much time, trying to open the space-time barrier will easily be noticed. I keep safe. Naruto's words were extremely cautious. It is good. Although Sasuke was still a little confused, he nodded without hesitation. Immediately began to prepare. He was ready to come back and start. Things are naturally ready. The syringe slowly draws Naruto's blood. Immediately taking a deep breath, Sasuke did not hesitate at all, and directly took the needle and injected it into his arm. At this time, Naruto couldn't help feeling tense. Cells are still somewhat different from blood. He doesn't know if there will be any problems with his blood, but it is almost impossible to fuse cells without sufficient biotechnology, and blood is more important. Of course, more importantly, even if something goes wrong, he can quickly save it. So he finally decided to give it a try. It's okay to fail, and if it succeeds, Sasuke's strength will undoubtedly improve rapidly in a short period of time. Of course it's a gamble. Blood is being injected into Sasuke's body. Uchiha Sasuke's face twitched instantly, and the next moment his right hand held his left hand tightly, and chakra in his body even resisted at this moment. The veins burst out one by one. Naruto's complexion changed, and the next moment the omnipotent power directly spread in. Instantly calmed down the chakra right in Sasuke's body. Don't resist, try to integrate. With a low snort, at this moment his strands of chakra swept across and quickly invaded Sasuke's body, and began to suppress this riot. Sasuke was in extreme pain at this time. But at this moment, he still gritted his teeth. Start to calm down the chakra in your body quickly. And began to try to integrate. It's just that different kinds of chakra are not so easy to integrate. Especially when his strength is still weak enough. Pfft. On the left arm, a blue tendon burst instantly, and blood splattered. With a muffled grunt, Sasuke's body seemed to explode completely in the next moment. Naruto-kun, his internal organs are shattering. Hyuga Hinata spoke in an anxious voice. Naruto's expression changed, but he still stretched out his hand directly. Bite. Words open. In the next moment, Sasuke bit Naruto's arm directly in a daze, and a cool feeling spread to his whole body, and the originally confused consciousness gradually woke up. The burst arm wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the strength that was about to explode in the body gradually stabilized. It seems that we still have to advance as soon as possible. Talking to himself, looking at Sasuke who was biting him, Naruto was a little speechless. He originally thought that his omnipotent power could be suppressed, but unexpectedly, there was still no way. After all, his omnipotence was already very thin, it is difficult to balance. This is mainly because his strength is too strong. When Uchiha Madara merged with the power of Senjo Hashirama, it was because Uchiha Madara was strong enough, and there were only a few cells, so there was no problem. But now, Uchiha Sasuke is not strong enough, or even weak, and he is too strong, so this fusion naturally has an accident. If it weren't for the strong resilience that the Uzumaki family can give, even the myriad phenomena would not be able to sustain it. As for his power similar to Xiangling, he has always had it as the Uzumaki clan, but he rarely uses it. His omnipotent power is much easier to use than this. Call. It's finally all right. Let's go. Looking at the sleeping Sasuke, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, his right hand broke free, and the imprint of the injury receded in the blink of an eye, and then with a wave, the kunai returned to his hand. The enchantment is lifted. Shadow Clone walked back to the room, and the figures of Naruto and Hinata disappeared into the Uchiha clan. Nothing seems to have changed. Only the young man who was quietly sleeping in the room. Chapter 39. Hinata, this way. That Naruto-kun, do you really want to do this? It's okay, it's cold. That. How about, Naruto-kun, let me sleep on the sofa. Naturally, a child of a few years old can't do anything. This night, he just slept in his arms. When the morning sun fell, the girl's cheeks turned red suddenly. Naruto smiled. Using the omnipotent power again began to channel Hinata's power. The fusion of Tenseigan is much more complicated than he imagined, especially this one, but Otsutsuki Shiren is different. This is the power of a giant Tenseigan. It is stronger than the Tenseigan obtained by Otsutsuki Shiren, and it is also more difficult to integrate. In addition, Hinata's bloodline is still a bit weak, and there is a big gap in strength. The strength still needs to transform the body, which is undoubtedly more difficult. It also takes longer. But the benefits are even greater. Once completed, Hinata's future looks even wider. Otsutsuki won the Tenseigan, and it was just enough to enter the Six Paths level, and it was a little bit better than the Six Paths Obito. It belonged to the bottom of the existence, but Hinata's future is at least a Six Paths Naruto level. Growth space is not a concept at all. In this way, time is not an issue. After all, he still has time. The plot hasn't even started yet. Not to mention anything else. As for Naruto, all he has to do now is wait. His strength has already reached a level, and he wants to go further. On the one hand, he needs to gain the power of Indra. He obviously can't gouge out Sasuke's eyes. Let's not talk about emotional difficulties. Even if he can, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes are terrible, haven't reached the highest level yet. On the other hand, it is to collect the nine-tailed beasts. But now is not the time to collect the nine-tailed beasts, he needs to wait for the plot, wait for the curtain to open, only when he arrives is the best time for him. Therefore, he has settled down for a while. And time is passing slowly inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days. Among the jungle, Uchiha Sasuke is feasting, and the food in front of him has been eaten by 10 people, which is almost comparable to Naruto himself, and of course there is still a big gap from Hinata. Okay, it's almost done. How about your eyes? Seeing that Sasuke was almost finished eating, Naruto opened his mouth speechlessly. Putting down the snack box, Sasuke nodded, and the next moment his eyes opened instantly. Scarlet spread instantly. The pitch-black Goyu appeared. In just an instant, it turned into 3 Hokage. Didn't evolve to Mangekyo. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke of Sangoyu, Naruto frowned. He thought that Sasuke could at least reach the level of Mangekyo. No, Mangekyo requires a certain environment. As if thinking of something, Naruto's heart moved. If his memory is good, Mangekyo seems to be in a special environment as usual, but Sage of Six Paths does not have Mangekyo, but directly changed from Sangoyu to Rinnegan. Yes, I feel that my pupil power is increasing rapidly, but I can't evolve at all. Uchiha Sasuke spoke in a deep voice, his expression was a little downcast. After all, he clearly felt that he might really be able to evolve, but he couldn't complete it. Only when Uchiha has experienced huge negative emotions and produced a special chakra can it be opened. It may not work under normal circumstances, but this has little to do with it. As long as the pupil power continues to improve and reaches a critical point, there may be a stronger evolution. Naruto nodded, then comforted. If you can't evolve, you can't evolve. As long as your pupil power can continue to improve, it's not bad to jump directly to Rinnegan. A higher level of evolution. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. Well, Byakugan can evolve into Tenseigan, and Sharingan can evolve into Rinnegan, which is the last eye of the 3 pupils. This is much stronger than Sharingan, and even Mangekyo is much worse than it. You merged my strength is already capable of advancing, let's improve it. Naruto opened his mouth and directly revealed this ninja secret. Rinnegan. Okay, I see. Sasuke nodded, his eyes full of hope at this moment. The annoyance after waking up disappeared without a trace at this moment. Hinata, if you understand carefully, this can also be integrated as soon as possible. After speaking to Sasuke, Naruto urged Hinata again. Compared with Sasuke who just waits to be promoted, Hinata undoubtedly needs to be enlightened, because Sasuke is still only a 3-point jade after all, but now Hinata can be said to be a Tenseigan, but it has not been fully integrated. Hinata nodded softly. Let's start practicing. After giving the order, Naruto got up and continued to practice. He really doesn't need to improve himself, but the mastery of Flying Thunder God still needs to be deepened step by step. As for exposure. Expose, just expose. Now he is not too afraid. There are some things that he doesn't want to expose, but there are some things that are actually not a problem. Moreover, the 3rd generation probably already knew about it. When the seal was lifted that year, he felt it. He did not shy away from practicing Flying Thunder God later on. This is probably also the reason why he has a lot less surveillance. Chapter 40. Time is slowly passing by inadvertently. For Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata, the improvement can be felt almost every day, and for Naruto, the mastery of the Flying Thunder God is also slowly improving. The only thing that worried him was his father, who still didn't seem to be waking up. Fortunately, this is only a part of chakra, even if there is a problem, it will not have a great impact. As for the ninja world, now that the plot has not yet begun, it is undoubtedly extremely stable. At least not the slightest big movement. The Akatsuki organization is still expanding. The staff gradually got together. It's just that no one noticed. Yunrin village has just been established for less than a year, and it has been frequently dispatched during this period, as if it is looking for something. But that's also not a big deal. This is just a small ninja village. However, they didn't know that there was an extremely terrifying existence hidden in this small ninja village. One of the Sunin, the well-known cage-level powerhouse in the ninja world, is the absolute existence of this ninja village. The border of the Kingdom of Fire. The figure of Orochimaru appears. According to the information, it should be near here. The voice of the self-talk opened, and Orochimaru's snake-like eyes kept scanning the whole surroundings, and the white snakes under his feet spread to the whole surroundings. It seems to be searching for something. In fact, both the actions of Yunnan village and the surrounding white snakes are just looking for his needs. In this short period of time, he actually collected a piece of real soil from the moon. It is because of this suddenness that he has been pursuing. Finally arriving here, he found an existence whose breath almost resonated. His. The sudden jump of the white snake spewed out the letter, and Orochimaru couldn't help but be pleased with his gloomy expression, and disappeared in place the next moment. Where the lake that Naruto entered that day was, Orochimaru's figure appeared directly. And because of the white snake, at this moment Orochimaru actually pulled directly to the space fluctuation. The power of time and space. This is. As a cage-level master, as well as a top scientist and a top ninjutsu expert, Orochimaru felt the fluctuation of the power of time and space around him almost the moment he appeared. This can't help but make him happy. He knew he might be in the right place. Without hesitation, one step is taken directly. For him who is almost immortal, there is almost nothing in this world that can threaten his life, so naturally there is nothing to worry about. Compared with the danger, he is more tempted by the hope for the future. Step in. Space-time transformation around. The next moment, Orochimaru only felt his body lighten, and then the surrounding scene was in a trance, completely turning into pitch black. Immediately, bubbles appeared one by one, and scenes appeared one after another. Is it a mark of time and space? It's amazing. Looking at the bubbles, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. For him, the content of the bubble is not important anymore, what matters is the bubble itself. Bubbles passed by, and Orochimaru actually started to explore. However, what made him regretful was that the surrounding scene receded immediately, and the next moment his figure stepped on the ground. But what makes him a little strange is that the place at this time is extremely light, as if he can jump higher with a light jump. Here is. Speaking with an unexpected voice, Orochimaru looked around. It's just that his pupils suddenly widened at this sight. The ground is in a trance, and there are potholes everywhere. It was a completely unfamiliar place, but it docked with the moon in an instant. Subconsciously looked up. Suddenly, a huge blue planet came into his eyes. I stepped on the moon. Speaking with an unbelievable voice, Orochimaru was really surprised at this moment. He really didn't expect that after passing through a space-time channel, he actually crossed thousands of miles from the ninja world to the moon. This is almost unimaginable, but this moment actually happened. Orochimaru felt this the moment he stepped here. But before his shock lasted, the next moment his pupils shrank suddenly, and the body flicker technique was activated. In an instant, his figure left the ground in front of him and appeared in a pothole. Scary chakra. Could it be? Speaking with a surprised voice, Orochimaru's eyes were full of disbelief. In this pothole, he noticed the unimaginable chakra remnant. This majestic chakra is almost the only one he has seen in his life. Looking around the entire surrounding, he quickly saw the almost horrible remnants of the battle here. The entire surface, full of potholes. It seems to be formed by a huge impact force. Huge power poured over the entire surroundings, as if the entire moon was about to split open. The figure got up and walked step by step. Orochimaru saw an even more horrific battle scene. This. As he spoke, the scene on the moon a year ago suddenly sounded in his mind at this moment. Obviously, a year ago, a horrific battle did take place here, a terrifying existence, no, it should be said that two terrifying existences fought here. Strips of white snakes came out from under his feet, and spread to the entire surroundings along with the perception. Chapter 41. It's the breath of Nine Tails. Impossible, how could Nine Tails be here? The voice of self-talk opened. White snakes spread around. Orochimaru's figure quickly approached the center. What made Orochimaru feel strange was that he clearly felt that there should be living people here, but now he didn't notice it. Moreover, this battle seems to have accumulated extremely, but he did not find the slightest tissue cell, and even the blood did not notice it, as if it had completely evaporated. He was curious until he came to the very center. Originally where the Otsutsuki enchantment was located. Looking at the huge Tensagen in the center, Orochimaru couldn't help but widen his eyes for a moment. The huge Tensagen, like the sun, exudes terrifying energy. This is. Amidst the shock, his eyes exuded unimaginable excitement at this moment. But at this very moment, a ray of brilliance suddenly shone into the midair above Tensagen. Orochimaru, who was about to move forward, stopped in an instant. His gaze involuntarily looked towards the illuminated midair. This is. There was a sudden froze in the snake-like eyes. And in the sky, on the screen, where he had just arrived, a small figure appeared in the screen. With blonde hair, she looked about 7 or 8 years old, with a slight familiarity. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The brat. As the legacy of the 4th generation, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru still knew him, and even observed it for a while, so he recognized it instantly at this moment, and after recognizing it, he was shocked. He remembered the breath of Nine Tails he had sensed before. It's just that he hasn't waited for his mood to flow. In the screen, the battle began soon. Suddenly, 3 strange figures resembling the Hyuga clan appeared in the screen. They had white eyes, ancient clothes, and powerful strength. But the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was unimaginably powerful, with golden power appearing on his body. The battle started and ended in an instant, and 3 members of the Hyuga clan were defeated in an instant. And the next battle made him feel even more incredible. The power of the Nine Tails was rapidly changing, and more of that family appeared. A mighty battle broke out. At this moment, Orochimaru finally understood what the battle he felt on the ground before. That family absorbed the huge sun-like power, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki also erupted with terrifying strength. Judging from the picture, Orochimaru can be sure that it far exceeds the cage level. Even his own teacher at his peak might not be able to compare with it. At this moment, his heart was full of horror. But after the horror, there was excitement. This kind of power. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. It was a desire for strength, for unknown ninjutsu, and even for a giant Tensagen. The screen ends slowly. Orochimaru also finally understood why he didn't find anything. Because this golden thing swallowed everything directly in the end. Including blood cells, and the fallen corpse. That's right, they were corpses. Naruto did not kill them, but their lives soon came to an end. Tensagen's projected power is not that simple. Naruto endured it, that's just that he can bear it, it doesn't mean that others can bear it. Of course such power is enough to drive Orochimaru crazy. When the screen ends, Orochimaru looked suddenly at the huge golden Tensagen. But at this moment, the whole Tensagen suddenly hollowed down, that's right, the hollowed down, as if from reality to falsehood. Along with the illusion, a small figure appeared immediately. Not big, it looks like Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Also wearing the clothes of that family, it seems that they should be members of that family. But at this moment, Orochimaru didn't have time to care about these things, his figure disappeared instantly, and he came to the place where the giant Tensagen was. Where did you go? What about that thing? The voice of the self-talk opened, and the perception spread around, and the white snakes spread one by one. However, that thing seemed to have completely disappeared. He couldn't find it at all. Then he kept searching. Even through barriers one after another, it still seems to be the same. In the end, he could only fix his gaze on that child. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru walked over anyway. It's just that when his hand just touched the child's body, his expression couldn't help but change. Instinctively, the figure will retreat. But it was too late. This is. The pupils shrank suddenly, and the surrounding scenes shifted instantly in the next moment. As soon as he gritted his teeth, chakra swept across, unable to escape, he directly grabbed the child. The seal in his hand moved decisively, and he quickly completed the reception. The child who was originally impossible to touch, but at this moment he still touched it at the nick of time. The power of time and space swept across, and the two disappeared. The two disappeared. A phantom figure appeared. There was a slight frown, but in the end it faded away again. Ninja World. The surrounding environment reappeared, and his figure came to the lake again, just like before he stepped in, but at this moment, the entire surroundings have long lost the power of time and space. The child next to him was sleeping soundly. As soon as Orochimaru stretched out his hand, a white snake dived directly into the water. But soon the white snake reappeared. Obviously, the space-time channel has disappeared, and there is no way to step into the moon again. Orochimaru's eyes were focused, and suddenly became gloomy. He seems to have been cheated. But it doesn't help now, the eyes can only look at this child. Chapter 42. The days passed slowly. Chakra is growing rapidly. He didn't know about Orochimaru's actions, and he didn't know that the plot accompanied his changes, and the changes were getting bigger and bigger, and the original trajectory began to deflect rapidly. For him, 4 years is a time of precipitation. Physical fitness is constantly improving. The growth of Flying Thunder God is getting faster and faster. Among the woods, a figure is flickering constantly, each time it seems that there is no trace. Every time it can disappear from incredible angles. And if there is the Grandmaster Flying Thunder God, you will be surprised to find that there is no magic formula around here, but you can move and dodge perfectly. That's right, Naruto, you've improved a lot these past few years. Now it should be able to flash within a local area, without any technique. In the mind, Namikaze Minato's smiling voice sounded. A year ago, Namikaze Minato had attributes, and his body seemed to be more solid, even without his strength. And the level of space-time ninjutsu has undoubtedly reached a new level. Even Naruto doesn't know what level his father's current time and space level has reached. He even suspected that it might reach the 6 paths level. Because it was under the guidance of his father that his Flying Thunder God's promotion reached a level of rapid progress, and now he can even flash without magic within a certain range. Although it is still necessary to use a special technique to seal off a certain area in advance, it is also extremely terrifying. Of course, compared to his changes. The changes in Sasuke and Hinata are even more dramatic. At this time, although Uchiha Sasuke is still only a 3-tomo Sharingan, the chakra in his body has already approached cage level. You must know that although the Uchiha family has a lot of chakra, compared to the Senju family, it is still not enough to see the Uzumaki family, but now the Uchiha Sasuke's chakra has kept up with the general Uzumaki family's chakra. At least in Naruto's feeling, this one may be more than the chakra 3 years after Naruto at the time of the original book. This is unbelievable. You should know that Naruto at that time, Kakashi said that Naruto was 4 times his, and if he didn't suppress 9 tails, he was 100 times him, which means that Sasuke chakra was already 100 times Kakashi at this time. In the past 4 years, Sasuke's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. With the huge chakra and the improvement of the horror pupil power, his strength is almost the same as when Shippuden started. As for Hinata, her improvement is even more terrifying than Sasuke's. The majestic chakra in her body is probably only surpassed by Naruto in the entire ninja world. And Hinata's Tensagen finally completed its evolution a year ago. Although it was the most touching at the time, it could instantly raise his strength to a super cage level. Not to mention other things, I am afraid that playing the current Nagato will not have too many problems. If you can't be sure before. So now it can be confirmed that Hinata is 100% capable of stepping into the 6 paths level. And that was enough to make Naruto happy. Of course, the strength of Hinata at this time is still unknown to everyone, and even Sasuke, and his strength, are currently unknown. In recent years, Konoha has remained extremely stable. Third generation, although the strength is good enough, among the Hokages of all dynasties, from the original generation to the 7th generation, this one may be one of the best, just a little better than Kakashi without Mangekyo. This is not without the setting of the novel, otherwise, it may be the weakest, but it may still be quite powerful. At least the political means are very powerful. Although the balance technique restricts the development of the village, it also ensures a stable environment. In addition, the outside world is not very stable at this time. Sand Shinobi Village, Luo San's reputation is not enough, and it is still stabilizing Kazekige's position. Wu Ninja Village, that Mr. Obito almost ruined this village. The relatively better ones are Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. But also because they are the best preserved, the two villages are still fighting each other. As a result, Konoha has entered into relative peace in recent years. Third generation's reputation is gradually recovering. The deeds of the fourth generation began to become legends. As for him, he is not as miserable as in the original book. The reason is very simple. He doesn't stand out at all, and he doesn't wander around the village, although he still suffers from hatred. But after a long time, many people have actually begun to forget him. His daily routine is the ninja school, the woods, and his home. Not anywhere else, and not going to mess around a bit. However, no one would have imagined how strong this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be under this kind of life. Among the woods. At this time Naruto and Hinata are already 12 years old. Beneath the handsome appearance, the sunny smile and blonde hair gave people a faint feeling of meeting the fourth generation, and the girl next to him also turned out to be even more beautiful. Under the delicate face, a piece of white cloth is still blindfolded. Although it can be torn off at this time, the girl seems to have gotten used to it. Every time Naruto said to let go, the girl disagreed. Naruto can only be left by her. It's time to graduate. The wind is starting to move. The figure stopped, looked at the fallen leaves, and spoke with leisurely words. Yes, the wind is starting to move. Naruto, are you ready? Namikaze Minato's words also carried a solemnity. For him who was also familiar with Hokage, he knew exactly what Naruto would encounter after this day. Of course I'm ready. The smile spread, but Naruto's words were extremely firm. Chapter 43. Graduation Exam. If Naruto remembers correctly, the graduation exam was on the original track. He failed, and then Mizuki looked for him to steal the sealed book, and then he obtained the shadow clone technique and graduated smoothly. Everything looks extremely smooth. However, as an adult Naruto, and he who is a time traveler. For this so-called unexpected incident, it is better to say that it is a long-predicted arrangement than a sudden event. As for our purpose, of course, it is to instill the so-called will of fire. It can be seen that after this assessment, the supervision of Naruto disappeared directly, or only one Hatake Kakashi remained. For Naruto, this is undoubtedly a good thing. The same is true for third generation. Because this represents Naruto passed the test of the will of fire. And that is certainly enough. To be honest, Naruto is still wondering if the same will happen this time. Of course, if it's a performance, he thinks about it or forgets it. No time, no mood. Ninja school. It was undoubtedly busy at this time. Graduation exams are undoubtedly extremely important. Many parents were already there. When Naruto entered the examination room, the examination had already begun. The exams were taken one after the other in order. Because of the ninja student number, Naruto was assigned to the back. At this time, Shikamaru and Koji, who were in the front row, had successfully passed the exam. They walked out of the exam room happily with their forehead protectors in their hands. Hey, Naruto. Wu, it's not your turn yet? Come on, Wu. Koji gave Naruto a pep talk while grabbing potato chips and stuffing them into his mouth. Ha, Naruto, you BD, although I'm not interested in this kind of exam, but you must work hard to pass. Shikamaru shrugged, seemingly indifferent to this graduation exam. Thank you, Koji. Shikamaru, I will work hard, I am the one who will become Hokage in the future. Naruto responded with a smile. You pass this test first. And I want to be Hokage too, you can't compete with me. I don't know when. Ya suddenly moved over, interrupted suddenly, and Akamaru in his arms also showed his furry little head, seemed to understand the conversation, and made a voice. Wow, wow. Next, Naruto. Come in for the exam. The examiner's voice came from the examination room, calling Naruto's name. Looks like it's finally my turn, guys, I'll go in first. Pull. Naruto opened the door, took a peek, and squeezed his whole body in. Hello teacher. Naruto stood in the middle of the examination room, looked at the three examiners who were interviewing, and greeted them. Let's skip the self-introduction, Naruto, just start showing ninjutsu. Iruka, who is the examiner, directly asks Naruto to start the exam. Okay, teacher Iruka. As Naruto said, he opened the palms together, and then began to surge the chakra in his body, gathering in his hands. Bump. A complete Naruto appeared, exactly the same. The words that Mizuki was about to blurt out stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened instantly at this moment. Irika couldn't help being stunned for a moment. But then a smile appeared. Uzumaki Naruto passed. Opening with a joyful voice, Irika did not expect Naruto to pass. And Naruto couldn't help but look at Mizuki amusedly. Then he turned around and left the location of the assessment. As he said, he didn't have the time or the mood to compensate this actor. As for the sealed book, let's not talk about it. This time it is estimated that it cannot be the real sealed book. Naruto has no doubt that there is probably only the shadow clone technique in the entire sealed book, and if it is not done well, it is specially arranged for Naruto. And even if it is true, he who used to be 7th Hokage has actually seen it all, and there is no need to watch it again. As for the possibility that this was done by the 3rd generation, so what? It's not that if you set up a platform, I have to cooperate. Now he has already recovered, and he is just short of jumping to the 6 paths level. There is not much to consider, and there are not many things for him to consider. The figure walked out. Naturally, I ran into my little friend head-on. Going to celebrate together soon. Hokage office. 3rd generation looked at the scene in the crystal ball and couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It seems that the old man's preparation is unnecessary. With a chuckle, he waved his right hand, and the next moment the sealed book in front of him was shattered, and an umbu appeared in the office at the same time. It can be captured. He spoke calmly. Yes. Umbu responded, and then disappeared in place. Soon, ninja school. Before Mizuki had time to resist, the figure was captured by umbu directly. There is no ability to resist at all. The next step is undoubtedly class division, but follow the established trajectory. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura in general. For Haruno Sakura, he did not have a good impression of him in time travel, but he inherited everything from the adult Naruto. This bond still exists, and Naruto will naturally not cut it off. He is time traveling, but even Naruto. It's an adult Naruto, and it's a young Naruto. Chapter 44. Classification is a very simple matter, but it is not simple. For example, the lead teacher of an ordinary passerby is an ordinary jonin, but the 9 xiaoqiang are all elite jonin, although there is only a difference of 2 words, but the nature is completely different. Thinking about their teacher leading the 7th class, this is obviously a bunch of black box operations. But that has nothing to do with Naruto. Anyway, among the 3-person team, the 50-50 split seems to be of little use. Now whether the opponent can beat Sasuke is a big question. Hey, what's going on with our teacher? Why haven't you come yet? Opening with a dissatisfied voice, little Sakura looked out of the door for an unknown number of times, but at this time there was still no figure walking in from outside the door, and the whole school was extraordinarily silent at this moment. Next to Sasuke, on the face of the ice cube, there is also a look of impatience. Familiar scene, familiar everything. Next, the white-haired jonin appeared with that familiar excuse. Everything is like the scene in the established trajectory. Not even a big twist. Naruto and Sasuke did not use their full strength, and even went up to Shadow Clone, which showed Kakashi the teamwork he wanted, and the 7th class took shape. Next, it is transplanting rice seedlings and farming. Unfinished D-level tasks. It's just that at this moment, whether it's Sasuke or Naruto, they seem extraordinarily quiet. For Naruto, even though he knew about the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, he didn't intend to take care of it, wasting time. For the original trajectory, this mission is a test for the 3 of them, allowing them to see the world of ninjas for the first time. However, for Naruto and Sasuke today, these are of course unnecessary. So little Sakura was going crazy, and the 2 were still calm. However, what even Naruto didn't expect was that the task fell into his hands even though he didn't make trouble. Hokage office. Looking at the quest scroll that fell into his hands, the corners of Naruto's mouth still couldn't help but twitch. Naruto, the village is temporarily short of manpower, and this task is temporarily entrusted to you. This is a C-level mission. 3rd generation spoke with a soft voice. And Naruto looked at the old man who walked in, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As an adult, his political level has naturally improved, and he is no longer a fool, let alone blessed by a traveler. This is obviously a preordained arrangement. As the most important sea channel of the Fire Nation, how could it be possible for a businessman to control it, not to mention that there are 7 mist ninjas involved in it? Konoha village will have a shot sooner or later. Today's Konoha village powerhouses are not many. Kakashi is undoubtedly the best choice. As for bringing Naruto and Sasuke, it's just a workout. Zabuzan is indeed powerful, but he is only an elite jonin, and there is still a big gap with Kakashi's strength. Don't look at the fight as difficult, but in fact, every step is in Kakashi's calculations. It's impossible for anything to happen. The only thing that could go wrong is probably Haruno Sakura. But he is just an ordinary person. If he dies, he will die. Maybe it can stimulate Sasuke's Sharingan evolution, so why not do it? Well, the back is Naruto's imagination. It's hard to say, but the front should be about the same. Of course, even so, Naruto didn't care anymore. He is Hokage, safeguarding the interests of Konoha and his interests. Anyway, soon he will take over the entire Konoha village, and all of this will belong to him. Outside Konoha village. Wow, we're out. So beautiful. Small Sakura's excited voice spoke. Without Naruto's words, small Sakura seemed to replace Naruto's original position. But Kakashi didn't say anything either. The group moved on. Soon, the two extras, Chunin, appeared. But in the induction, Naruto has already noticed it. And the plot is also proceeding according to the original track. Kakashi hadn't had time to teach the students a lesson. Naruto's voice sounded. Sasuke, deal with them. Naruto spoke. Hey, Naruto, what are you talking about? Little Sakura opened her mouth with some dissatisfaction, but she involuntarily glanced at Sasuke from the corner of her eye. On the other side, Kakashi's pupils contracted, and he glanced at Naruto in surprise, then turned to Sasuke. But at this moment of turning, Sasuke's figure moved. His figure was like a jet-black streamer, passing by in an instant. The next moment, the two seemingly normal water streams were instantly separated. Pfft! Bright red blood shot out, and the next moment, the two of them covered their necks, their eyes widened, full of disbelief. Obviously, they never expected that their almost perfect disguise would be broken in an instant, and their lives would be ruined along with it. Sasuke. The little Sakura suddenly covered her mouth, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. If you want to keep up with him, you have to work hard. Naruto spoke softly. Then the footsteps continued to move forward. Sasuke did the same, as if nothing happened. It's just that Kakashi's mood at this time is not calm at all. During a survival assessment, he thought he might have known his student, but at this moment he realized that he probably didn't know him before. The two brats in front of them probably didn't show their strength at all. Chapter 45. Kakashi was lost in thought, and little Sakura still hadn't recovered from the bloody incident just now. The group set off again. There is no difference from the plot. When everyone came to the established road, the same person appeared in front of them. The huge beheading sword lay across the big tree. A thin figure wrapped in bandages appeared. What came to his face was an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Oh ho ho, isn't this Konoha's copy ninja? Hey, take Kakashi, what an honor. A hoarse voice spoke, it was the sound of Dai never cutting. Kakashi's original thoughts also couldn't help tightening at this moment. Mamaki no Cut, once one of the 7 mist shinobi Umbu ninja swordsmen, famous in the ninja world because of the Grandmaster's silent killing technique. I didn't expect you, who is a rebellious ninja of the fog, to appear here. Kakashi's lazy expression disappeared. Kunao appeared with his right hand, and pulled down his blindfold with his left hand, and the scarlet Sharingan appeared. No, no, if you can hand over the old man behind you to me, then it will be fine. Zabuzane's hoarse voice was full of arrogance, as if he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Looking at this one, Naruto was a little speechless. He didn't know where this guy had such confidence. For him who is familiar with Kakashi, it is very clear that Zabuzane cannot be Kakashi's opponent. The ending is already doomed. Of course, it is not necessary for Kakashi to teach them another lesson at this moment. Sasuke, get rid of him. Same words, same voice. Hey, such a dangerous enemy, why did you let Sasuke go, Naruto? Little Sakura spoke with an anxious voice. Naruto, this is not the two before, it's dangerous, stay back. Kakashi frowned. Although he felt that his 7th class was unusual, it was obvious that his students could not cope with it. Don't worry, teacher. Sasuke, he can. Naruto smiled lightly. The figure is sitting cross-legged directly. And Sasuke next to him came out. The pitch-black eyes turned into scarlet, and Sangoyu quietly appeared. Seeing Sangoyu, Kakashi couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and stopped the action he was about to stop. Teacher. Seeing Sasuke walking out, little Sakura became even more anxious. Oh, Sharingan, Uchiha's orphan. It's really interesting, but kid, you are not my opponent. The words are ridiculed. However, at the next moment, a Kunao directly flew over. Little devil, you are courting death. Ku Wufei shot. Zabuzane felt that he was being ignored. His face couldn't help showing rage, but the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, because a figure appeared directly behind him without a sound. So fast. His face changed, and he subconsciously slashed back with the knife. But the next moment, his expression couldn't help but change. The terrifying combat experience made him push his body back at the very moment. Pfft! Bright red blood shot out, and a line of blood shot out from his back without a sound. And the figure behind him disappeared, and the figure of Sasuke in front of him appeared, standing on the big tree where he was originally standing. Sharingan, illusion, very good. Little brat, you completely pd me off. There was already some gloom in the hoarse voice. No matter how much he didn't chop, he never thought that the little ghost's illusion technique in front of him would be so powerful, and he had been tricked from the very beginning. You are strong, show your strength. Sasuke spoke in a calm voice, blood dripping from Kunao. In the past 4 years, it is not that he has not experienced fighting. Naruto will take him out to fight with Hinata every once in a while. 4 years later, his combat experience has long been abundant. Little brat, you completely pd me off. The seal of the right hand rose up, and the next moment dense fog covered the entire surrounding area. Be careful. Kakashi's voice rose. Mist, there is not much threat to Sharingan, don't you know? Sasuke's words were cold, and his right hand went straight back. Bump. There was a crisp sound of weapons colliding, and the sword that appeared without a sound was blocked horizontally. The fight continued. The other side. In the dense fog, Naruto watched with relish. He wasn't worried that Sasuke wouldn't be able to win or not be killed. Sasuke at this time was not comparable to not be beheaded. It was just a matter of time. Only little Sakura couldn't help being anxious. Little Sakura is fine. Sasuke, he can handle it. Naruto opened his mouth with a smile, and little Sakura couldn't help feeling anxious again. But at this time Kakashi came over and looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke. I'm afraid your strength is stronger than Sasuke, isn't it? When he spoke, Kakashi didn't know how he should feel at this time. Naruto, as the son of his teacher, he should have paid attention, but he didn't know how to deal with it. Everything he experienced made his mind extremely complicated. As for his words, at this time they are definitely incomparable. For Uchiha, who is very familiar with him, it is very clear that if Naruto has no stronger strength, it is impossible for Sasuke to obey Naruto like this. And that was enough to make him uneasy. Because of the information he got, Naruto is not so powerful. It counts. With a gentle voice, Naruto did not deny it. Chapter 46. Naruto's answer was expected by Kakashi, but it was unexpected. Looking at the battle ahead, in the Sharingan, the scene of the battle can still be seen clearly, and this undoubtedly shocked him even more. Sasuke's strength is probably not much inferior to him. Kakashi, your Mangekyo Sharingan must have already been activated. His gaze also looked into the white mist, and with Naruto's perception, he could naturally see the situation of the entire battlefield. The words spoke again, but with an inexplicable surprise. Obito's Mangekyo opened when Kakashi Reikari pierced Rin. In the original trajectory, Kakashi didn't discover his Mangekyo until 3 years later, but Naruto doubted that Kakashi had actually been there long ago, just as this Konoha's top genius really couldn't feel anything. Naruto, you. The pupils contracted suddenly, and Kakashi couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. There were violent waves in my heart again. It seems that teacher Kakashi has already mastered it. And Kakashi's reaction undoubtedly told Naruto the result. Naruto sighed, this Hokage world is really as he imagined, there is no simple guy. Naruto, it seems you know a lot. There was a slight silence. Kakashi did not deny, but spoke softly. I should know a lot. Naruto nodded, and the next moment he waved his hand, a kunai shot directly at him. Next moment. Bump. A clear voice sounded, and a boy wearing a mask appeared in front of him. Someone. The little Sakura was startled and couldn't help becoming nervous. I'm Mist Shinobi's assassination unit, I want to bring it back. Everyone from Konoha, please do me a favor. As soon as the words opened, a childish voice came from the mask. Mist Shinobi. Little Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Naruto spoke leisurely. Assassination team, as far as I know, the Minato clan has already been killed by Kaironin, how could they be members of the assassination team? The words are simple. However, these simple words made Minato Shive's face suddenly turn pale. However, he has not waited for what to say. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him instantly. What a boy! A chuckling voice opened his mouth, the next moment his right hand was pressed directly on Mizumuzuki's abdomen, and the next moment a series of runes appeared. Mizumuzuki suddenly felt his body tighten, and then chakra in his body, including his body for a moment I couldn't move. Sealing technique. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He. Involuntarily looking at Naruto again, thoughts appeared in his mind. And since Naruto moved, it is naturally impossible to solve one. At this time, I don't know when, there are already pieces of kunai around. And his figure disappeared in the same place instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Zabuza. Another illusion. No matter how gloomy his face was, he quickly disturbed his own chakra, and the big knife in his right hand continued to slash towards Sasuke without hesitation. Since you are so weak, don't come out and pretend. Naruto opened his mouth with a sigh, and the next moment a raised non appeared in his right hand, and he pressed it directly towards the back of No More Cut. Boom! The huge impact force slanted down directly, and his expression changed, but it was too late, his body fell directly, and a huge and incomparably deep pit was directly blasted out of his body amidst the roar. Although Naruto's blow was just random, the trauma of this blow was not a joke. If he didn't cut the north, all the flesh and blood would be torn out. Naruto, I can handle it. Sasuke opened with an ugly face. It's okay, this guy is not strong, and he doesn't have much practical improvement for you, why wait so long? Naruto waved his hand and spoke speechlessly. Brat. Zabujan's figure was struggling, trying to stand up. If you don't kill me again, if I were you, I'd better not stand up, next time, I may not be merciful. Seeing the struggling Zabuzan, Naruto spoke in a faint voice. If he didn't cut his body in an instant, he couldn't help but froze. Just at this moment of his stiffness, Naruto suddenly appeared. You are really obedient. He spoke with a funny voice, and pressed down with his right hand. In an instant, the runes spread, and the whole person was instantly frozen. At the same time Naruto's right hand waved. A majestic chakra swept across, and the surrounding white mist instantly disintegrated. All right. Don't chop it up and throw it away. Naruto clapped his hands. At this time, little Sakura was completely dumbfounded. No one thought that the result would be so incredible. Sasuke's strength has already shocked her, but Naruto is also so powerful. Little Sakura's originally nervous heart sank at this moment. Little Sakura, learn medical ninjutsu when you have time, this is very suitable for you. Seemingly seeing little Sakura's depression, Naruto spoke softly. Then he looked at Kakashi again. Mr. Kakashi, it doesn't matter if you bring these two back to the village. The words opened with a question. If he doesn't cut it, Hebei's strength is indeed not very good, but if he can join the village, Konoha can also be improved to a certain extent. Especially Shui Wu Yu Bai, as the boundary of ice escape and blood inheritance, its value is still great. No problem. Kakashi looked at the two of them, pondered for a moment or nodded in agreement. It's just that he involuntarily looked at Naruto again, but his heart was not as peaceful as imagined. Chapter 47. If he didn't kill him again, Hebei would be dealt with in an instant. Everything went smoothly. As for the kid, he was also educated by the way, and the group of the 7th class also temporarily recuperated in the land of waves. In the original jungle. After Kakashi assigned a shadow clone to teach little Sakura how to climb trees, his figure appeared next to Naruto, looking at Naruto with complicated eyes. I don't know how long it was silent. Teacher, are you okay? Yo-Yo spoke. Seems to be talking to himself. But Naruto understood that this one was probably speaking to his father. How clever Kakashi is, as a top genius, his series of unusual performances, as well as the performance of the sealing technique, Flying Thunder God, can obviously be guessed 1 or 2. Naruto, let me talk to Kakashi. In his mind, Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi at this time and sighed, and after talking to Naruto, the phantom figure slowly walked out of Naruto. Naturally, he couldn't do it. But after being enhanced by Otsutsuki Hamura, this problem is not so big. Seeing the familiar figure walking out slowly, Kakashi's body couldn't help but tremble. Teacher. A murmured voice spoke. Kakashi's mood fluctuated extremely at this moment. Long time no see, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato was as gentle as ever, which made Kakashi's heart tremble even more. You guys chat. Looking at the two of them, Naruto curled his lips and waved his hand, a force of omnipotent energy merged into his father's body, and the next moment his figure disappeared directly in place. He didn't want to be here and listen. His figure came to the place where little Sakura and Sasuke were. Mr. Kakashi, you give your Reikari to Sasuke. The words opened, towards the Kakashi shadow clone. Reikari. Kakashi froze for a moment, then glanced at Sasuke again, and finally nodded. Naruto, you guide little Sakura. The words opened, and then took Sasuke to the other side. And Naruto lay directly on the ground. It seemed a little laid back. Hey, Naruto, didn't Mr. Kakashi ask you to teach me? I'm fine now, what should I do next? Little Sakura spoke with a slightly dissatisfied voice. Accompanied by the words, Naruto realized at this time that the little Sakura had already walked on the big tree. Obviously, although little Sakura's talent can't be compared with his two villains, his talent is still very strong, at least far surpassing ordinary people, stronger than the others except Konoha 12 not a lot. From this point, it can be seen from later that the entire Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, except for little Sakura, has not reached the cage level. Reaching cage level at the age of 16, even Kakashi has never reached it. Although there is a reason for Tsunade, his own talent and hard work are inevitable. After climbing the tree, let's tread water. Thoughts flowed back, Naruto moved with his right hand seal. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Next moment. Boom. A huge current of water swept up in an instant, rushing directly towards the entire jungle. As Hokage, he naturally knows how to use the evasion techniques of the 7 attributes, but he is too lazy to use them at his level. In the Boruto biography comics, Naruto used Earth style. The scientific instrument only absorbs the ability of ninjutsu, but does not release it, and Naruto has a seal, which means it can indeed be used. Naruto. It was just this scene that shocked little Sakura again. This is a place without water, and Naruto not only used water style, but also a water style of such a large scale. That's scary enough. Tread on the water, make sure you don't fall. As soon as he spoke, Naruto jumped onto a tree and continued to add beauty. The little Sakura took a deep breath, and involuntarily glanced at Sasuke in the distance again, then at Naruto, finally gritted her teeth, and continued to practice. The other side. Kakashi's conversation with 4th generation continues. It is undoubtedly another feeling to meet again after 12 years of master and apprentice. Naruto doesn't know what his father said to Kakashi. All I know is that when Kakashi came out again, Naruto could obviously feel that something had changed in Kakashi. Dad, what did you say to Kakashi-sensei? He spoke with a somewhat surprised voice. He who was not interested at first, suddenly became interested. Nothing, just told him something. Namikaze Minato seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, and smiled. Dad, if you really said it, he may not believe you. Naruto spoke softly, but didn't finish his sentence. But Namikaze Minato understood what he meant. It's very simple. As the fastest ninja, he takes a step slower every time. Obito resents Namikaze Minato because of this. Although the Nine Tails rebellion is not entirely due to this reason, at least part of it is. I'm afraid Kakashi will have some too. No, he's Kakashi. And I just said a little bit to let him let go of some knots. After a moment of silence, Namikaze Minato still spoke, but his words also became more subdued. Although he was a little helpless, he was indeed one step slower every time. As the fastest in the ninja world, he couldn't make it to his students every time, and Namikaze Minato couldn't feel better. Well, Dad, it's not your fault. Ms. Kakashi is not Obito either. Naruto spoke. Chapter 48. Kato is dead. Dasna looked dumbfounded. My disciple should not do deceitful things. Kakashi spoke calmly. I couldn't help but glanced at little Sakura. This time it was little Sakura who shot, and it was Naruto's request. After Kakashi was silent for a moment, he didn't refute. Sasuke, and Naruto's situation is beyond his imagination. In this way, there is no doubt that he needs to care about his other disciple. At this time, the little Sakura still looked a little defeated. She killed dozens of people with her own hands. It may take a while to gradually recover. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. After a while, Dasna came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. Naruto and others also left immediately. It's just that there were 5 people when they came, and 6 people when they left. An old man was missing, and a man in bandages and a boy were added. Since we are going to bring it back to Konoha village, of course we have to take it away. As for the kill, forget it. Although these 2 people are 100% not good people, but there are no good people in the ninja world. Just be useful. And this group of people, if they don't kill, Hibai has been silent all the time. Not beheaded is not a person who is afraid of death, but he is also a person who is afraid of death. It is very complicated. If he dies in a battle, he will die. Now that he is not dead, he naturally does not want to die. Especially when he found out that Naruto and others didn't want to kill them. It's just that he has been looking for opportunities along the way. But every time he felt that he had found an opportunity, he would meet the half-smiling gaze of the blonde boy, which instantly dispelled all his thoughts. Bai is silent. This point is almost the same as the little Sakura at this time. A mission in the Land of Waves. Not much has changed for Sasuke and Naruto, but the change for little Sakura is bigger than the original. During this mission, little Sakura saw the strength of her teammates. Sasuke, who was originally number 1, was like this, and Naruto, who was unknown, was like this, and she seemed really weak, and she even felt that she was redundant, which made her a big blow. As for Bai, he obeys everything and does not cut, and if he does not cut and does not move, he will naturally remain silent. Kakashi didn't know what to write anymore, or rather, he didn't know what Namikaze Minato talked to him that day. In contrast, instead Sasuke and Naruto as always. At this time of the day, Naruto was also starting to think. Time travel and rebirth, it is naturally impossible for him to keep walking along the original trajectory. But now, when the plot begins, his original plan is also ready to proceed. As for his plan, quite simply, he's not trying to be the 7th Hokage. The 7th generation is too far away, he doesn't have the time, and he doesn't have the experience to take his time. His goal is the 5th generation. And this will be his best chance. After the wave mission, comes the Chunin exam. At that time, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan will start. When Konoha is in crisis, he will stand up as the son of the 4th generation and take over the entire Konoha. It will not be too difficult. This is the same as when Pain came to Konoha back then. When he appeared as the ancestor of the savior, when his identity was exposed, countless people's guilt and merit were enough to push him to that position. As for obstacles, to be honest, there are actually not as many as imagined. If Gaara from Sand Shinobi village can do it, then he can too. However, some details still need to be improved. For example, how to make yourself appear more reasonably, and how to let the public know your identity without doubting it, these are big problems. And at this moment, he didn't know. In fact, Konoha was already paving the way for him. Maybe I'm really old. 4th generation. A whispering voice spoke, and third generation looked a little lonely. He really attaches great importance to power, and he can't even let it go. However, as the years passed, he still felt unable to do what he wanted, especially when he saw the report on Danzo in his hand. His heart once again fluctuated. Danzo has some things that he wants to do but dare not do. But over the years, Danzo has gone a little too far. Although Konoha has stabilized in these years, its development seems to have suffered a lot. The development of Cloud Shinobi Village has become more and more rapid, and its strength has begun to surpass Konoha vaguely. Even if it is him, he is not allowed to take the exam and consider the issue of succession after his death. His eyes scanned the documents in his hand one by one. Tell Jiraiya to return to the village, and bring Tsunade back if possible. The words opened, and the third generation immediately began to issue orders. Yes. In the darkness, a figure trembled slightly, but still responded quickly. The office fell into silence again. Third generation was still smoking that dry tobacco slowly. Chapter 49. Third generation started to arrange some things. Naruto, who is still outside the village, doesn't know about these, and all this is going on quietly in the village. And the other villages remained the same. It's just that this day seems destined to be restless. 8th class. Compared with the 7th class, their tasks are naturally much simpler. Although they also started to perform some sea-level tasks in a specific arrangement, because Yuhihong's strength is obviously not as good as Kakashi, and Yuhihong's identity, of course there is no such thing as too dangerous. Now it happened to execute a sea-level task and return to the village. That was a bandit mission, a real sea-level mission. But for the members of the 8th class, it is indeed an experience, at least with the exception of Hyoga Hinata. Finally back, Akamaru. Inyazuka teeth stretched, with a feeling of relief. There were pitch-black bugs crawling over Jinao's body, and he stroked his eyes with his right hand. Take a rest temporarily and gather tomorrow. Yuhihong smiled. He waved his hand at his team members, heading towards a place in his memory. The setting sun is gradually falling. The figure of Yuhihong appeared here. But several Umbu personnel stopped her. I see Yakumo. Kurane Yui opened her mouth, and the Umbu staff disappeared again. Yuhihong walked into the castle. The luxurious castle, with a sense of tranquility, was once the residence of the Kurama family, but it has long been abandoned at this moment, and there is only one person living in it in the entire castle. Other than that, it is an exquisite painting. Hong, teacher, you are here. When Yuhihong's figure walked in, the girl rang out with a happy voice. Yakumo, the teacher is here to see you. Yuhihong couldn't help but put a smile on her face. However, his smile had just appeared, and Yuhihong's face couldn't help but change in an instant, because she suddenly found that Kurama Yakumo's words were excited, but her expression didn't change at all. It's like a painted skin. Untie. The hand seal rose up, instantly disturbing his own chakra. However, Yuhihong suddenly found that it was useless at all, and the surrounding scenes remained the same. Teacher, are you leaving Yakumo? Speaking with a pitiful voice, the little girl is very pitiful at this time. Ito, get away from Yakumo, she is innocent. Yuhihong's face was serious, and Ku now appeared in his right hand. Chakra continued to stir up troubles in a hurry, trying to get rid of this influence, but everything remained the same. Teacher Hong, are you really going to kill Yakumo? Is Hokage-sama too? Kuruma Yakumo's voice seemed to be depressed. But the surrounding scene is changing rapidly amidst depression. The scenes in the paintings are presented around. Layers of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of Yuhihong's forehead. And just as he was in crisis, Hyoga Hinata, who was originally at the Ichiraku ramen restaurant, changed slightly. Teacher is in danger. Hinata spoke with an anxious voice, and with her super perception, she instantly sensed that there was something wrong with Yuhihong's chakra. Hinata, what did you say? Inyazuka Tiba was a little confused. However, he didn't wait for him to say anything more. Hinata's figure has disappeared in the ramen restaurant. Shino, what happened to Hinata? Inyazuka Ya looked at his other teammate with some puzzlement. But at this moment, Ji now also got up, and quickly followed Hinata. Hey, what are you doing? With a speechless mouth, Inyazuka hurriedly paid the bill, and the figure quickly followed. Hinata is fast. In just a moment, I came to the place where Kurama Yakumo was. And without the Umbus noticing at all, her figure just passed by in an instant. Hinata's figure directly entered the castle. In an instant, he felt the strange chakra fluctuations around him, as well as the Yuhihong standing there almost motionless. Teacher. Hinata's calling voice spoke, but Kurane Yui's figure remained motionless. And she could feel the life force of Yuhihong passing away rapidly. Hinata was undoubtedly more anxious. The next moment, without further hesitation, the eyes covered by the white cloth instantly turned into a bright blue, and at the same time strands of blue chakra rose up, enveloping the girl's body in an instant. In the illusion, Yuhihong felt that her consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. However, at this moment, in a daze, she saw a touch of blue. Boom. Immediately, the entire illusion suddenly shook. Ah! A scream came out from Yudo's mouth. On the expression of this terrifying monster, Yuhihong actually saw fear. This made Yuhihong feel at a loss. She knew how powerful this monster was. And the next moment, she instantly understood what was going on. In this fantasy space, a girl wrapped in a terrifying blue chakra coat stepped into this space. It seemed that the entire space would be shattered just because of her existence. Boom, boom. Rumble. The huge roar echoed in the eardrums. As the cracks spread one after another, Yudo let out an even more miserable cry. The entire illusion space was trembling violently, and it seemed that it could not hold on at all. Chapter 50. Kurama Yakumo's ability is undoubtedly terrifying, even unimaginable. It is a terrifying illusion that can control people's five senses and make others become her string puppets. You can't help but speak. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch, everything you know is what I want you to know. And it can create an illusion world, and everything that happens in the illusion world. As long as she wants, it can be real, such as damage or repair to things or human bodies, etc. The scene painted on her canvas can also become a reality as long as she wants. As another her, Yudo can naturally do it too. The moment Hinata entered, Ito's ability instantly tilted out, and the next moment a series of illusions appeared, directly covering Hinata. However, when Hinata activates Tenseigan, even if it is not in a complete state, there is already a huge gap between them. When there is a gap in the level, the so-called pervert ability is naturally only that. A series of illusions collapse instantly the moment they appear. Feeling her own strength, Hinata couldn't help being startled. Is this the Tenseigan mode Naruto-kun was talking about? The voice of self-talk opened. At this time, Hinata couldn't help being shocked by her own strength at this time. You must know that she has completed the evolution before, but this is the first time. Undoubtedly, this strength deeply impacted her heart. Hinata could feel that his own strength might be enough to raise the entire Konoha village to the ground in an instant, and even vaguely felt that his own advantages were like gods. You should disappear. The girl's voice was immature. Hinata raised his small hand, wisps of all-encompassing power spread around, and at this moment his consciousness seemed to be somewhat indifferent. On Kurama Yakumo's body, as soon as strands of black air touched it, it would evaporate quickly. Don't want. Kurenei spoke in an anxious voice. The next moment, the figure rushed over in an instant. Hinata's small face couldn't help changing, and the next moment she put away Lily. Teacher. The layers of black aura on Yudo's body were evaporating, but at this moment he couldn't help smiling. Yakumo, sensei won't leave, and won't hurt you. Real. Kuruma Yakumo, whom Kurenei hugged tightly. Hinata's indifferent expression suddenly trembled, and his thoughts returned to him the next moment. Immediately, he waved his hand. Boom. The majestic power of all things swept across, and the surrounding illusions were instantly shattered. It's just obvious that Hinata can't control his strength at this moment. At the moment of sweeping, everything including the outside world was instantly shattered. The huge castle was annihilated in an instant. Outside world. Inyazuka Kiba and Shino who had just arrived were stopped by Umbu. They were explaining that the next moment, in their eyes, the castle in front of them, which occupied an area less than that of their family, suddenly shattered. No, not broken. But directly annihilated. In the midair, Yuhihong hugged a girl, and a light blue chakra appeared in the midair with a terrifying chakra. This scene instantly made the two of them open their mouths. Not good. The expressions of the three Umbu changed, and without any hesitation in the next moment, the seals in their hands rose instantly. Boom. 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 4 beams of light rose from all directions in an instant, and the entire castle was blocked in an instant. Notify Lord 3rd Generation, Kurama Yakumo has gone berserk. Leave immediately. An Umbu spoke quickly, and glanced at the two at the same time, speaking coldly. Gudong. That, is that? Inyazuka swallowed a mouthful of saliva forcibly, and his face turned pale instantly. Leave. Shino, however, was much calmer, pulling up the figure of Inyazuka Fang directly to back away. At this moment, the light blue brilliance gradually receded, and a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Hinata. Is that Hinata? Inyazuka spoke with an anxious voice, and Shino's footsteps couldn't help but stop, and even in Shino's sunglasses, his eyes were filled with shock. And in midair. 3 people levitate. Yu Haihong felt himself in shock. He felt that he was surrounded by an inexplicable force, set off in midair. What shocked her even more was that when the strange yet somewhat familiar figure appeared from the terrifying chakra, it turned out to be Hinata. Hinata. His words seemed to be no different from those of Inyazuka Tiba. At this moment, the mouth couldn't help but also opened up. Teacher, are you okay? The pale blue chakra coat came off, and Hinata's voice was concerned. No, nothing. Yuhihong spoke with a stammering voice. And Hinata hesitated for a moment and came over. Under Kurenou's nervous and cramped gaze, she placed her small hand on Kurama Yakumo. Hinata, what are you doing? Yuhihong originally wanted to stop her, but after a moment of hesitation, she stopped. She chose to trust her student, even though Hinata was obviously different at this time. Teacher, I should be able to solve it. Hinata opened his mouth softly, and the next moment, the omnipotent force on his right hand reversed. Kurama Yakumo's body trembled, and the next moment, the jet-black aura quickly merged with himself. Ito was originally split from Kurama Yakumo. Both third generation and Uchiha wanted to get rid of it before, but in fact, the best solution should be fusion. Of course, ordinary ninjas can't do it, but Hinata with Tensagen can naturally do it. Chapter 51. Outside Konoha village. Finally home. Naruto spoke with a smile. But before his voice fell, his expression changed instantly. Hinata. The next moment, there was no greeting at all, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Only stayed, Kakashi and the others stared. What happened to Naruto? Little Sakura spoke with a confused voice. But her words didn't end, and Sasuke disappeared soon, leaving little Sakura doubting her life. Kakashi frowned, but in the end he didn't follow in the same way, and Buzan and Bai still had to deal with it. He has seen Uchiha Sasuke's strength this time in Namokuni. Although Naruto is still unclear, Naruto will only be stronger, let alone his teacher, and there will be no danger. Go, let's submit the task first. Kakashi waved his hand and headed to Hokage's office with Zabuzan. And where the castle is? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at the scene in a daze. Especially when they soon discovered that nothing seemed to have changed, each of them couldn't help being even more at a loss. That's Hinata, right? Inyazuka opened his mouth, still unbelievable. In his mind, that blue figure like the scorching sun made it impossible for him to reunite with the submissive girl in the past. Shino was silent. As for the two Umbu, they couldn't help frowning at this moment, feeling all this carefully. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the barrier. But they were just looking up for a moment. Next moment, the pupils of the two shrank suddenly. Because the figure that just appeared in the sky not only appeared in midair, but also directly grabbed the barrier with both hands, and under their shocking eyes, they only gently tore it apart. Chilla. The voice that everyone heard with their own ears rose. The next moment, the entire barrier, which is enough to seal time and space, was torn apart in an instant. You must know that this is a high-level enchantment, even a cage-level strong is difficult to break it, but at this moment it was torn apart in an instant, and it was still so easy. I must be dreaming, it's Naruto. Inyazuka tooth pinched himself involuntarily, at this moment the whole person felt in a trance. And obviously Naruto didn't care about that. After his figure tore apart the barrier in an instant, he appeared directly beside Hinata. Mr. Naruto. Hinata spoke with a joyful voice. Hinata, are you okay? Naruto spoke worriedly, although the moment he arrived, he roughly guessed what was going on. But I still asked. It's okay, but I still can't seem to control the power of Tensagen perfectly. Hinata spoke with some annoyance, looked at the surrounding scene and couldn't help lowering her head. Fine. It's good to get familiar with it slowly. Naruto comforted her, and then looked at Kurama Yakumo, whose soul was merging in Yuhiran's arms. Hinata's Vientian Senluo was obviously not deep enough, which made this kind of fusion a little slow, and it was difficult to reach half of it. Go any further, unless Hinata continues to turn on Tensagen mode. At this time, Hinata obviously intends to continue to open. But he was appeased by Naruto. Teacher Hong, Hinata's power control is not very proficient, let me do it. As soon as he spoke, Naruto directly took over Hinata's work. Okay. Yuhihong nodded foolishly, at this moment she also felt whether she was dreaming. But Naruto didn't hesitate, Hinata had already started, and at this time it was natural to complete the fusion quickly, otherwise it would be very troublesome, and the golden flame rose up. The next moment, he instantly entered the fairy fox mode, and wisps of all-encompassing power quickly merged into Kurama Yakumo's body. Under the fairy fox mode, the omnipotent power quickly softened towards the souls of the two. Outside world. The figure of the third generation did not know when it had appeared. When he saw the golden figure in the center, his expression couldn't help but change. 9 tails. No, this is. Naruto has mastered the 9 tails power. Third generation was startled at first, then spoke with a somewhat excited and unexpected voice. Because at this moment, he could feel that the power of 9 tails was not violent, but extremely gentle, and this undoubtedly meant that it was not a state of rampage, but a state of control. This is what he has always wanted. But he didn't expect that Naruto actually mastered it, and he mastered it so quickly. Everyone retreats temporarily, this place is immediately blocked. As soon as the words opened, third generation reacted suddenly and issued an order instantly. Yes. Several Umbu responded, although they were still puzzled, they quickly executed it. When this place is completely blocked. Looking at the third generation in the central scene, his expression became complicated again. In the end, until the golden power gradually dissipated, his figure disappeared immediately, and he didn't bother Naruto. I don't know what kind of thinking this third Hokage fell into again. And most central. When night fell, Kurama Yakumo's aura gradually stabilized, and he slowly fell into a deep sleep. Naruto's power slowly dissipated. It's okay, there should be no problem. Words open. Thank you. Naruto, Naruto. Uchiha was overjoyed, and then her expression was complicated, and she was also a little tangled, not knowing what to say. No way, on this day, whether it was her own students or the appearance of Naruto, she deeply doubted her life. Although he only touched them a little, he felt the terrifying power of these two children. Chapter 52. Outside the ruins of the castle. Inuzuka and Shino were still in a daze, especially Inuzuka's eyes widened at this time, and he opened and closed his mouth several times, but he didn't say a word. What did he see? His teammate, the inconspicuous Hyuga Hinata, broke out into chakra, which made him feel extremely terrifying. At the same time, it was still flying. But it's not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Naruto, that inconspicuous existence in the class, unexpectedly flew over at this time. Fly. When will ninjas be able to fly? Gudong. Swallowing again, Yunjiaya tried to wipe his eyes. But this wiping person disappeared. Am I really dreaming? The voice of mumbling to himself spoke, and Inuzuka Fang was at a loss. 147 immediately affirmed by talking to himself. As for Jinai next to him under the sunglasses, the shocked expression on his face also represented a person who couldn't calm down at all. Hokage office. Third generation quietly smoked the tobacco in his hand. It seemed extraordinarily silent. Naruto. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the words reached a step, but he couldn't help but stop abruptly, because at this moment, the master didn't know what language he should use to speak. Finally sighed. Naruto, do you hate the village? He spoke with a low and old voice. Grandpa third generation, what did you say? Pure words, leaving a blank. The third generation couldn't help being silent again. Naruto, you know, the village needs to keep secrets, and your identity is not easy to reveal. Whatever you need, Grandpa third generation will do his best to satisfy you. Opening his mouth again, third generation's eyes once again focused on Naruto. Grandpa third generation, you misunderstood, I never hated the village. I'm going to be Hokage's man. Naruto's words carried a firmness. The gaze that met the third generation did not dodge in the slightest. And he wasn't lying, his goal was to become Hokage. As for resentment, there really isn't. The people follow blindly, and it doesn't make any sense to resent ordinary people. Everything about him is just the result of a high-level game between the two in the village. Hate may be again, but it is not for the village, but for some people. Good, very good. Haha, Naruto, you can definitely become a great Hokage. And listening to Naruto's words, seeing Naruto's eyes that didn't dodge in the slightest, third generation's gloomy expression suddenly showed a smile, and he spoke with a big smile. When Naruto walked out of Hokage's office, a generation of smiles continued. Obviously, he got what he wanted. However, whether the result that third generation wants is the same as what Naruto wants is unknown. But it didn't end there. Hinata obviously needed some investigation and vigilance, but Naruto used the power of Nine Tails as an excuse to pass it by for the time being. After all, third generation didn't see it, and Umbu, class 8, including Uchiha didn't have enough knowledge, barely still able to fool people. Of course, this fooling time may not be long. Because it is impossible for Hinata not to make a move all the time, and once he makes a move, it is almost clear at a glance whether it is Nine Tails or not if he is noticed by third generation and other high-level officials. But that's okay. Of course, more importantly, the whole Konoha village needs to be busy now with the Chunin exam. This time the Chunin exam is held jointly with Sand Shinobi Village. Now that Sand Shinobi Village is growing gradually, it is undoubtedly necessary to raise 12 points of vigilance. And time passed slowly in this silence. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. The Chunin exam is getting closer. The village is also gradually bustling. And little Sakura is going to learn medical ninjutsu. Old in their own practice. And Naruto is assisting Hinata to master the power of Tenseigin. Hinata Tenseigin does have some problems. For example, once Tenseigin is turned on, Hinata's consciousness will become relatively indifferent. Although it is still him, the impact is real. This may be the reason why Hinata has not yet been able to grasp this force. Naruto can only cooperate with Hinata to continue to master. Until, Kakashi appeared in front of them again, and handed an application form to the three of them. Chunin exam. Looking at the application form in front of him, Naruto couldn't help but smile. The time he had been waiting for finally arrived. At this moment, he is finally going from behind the scenes to the front of the stage, a glorious era is about to unfold in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation. The next moment, he signed his name in an instant. The same goes for Sasuke. Only the tangled little Sakura remained, but under the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, he signed the same. And with the signing of the three, the Chunin exam also kicked off immediately. Familiar scene, familiar everything. The scene in memory was staged again. Sagara, Temari, Kankuro. In the first competition, Ubuxi's stern face was also so familiar. Only this time, without his impassioned voice, relatively more people were eliminated in the first match. When the second round comes, Anko's indifference mixed with murderous words came in, but Naruto felt a figure, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Orochimaru, are you still here? There is a smile in the eyes. And Orochimaru, who was in the crowd, seemed to have vaguely noticed something, his body couldn't help trembling, his snake eyes shrank suddenly, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the blonde boy in the center of the crowd. And with this look, he just met the other party's face that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. This surprised Orochimaru, and his hairs stood on end instantly. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the terrifying scene he saw on the moon 4 years ago. 5.3 If in the picture, it is really this kid. Orochimaru knew exactly how terrifying the person in front of him was. Is it him? Countless thoughts rose up in my mind, and my mood fluctuated violently. Although it was 4 years apart, and he even made preparations for it, he believed that the figure on the moon was the 12-year-old kid in front of him, and it was 4 years ago. Orochimaru was completely unbelievable. His eyes flickered, wisps of luster appeared, and finally he gritted his teeth and made a decision. The conversation with the third generation is temporarily fooled, but it is only for the time being. The third generation is in a very complicated mood. Maybe I want to solve it after the Chunin exam. After all, Naruto has no anti-village feeling. It's just that he doesn't necessarily know that he has this time. Chapter 53. Among the jungle. One after another figures flew away and stepped into this death forest in a hurry. They need to seize another scroll within a certain period of time, and this does not only need to seize one, because you don't know whether the scroll the other party is holding is the earth or the sky. You only know when you grab it. If it is the same, then it must be seized again. And even if it is captured, there is no need to use the predetermined target point to throw it. But along the way, it is inevitable that they will encounter snatching again. Its difficulty and test are unimaginable. But obviously, the three of Naruto don't have much to do with each other. The 7th class is very leisurely. Naruto, they're all in. We need to hurry up. Little Sakura spoke anxiously. Don't worry, it's fine. Naruto smiled, and didn't care, he was waiting for that one's arrival. In the entire Hokage world, it can be said that it is full of fatalism, bloodline theory, all plots, or arrangements have actually been set up from the beginning. The only ones who are not in the setting are probably only 2 people. One is King Guy, one is Uncle Snake 08 without a doubt. There was once a saying that on this road to change the world, some people believe in power, some in blood, and some in hard work, but Orochimaru, who has penetrated the essence of the world, knows that science and education can rejuvenate a country. Uncle Snake's research, and even most of Uncle Snake's existence, is related to the entire plot. The 4 battles can be won, and this one also has a lot of credit. And more importantly, there are some things he can't avoid. Uncle Snake, if possible, Uncle Snake is the best to be able to store. And it seems to be verifying his idea. His figure staggered suddenly. The next moment, a gigantic shekau instantly swallowed him up. Naruto. Little Sakura cried out anxiously. However, Sasuke didn't move. There are enemies. The right-hand kunai appears, and the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan appears. Orochimaru's disguised ninja appeared in front of Sasuke and little Sakura. Oh, Sanguyu, Sasuke-kun, your growth is faster than I imagined. Speaking with a cold voice, Orochimaru had a smile on his face, but there was a slight frown in the deepest part of his gaze. So easily resolved, somewhat at a loss. But soon, his bewilderment disappeared. Because behind this moment, I felt a sharp edge. Orochimaru, Konoha's S-class ninja, appearing in such a grand manner, are you really not afraid of death? Naruto spoke with a faint voice, and his figure appeared behind Orochimaru at some unknown time. It looks like it's you. Uzumaki Naruto, is this the Flying Thunder God? The frown turned into a smile, and Orochimaru spoke with a chuckle, with curiosity and surprise. Oh, it's me. What's the meaning? At this moment, Naruto couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Orochimaru's words seemed to have known him for a long time, and seemed to confirm a certain thing, which made him feel very strange. You must know that Orochimaru should only know him during this period of time, and would not be right. He is very familiar. Naruto-kun, it's not a good habit to be distracted during battle. The voice of sinister laughter rose again, Orochimaru's body shattered instantly, and the next moment, a kunai appeared between Naruto's neck. It is true that distraction is not a good habit, but if the strength is strong enough, then the problem will not be a problem. Pale golden flames spread. Huge vigor swept up. The figure of Orochimaru behind him was directly thrown out. The moment the golden body mode is turned on, Naruto is on it. His right hand passed by, and the scroll in Orochimaru's hand was directly taken out by him. At the same time, left-handed generation. Raise non-presence on the right hand. A raise non smashes in instantly. The huge vibration directly set off a terrifying energy. However, when the ground exploded completely, Naruto's brows couldn't help but wrinkle deeper. Not because Orochimaru is not resolved. Not to mention, he didn't have this idea at all. Even Orochimaru is not so easy to kill. As one of the hardest people in the ninja world, even an adult Naruto is not 100% sure to kill Orochimaru completely, let alone now he is. The reason for his frown was Orochimaru's words. It made him feel vaguely that the situation might not be right. Solved. Little Sakura came over and spoke with a joyful voice. No, let him fall. Naruto shook his head, and flung the scroll in his hand to little Sakura. Let's go, let's gather. Although he was puzzled, he could only hold back at this time. Now that the scrolls are all in place, of course he has to leave. As for the question, I am afraid that there should be an answer next. Anyway, with his current strength, as long as Madara is not revived now, he has plenty of solutions. And Uchiha Madara should be impossible to resurrect now. In this way, he doesn't need to worry at all. When the strength can be invincible, even if there is a problem, it can be solved. This is Naruto's confidence. The figure steps forward. With the strength of Sasuke and Naruto, even if Naruto didn't make a move, it would be extremely easy to pass the second round. On the huge tower, Iruka appeared, congratulating them for passing the test. At the same time, the top 937 Konoha 12 all passed the assessment. It's just that this time there are a lot fewer people, and obviously there is no preliminary round, but the third round of finals directly started. At the same time, in a dark environment, an intact Orochimaru appears. Orochimaru, don't mess with me in this last time. You actually ran into the death forest without authorization. Danzo spoke with a cold voice, and looked dangerously at Orochimaru with one eye. Danzo was very angry at Orochimaru's presumptuous move. However, he also knows that he can't control Orochimaru, they are just a cooperative relationship, and this cooperation may break down at any time. This one in front of him is like Lion Majesty. Master Danzo, this is just a small game, the mission is still going on. There was a smile in Orochimaru's snake eyes. Although he was talking about Lord Danzo, there was no respect in his tone. It's just a cooperation with each other. Hope so. This time, third generation must die. He has been in Hokage's position for too long, and Sand Shinobi Village, recently too ostentatious. Fourth Kazekage does not need to exist. I hope you can handle it. With a faint voice, Danzo turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 54. Watching Danzo disappear, the smile on Orochimaru's face became more intense. Master Orochimaru, do you need to deal with him? He spoke with a childish voice, and a small figure appeared. Even Danzo didn't realize that there was another figure here. No, someone will take care of him. It's like a windmill. Although it turns slowly sometimes, it's not worth seeing. Now I want to use the gust of wind that destroys the leaves to make the windmill turn. The voice with a smile remained the same, but the figure of Yin Snake also gradually disappeared. His figure disappeared, and the small figure behind him also disappeared. Everything returned to silence again, and no one knew what happened in this dark basement. Outside world. Konoha village has been caught up in the buzz. Chunin exam. This is a story that is enough to go down in history. In the original trajectory, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan was carried out, fourth Kazekage was killed, and Orochimaru, who pretended to be fourth Kazekage, descended on Konoha, summoned first generation with impure world reincarnation, and second generation fought with third Hokage. In the end, the third generation sealed up the ghouls and used their own lives to protect the village. This is undoubtedly a deplorable heroic deed. However, if you look at the entire Konoha collapse plan, you will find that the entire Konoha actually loses nothing at all. The only loss is only a third Hokage. And he is old. It's time to abdicate, too. It's just that he has been standing in the position and refused to retreat, which caused the whole Konoha to become a little rigid. His loss wasn't a bad thing for Konoha. In comparison, Sand Shinobi's loss was almost tragic. The Sand Shinobi village that invaded Konoha was almost devastated. The strongest fourth Kazekage Rosa was killed by Orochimaru, and Jinchuriki Gaara was overwhelmed by Naruto. Sand Shinobi village had to agree to Konoha's treaty under the condition of heavy losses. And Konoha ushered in a new Hokage. If it weren't for the twilight of the third generation, Tsunade would undoubtedly show his sharpness even more, reflecting the strength of the 5 great ninja villages. After arriving at Hokage, Naruto checked some files and found out that the Konoha collapse plan was originally a scene directed and performed by Danzo and Orochimaru. Danzo needs to suppress Sand Shinobi and deal with Sarutobi, while Orochimaru wants to give his teacher a grand burial, not wanting his teacher to die at such a wimpy age, showing his brilliance. And when the time is reset, when Naruto comes with the future, all of this will obviously have a different color. Above the huge venue. After 3 days of rest, the third match has already started. Sitting high, the third Hokage, and the fourth Kazekage sit quietly. It's just that the fourth Kazekage has already changed. In the ground. The battle was extremely fierce. I really lost. Seeing Kunao appearing between his neck, Inyazuka Tiba spoke with a wry smile. Seeing Naruto's state that day, he knew he couldn't win, but he didn't expect such a big gap between them, which made him extremely annoyed. Uzumaki Naruto wins, next game. The referee's voice rose. Soon it was time to enter the end. While waiting leisurely, battle after battle continued. Unlike the original track, due to the absence of qualifiers, the order of some games has also changed. For example, Hyoga Hinata, against Hyoga Neji, he just disappeared. This made Naruto a little annoyed. After all, it was less fun. If this brother-in-law was beaten up by Hinata, it would be quite interesting, but it's a pity that it's gone. Of course, this is just Naruto's bad taste, not malicious, and he has no opinion on Neji. Semifinals, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyoga Neji. The referee's voice sounded. Naruto couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the inertia of the plot is still so great, and he and Neji are still in a battle. However, this battle came abruptly and ended abruptly. Naruto's figure fell. Immediately, pieces of kunao scattered all over the field. In Neji just unfolded gentle fist. The next moment, Naruto appeared directly in front of Neji without making a sound. Neji couldn't help being taken aback, barely hesitating. Revolving heaven. Huge spin, sweeping up with chakra. Boom. In the dust, the surrounding things were instantly blown away. On the high platform. Oh, is that Flying Thunder God? I didn't expect to see the disappearance of 4th Hokage in the ninja world after 12 years. Orochimaru's pretended 4th Kazekage spoke with an unexpected voice. That kid is the son of the 4th Hokage, of course. 3rd generation spoke with a smile, and looked at the scene below with satisfaction. Son of the 4th generation, that indeed has this qualification. However, Master Hokage, this one from the Hyoga family is also very good. Revolving heaven, this is the senior secretary of the Hyoga family, it is known as absolute defense. The two were talking. And in the auditorium, many people couldn't help being extremely surprised. Many people recognized the skill Naruto showed, it was Flying Thunder God, and Hyoga Neji's revolving heaven was enough to surprise Hyoga Hayashi and Hyoga Hanabi. Neji big brother is so strong, and the guy my sister played with, how did he appear, Dad, isn't that body flicker technique? Hyoga Hanabi spoke with a curious voice. No, that's the Flying Thunder God, extinct of 4th Hokage fame, with unlimited teleportation. Hyoga Hayashi spoke softly, and his heart was also shocked, because was it okay, remembering the scene when Naruto met him a few years ago. He didn't expect that Naruto at this time even mastered the Flying Thunder God. And what it means to master Flying Thunder God, Hyoga Hayashi naturally understands. That represents the Golden Flash, representing the myths of the Third Ninja World War. The Third Ninja World War, because the Second Konoha was too eye-catching, at the beginning, the 4 major ninja villages besieged Konoha. In reality Sand Shinobi attacked Kikyo Mountain, followed by Iwagaku raid, followed by Cloud Shinobi invasion, Mist Shinobi invasion. If it weren't for the 4th Hokage, who walked around the battlefield in an impossible state, Konoha couldn't hold it. It was a myth that Hyoga Hayashi will never forget. This is also the fundamental reason why Hyoga Hayashi is still willing to invest in the case of Naruto. Because he believed in that person, so did other ninjas. Chapter 55. Neji lost. Thinking of this, Hyoga Hayashi suddenly spoke. How come, Neji big brother him? Hyoga Hanabi spoke blankly. However, the next moment, it seemed like what Hyoga Hayashi said. Among the Venus. Hyoga Hayashi had just cast Revolving Heaven, and when he was panting, a figure suddenly reappeared, and he spoke with a soft sigh. Strength, defense alone is not enough. The best defense is to attack, that's not how white eyes are used. Opening his mouth with soft words, the next moment, Hyoga Neji only felt his body sink, and then a terrifying force poured on him in an instant. Boom! The body flew upside down. It fell into the distance. The body wants to struggle. However, in the next moment, one after another inscriptions instantly covered his whole body, completely imprisoning his figure in place. This is... Pupils contracted suddenly. However, at this time Hyoga Neji couldn't move at all. Even if he gritted his teeth tightly and the chakra in his body was outputting crazily, it was useless. The seal of the Uzumaki clan is not so easy to break free. At least not Hyoga Neji. Under the unwilling eyes of Hyoga Neji, Naruto's figure slowly walked over 187. Looking at the boy on the ground. Aren't you reconciled? Zongjia, branch house. The fate of the branch house cannot be changed. As long as your strength is enough. A faint voice spoke, and Naruto disappeared in place the next moment. Strength. A muttering voice opened, and Hyoga Neji's eyes turned from struggling to shining. And the referee also started to read the second battle. Semi-final, Match 2, Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara, match begins. As soon as the words opened, Gaara and Sasuke couldn't help but jump down. Looking at the figure ahead. Sasuke's heart tightened. He had heard Naruto mention this one. Does one tail keep cranes? Maybe this is the existence that really tests my strength. The heart is solemn, but Sasuke at this moment is full of excitement. Just like in the Land of Waves, what Naruto said can't train him anymore. But one tail shower he can definitely do it. One-tail Shower-He is not strong, although it is not the bottom one among the tailed beasts, it is still the bottom one, but even if it is the bottom one, it is still a tailed beast, possessing strength above ordinary cage level. For Sasuke, who has not yet reached the cage level, it is definitely a great abnormal test. The scarlet eyes appeared, and the three-hooked jade spun. And looking at the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, Gaara's mind immediately heard Shikaku's roar. Sharingan, damn Uchiha! Shikaku's voice could not be conveyed. But the battle started in an instant. Sasuke's speed instantly increased. Under the lightning-style chakra, his speed directly reached Xiao Li's level, and Gaara entered the passive state almost instantly. If it is said that Naruto's Jinchuriki identity in the original book was very hip at first, and it was almost difficult to use the power of 9 tails, then Gaara Jinchuriki's identity is a tragedy. Without the seal of the Uzumaki clan, Shikaku could not be prevented from leaking, and Gaara hardly had a good night's sleep. Its grasp of the power of the crane is worse than that of Naruto. Under normal circumstances, when facing an enemy, only the leaked power of Shikaku can be solved, but now facing Uchiha Sasuke, an Uchiha Sasuke who has improved in all aspects, Shikaku was suppressed almost instantly. And it is here that the seeds are suppressed. Shuhi also quickly started to run away. The battle became intense in an instant. At this moment, pieces of feathers fell from the sky, and a sense of drowsiness spread throughout the surrounding area. Konoha's collapse plan began at this moment. Here we go. Looking at the falling feathers, Naruto said lightly. Naruto, what did you say? Little Sakura spoke with a curious voice, but the next moment his figure fell, on the table. At the same time. Sit high. Orochimaru appeared in front of third Hokage in an instant. Kunao appeared, and then the figures of the two jumped up and landed directly on the roof in the distance. The 4 Odanin who had been prepared for a long time completed the seal in an instant. 4 Purple flame formation. The purple brilliance rose, and the entire roof was instantly enveloped by a barrier. If the previous enchantment was a high-level enchantment, then at this moment it is a top-level enchantment, and it needs to be activated by 4 people to activate it. A cuboid enchantment of purple transparent flames is opened in the 4 directions of east, west, north, south, an enchantment array. There is a purple flame attached to it, which cannot allow outsiders to enter the inside of the barrier. Once they touch the walls of the barrier, they will be burned by the flames, and even cage level cannot break through. Feng Ying, what do you want to do? Do you want to provoke a war between the 2 countries? Even though third generation was held hostage, he still spoke with a calm voice at this moment. Teacher, I haven't seen you for many years. Orochimaru spoke in a cold voice, put down his kunao, and slowly walked to the side, while the human skin mask on his body slowly receded, revealing a woman's velvet. You succeeded. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, third generation's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Of course, thanks to you, isn't it? So this time, teacher, do you think the funeral I prepared for you is suitable? Orochimaru's smile widened even more. In the next moment, the seal in hand was completed quickly. Ninjutsu is performed. Third generation also began to complete the seal quickly. In the formation of 4 purple suns, the duel between master and apprentice began quickly. And the outside world. The whole Konoha was also completely messed up. Sand Shinobi teamed up with Yin Ninja and began to complete the destruction quickly. But the whole village seems to have been prepared for a long time. A man named Jonin made a quick move and started Shikai to decide the whole thing. Above the venue, Shower-He's strength began to run wild quickly. But fortunately, Sasuke began to move Shikuru away from the venue. And above the auditorium, Kakashi unlocked the illusion of those around him. Start ordering quickly. Naruto, now, in the name of the village, I am issuing an S-level mission, immediately assist in chasing Gaara. Little Sakura, go and wake up Shikamaru, form a team, and bring Sasuke back, mission level A. The order was issued quickly, and this top Jonin who survived the battlefield showed his ability beyond imagination at this moment. Naruto glanced at the battle on the roof, and then at Gaara and Sasuke who were gradually receding in the distance. He smiled, then nodded and disappeared instantly. For him, this opportunity is not the time to draw one-tail Shower-He. At other times, he may not have this opportunity. 4th update. Chapter 56. Konoha village is just outside the sub. Under Sasuke's lead, he and Gaara have retreated here. But here, Kankuro and Temari looked ugly. Konoha's collapse plan had just begun, and Gaara was actually blocked by a Konoha's genin. Although this name genin seems to be very difficult at this time. It did, however. But at this time Sasuke, the bewitching 3-god jade appeared in the double pupil, and the lightning-style chakra covered the whole body. At this time, almost 2/3 of Gaara's body was already covered by Shower-He. An extremely violent chakra spread all over his body. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Sasuke's heart fluctuated, and his expression was extremely dignified. Although it was a short fight, he still felt the horror of the tailed beast. You must know that this is only one tail, not yet in full condition, but it has already made him very strenuous. He can't imagine how powerful the 9 tails in Naruto's body are. But it also excited him. The power of Sangoya's pupils tilted further. Meanwhile chakra is mobilizing. However, the collision between the two has not yet begun. A figure suddenly appeared. Sasuke, leave this guy to me for now, go back and protect him, little Sakura. With a faint smile, he spoke, and a familiar figure appeared. Naruto moved here in an instant. It is good. Sasuke hesitated slightly, but nodded anyway. He knows that it is still difficult for him to be Xiaohe's opponent now. The figure quickly retreated. And Xiaohe found that the enemy was about to run away. He became even more furious in an instant. The figure suddenly moved towards Sasuke. However, Naruto was faster than him. Gaara, your opponent is me now. He opened his mouth with a light smile, and Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. The next moment, a rays non-bombarded Gaara's body completely covered in sand. Boom! Due to the terrifying power and chakra's tilt, Gaara's body flew horizontally. This is not an ordinary rays non, but a big ball rays non. In just an instant, Gaara's body flew upside down for hundreds of meters. It fell directly into the distance. What? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. There was a shrill voice, Gaara's roar sounded, and the next moment, layers of sand swept across, and Gaara's body was wrapped in layers of fools in an instant, and his body continued to grow. In just an instant, a huge monster with a height of tens of meters appeared. One-tail Xiaohe completed a complete tail beast transformation in an instant. Hey, Lao Zi is finally out. Stupid Lao Zi. The sound of excitement rose, and a huge chakra swept across, and the power of Xiaohe poured all over the surroundings. At this moment, a horror like a natural disaster came. Tailed beasts are like nuclear weapons. How terrifying is Xiaohe, who has completely exploded now. Even Sasuke, who had gone away, couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart again. But obviously, this has nothing to do with Naruto. That's not how Jinchuriki's power works, Gaara. Soft words opened, golden flames spread, and Naruto's figure instantly entered the fairy fox mode. And the moment he entered the fairy fox mode, Xiaohe's wild laughter stopped abruptly, and the civet cat's pupils were full of horror. It's you. Horrified words came out in an instant, and at this moment, Xiaohe suddenly remembered the golden phantom 4 years ago. This time, when Naruto entered the fairy fox mode, Xiaohe unexpectedly found that it was completely compatible. And this one terrified him. Almost without the slightest hesitation, its huge figure turned around and ran wildly. Xiaohe, what is he? Kankuro stared at the scene dumbfounded. Even Temari next to him was dumbfounded at this moment. What did they see? Xiaohe was running away. That's right, running away. But how is this possible? However, it was clear that no matter what they thought, Xiaohe was indeed running away. That golden figure, even after 4 years, still terrified Xiaohe infinitely. At this moment, his instinct was to prepare to run away. However, boom! There was an incomparably huge impact sound, and Xiaohe's huge body seemed to hit an air wall, and the huge impact force directly made the space tremble violently. 0. Seeking flowers. The surrounding area was once again dusty, but his body was also stuck in place. You can't escape. Naruto's words were soft, but to Chizuru it was like a demon whispering. At this time, the entire surrounding space was completely blocked. Dad's words sounded in his mind. Fix quickly, I can't last long. Namikaze Minato's words opened, with a haste and a breath. It is good. Naruto nods. The next moment his figure moved again. Immediately afterwards, Xiaohe's body froze. Because above his head, on Gaara's body, one after another inscriptions spread up. This is from the Uzumaki clan. He spoke with a horrified voice. But the next moment, Xiaohe only felt that his huge chakra dissipated at a terrifying speed, just like the one 4 years ago. It's just that at that moment he could barely resist, because the distance was unknown, but now, he found that he couldn't resist at all. The omnipotent power draws the power of one-tail Xiaohe, and the aura of Xiaohe quickly diminishes. In just an instant, the huge body made up of the surrounding yellow sand began to collapse. And the yellow sand fell into it. Gaara's figure gradually emerged from it. However, Gaara fell into a coma at this moment. It's a good night's sleep. The power of the tail beast is not mastered like this. The whispering voice opened his mouth, and the chakra poured into his body, which was quickly suppressed by him as a majestic chakra. You must know that the chakra in his body at this time is probably not inferior to that of 8 tails, and it is naturally extremely easy to suppress a one-tail Xiaohe. As for integration, Naruto didn't try at this time. His drawing of one-tail chakra is for the last step, not to improve his own chakra, that is not necessary. As for Gaara, nothing will happen, but it will be good for him. The extraction of chakra can give him a good rest for a period of time, and maybe after waking up, he will have a certain grasp of Xiaohe. The fifth mouthful. Chapter 57. Whether to save the third generation, this may be a very heavy question. If it is a complete Naruto, 100% will make a move, even if you know everything, the same is true, but when there is one more time traveler, in fact, there are many more choices. Above the venue. When Naruto came back. On the roof. Orochimaru has completed the impure world reincarnation. And he couldn't help but sighed. Next moment. Among the roofs. Wind style, spiral shuriken. The young man shouted softly, and then a huge spiral shuriken flew out. Boom. Under the terrifying sound, the terrifying chakra swept across, and the layers of rapidly spreading trees quickly shattered in the spreading, directly blocking this attack, and Naruto's figure appeared before the third generation. 2:30. Naruto-kun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's a bit late. Orochimaru spoke with a faint smile, and looked at the figure that appeared with admiration. The expressionless first generation and second generation returned to him. Naruto. Behind him, third generation couldn't help being stunned when he saw Naruto. Naruto, let's go. In a dazed moment, third generation's complexion changed, and he spoke anxiously. Don't worry, third generation, I can handle it. Naruto's words were calm, but what he said made third generation tremble. At this moment, Naruto didn't seem to call him third generation's grandfather anymore. While he was trembling, pale golden flames spread, and Naruto entered the golden body mode in an instant, his eyes fixed on the first generation and second generation items of impure world reincarnation, and his mood fluctuated. It looks like it's really you. But Naruto-kun, this is not the strongest strength, let's show it, it's not enough. A feminine voice came up again, it was Orochimaru's words. The same strange content made Naruto pay attention to Orochimaru again. Oh, Master Orochimaru, do you know how strong I am? The words were surprising, and he was indeed a little puzzled at this moment. This is in the Death Forest. Orochimaru obviously knew something, but it shouldn't be possible. Although he didn't deliberately hide it, the poor third generation didn't know. How did Orochimaru know? Of course I know, I can't help admiring Jun's feat of 4 births to the moon. Naruto-kun's strength is probably comparable to that of first Hokage in the subversive period. The voice of light laughter is speaking. Orochimaru didn't play charades either, but directly stated the reason. And this sentence immediately made Naruto's pupils shrink. Moon, have you ever been on the moon? There was some surprise in the eyes, and the opening of the words brought another surprise. Of course, look, Naruto-kun, what have I prepared for you? Orochimaru licked his lips. With a wave of his hand, the next moment, the space in front of him split open instantly, and a young figure slowly walked out from the dark crack. Has pale skin and blue-white long hair, has slender willow leaf eyebrows, wears white clothes, has a jade pattern on the neck, and the eyes that are different from the memory are pale gold, not light blue. This person has terrifying power. He was originally the best container I prepared for myself. Unfortunately, he has strange power. I can't reincarnate, but I think he will be the best opponent for Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's smile was full of smugness. Otsutsuki. Looking at the person in front of him and listening to Orochimaru's words, Naruto exhaled slightly, and then couldn't help but smile. Master Orochimaru, I have seen that you have gained a lot, but his strength is not fully grasped, and he alone is no match for me. With a chuckle about to spit, Naruto's words contained only endless confidence. As he said, the Otsutsuki Shiren in front of him may already have some Tenseigen, and it is hard to say whether he can reach the level of Hinata, let alone his opponent. This one alone just surprised him. Even this made him feel relieved, he really thought that Orochimaru knew everything. It didn't, and that doesn't matter. Of course, these certainly won't. Naruto-kun's strength, I have seen it on the moon, it is enough to destroy the entire ninja world, this one alone is definitely not your opponent Naruto-kun 0. You can add another ninja god. Opening his mouth with a smile, Senjo Hashirama gradually walked to Otsutsuki Tonari, and at the same time, the chakra on his body began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, the time has turned hundreds of times, and at the same time, the cracks on Senjo Hashirama's body are gradually disappearing, and a somewhat pale body appears. At this time, Naruto can feel that Senjo Hashirama's chakra is not inferior to him. You really are not afraid to play off, the god of ninja is not so easy to control. Looking at the two in front of him, Naruto spoke in a low voice. Yeah, so to avoid accidents, I erased the consciousness of this ninja god at the beginning of my reincarnation. Although the strength will be affected to a certain extent, but because of this Otsutsuki's cells, this time the ninja god is in full bloom. Naruto-kun, how are you going to deal with it? The feminine voice continued, and Orochimaru smiled calmly. It seems that everything is in his arrangement. Naruto. Behind him, third generation's heart was fluctuating, and the conversation between Orochimaru and Naruto was vague, even without beginning or end, but at this moment third generation still remembered the terrifying battle on the moon 4 years ago. This can't help shocking him, but also can't help showing a complex look. He didn't know whether it was regret or hope. Thoughts 4.8 Flow, the thoughts of third generation are intertwined. In the end, I still take steps and want to move forward. It's just that second Hokage Senjo Tobirama appeared in front of third generation. Teacher, First Hokage is not the only one who can regain its full glory. Orochimaru smiled, and the huge chakra in second Hokage's body was far more than just now, obviously just as Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, you. The third generation is angry. But before he had time to speak, second Hokage's attack had already begun. Third generation fell into a passive state almost instantly. He is already old now, not to mention that even if he is not old, there is a big gap between him and second Hokage, and it can be said that he is completely suppressed. Naruto-kun, what should you do? Chapter 58. Orochimaru, Naruto-kun, what are you going to do? First Hokage Senjo Hashirama, Akatsuki Tonari, Master Orochimaru, you have prepared enough surprises for me. But you took away the consciousness of first Hokage, even in its heyday. As for Otsutsuki Tonari, Tensagan's power is strong enough, but this one can't control it. Since you have been to the moon, you should know my strength. Naruto's words were lightly smiling, the pale gold spread further, and the corners of his eyes appeared orange. At this moment, he directly entered the fairy fox mode. Boom! A powerful golden air wave swept across, and the roof was completely toppled at this time. It really is the power to make people intoxicated. Naruto-kun, I'm curious, how did you acquire such terrifying power, Nine Tails, the power of immortality? Orochimaru was excited, with strong interest in his words, and as he waved his right hand, the body of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama suddenly moved, and he put his hands together. 08 majestic chakras swept across. Rise! Wood style, birth of the tree world. An unconscious voice sounded, and the next moment, the entire house trembled violently. Boom! Long! Long! Boom! Boom! Amid the violent tremors, the terrifying chakra covered the entire barrier. At the same time, amidst the roar, terrifying trees sprang up from the ground one by one, and at the same time, countless tree roots spread rapidly, covering the entire surrounding area in just an instant. The expressions of the four Odanin who were maintaining the four Xiang formation changed. Gritting their teeth, the next moment, the four of them instantly entered the curse seal mode, and the even more terrifying chakra tilted out with the power mixed with fairy art, but even so, the enchantment of the entire four purple sun formation also began to crumble. In the original trajectory, the power of the first generation and second generation may not even be 1/10, and naturally they cannot burst the barrier, but now the first generation is in full bloom, and even if it loses consciousness, it can explode by about 70%. The power of the whole conclusion became a little difficult in an instant. Of course no one noticed them at this moment. Because, at the moment when the tree world spread, Otsutsuki Tonari also made a move at this moment. Green Brilliance Package, Tensagan mode activated. Amidst the entanglement of trees, Naruto was suddenly attacked. Chakra swept across Naruto's body, but the tree world had the terrifying effect of swallowing chakra. The spreading hand of chakra would be devoured if only part of it was torn off. But Naruto is still not in a hurry, not to mention that the two in front of him can't help him. Even if he can enter the six paths mode for a short time, and naturally he can solve it. He glanced at the barrier involuntarily. Immediately, his eyes could not help but smile. In the next moment, his figure instantly became smaller. A spiral shuriken appeared instantly in his hand. Sage art, spiral shuriken. With a clear voice, the spiral shuriken was pressed to the ground in an instant. Boom! The majestic chakra exploded instantly at this moment. Unparalleled power swept across the whole in all directions. The power of wood style poured directly into the formation of four purple suns. Boom! Boom! Amidst the huge roar, the entire four purple sun formation suddenly swelled up, and finally directly reached a critical point. Crack! A clear voice sounded, and cracks quickly spread to the purple boundary wall. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of the four Yinran, the purple boundary wall shattered completely in an instant. Four figures flew out backwards. Master Hokage. Umbu's personnel were taken aback for a moment, and then they couldn't help being delighted. It's just that they haven't waited for their joy to spread. The entire roof seemed to be hit by a giant explosion. In an instant, the entire house was torn apart and collapsed. Everyone jumped out at the moment the house collapsed. Naruto, who was in mid-air, transformed into two huge palms behind him, grabbed the two huge collapsed ruins, and threw them in the direction of Senjo Hashirama. Senjo Hashirama, who has been wiped out of consciousness, does not affect his strength in the slightest. In mid-air, he slid his hand over his face and entered sage mode instantly. Then a hand patted a piece under his feet, on top of the slowly falling ruins. Boom! The ruins burst instantly, and a huge wooden golem figure emerged. Immediately afterwards, the huge wooden golem blasts the two ruins that smashed past with a swing of both fists. As the ruins were smashed, there was also a large amount of smoke that obscured Senjo Hashirama's view. Brush! Wind style, raise non-shuriken. Amidst the thick smoke, two huge raise non-shurikens came in a flash. Faced with this sudden blow, two wooden dragons appeared on the huge wooden golem's shoulders. The wooden dragon was entwined and rushed straight at the two raise non-shurikens. Boom! When the two sides come into contact with an incomparably huge explosion, it is like a small atomic bomb. The airflow of the explosion completely swept the surroundings into a blank. Those Umbu ninjas who had just rushed forward were instantly thrown backwards by the aftermath and smashed into the distance. At this moment, the enchantment was shattered. First Hokage, the god of the ninja world, and Uzumaki Naruto, the god of the ninja world of later generations, truly demonstrated their terrifying strength at this moment. Every attack is like the sky and the earth shaking, and every attack shatters everything. Otsutsuki was unable to get his hands in for a while. At this time, he still hasn't mastered the power of Tensagen 050 after all, and it's still a little bit close to inserting this most peak battle below the 6 paths level. And the outside world. Under the broken barrier. Whether it's Sand Shinobi, Yinin, or the ninjas of Konoha, they all saw these two terrifying figures. This power. This chakra, really belongs to the ninja. Is this the horror of the ancestral Hokage? A ninja muttered to himself. At this moment, they looked at the terrifying scene ahead, and couldn't help feeling a horror from the depths of their souls, which was no longer at the same level as them. It is also an existence that they cannot understand. In this era, Third Hokage has been called the most powerful Hokage. And this is obviously not comparable to Third Hokage. This may be called a god. This is God's war. And on the battlefield, the three obviously had no scruples about others. In the middle of the explosion, Senjo Hashirama's body was broken in half, Naruto had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and his figure fell, with the smile on his face still. His blood was gradually boiling, and it had been a long time since he had fought so boldly. The strength of this first Hokage is indeed as imagined, even if his strength cannot be fully exerted because he does not have a main consciousness, the explosive power is only inferior to him. 0. Chapter 59. Brush. Just as Naruto sighed, the void behind him flickered. Otsutsuki Torito moved to his back by the wave of the void. The hand exudes a bright dark green light, ready to go straight into Naruto's heart. It's just that the opponent's actions have long been under Naruto's attention. In an instant, he raised his foot and kicked the opponent's hand away. Otsutsuki missed a move, and instead of continuing to chase, he jumped back and opened the distance between them. Compared with Senjo Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto, Otsutsuki is very aware of his own chakra, and it is very threatening before he has mastered Tensagen. So from the beginning it was cooperation. Like this moment, his shot gave first Hokage a chance to recover. On Naruto's left, Senjo Hashirama's half is slowly recovering. In the attack just now, Naruto's power has been improved after all, coupled with Senjo Hashirama's power, it is obvious that Orochimaru is not very familiar with it, and there are some problems in handling it, so Naruto seized the opportunity and instantly severely injured this one. But it was obviously useless, the effect of impure world reincarnation was enough to restore any situation. Immortality is not a bonus for this one. He opened his mouth with a light smile, that was Naruto's words. As he said, Senjo Hashirama's power is inherently buggy, and this kind of immortality is a bonus for other people, but not necessarily for Senjo Hashirama. Senjo Hashirama's terrifying sage body is enough to ensure that he can recover from the near death. The undead body is only slightly stronger. It's really not too much. But the god of immortality, plus the power of space of Otsutsuki Shiren, Naruto-kun, can you really handle it? Orochimaru's words are still calm, and he doesn't seem to be worried. In fact, his goal is not Naruto. He is just turning the windmill of Konoha. That's all. The power of the tree world spread further. The spatial power of Otsutsuki Tonari spreads in all directions. The battle started again. Below the 6 paths level, the peak duel was vividly displayed at this moment. The entire ground was destroyed on a large scale, and the venue was completely shattered at this moment. Fortunately, at the time of the blockade, people had begun to evacuate quickly under Konoha's emergency arrangements. But even the name of the village in the distance can see this epic battle. And in this kind of battle, the third generation has become more and more difficult. Although third generation claims to be the strongest Hokage in this era, I am afraid that most of the top powerhouses are very clear about how weak this strongest is. Although it is not conscious, it is just Orochimaru's manipulation, but controlled by a top player like Orochimaru, the strength is not much worse. The battle lasted for a long time. Even if the ape demon is summoned, the third generation is still in jeopardy. At this moment, the third generation already has a fight to the death. Maybe he is extremely greedy for power, maybe he has a big problem with his character, but one thing is undeniable, his heart for Konoha is true, he is also willing to die for Konoha. At this moment, he has made this determination. Especially after watching the battle between Naruto and first generation, third generation couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and showed a smile. The seal in hand started quietly at this moment. And when Sarutobi started to seal, in Naruto's mind, Namikaze Minato still spoke. Naruto, shoot. Third generation. Opening his mouth with a sigh, Namikaze Minato opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe he should be angry, maybe he should ignore it. After all, he has seen everything about his son, and he also understands Naruto's plan, but he couldn't hold back after all. Naruto's figure paused for a moment. Was instantly pumped by the Buddha of first generation. Barely venting its strength in the sky. He looked at third generation, which was in danger not far away, and then at Orochimaru. Finally he sighed. Master Orochimaru, I didn't intend to destroy your purpose, but it's a pity that some people don't want to. I can only apologize. There was a sigh in the words, and Naruto's voice was full of emotion, but some people didn't want this share, whether it was his father, fourth Hokage, or the adult Naruto, I'm afraid I don't know. At this moment he no longer shot. And Orochimaru, who was listening to his words, couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Otsutsuki Tonari, and Senjo Hashirama appeared in front of Naruto. For Orochimaru, the purpose is to contain Naruto, and it doesn't matter if Naruto makes a shot or not. Oh, Mr. Naruto, it's not so easy for you to leave. The Flying Thunder God is powerful, but the power of Tensagen can limit a certain space. You are not fourth Hokage. Orochimaru looked very relaxed with a teasing look on his face, he was not worried about accidents happening. The other side is also isolated by the time-space barrier, so it is impossible for anything to happen. He has also considered Naruto's Flying Thunder God. Although Naruto used it once on the moon, he has also paid attention to it. Flying Thunder God? No, I'm afraid you misunderstood. He opened his mouth with a faint smile, and the next moment, Naruto's eyes were slowly closed under Orochimaru's surprised gaze. Next moment, in the left eye, a scarlet color appeared. Then the pitch-black Guyu appeared. This is... Orochimaru's smile stopped abruptly, and his pupils shrank for an instant. But the constricted pupils hadn't had time to expand. At this moment Orochimaru suddenly thought of something, and his face couldn't help but change. Close your eyes. The opening was almost instantaneous, trying to manipulate Senjo Hashirama to close his eyes. But it was too late. Senjo Hashirama's figure froze in place for an instant, and a sense of consciousness gradually became sexual from his body. Distinguished heavenly gods, the eyes of Uchiha Shisui, can directly invade the opponent's brain without being noticed, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will. Everyone who sees it turns into his puppets. For a top power like First Hokage, the effect is naturally not so powerful, but I don't need to do this either. Isn't it enough to cover your consciousness? Isn't it, Orochimaru-kun? Naruto's smile became more and more intense, and in the slow words, it was no longer an adult, but June. But such words made the hairs on Orochimaru's body stand on end at this moment, because at this time the completely sealed consciousness in Senjo Hashirama began to recover. His seal quickly began to seal, and at this moment he wanted to lift the impure world reincarnation. Chapter 60. However, at this time, it was too late to cancel the impure world reincarnation, and an incomparably majestic chakra was released instantly, and the seal in Orochimaru's hand could not be tied no matter what. At the same time, the power of the connection with First Hokage Senjo Hashirama was instantly shattered. Tobirama, if you say this ninjutsu, it should be destroyed. An unfamiliar yet familiar voice spoke with helpless words. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt his hand tighten, and one hand grasped the movement he was making in mudra. At the same time, tree roots spread out from under his feet, and he rushed forward in an instant. Boom! The terrifying water swooped in directly, and was blocked by numbers rising from the ground in an instant. Even if this stream of water had turned into a tsunami, it still couldn't stop the terrifying number from spreading. Pillar, Lord Hashirama. Third generation spoke in a voice of astonishment and surprise. He never thought that Senjo Hashirama, who was already controlled by Orochimaru, would break free of control at this moment. The other side. Senjo Hashirama's instant escape caused Orochimaru's expression, which had always been sure of winning, to change drastically, and his figure retreated towards the rear without any hesitation in an instant. It's not good to go so easily. With a faint smile, the voice opened, and 403 was wrapped in golden power. The next moment, Naruto punched out suddenly. The incomparable chakra tilts. Boom! Rumble! Power poured out, and the entire ground was completely shattered, including the trees at the level where the tree world descended were also completely destroyed in this punch. Otsutsuki Shiren's green chakra surged. At this moment, with reluctance, a truth-seeking ball was formed. However, it doesn't work. After only holding on for a moment, the terrifying chakra shattered the truth-seeking ball in an instant. Tilted directly to the rear. The truth-seeking ball is indeed difficult to solve, and even the touch below the 6 paths level cannot be touched. However, Naruto at this time is not touching, but is on the market with the help of shock waves. This kind of power is the purest power. Naturally there is no problem. Of course, in the entire ninja world, maybe only he can do it at present, even Senjo Hashirama is a bit reluctant. Pfft! Bright red blood flew, Otsutsuki flew upside down, and Orochimaru's body beside him shattered in an instant, leaving only one life behind. I see, but the truth-seeking ball finally bought some time. In an instant, the two disappeared. Naruto's figure flickered and appeared on the spot in an instant. It's really fast enough. He opened his mouth with a slight smile on his face. Naruto did not catch up, although with his ability, it is completely possible, but it is not necessary. Among the eyes, the scarlet left eye gradually disappeared, but the figure did not stop at all. The next moment, his figure flickered, and he rushed directly to the various battlefields in Konoha village. Village entrance. The gigantic summoning snake was directly blasted by Naruto's punch. Outside the venue, hundreds of sand shinobi village surrounded Konoha's ninjas. Naruto's figure landed. The next moment, the chakra coat on his body spread. Boom! 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 Under the slanting of huge power, these dozens of sand shinobi village ninjas were instantly defeated. And Naruto's figure continued to flicker. This time it is Otanin village. At this moment, the number of people who invaded Yunin village was the largest, up to hundreds of people. Due to the strength of the secretary, the strength of Yunin village is really not weak, but Akunao, a golden figure, has become the most powerful person in this Konoha village. Terrifying ninjutsu. Konoha village has already been set up by Naruto as a space-time barrier, and he can flash 5 coordinates without CD in Konoha village. So in the eyes of everyone, they only saw a golden figure and the fallen figures. At this moment, whether it was the ninja of Konoha, the ninja of Tsunagakuer, or the ninja of Yunin village, they couldn't help but think of a figure. An invincible existence in the Third Ninja World War. In all ninja villages, there will be warnings that anyone who encounters Konoha's yellow flash can immediately give up the mission and run away without being punished. In the world of ninjas, missions are more important than lives. One can imagine the existence of such an honor. Originally thought that with the Nine Tails Rebellion, that person would never appear again, but now, they actually saw it again. Many old people in Konoha had tears in their eyes. Even kneeling on the ground trembling. 4th Generation Project. Yes, 4th Generation Project. Excited voices can be heard endlessly. And the eyes of the members of the Konoha family flickered, and they looked at that figure strangely. They knew that the 4th generation had already fallen, and this figure vaguely reminded them of a person. Although it is unbelievable, it can be gradually formed. Uzumaki Naruto, have you come this far? With a voice talking to himself, Hyuga Hayashi looked at the golden figure that had completely disappeared, and there was a flash of brilliance in his expression. Maybe he was the one in Konoha village who was the first to know about Naruto's extraordinary existence. However, even Hyuga Hayashi doesn't know that Naruto's strength has reached such a point. Involuntarily looking at the almost messy venue in the distance again, he still felt a burst of scalp numbness, and how terrifying it was. Even as the patriarch of a big family, he has vaguely seen the description of First Hokage, but that should be a story. But at this moment, the story actually appeared in reality. Mood ups and downs. At this time, all the enemies in the entire Konoha village were almost counted. In mid-air, the pale golden flames on Naruto's body gradually dissipated, and the familiar figure appeared directly in the sky and in front of everyone. This time, the whole crowd was undoubtedly fried again in an instant. Even though people like Naruto are low-key, many people still recognize them as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is true of big families, and so is common people. That's Naruto. He's Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine Tails kid. How could he Flying Thunder God, the extinction of the 4th Hokage? Chapter 61. Naruto's figure appeared in the air, and at this moment, everyone in the entire Konoha village was in front of them. And his words also sounded at this moment. The foreign enemies have all been eliminated, please restore the village as soon as possible. The gentle voice was still immature, but the words were easily heard by everyone. This is an order, and he is also giving instructions on behalf of Hokage. In his words, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes twinkled. Immediately without the slightest hesitation, the words spoke directly. Yes. Hyuga Riz arose in response. And with his response, immediately afterwards, the patriarchs of the other big families suddenly reacted. As a big clan in the ninja world, and even a big clan in Konoha, no one is a fool. Especially after Naruto showed such terrifying strength and appeared so majestically, these people suddenly woke up. The families that didn't make the bet didn't say anything. Bet. Nara's family, Akamika's family, Yamanaka's family, Aberamei's family, after only a moment's hesitation, their patriarchs also responded. At this moment, the voices became one piece. But at this time in a ruins. The battle just ended. Facing Senjo Hashirama, even if Senjo Tobirama is extremely powerful, the ending is also doomed. The terrifying sea of trees bound this second Hokage tightly, making him unable to move at all. 3rd generation was a little out of breath. His face was also extremely pale. He was already late, but after this battle, his body function also dropped to an extreme. Thank you Hashirama-sama. 3rd generation bows to Senjo Hashirama. But at this moment, Naruto's voice came over. Senjo Hashirama and 3rd Hokage couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Little monkey, our Konoha village has cultivated a very powerful junior. Senjo Hashirama spoke with a laughing voice. Naruto. 3rd generation's complexion changed slightly, and he opened his mouth, but he still didn't say the words. Third generation's political wisdom is not covered. Naruto's behavior, he naturally understands what's going on. He is very complicated about this. Maybe he had the idea of cultivating Naruto to become the next generation, but that will be a long time later, and it is hard to say whether it will even happen in the future. But now it has clearly changed. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what was going on in his heart. And Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, became even more ugly in an instant. Gritting his teeth slightly. Damn Sarutobi, I said Nine Tails Jinchuriki needs control. Danzo spoke almost in a growl. But when he looked at the terrifying fighting environment ahead, he felt his body trembling. It was fear of powerful power. The battle between Naruto and first generation deeply shocked him. Even if he knows better, but because of this, he understands what such strength represents. That is enough power to crush the entire ninja world. Even if he wanted to take action, he could only hold back. Fortunately, although his goal has not been achieved, at least half of it has been achieved. He could feel that the life of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a good partner of his, had been extremely weakened, probably not for a few years, and this might be his chance. The only problem is Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe give it a try. Thoughts were flickering in his mind, Danzo was thinking. The village hasn't been too kind to Uzumaki Naruto, and he seems to be taking advantage of that. The figure quickly disappeared. As for Konoha village, it stabilized rapidly. With the shot of a powerful ninja. Soon the whole village recovered completely. Even if the ground is destroyed, under the ability of the ninja, it will not be a big problem. Hokage office. A. Senjo Tobirama is temporarily sealed. Senjo Hashirama looks excitedly at the Konoha village scene, while Sarutobi Hiruzen watches Naruto quietly. This time the two can be said to be talking for the second time. And this time it was completely different. At least both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Naruto have a different environment. Sarutobi Hiruzen really saw Naruto's terrifying strength, which made him have to think carefully about some things. Naruto, what do you want? 0. Seeking flowers. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke anyway. Today's scene made him clearly understand that the person in front of him is not a child, but a fully mature existence. The performance of that scene undoubtedly illustrates this point. I want to be fifth Hokage. And looking at the third generation, Naruto was silent for a moment, and then he spoke as well. The words were calm, but the words that came out made Sarutobi's body tremble. There was another moment of silence. When Senjo Hashirama's eyes are projected over. Sarutobi continued speaking. Naruto, Hokage is not in a hurry, you are still young, this position will be yours sooner or later. Well, I have summoned Jiraiya, Jiraiya will be the fifth Hokage, how about you become the sixth generation? He let out a slight breath while speaking. At this moment, he already understood his situation. Even if he didn't fall, he was ready to let go of this identity after all. As for the choice, he chose Jiraiya. Naruto, of course. But he can be arranged to the sixth generation. At that time Naruto also grew up. No, I need to be the fifth Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he had found a suitable choice, but Naruto shook his head, his words were still simple, but there was no room for maneuver in these simple words. But Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, still shaking his head. At this time Naruto is still too young, 12-year-old Hokage, even if he is about to abdicate, what a joke. Little monkey, there is nothing wrong with it. I think little Naruto can be a Hokage. Senjo Hashirama spoke with a strange voice. And his words immediately made third generation speechless. Master Hashirama, but Naruto is too young. I don't deny that Naruto has the potential of Hokage, but I'm just talking about it now. Sarutobi continued to speak with helplessness. 12 years old, little Naruto, he is already so strong at 12 years old, it seems that he will surpass me soon. Senjo Hashirama rubbed his head and laughed, obviously this first Hokage has a different focus every time. Chapter 62. Shode, now is not the time to think about this. Sarutobi gave another wry smile. That, ha ha ha. Senjo Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. Third generation, I am not asking, but announcing. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Naruto spoke calmly, but his voice was extremely authentic. Naruto you. Sarutobi's expression changed. He didn't expect Naruto to be so tough. And at this very moment. Oh, why, don't you still want to force yourself to be this Hokage? So what if I disagree? Opening the mouth with a cold voice, two figures walked in from the door. Hamura and Koharu, long time no see, are you all this old? Senjo Hashirama spoke with an unexpected voice. The first two, 3 generation adults. The two who had just walked in couldn't help being surprised when they saw Senjo Hashirama, but they bowed immediately. But soon the body stood up again. He looked at Naruto with a cold look. Little devil, the position of Hokage is not something you can take right away. Yuditen Koharu's words spoke again. Sarutobi, don't be confused, Uzumaki Naruto is Jinchuriki, how can he be Hokage? Mitokado Homura also spoke. And looking at these two, Naruto smiled. Perhaps these two old antiques really don't understand things very well. Now, even Danzo didn't come out, but these two came out instead. It can be said to be really stupid. I think, you two, you may have misunderstood a little. Naruto spoke in a faint voice. Misunderstand? The two were puzzled. But it has not waited for the spread. When they realized it, they saw the change of first Hokage's expression. The next moment, they instantly understood what was going on, and the two majestic chakra pinched their necks instantly, and their bodies were directly lifted in the air at this moment. Naruto. Third generation drank coldly, and his figure was ready to move in an instant. However, another Naruto appeared in front of him, pressing his right hand on his shoulder. Master third generation, you'd better not move now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether these two consultants will still be alive. The faint words opened. There was murderous intent spreading in Naruto's eyes. Although adult Naruto is a good guy, it doesn't mean that this one has no killing intent. What's more, Naruto has killed quite a few people over the years. Little Naruto, what are you doing? Senjo Hashirama opened his mouth with a frown, and his expression changed at this moment. Shode, there are some situations, maybe you don't know very well, these people are not so good to Konoha. To me, when they were in power, Konoha went from prosperity to decline, Uchiha genocide, Senjo disappeared, Hatake declined, even ordinary ninjas, but it may not have a good result. Master third generation, isn't it? Naruto's words were calm. Hearing Naruto's words, third generation's body trembled again, and the movement that was originally about to make a move also stopped. There may be countless reasons in his heart, but third generation still has a sense of guilt. Uzumaki Naruto, you are going to rebel. Don't forget, it's the village that raised you up. Mitokado Homura's words were still strong, and he spoke coldly. Maybe he thought it was impossible for Naruto to kill him, especially in front of first generation and third generation. Uzumaki Naruto, you have to think about it, you are a traitor, let us go. After turning to bed, Xiao Lingran spoke. Facing these two, Naruto smiled angrily. As for third generation, because of Naruto who is an adult and his father, he really can't do anything. But the two in front of him, even if they kill Naruto as an adult, his father may not have any objections. As for the first generation, and the third generation, although the first generation is as good-natured as an adult Naruto, it does not mean that he is a fool. Naruto's words have already made him hesitate, and the third generation cannot stop Naruto. This, clearly the third generation sees it. Naruto, stop. He spoke with an eager voice. It's just that this moment is too late. Pfft. A clear voice sounded, and the hand of chakra pierced through the hearts of Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu in an instant. You. Mitokado Homura, and Yuditen Koharu's pupils were wide open, their eyes filled with disbelief. They couldn't figure out why Naruto dared to do it, especially how Naruto who wanted to be Hokage would do it. However, no matter how I can't figure it out, my consciousness has already begun to collapse at this moment. With a flick of the right hand, two corpses fell down. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was calm. This time he has grown a lot. He was actually deeply influenced by the adult Naruto before. This is also the reason why he didn't erupt at the beginning, and he didn't even kill all of them on the moon. Over the moon, although part of it was worrying about Otsutsuki Hamura, it was more of his problem. He didn't intend to kill. That's why I found countless reasons for myself. Otherwise, Otsutsuki Hamura obviously wouldn't care. It's okay for him to kill. But he didn't kill him, so there was a follow-up trouble, and Orochimaru even became an unexpected existence. Although this may not be a bad thing, it reminded him. What he needs to face is Otsutsuki, that incomparably terrifying existence, a power that even Naruto can't contend with at his peak. If he continues to be so indecisive, I'm afraid the troubles will only get worse next time. It will also slow down his progress. Sometimes you really have to be tough. For example, now, if he continues to argue, he also has the confidence to become fifth Hokage in the end. But how long will it take? A year, or a few years? He doesn't have the time anymore. He must be quick. The two figures fell down, and Naruto's body shook at this moment. The adult Naruto's consciousness 4.2 in his body completely transformed into his own appearance at this moment, and at this moment, the chakra that was originally shackled in his body completely disappeared at this moment. Naruto. In his mind, looking at the consciousness in front of him, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but sighed, and finally didn't say anything. Outside world. The two fell down. Third generation's complexion became extremely ugly at this moment. And first generation Senjo Hashirama couldn't help but also frowned. At this moment, he vaguely saw the figure of Uchiha Madara on Naruto's body. Naruto, you. Third generation spoke hoarsely. And the whole room fell into the silence of the trajectory at this moment. Naruto's eyes remained calm. In the end, third generation turned livid into helplessness, helplessness turned into sighs, and the whole person directly slumped on the seat. Chapter 63. Konoha Village. The outside world is extremely stable. However, as the patriarchs of ninja villages, they couldn't help looking at Hokage's office. At this moment, anyone who is not stupid feels that something important will happen this time. No matter the strength of Uzumaki Naruto, or Uzumaki Naruto's movements, it all represents it all. And in Hokage's office, still fell into silence. In the end, first generation broke the silence. Shouldn't kill them, that's not what a Hokage should do. The words are serious, and this is also the time when first Hokage is rarely serious. Shode, the world is already different. The enemies we need to face are stronger than we imagined. I don't have the time or experience to argue with them here. I said I want to be Hokage, so if he doesn't want to be good, he doesn't want to be good. It's best to shut up before he has the strength to defeat me. Naruto's calm words were sonorous and forceful, echoed throughout the office. If you do this, it's really hard for me to trust Hokage to you. 08 First generation with tangled openings and chakra fluctuations all over the body. At this moment, he was vaguely about to make a move. But Naruto had expected this. Shode, I know this should be against your original intention, but you have to look at this and then decide. Don't resist. The calm words opened, and the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Naruto's left eye. Mangekyo appeared, Senjo Hashirama tightened suddenly, but he let it go quickly without resisting and his consciousness was quickly pulled away by Mangekyo. Mangekyo Sharingan. You, how do you have Mangekyo? The originally slumped figure of third generation suddenly stood up, watching Mangekyo Sharingan's expression in Naruto's left eye constantly changing. Then he suddenly saw Senjo Hashirama who was frozen in place, and another drastic change appeared on his face. Naruto, what did you do to Master Hashirama? The third generation yelled angrily. Be safe, just show Shode something. Just wait. He spoke calmly. As he said, he just showed the first Hokage something, to see the weight of the 700 level Hokage. This is also the fourth person given by Naruto, and the third if Nine Tails is not considered. The first is my father Namikaze Minato, the second is Uchiha Itachi, and the third is Senjo Hashirama. Not to mention my father, Uchiha Itachi is actually not complete, only a part, it is only when Sasuke takes revenge, while Senjo Hashirama is relatively complete. The reason is simple. In the whole world, Senjo Hashirama is undoubtedly one who is truly capable of reaching the Six Paths level. If possible, Naruto would naturally want to bring in the strongest combat force. After watching it, Naruto also believed that Senjo Hashirama would make the decision he wanted. The third generation was amazed. Seeing that Naruto didn't make any further moves, he also stopped abruptly. Time is passing slowly. There is no concept of time in consciousness, but the 700 level Hokage is still too heavy, even Senjo Hashirama's consciousness has been slowly waking up after more than an hour. But when the eyes were opened, Senjo Hashirama's ups and downs of chakra gradually calmed down. He glanced at the two people on the ground, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen with complicated expressions. For a moment, he didn't even know whether what the three of them did was the Konoha he wanted. It may not even be Konoha that his younger brother Senjo Tobirama needs. Compared with his idealization, his younger brother Tobirama is undoubtedly more realistic, but this one in front of him is a bit extreme. He also finally understood why Naruto did it. Although in his opinion, these are actually forgivable, but doing it seems to be justified. This is especially true when there is still a huge threat in the future. Is Madara still alive? Opening his mouth with a sigh, Senjo Hashirama couldn't help but rang out that close friend again. But Senjo Hashirama's words made third generation bewildered, apparently not knowing what was going on. Although during the Nine Tails Rebellion, Namikaze Minato thought that Uchiha Obito was Uchiha Madara, but this information was not conveyed, and the third generation did not know about Uchiha Madara. It's just that he is at a loss, no one cares now. How about Shode? Naruto's eyes converged, and he spoke softly. I see, can Madara give it to me, maybe I can convince him. Senjo Hashirama nodded, then pondered for a while, and opened his mouth with some hesitation. Can? Naruto hesitated slightly, but still nodded. Senjo Hashirama is indeed a good choice if he can convince Uchiha Madara. As for not being able to persuade, then it cannot be persuaded. This kind of thing, promise is not a bad thing. Thank you. Sarutobi, promise him to be fifth Hokage, Sleepy Leaf needs him. Senjo Hashirama nodded happily, then turned to third generation with a serious opening. Shode. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little puzzled. But looking at Senjo Hashirama's almost rare serious expression, third generation took a deep breath and looked at Naruto. 070. I understand. Naruto, you will be fifth Hokage from now on, I hope you can treat the village well. Opening his mouth with bitterness, he involuntarily glanced at the corpses of the two men again. At this moment, third generation felt a little disappointed. At this point, he knew he had no choice. Especially when the first generation agreed, the result was even more so. Thank you. Don't worry, Lord Third Generation, Konoha will only go to greater glory in my hands. A smile bloomed on Naruto's face. Although even if the first generation and third generation disagree, he can forcefully suppress it. It's just that in that case, it's hard to perfect the power. Now that the third generation has agreed, then there will be no problem at all. The third generation has been in power for decades, and its control over the village is extremely strong. When he leaves office, this kind of succession will reach perfection. Coupled with the support of several big families, he was able to quickly master the entire Konoha village. And this is undoubtedly the best result. When the Hokage gate opens. Soon, the entire Konoha village couldn't help but fell into a daze. Because of Orochimaru's affairs and his advanced age, 3rd Hokage resigned as Hokage. Konoha elected 5th Hokage, and Uzumaki Naruto, the son of 4th generation, served as Hokage. Chapter 64. Have you heard, Uzumaki Naruto is the orphan of the 4th generation. Ah, this is impossible. Impossible, as I said at the beginning, Nine Tails can't turn into a human, Uzumaki Naruto-sama looks so much like the 4th generation. Hey, that's not what you said before. The 4th generation died fighting for the village, and his children are treated like this by us. Have you seen the previous battle of Naruto-sama? It was terrifying. In the village, there was a heated discussion about Naruto and the 4th generation. Konoha's actions are undoubtedly swift, and when a thorough decision is made, the power will be handed over. First of all, it is the building of momentum. This is very easy for Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th generation and Jinchuriki. When Naruto's identity is revealed, compare it with the past. It is easy to feel sympathy and annoyance. And this annoyance in the guidance will soon be turned into support. Plus, past Chunin exams. The terrifying scene of Naruto fighting the 1st generation is enough to shock everyone. Like it or not, they don't really have a choice. At this point, especially after several major families have expressed their views, Naruto's ascension to the throne is undoubtedly a matter of course. In the next time, Konoha quickly arranged them one by one. And Naruto is just beginning to prepare to take over Hokage. The shawl of the royal god robe that is almost the same as that of my father. On the huge Hokage rock, 3rd generation handed the brim of the hat representing Hokage to the boy in front of him with a complicated expression. From now on, you will be 5th Hokage. Open your mouth softly. The voice of 3rd generation has grown older. Do not worry. 3rd generation project. Naruto's expression was extremely calm. He took the brim representing Hokage and held it up high. From now on, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be Konoha's 5th Hokage. The crisp sound resounded through the entire Konoha, and directly reached everyone's ears. Hokage. Master Hokage. 5th generation project. 5th generation project. Master Naruto. There were voices and cheers, and at this moment, the entire Konoha village was immersed in a sea of joy. Due to the excess of power, Naruto's ascension to the throne did not have the slightest disturbance. On the contrary, it went extremely smoothly. And amidst the cheers, he, the 5th Hokage, was completely determined. As for the affirmation of Daming, the Kingdom of Fire, it is only a formal existence, and it will come soon. In Hokage's office, several figures returned again. It's just that at this moment there is another white-haired ninja. Old man, are you serious? Naruto is still so young, just be Hokage. Jiraiya spoke with a puzzled voice. Ms. Jiraiya, Konoha, I am the only one who is more suitable to be Hokage. He opened his mouth with a faint smile, looking at the dusty pervy sage. Naruto couldn't help being touched in his heart, and even called teacher again. Little devil, what are you doing, just? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, opening with an annoyed expression. Okay, Jiraiya, haven't seen Shode yet. In addition, Naruto has succeeded, so he is the 5th generation. 3rd generation opened his mouth with a wry smile. Shode. Son, is your head broken? Your lord is already dead. Jiraiya was speechless. Hey, little white-haired devil, haven't I come back to life? I'm not happy when you say that. Senju Hashirama spoke with a dissatisfied voice, and with his opening, Jiraiya also paid attention to Senju Hashirama next to him. This startled Jiraiya. Because he looked at the photos in Hokage's office, and they gradually overlapped. Really, really alive? No, this is impure world reincarnation. It's that Orochimaru guy. Frightened, Jiraiya reacted suddenly, his face changed, and his figure flashed to the center instantly. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, Orochimaru can't control Shode. Naruto spoke again. At the same time, he looked at 3rd generation. Master 3rd generation, this is my personnel adjustment after ascension, please take a look. Accompanied by the sound, a document was directly delivered to 3rd generation. 3rd generation took it, and when the content was scanned, his body couldn't help but tremble. No comment. Opening his mouth with a faint smile, Naruto's eyes were calm. But the 3rd generation couldn't help being silent for a while, then the group spoke. No comment. The voice became even drier. In the document, there are a few lines of writing clearly written. Dispatch Jonin Kakashi to return to Umbu from now on and take charge of Umbu. Since Shimura Danzo has caused irreparable damage to Konoha many times when he was the root leader, Shimura Danzo will be withdrawn from all positions immediately, and Umbu will be directly under the control of Umbu. Transferred, Genin Uchiha Sasuke enters Umbu, and will serve as Umbu captain immediately. Transfer Harano Sakura, go to the medical department to study. Reassigned Narashika Issa as Hokage advisor, and reassigned Hyaga Hayashi as interim minister of police. And this, the appointment, undoubtedly represents the beginning of Naruto's action. When Hokage, he didn't want to be like his father, he didn't want to be just a puppet. First of all, he was going to control Umbu completely in the first part, and the second step was to control the inside and outside of existence. Naruto, Tai Yuan Song. In his mind, Father Namikaze Minato spoke with a helpless voice. He naturally knows the situation he, Zhao Nyohao, was in before he was alive, but he is going to take his time. This is the most stable. It's just that it didn't come as suddenly as expected. As a result, many things were announced to be over before he had time to complete them. Dad, time is running out. Naruto spoke softly. And this order was conveyed quickly to continue playing. The entire Konoha village shook immediately. It just subsided quickly. Everything is extremely smooth. As for Umbu, Naruto thought there would be a big one. After all, it is impossible for Danzo to be caught so easily, and Naruto even made plans to deal with this one on the spot. Unexpectedly, Danzo cooperated extremely, and the power was completely handed over to Kakashi and Sasuke, without any resistance or other actions at all, as if they really obeyed. Chapter 65. Naruto was very logical, without the slightest problem, and the village stabilized quickly, and Danzo surprisingly did not have any moths, and everything was completely completed. Hokage office. At this time, Naruto is wearing a royal robe and a Hokage hat. In his hand, he was holding an appointment document for the daimyo of the Fire Nation who had just arrived. Big name. With a chuckle, the next moment, although he put down the appointment document in his hand, he looked at first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, Shirato Jonin Jiraiya, and the main representative Hokage Sarutobi Ridden. This can be regarded as the absolute high-level Konoha at this time. Shode, Mr. Jiraiya, for the rest of the time, Konoha's safety depends on you too. In addition, Master Third Generation, you can also contribute a little bit. He spoke with a faint laugh. Output. Naruto, what are you going to do? Third Generation was stunned for a moment, then his pupils shrank involuntarily, and he opened his mouth with a frown. Naruto had just taken power, and the power was about to be handed over. Third Generation caught the key point almost instantly. Little devil, you have just become Hokage, do you still want to run around? Jiraiya also spoke intently, and only glanced at her teacher. Let the latter be a little speechless. Senjo Hashirama 817 is a little thoughtful. Obviously guessed 1 or 2. I need to take a trip. The nine-tailed beasts have been scattered for too long, and the facts have gathered. He spoke calmly. But these words instantly made Jiraiya, and Third Generation jump in their hearts. Nine-tailed beasts. Naruto, no. Third Generation's complexion changed, and it turned into a look of shock in an instant. Little devil, don't you? And Jiraiya is not calm now. Although Naruto's words didn't speak clearly enough. However, the importance of tailed beasts to the village is unquestionable, and Jiraiya and Third Generation instantly sensed the key point, which is why they changed drastically. Just kidding, moving tail beast, that is tantamount to starting a war against Ninja Village. As soon as Naruto took office, he was ready to start a new ninja war. Even Third Generation, who had given up his mind, couldn't calm down. It's just that they are not calm. But the voice of First Generation next to their ears caught them all by surprise. Okay, do you need my help? Senjo Hashirama spoke softly. And with this sound, Third Generation and Jiraiya turned their heads in disbelief, especially Third Generation. He knew what kind of person First Hokage was. The tailed beast was separated from this one. At this moment, he agreed. No need, Shode, just guard the village, I should be able to solve it. Naruto shook his head. There is no requirement for First Generation. This one is the real Madonna, even better than Naruto. If you really bring this one, maybe some kind of moth will appear. This is not what Naruto wants to see. Row. But, little Naruto, you can just take the tail beast, don't hurt too many people. Senjo Hashirama nodded, and then he couldn't help but reminded him. Listening to Senjo Hashirama's words, Third Generation was able to confirm that Hashirama had not been dropped. However, this still puzzled him. Shode. Third Generation opened his mouth, and Jiraiya also hesitated to speak. Finally he let out a sigh. I'll accompany you, Naruto. He wanted to stop it, but Naruto obviously didn't intend to obey, and Senjo Hashirama didn't object either, so Jiraiya could only think of accompanying him. Even though he had heard about Naruto's power, but hadn't personally experienced it, he still didn't have much confidence in his heart. Then Jiraiya-sensei will come with me. Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, but Naruto nodded in agreement. It is not impossible to bring Jiraiya. After all, this person's intelligence is the first. If he is looking for a bot alone, he will know when to find it that day. Even if his perception can spread for a long distance, but his perception does not spread infinitely, it naturally has an end, and it is not worth mentioning compared to the entire ninja world. This has been the case since the search for the moon passage. Finding tailed beasts these days is probably easier than Jiraiya. This person-by-person intelligence is equivalent to the intelligence system of a village. Plus the toads all over the world are enough to save a lot of things. As for his target 9-tailed beasts, of course it was to take that last step, although at this time he had the ability to draw chakra from the 9-tailed beasts again for a short time with the help of the omnipotent power, allowing him to step into the 6 paths mode again for a short time. But that's just the 6 paths mode, not the 6 paths level. And he can't use it like this all the time. During this period of time, the omnipotent power has been seriously consumed, and it has almost bottomed out by now, and he can use it once if he dies. If he can't really step into it, he will not be able to step into this level again sooner or later. So he had to re-enter this level before the exhaustion was exhausted. However, if you want to step into this level, it is unrealistic to rely on yourself alone, and you need the strength of the 9-tailed beasts. And before this Gale legend is opened, the collection of tailed beasts is the easiest. There are not many beings staring at them. Even the Xiao organization has not started to consider collecting tailed beasts. If he can include them all as soon as possible, then he has a chance to get them all in a short time. As long as he can obtain it, then it is a certainty for him to step into the 6 paths class. After all, he has stepped into that level before, and he can enter at any time. When all the conditions are met, even without the help of Grandpa 6 paths, he can easily advance. After the words, just arrange it quickly. Although leave. But Konoha didn't intend to hand it over. On the one hand Kakashi, Sasuke is here, on the other hand Hinata is his biggest killer. Even now, no one knows exactly what level Hinata's strength has reached, and the only one who knows about it is Kurenai, whose memory was also banned by Naruto. Hayashi had some guesses, but they were just guesses. Hinata Tenseigans mastery is far stronger than Otsutsuki's. The strength that can explode, even Senjo Hashirama can compete with 1 or 2, and Sasuke, who is close to cage level strength, is enough to deal with all problems. And even though he left, it doesn't mean he can't return. Under the Flying Thunder God, it is enough to guarantee the first arrival at Konoha. Chapter 66. The border of the country of water. In a lake. The silhouettes of Jiraiya and Naruto stopped. At this time, they left Konoha for 15 days. After 15 days of traveling, under Jiraiya's information, they quickly found the location of 3 tails. Ms. Jiraiya. Stand back, next come on, I'll come. Feeling the horror contained in the lake, chakra, Naruto is innocent. Then the figure stepped up. Naruto, I'd better help you dash. Jiraiya frowned. Although 3 tails is not powerful, but this is one of the tail beasts after all, Jiraiya is still ready to help. However, he has not waited for his action. Need not. Naruto flickered up, and at the same time, the pale golden chakra pervaded the whole body instantly at this moment, and the golden flame rose, and at this moment, he directly entered the fairy fox mode. Boom! With a step on his right foot, the terrifying chakra swept up and penetrated directly to the entire bottom of the lake. Jiraiya's complexion couldn't help changing behind him, and then without the slightest hesitation, she backed away quickly. This chakra. He really has mastered 9 tails. There was a drastic change in his expression, and Jiraiya's heart was extremely shocked. At this time, the entire lake was trembling violently. Boom! There was a roaring sound, and in an instant, the water surface exploded hundreds of meters high, and at the same time, a huge figure appeared in sight. Chakra, mixed with horror, also leans around. Fox! The sound of roaring rose. Accompanied by this roar, the behemoth was fully revealed at this moment. This is a turtle with 3 flat tails behind it and a terrifying presence of thorns on its body. As soon as it appeared, the suffocating chakra covered the entire lake. 3 tails, Rocky Fu. Humanity. But when 3 tails roared, his huge pupils couldn't help but froze. Because what appeared in its eyes was not 9 tails, but a stream of people, ricocheting. But soon, 3 tails' pupils shrank violently. Because he felt the power of that terrible chakra and 9 tails. Now master the power of the 9 tails. The words were stunned. And unbelievable. At this time, 3 tails' heart was indeed shaken. Compared with other tailed beasts, 9 tails was stronger. He was not as arrogant as 1 tail, and he was very aware of the gap between other tailed beasts and 9 tails. For thousands of years, the 9-tailed beasts, 1 tail, 2 tails, including his 3 tails, as well as 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, have been mastered by humans and become the so-called perfect Jinchuriki. But 9 tails didn't. Since the age of mythology, the power of the 9 tails has been uncontrollable. But now, the power star of 9 tails actually appeared on a human body. 3 tails, Rocky Fu. Sorry, you are temporarily captured. The voice of a faint smile spoke, and the next moment, Naruto's figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside Three Tails, and the giant palm of Chakra's right hand suddenly slapped down. Boom! The terrifying chakra, mixed with power, poured down instantly. Three Tails' huge body didn't even have time to react, and his figure flew into the air. And that's not over yet. Naruto's figure appeared on the back of Three Tails again. It's not Flying Thunder God, it's pure speed. The Golden Naruto is no less than the General Flying Thunder God. Now the Fairy Fox mode is faster, and Three Tails has no ability to adjust it. Boom! The huge figure fell from midair again. Roar! Humans are looking for death. It was too late for Three Tails to be shocked at this time, and the successive blows had already plunged him into a rage. But at this time, Naruto was not in a hurry. The kunai in his hand flashed like a meteor at this moment, shooting directly to the surroundings of Three Tails. The next moment, his figure was on top of Three Tails. I don't know when there was already a Flying Thunder God spell. And his printing decision was also completed quickly at this moment. Seal up! He gave a low drink. The majestic chakras swept out in an instant. Three Tails felt terrified in an instant, because at this moment he unexpectedly discovered that strips of inscriptions began to spread rapidly from the kunai one after another, winding towards his body in just an instant. 0, seeking flowers, 0. At the same time, that majestic force swept through it, turning into the most terrifying sealing force. The chakra inside him was directly restrained. His figure was struggling rapidly, trying to get rid of this force, but he couldn't do it at all. But Naruto's movements did not stop. A jar that had already been prepared was placed on it. At this moment, one hand directly pressed on Three Tails' body. Boom! The huge chakra was pulled out in an instant, his figure quickly became smaller, and he was thrown into the jar instantly, and the majestic chakras swept into Naruto's body. Chakra entered, and instantly blended with the original chakra in Naruto's body. Originally, at this time, the chakra in Naruto's body was no less than that of the Fourth Ninja World War, and now it has started to improve further on this basis. The huge chakra was mixed with it, and it began to change indistinctly. Eyes closed. After a while, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Jiraiya, let's go to the next place. After speaking calmly, Naruto's figure immediately built a clay pot and disappeared in place. Seeing the horrific battle that was completed so quickly, Jiraiya's expression at this time was also extremely complicated, and even at this moment he couldn't help but think of the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. Is it him? The voice of self-talk spoke, and Jiraiya's mood could not calm down at all at this time. But obviously, Naruto didn't pay attention at all. His figure began to move towards the next target. In this period of time, the easiest solution is actually Three Tails, because it is in a wild state, but the others are not so easy to solve, he has to be careful. It's not because he's worried about the threat, but because he didn't get enough tailed beasts before being killed. Premature exposure will directly increase the difficulty for him to obtain tailed beasts. Just like Obito in the Fourth Ninja War. Naruto didn't intend to go through that scene. Force. Chapter 67. Nine-tailed beasts. Since first Hokage Senjo Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, almost every tailed beast has an affiliation, and the Three Tails originally belonged to the Mist Ninja village in the country of water. But because of Uchiha Obito, and Third Mizukage, Three Tails died once, and when revived, it naturally became a wild state. But it's just Three Tails. Other tail beasts are not so easy to catch. One tail Shaojuru has already been pulled away from Chakra. Needless to say, Two Tails Matatabi and Eight Tails Jayaki are in Cloud Shinobi village. As the strongest ninja village after Konoha, the strength of Cloud Shinobi village is beyond doubt. 4 Tails Sun Wukong, 5 Tails Kokuo is Rock village. 7 Tails is in Kirigakuer. These are all located in the 5 major ninja villages, especially the Vunin village. Naruto doesn't even know whether Uchiha Madara is dead or not. Of course he won't go to the 793 to touch them in a short time. As for Cloud Shinobi village, and Iwagakure are also difficult to solve. In this way, there is only one choice for the next step. That is 7 Tails Kome. Compared to other tailed beasts, this one is only in Longian village. Taki Hidden Village, a hidden village hidden by a huge waterfall, is surrounded by 4 countries, but the unique geographical location makes Taki Hidden Village never invaded by other countries. Dozens of times Chakra's heroic water. Maybe they were once strong enough. At least it won't be much weaker than the 5 ninja villages, otherwise they won't be able to divide the tailed beasts. But as time goes by, the 5 great ninja villages continue to grow. Meanwhile, Takigaku no village was nerfed due to the Kakuzu incident. In troubled times, Kakuzu, as the elite of Taki Ninja Village, accepted the task sent by the high-level officials to assassinate First Hokage. After sneaking into the territory of Fireland, Kakuzu fought against First Hokage Hashirama, and was finally defeated by Hashirama's wood-style secret technique. Was in danger of dying, and then Kakuzu fled back to the village, but what awaited him was the crime of mission failure and heavy punishment. The ninja who bet his life for his son was brutally treated. So Kakuzu escaped from prison with a very strong hatred, and took away the secret technique that was regarded as a treasure by the village. He used this secret technique to steal the hearts of all the high-level people in the village. This secret technique is the vascular tentacles used by Kakuzu, land resentment. After this incident, the strength of the entire Takiyan village was directly weakened to an extreme. The current strongest person in the village is nothing but elite jonin. Even Seven Tails Jinchuriki has not grown up yet. When Naruto's figure descended on the entire Longian village, everything was already doomed. Boom! A majestic golden chakra swept up. The entire Takiyan village shook violently, and the next moment, a famous ninja shot out quickly, but when they converged, everyone's pupils shrank violently. Because the invading enemy was actually in midair. I hope you have the right choice. A whispering voice opened his mouth, and a pitch-black raise-non slowly took shape in his hand. This is another unique trick in his memory. To reach the level below Naruto, even if he hasn't learned it before, it doesn't have to be too simple to use it. Who are you? Taki Hidden Village Shadow spoke with a low voice. My heart couldn't help sinking at this moment. An existence that can fly in the sky, and the person who came was not kind, made him extremely uneasy. It doesn't matter who I am, for come out. Otherwise, there would be no need for Taki Hidden Village to exist. Accompanied by the words, Naruto raised his right hand, and the next moment the big spiral wheel flew out directly. Boom! The glaring black light instantly spread across the entire line of sight, and with the glaring black light, everyone in the entire Takahid village could only feel the ground trembling violently. Then they saw in horror that a mountain peak in front of them was completely annihilated. That's right, it was completely annihilated. The power of the big spiral wheel can even be said to make people feel the tremor from the depths of the soul. Many people collapsed directly to the ground. But the old leader gritted his teeth and spoke. Fu, is it impossible to give you the heart to die? The shadow of Taki Hidden Village roared. Even if he knows that his decision may bring destruction to the whole village. However, Fu is not only a Seven Tails Jinchuriki, but also a member of the village, and it is impossible for him to do this as a shadow. Oh, it seems that you have made an unwise choice. He opened his mouth with calm words, and a new large spiral wheel circle appeared in his hand. Naruto's words were indifferent. Fu was obviously hidden, and his senses didn't notice it at all. He didn't have time to look for it. In this case, he didn't mind being pain. It's just that the big spiral wheel in his hand hasn't dropped yet. Jiraiya grabbed his hand instead. Little devil, if you continue like this, the whole village here will be destroyed. Jiraiya's face was serious, and she firmly held Naruto's hand with her right hand. Mr. Jiraiya, I don't have so much time. He spoke calmly, but Naruto did not change at all. On the other side, a shadow clone appeared, and the same large spiral wheel appeared in his hand. This made Jiraiya's face change. He even wanted to move again, but at this moment Jiraiya felt that the surrounding space was blocked. Time and space ninjutsu. You. Jiraiya opened with disbelief. Although he knew that Naruto had mastered Flying Thunder God, he didn't expect that Naruto had mastered space-time ninjutsu to such a level. But fortunately, at this moment, a small figure rushed out directly at 2.9. Fu. Shadow rose with an anxious voice. But at this time, Fu didn't pay attention. I'll go with you, don't hurt the village. Fu spoke seriously, she seemed extremely mature at only 11 or 12 years old. Looks like you made the right choice. And looking at this one, Naruto smiled, and the big spiral wheel in his hand dissipated, and the next moment, his figure grabbed Fu and disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya smiled wryly, glanced down, and then disappeared. Only staying behind, Longyunzi village sat on the ground with blank eyes, and everyone in Longyan village couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, everyone really felt that death was coming. Chapter 68. How powerful is this guy, and what exactly does he want to do? Seven Tails Jinchuriki didn't understand that now that she had fallen into the hands of the enemy, her fate was no longer under her control. It can only be said that they are content with being able to temporarily live in this world after being arrested. Next. In the land of Earth Forest, Naruto looked at Iwagakure not far in front of him. Iwagakure, the land with two Jinchuriki, is powerful, and with the existence of Tsuchikage, Onoji, it must be quite difficult to bring out two Jinchuriki from the land of Earth. Of course, this is for those average ninjas. A cage level like Naruto can basically ignore the barriers and guards of the land kingdom. Mr. Jiraiya, you can just wait here for me. He left a kunao with the Flying Thunder God mark on the spot, and immediately disappeared there. Jiraiya and Seven Tails Jinchuriki stayed where they were. This guy, does he just want to take away two of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki? Fu whispered. That's really arrogance. Different from her relationship with Seven Tails, Iwagakure's 4 tails and 5 tails are known as the perfect Jinchuriki, want to bring out 2 Jinchuriki at once? 08 Is that kid dreaming? Although he is very powerful, it does not represent an important weapon that can threaten the great country of Iwagakure. Fu turned her head, as if disdainful of Naruto's behavior. In fact, this is also the last stubborn word of her who was captured. The other side. The figure of Naruto appeared in the forest on the southwest side of Iwagakure. Similar to the plot in the original book, Four Tails Lao Zi was practicing in the forest. Hi. Sensing different auras around her, Nizai turned around vigilantly. He has red hair, an unknown grey iron thing stuck to his face, and he is dressed in martial arts attire. Seeing Naruto standing in front of him without hesitation, he smiles contemptuously. You must be very strong to escape Iwagakure's layers of guards. However, it is not certain whether he can beat him. As the perfect Jinchuriki of Four Tails, he has sufficient confidence in his own strength, and the boy in front of him is not very old. Even if he is powerful, he will relatively lack combat experience. Generally speaking, this is the reason for Lao Zi's contempt. Naruto ignored his words, just stared at him and said in a deep voice, "Give you a chance to avoid casualties, come with me." That's what he said, but there was no doubt in his tone. Who do you think you are? If you want to gain my power, you must defeat me first. Lao Zi stepped back 3 steps, quickly forming seals in his hands. Lava style, burning river rock technique. As soon as the words fell, several magma balls spewed out from Lao Zi's mouth, scattered like smallpox, and quickly attacked in the direction of Naruto with a scorching heat wave. Such a choice? How unwise! Naruto murmured softly. The fairy fox mode was turned on directly, the powerful chakra breath gushed out from his body, and the golden streamer covered his body, making his whole aura several times higher. Easily avoiding Lao Zi's ninjutsu, Naruto formed a seal in the air, wind style, spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken the size of a millstone was slashed directly towards Lao Zi, and the fusion of the shuriken and rays non made the spiral shuriken produce extremely fast speed. Laugh. The rapidly spinning shuriken rubbed against the air and made a piercing sound. Just from that sound alone, one could know how much energy was stored in this blow. Lao Zi didn't dare to take any risks, so he hurriedly used his substitute technique to barely escape. And the spiral shuriken directly passed through the forest behind him, like a sharp flying blade shaving off half of the entire forest. Boom! Behind him was the rumbling sound of falling trees. The sound left cold sweat on the forehead of Lao Zi who had escaped. Panting heavily, his real body has appeared behind a certain tree in the forest. Hateful! Did you really underestimate the enemy just now? That guy was able to release such a powerful chakra in a short period of time. The strength must be at least cage level. No, it should be above cage level. Anyway, you must not fall down. Lao Zi exuded a red light with a tail sticking out from behind him. To borrow the power of the Four Tails. Lava style, Hugyuashin. A large area of magma spewed out from Lao Zi's mouth, and the bubbling magma flooded the ground in front of him, covering hundreds of meters of grass in an instant. The high-temperature magma heat distorted the surrounding air. It's really troublesome. Naruto's figure flashed and disappeared in front of his eyes. His eyes swept over Lao Zi, and he saw that his whole body was covered with thick magma. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. A large amount of water gushes out from under the feet, and the scene is like a dam that is out of control. Naruto's large amount of chakra that has no place to put it creates water style like the sea, directly submerging the Bailey magma released by Lao Zi. The water vapor produced by the interweaving of water and fire burst out amidst the sizzling sound, blurring the surroundings. And Naruto's golden figure flashed past, and hit rays non at Lao Zi's body. Puff! Lao Zi wailed in pain, then fell to the ground and passed out. Really, wouldn't it be better if this was done earlier? Naruto glanced at the destruction around him. This is within Iwagakure, presumably the movement made by the spiral shuriken just now must have alarmed some ninjas around. The Iwagakure executives knew this was inevitable. Humph, I'd like to see what they can do. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto looked like a big villain at this time. Holding 457 Lao Zi disappeared in place, and Naruto's figure reappeared in front of Jiraiya at the place where the Flying Thunder God mark was originally marked. With a bang, the body of Four Tails Jinchuriki was thrown to the ground. Four Tails, recovered successfully. Jiraiya glanced at Lao Zi, who was covered with scars, and seemed to spit out bloodline from his mouth because of Rasengan's excessive strength. He looked at Naruto slightly surprised, dead. If that's the case, then Four Tails. Jiraiya didn't ask this question. After all, Naruto in front of him looked very grumpy and cold. He really? Fu on the side opened her mouth slightly, and looked at Naruto with fear, as if she didn't expect that Naruto could really bring the Four Tails Jinchuriki directly out of Iwagakure. Why didn't Naruto notice Fu's eyes, but now that the situation is urgent, he doesn't bother to care about it. No, just fainted temporarily. Naruto glanced at Iwagakure in the distance. However, I should have alarmed Iwagakure's people during the process of capturing Four Tails. Jiraiya nodded seriously. It is inevitable, Iwagakure Tsuchikage Onoji will know sooner or later. What are you going to do next? In fact, the meanings in Jiraiya's words are connected, and they want to persuade Naruto to avoid the limelight for a while. But Naruto didn't seem to have that intention. He pondered for a moment and said, the next step is to bring out 5 tails. Chapter 69. Iwagakure 5 Tails. Jiraiya was startled, and reached out to grab Naruto who was about to leave. You know that Iwagakure has probably discovered that Four Tails is missing, and you still go to Iwagakure. Isn't this a joke? At that time, not to mention being surrounded by Iwagakure's people, if Onoji finds out that they are Konoha's people, I am afraid that the Ninja World War will start directly. Stealing other people's national tail beasts above board. Or Konoha's fifth Hokage. This is no joke what it is. Jiraiya came with Naruto and participated in the operation together to prevent Naruto from being confused. It's just that what he doesn't know, what he thinks Naruto has naturally taken into account. However, compared to the fact that all the tail beasts fell into the hands of Akatsuki, Iwagakure's fury was really nothing to him. With a cold snort, Naruto said disdainfully, if you find it, you will find it. Can you stop me? That's another story. Even if Onoki arrives, he still has a way to get out of Iwagakure openly. Teacher, just wait for me, I'll be right back. Jiraiya didn't let go, no. I'll go with you. After all, the summoning technique summoned Toad Jian with one hand, and when the giant toad appeared in front of Fu, it really shocked her. What's the matter Jiraiya-chan? Ken Hama held a pipe in his mouth. There's no time to explain, Hama-jian, you take these two Jinchuriki away first, and I'll go find you later. What? People, Jinchuriki? Hato-jian glanced at Fu and Lao Ziai who were on the ground. He was shocked and understood the urgency of the situation. Roll it up and put it in your mouth. Then it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naruto knows Jiraiya's determination to follow, and doesn't stop him. In his eyes, it is the same result whether Jiraiya comes or not, the difference is that Jiraiya will have less time to explain after following suit. Let's go Naruto. After preparing all this, Jiraiya disappeared in place with Naruto. And the other side. Strange, Master Lao Ziai cultivated in this area. One or two ninjas wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors were walking through the forest. After seeing the signs of fighting in the forest, their faces turned pale in vain. It's Master Ziai's lava style. One of the ninjas carefully inspected the solidified magma on the ground. Master Lao Ziai must have encountered some danger, please inform Master Tsuchikage immediately. In the highest meeting room of Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Onoji jumped up immediately after listening to the report. What did you say? Four Tails Jinchuriki is gone. Yes. We heard the interruption of Master Lao Ziai's cultivation during today's patrol, so we went over to take a look on guard, but we didn't expect. The ninja who reported was also very panicked. Judging from the remaining battle traces in that forest, a large area of trees was chopped off by half by some sharp blade, and the thousands of neat cuts made one's scalp numb. It is not difficult to guess what a powerful weapon that is, and what a powerful wind-style ninja. Find out who it is. Chi-Tu beside Onoji said anxiously. Although she was still young at this time, in the process of following Onoki, the growth rate of Kitu and Black Soil was astonishing, and now she has become Jonin. No. After we found out that Master Lao Ziai disappeared, we only saw the scene of the fight, but no figures, the ninja said with some confusion. Such a big incident suddenly appeared in Iwagakure, let alone the matter of pursuing responsibility, if something happened to the village, then how much they, the guard ninjas, should blame themselves. There was a moment of silence among the ninjas in the meeting room. Onoki also forcibly calmed down, being able to easily take away the perfect Jinchuriki Laozi without our Iwagakure guards noticing, the opponent's strength is not easy. Could it be, the guys from Cloud Shinobi Village, the guard ninja tentatively asked. After all, the guys in Cloud Shinobi Village are irritable by nature, and they like to envy the various abilities of other villages. It's hard to guarantee that they won't stare at their Iwagakure-tailed beast this time. No. Probably not. Onoki didn't say anything dead, after all, he only guessed that the people in Cloud Shinobi Village didn't dare to take action easily. Besides, starting a war at this time would not do them any good. The most important thing now is to find out what the other party's main purpose is. If you just want to get the tail beast, why do you have to pick Sifang? Lao Ziai is neither the strongest nor the weakest among the tailed beasts, not to mention that he is still guarded by various guards in the great ninja village of Iwagakure. Once the task fails, the opponent's fate will definitely not be good. In other words, the opponent is already so powerful that he doesn't care about the threat of a big country like Iwagakure. Damn it! Onoki, who was still a mess after thinking about it, hammered the table irritably. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something. Where is Five Tails now? The guard ninja who came to report the news seemed to understand what Onoji meant. Training with a few jonin, in the woods east of the village. With some jonin. This news made Onoki's tense nerves temporarily relaxed, and he frowned, hurry up and protect him. Iwagakure must not be able to lose two Jinchuriki in just one day. In addition, summon the ninjas to strengthen the defense. Once there are foreign ninjas invading, please notify me directly and strangle the foreign enemies with all your strength. Hearing Onoki's notice, the guard ninja quickly responded, and then hurriedly ran out of the meeting room. Hey, old man, isn't this a little too much fanfare? Black Earth frowned. After all, without knowing the number of opponents and their strategies, such a big movement to protect Five Tails Jinchuriki is more like being overly nervous. To put it simply, if someone just wants to capture a Four Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't Wang Haozhao protect Five Tails for nothing? With this effort, it is better to quickly send troops to chase after who has captured Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Ziai. It might be possible to bring people back. Anima propped his hands up like a tower, and he said in a deep voice, "No, the other party is definitely not an idle person. On the premise of ensuring that greater dangers will not come to the village, we must first ensure the safety of the strongest in the village. If Five Tails Jinchuriki Han is also captured today, it will be a huge blow to Iwagakure." At that time, Cloud Shinobi Village, which was already eyeing it, might really find a reason to start a war. If the situation really reaches that point, it will be serious. As Tsuchikage, he has to think from the perspective of the village. But the person who captured Lao Ziai should never appear again. Onoki sighed. Iwagakure will definitely guard against Lao Ziai after he is arrested. No matter how strong that person is, he will never see Zhan Yu-Gi-Oh again. Chapter 70. However, Tsuchikage Onoji's guess this time ran into Naruto, a guy who never played cards according to the routine. Doomed to be slapped in the face. On the west side of Iwagakure, in the Unicorn Forest, Han wearing a bamboo hat stood vigilantly behind the four rock shinobi, and in front of them were Naruto and Jiraiya. "Who are you guys?" asked one of them, Rock Shinobi, who was called Cold Hammer. He was tall enough to cover Han's figure behind him when he stood in front of him. He is Iwagakure Jonin, and his strength is not bad, but when he looked at Naruto and the others, his eyes were as vigilant as those of the other ninjas. Like them, the enemies who can easily break into Iwagakure without alarming the guards are naturally stronger than them. "As I said, as long as the man behind you hand over, nothing will happen," Naruto said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed, a golden light flashed across his body, and the fairy fox mode was immediately activated. When a large amount of chakra gushes and wraps around his body, everyone present is surprised. It appears Naruto wants a quick fix. Jiraiya took a deep look at the figure of the enemy Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. After seeing the Jinchuriki captured by Naruto, he naturally believed that Naruto had the absolute strength to subdue the few people in front of him. What he can help him now is to guard the Unicorn Forest so that more rock shinobi will not disturb the capture of Five Tails Jinchuriki. "Naruto, I will guard 657 for you first, and solve it as soon as possible." After Jiraiya finished speaking, she immediately cast the Shadow Clone technique, and the Shadow Clone spread out and quickly disappeared within the field of vision. And Jiraiya took a few steps back, leaving enough space for Naruto, without interfering. This annoyed those rock shinobi very much. "Damn it, do you think that the teenage brat in front of you can defeat the rest of us? It's so contemptuous." A lanky rock shinobi roared. "Earth style, the joy of rock climbing." A giant rock monster made of mud climbed out of the ground, swung its head big fist and ran towards Naruto. The fist containing tens of thousands of strength was about to hit Naruto's head. "Tisk!" Naruto made an impatient voice. In Fairy Fox mode, even without using the Flying Thunder God technique, his movement speed is several times faster than that of an ordinary ninja, not to mention the attack visible to the naked eye. Can this hit anyone? Who is looking down on whom? Dodging the giant monster's attack directly, Naruto's figure flashed into the air. The Shadow Clone technique had already been cast, and each of the three Narutos in Fairy Fox mode had a Raise-Non in their hands. Naruto even had, an oversized big ball Raise-Non in his hand. As the three Shadow Clone rushed over, Naruto's figure also disappeared in front of everyone. Ah! The high-speed scrolling Raise-Non in the hands of several Shadow Clones drove a hurricane around them, causing the four of them to use Earth-style defensive ninjutsu one after another, wrapping mud around their bodies. "Han, Queen!" A rock shinobi alerted Han behind him while defending, and at the same time, the Shadow Clone rushed in front of them, and the bearer Raise-Non hit them directly in the stomach. Puff! A lot of blood gushed out of their mouths, and the defenses of several rock shinobi jonin were instantly torn apart like thin paper. How come? That thin and tall rock shinobi couldn't believe that Iwagakure's A-level defensive ninjutsu was directly destroyed. 4 jonins are seriously injured. Han, run away! With his last breath remaining, the tall and thin ninja passed out immediately after finishing speaking. "I know." At this moment, Han said in a deep voice, even though he knew that the companions behind him had fallen behind him, he couldn't turn his head to help them up. Because in front of him is Naruto. Han looked directly at Big Ball Raise-Non, who was kaising and roaring, the red chakra coat wrapped around his body. The ninjutsu in his hands doesn't seem to have much lethality, but in fact, during the fight with his jonin companions just now, it can directly tear their defenses apart. Visible damage is high. Not to mention the Big Ball Raise-Non who is bigger than Raise-Non in front of him. How can the damage be imagined? The Han under the bamboo hat was already dripping with cold sweat. He clasped his hands, ready to fight. No matter what, it must not be easily surrendered. Can only stall for time, waiting for more rock shinobi to find out. As if to cheer himself up, After saying the last sentence in his heart, steam burst out from Han's body, and the thrust generated by the steam made him disappear in front of Naruto in an instant. Oh? Did you choose to fight? The figure of Naruto's eye-follower Han, who moves around at will. At a certain point in time, the big ball Raise-Non in his hand is thrown directly. The huge impact caused Han's figure to move quickly around him to stop for a moment, and was instantly carried away by the impact force. After several trees were broken, Han's figure barely stopped at a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Ahem. Han forced himself to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of turbid blood. If he hadn't wrapped his whole body with the tailed beast coat just now, he would have died by now, let alone still be able to move. Damn. The speed is so fast, how can he see clearly? What Han couldn't understand was that Naruto moved many times faster than him in Fairy Fox mode, and when looking at his moving speed, Han's figure seemed to be in slow motion. Glancing in fear in the direction of Naruto, he braced his body and wanted to escape. You seem to be in good spirits. The breath sprayed on Han's face, causing his pupils to shrink to the size of a needle eye. Why? It was obviously only 20 or 30 meters away, how could it be here so quickly? Han looked at Naruto in surprise, but Naruto sneered. Looks like you're going back with me, Han. At this moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared. Hunan's reinforcements are here. Get out of the group control. The clone of Jiraiya, who was watching Rock Shinobi's movements around, has started a battle with Rock Shinobi, who rushed there, and half of the Shadow Clone disappeared. Rock Shinobi village may be approaching in a siege, and it would be too much of a waste of energy to get caught in an endless battle if you don't hurry up. Naruto glanced at the Han in front of him. Although he was unwilling, he had to succumb to Naruto's overwhelming strength. The two disappeared into the unicorn forest together with Han. And within a minute after that, the three captains, each leading a squad of 50 guard ninjas, arrived in the forest. At a glance they saw the 4 Jonin lying wounded in the woods. How is this going? Help up a few people, and the medical ninjas of the team rushed to treat them immediately. Chinese. After a short period of treatment, the tall and thin Jonin woke up first, and he said weakly, hurry up and protect Han. 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. The 3 captains were startled, and just about to say something, the guard ninja who had searched around stepped forward and reported, Captain, there is no sign of Han. What did you say? Chapter 71. 5 Tails Jinchuriki was caught too. After hearing the news, Onomuki's eyes almost popped out. He raised his fist and slammed it hard on the table, making a big hole in the table. Damn it. 2 Jinchuriki were caught in a row, and they were still under the eyes of many ninjas in their Iwagakure. No one would be reconciled to this fact, let alone Onoji, an old man with a big heart. Naruto's behavior, in Onoki's view, is tantamount to breaking ground on Taisui's head. Who did it? You guys saw it. Hitting the table, Onoki asked angrily. When 4 Tails Jinchuriki was caught last time, their Iwagakure was unprepared, and the opponent was strong, so it was not a shame. But before 5 Tails Jinchuriki was caught this time, he gave orders to send many ninjas to protect Han, but in the end he was caught. If you don't even see a human figure, then Iwagakure's face will be thrown on the moon. Seeing Onoki so angry, the team leader of the third team knelt on one knee and returned to the meeting room, looked at each other in blank dismay. Master Tsuchikage, we just saw a white-haired middle-aged man with oily writing on his forehead protector, but that was just his shadow clone, the real body didn't see it. A hole. As soon as he heard that his subordinates hadn't even touched the real bodies of others, Ono angrily sprinkled the materials on the table on their faces. The latter could only endure silently, there was no other way, the other party acted too fast. Who knows, they'll grab a Jinchuriki sooner than they can back up. Haha. After Onoki was furious, his rationality returned to his brain, the white-haired man, the oily word. He almost screened all the ninjas he could think of, but still had no clue. Most of the information in the ninja world tends to be closed, especially between villages, unnecessary exchanges can be saved. Onoki has only heard of Konoha Sunan's name, but he has never seen Jiraiya. And when Onoki was at a loss, Haitu hurriedly pushed the door in. Master Tsuchikage, there is news from Longian village that 7 Tails of Longian village has been arrested. What did you say? Onoki floated into the air and hurried to Haitu. By whom? The people of Takiyan village saw that person's face. If 7 Tails of Taki Hidden village is also arrested, it means that someone did it deliberately, not just for Iwagakure. Haitu nodded. The people of Takiyan village saw it. It was a 13 or 14-year-old boy, and it is said that he also discovered Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. One of Sunin? Onoki was taken aback when he heard this. He remembered that the title of Sunin was during the Second Ninja World War, when Rain Shinobi village fought against Konoha. Hanzo of the Salamander won the title for the 3 Konoha ninjas who persevered to the end. The person who snatched the tailed beast turned out to belong to Konoha? Onoki clenched his hands into fists. It was Konoha first Hokage who dispersed the tailed beasts back then, and now they stealthily snatch them. Could it be that they want to provoke the 4th ninja battle? Here. Naruto, Jiraiya and the 2 have arrived at the land of the Soil Spider family. Without the plot support of saving Hotaru in the original plot, Naruto is not sure whether he will meet Yu-Gao here. Six Tails Jinchuriki, Garigaku defected ninja. Master Jiraiya, put Han together with the other Jinchuriki. Throwing Han's body under him on the grass, Jiraiya summoned Ken Toma. Another one. Gama-ken glanced at Jiraiya in surprise, but Jiraiya just shook his head, indicating that he didn't do it by himself. Is it this kid? Toad Jian couldn't help but look at Naruto a few more times. It was really terrifying to be able to capture four-tailed beasts in a short period of time. Without asking too much, Toad Jian put the Han who fainted from running for a long time with his tongue into his mouth, and then disappeared in place. Naruto, Six Tails doesn't seem to be here, SHH. Naruto interrupted Jiraiya's question. His gaze has been fixed on the crystal bubbles floating high above the sky. That's Yodaka's ninjutsu. Mr. Jiraiya, we are lucky. Naruto pursed his lips and smiled, and then disappeared in the original position. This. Jiraiya, who hadn't figured out what happened, was stunned. Yu-Gao also had the same expression. He was standing on a tree branch 5 meters away from Naruto, holding a bare tube for blowing bubbles in his hand. Unlike ordinary ninjas, he used bubbles to fight, and holding the tube in his hand was already his fighting posture. Who are you? He demanded Naruto. Zero, seeking flowers. But Naruto is silent. Now he is too lazy to ask the other party if he wants to choose to fight. Anyway, everyone will always choose to fight to the death, right? The golden light flashed, and the majestic chakra gushed out instantly, and the fairy fox mode has been activated. Okay, come with me Six Tails. Naruto said, taking a step forward. It was just one step, but Yu-Gao felt a strong sense of danger. This chakra is, from that time. The Six Tails Saiken in Yu-Gao's body let out a painful low growl. As the six paths descended, Saiken and Yu-Gao only felt a godlike pressure, and chakra flowed out of the body uncontrollably and returned to other places. On that day, Naruto forcibly activated the power of six paths on the moon, and the memories of chakra, the eight-tailed beast in the ninja world, being pulled out of his body came to my mind. 0. And this chakra of Naruto is exactly the same as the breath of chakra that pulled their power out that day. And, they are also powerful and irresistible. Saiken's uneasiness made it difficult for Yu-Gao to control, more and more chakra was exposed and wrapped around Yu-Gao's body. Hateful. Yu-Gao, who was wrapped in chakra's red coat, half kneeled on the tree branch, tightly holding the arm that was holding him, trying to use the pain to regain his sanity. But Saiken's uneasiness has firmly disturbed Yu-Gao's state, making him deeply suppressed by that terrifying force. What? Are you trembling and speechless? Naruto approached slowly. The big ball Raiznan in his hand made an ear-piercing sound. No, it's not an opponent at all. Uchiha watched Naruto approaching, alarm bells ringing in his heart. He barely suppressed the panic in his heart, and used the tube in front of his chest to blow out 2 or 3 bubbles, containing himself in the huge bubble. The foam carries Uchiha's weight and floats in the air, blowing away with the wind. Yu-Gao glanced at Naruto on the ground with fearful eyes, and he had to run away. Haha! The big ball Raiznan in Naruto's hand was thrown in an instant, and directly cut through the bubbles surrounding Yu-Gao, and Yu-Gao fell from a high altitude. Naruto's figure flashed slightly, disappeared in place, and then punched Yu-Gao in the abdomen. Cough. Yu-Gao stared wide-eyed, fluid spewed out of his mouth, and was knocked out with a punch. Six Tails, recycle successful people. Chapter 72. Cloud Shinobi Village. Different from the pleasant environment of Konoha Shinobi Village, Cloud Shinobi Village is located in a remote and wild place. It is the season of warm spring, but the sun is shining brightly. Most of the Thunder Renners are also dark-skinned, and each has a tough temperament. It is completely different from the intrigue in Konoha. Sitting in the office is 4th Hokage AI. His face is full of flesh, his broad arms are full of the toughness of a strong man, and the 2 iron rings tied on his arms make his man's charm fully displayed. He looked at the information in his hand and pondered. His brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? He said in a deep voice. What's the matter? Samuel, whose chest was turbulent, took a closer look at the document in AI's hand, and frowned. This is Konoha's information. It clearly stated that Orochimaru returned to Konoha and tried to assassinate the third 943 generation Hokage, but failed. This is the news from Lei Ren's spy in the Nation of Fire. Fearing that Sam would not understand, AI explained. Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. AI had heard about it, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would want to go back and assassinate his mentor. This is something that Lei Ren, who has always been vigorous and resolute in Cloud Shinobi Village, can't understand. But the point is not here. The most important thing is, because of the assassination of the third Hokage, the doctor was defeated. Third Hokage has reached the twilight years, and it is very difficult to maintain the strength of Cage level. How could Orochimaru fail? The vigilant AI immediately noticed something was wrong. Does Konoha Village have a new powerhouse? If that's the case, the heavens are really unfair. Konoha's genius is like leeks, crop after crop. There are Hatake Kakashi, Namikaze Minato in the front, Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Itachi in the back. Although they were dead and rebellious, the density that appeared that day was still too much to envy. I hope it's not really what he thinks. Notify and let them investigate the matter carefully, AI said. However, at this time, he still doesn't know how terrifying his intuition is. Who? A ninja from the intelligence team hastily pushed open the door of Raikage's office. What he held in his hand was the information he had just translated from Spy Konoha. Master Raikage. He handed it to AI, Konoha, the fifth Hokage has appeared. What? AI took it in surprise, he glanced at the text on the note, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, a teenager made a Hokage. How can that be? Or, he guessed right. Konoha has another cage-level genius. Now the fifth Hokage appeared, the old man of the third Hokage abdicated, and Konoha's fresh blood surged up again. Doesn't that mean that Konoha's fighting power has risen to another level? The more he thought about it, the more irritable AI directly smashed a big hole in the table in front of him. Hateful. In fact, Cloud Shinobi Village is also precisely because of the lack of big families and the desire for geniuses. Every time a ninja war is launched, they are always the first to grab the enemy's resources. Just like before they shot to snatch the eyes of the Hyuga family. The scarcity of geniuses directly led to a decline in the combat effectiveness of a ninja village. That's why he was so angry. Fortunately, their Cloud Shinobi Village and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee hold up, not too bad. It's not good, Master Raikage. What's going on? Such a panic. Samai was about to go out with the information that had just been obtained, when he saw the ninja rushing in. Raikage AI, who was in a state of irritability, glared at him and motioned for him to continue. Lord Raikage, there is news from the intelligence team. Rock Shinobi's tail Jinchuriki and Five Tails Jinchuriki have all been captured. The man said straight to the point. What did you say? Samai couldn't help covering her small mouth, and Raikage AI also looked shocked. What else did the intelligence say? AI stepped forward and grabbed the ninja by the collar. I also said that the Seven Tails Jinchuriki of Takehakakura was also captured. This may be the top 10 forces in the ninja world. The spy ninja in Iwagakure let us guard Eight Tails. A hole. Before the ninja finished speaking, AI threw it on the ground. Why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing earlier? There is only one Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee in Cloud Shinobi Village, and he holds up half of the sky in Cloud Shinobi Village, yet someone wants to snatch it. It just doesn't make sense. And Jinchuriki Killer Bee of Eight Tails is his friend who has lived and died with him, how could he watch him being captured? Who did it? AI growled. As if the next moment, the ninja said that person's name, he wanted that person to die immediately. Yes, it's Konoha's two people, and one of them is Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. What did you say? AI was taken aback. Konoha people. How do they have time to snatch the tailed beast? In the beginning, the 8-tailed beasts were the first Hokage of the Konoha Shinobi village, which was distributed to each ninja village. In this period, the 5th Hokage had just taken office. Fixing the ninja internal affairs is enough for 5th Hokage, let alone Konoha at this time after the Orochimaru invasion. How could AI, who is Raikage, not know the troubles of all these matters? Konoha actually sent 2 cage-level ninjas to catch tailed beast. They still have the energy. It should be said, besides the newly appointed 5th Hokage, who else can catch the tail beast with Jiraiya? They still have this strength? AI couldn't figure out what happened. Samui stepped forward. Master Raikage, when you see it, you should protect 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. I know. AI frowned, although I can't understand why Konoha did such a thing, I must let Killer Bee know about it as soon as possible. The strongest support of the entire Cloud Shinobi village except movies, nothing can happen. Where is the other person now? Still practicing at Chi Yunfan. Samuel said. 2.6 Send 3 teams to Chi Yunfan to guard the cultivating Killer Bee. In addition, send 4 teams to patrol Cloud Shinobi village. AI sat back in his seat, frowning. When Iwagakure 4 Tails 5 Tails was arrested, it is impossible that they did not do a little bit of protection. With the strength of Rock Shinobi, they were able to snatch Jinchuriki from Iwagakure by Konoha. AI Sasuo stood up after a moment. No. I really can't take risks. Let Killer Bee come to my office now. He has to be with me during this time. But Samuel stopped him. Killer Bee's practice is very important this time, it's better not to disturb him. I'll take someone there. AI stared at Isam's face for a long time, and must have considered Raikage's duty. If something goes wrong, you are the only one to ask. Chapter 73. Here, Samai took a group of ninjas to Chi Yunfan. On the other side, 4th Raikage's assistant Azabai pushed the door open. Master Raikage, the 2 of you have returned from cultivation by Lord Wooden Golem. Really? AI turned his head, and the 2 wooden golems were standing in front of him. Lord Raikage. Unlike 9 Tails Jinchuriki Naruto in Konoha who has been targeted and ridiculed all the time, Cloud Shinobi village has always been straightforward and unconstrained, without any evil intentions. Killer Bee has been recognized by everyone for his efforts, and so are the two ninjas led by Wooden Golem, a wise and brave female ninja. Like Killer Bee, the two wooden golems can also fully release the power of the tail beast in their bodies. At this time, she returned to the village, which also let Hokage AI breathe a sigh of relief. I have already told him about Konoha Shinobi's capture of the tailed beast. Mabi explained, it is for this reason that the two wooden golem masters hurried back to the village. Well, you're doing great. AI looked at the two hosts. Wooden Golem, Samii has already replaced me to go to Qianfeng, and sent many ninja guards. You go too, you will be safer with Killer Bee. The two were frowned by Wooden Golem. Why don't you let us fight? Although it is Jinchuriki, our 08 strength is not weak. Right. At this moment, the voice of Killer Bee came. He wore sunglasses and sang ROP, Jinchuriki is stronger, no need to protect. Bagayalu, buckle no yalu. Compare. Samuel chased after him helplessly. Sorry, he insisted on coming. AI gritted his teeth and looked at Killer Bee in front of him. What do you know? BD. There are Konoha shinobi outside to catch Jinchuriki. It's about the fate of the village, how could you let them fight? But we can't just sit back and die, said the pair, led by Wooden Golem. That's it, I stick to my attitude. Baga. Road. Killer Bee danced, and at the end said quite seriously, the power of my latest cultivation is incomparable, how could I lose my job? Take it all back to me. AI roared and smashed the table in front of him into pieces with a punch, but the two Jinchuriki in front of him remained unmoved as if they were used to it. If they come, I will let them have a taste of my ninjutsu. Wooden Golem said calmly, and Killer Bee also nodded. BD. AI's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed the collars of the two wooden golems, making Mabu Isamui, who were at a loss, nervous for a while. After all, AI's strength is too great, and the two are female ninjas led by Wooden Golem, what if they accidentally hurt each other? Master Hokage. Mabi immediately blocked him. According to the character of Killer Bee and the two Lord Wooden Golem, I don't think they will give in, so let them do it. That's right, Master Hokage. The fighting power of Jinchuriki should not be underestimated, let alone the 8 tails who are completely fused with tailed beasts. Samui also hurried over to persuade the fight. And the two, Wooden Golem, looked at AI firmly. They didn't know how long they looked at each other before AI gradually let go of the collar he was holding. If you get caught, I won't save you. After saying this, AI Feng rushed out of the office. Yo. Next, we will wait for the Konoha thief at Chi Yunfen Yo. Killer Bee said, and left the room one after another after the two were agreed by Wooden Golem. But what they didn't know was that the two had just ambushed in Chi Yunfen. Gudong. A frog jumped into the pool water around Chi Yunfen, dived to the bottom of the pool, and then jumped out of the water after passing through most of Cloud Shinobi village. After Jireya's body got out of the little frog's mouth, it disappeared into nothing with a bang. At this time, Jireya, who was sitting outside Cloud Shinobi village, opened his eyes. I found them. They are in Kiun Peak of Cloud Shinobi village, located southwest of Cloud Shinobi village. It seems that the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 8 tails Jinchuriki have united, and there are many ninja guards around. It is difficult to deal with. Hehe, it's hard to deal with. Naruto smiled disdainfully. He stuck the kunai with the flying thunder god mark on the ground and disappeared in front of Jireya in the blink of an eye. The two people here, Wooden Golem and Killer Bee, were surrounded by Leiren for 3 floors. They had already discussed how to deal with Naruto, and they were waiting for Naruto's invasion. That will definitely be a big move. After all, it will take a long time to entangle with many Leiren. The two were said by Wooden Golem. At this moment, there was a lot of screams outside Chi Yunfen, followed by the ear-piercing sound of friction between the blade and the air. In just a moment, the cave that the two of them were carrying was cut off the top. XUZ. Rumble. In an instant, only a few meters of caves remained on the ground at the 100-meter peak. Outside Chi Yunfen, a group of Leiren who were in charge of guarding were killed and wounded, and howled endlessly. Naruto stood outside the cave, looking at the two provocatively. You are Konoha's ninja. The two, led by Wooden Golem, recovered from the shock first, and anger welled up in their hearts. The two-tailed chakra is directly wrapped around the body, revealing the shape of a blue cat. She opens her mouth wide, and the black-tailed beast bomb condenses in her mouth. I'm coming too. Yo. The 8 octopus tentacles behind Killer Bee spread out, and the 8 tails of a bull-headed octopus emerged from Killer Bee's body. You're too arrogant, it roared, and the black-tailed beast bomb in its mouth got bigger and bigger. To this, Naruto just smiled contemptuously, and the fairy fox mode was turned on directly. Massive amounts of chakra continuously poured in from all directions, golden air waves wrapped around Naruto, and a huge coercion followed. No need for the power of the avatar, the big ball rays non-condenses 610 in the hand, it's just ninjutsu, but the appearance is more terrifying than the energy emitted by the tailed beast bomb in the mouth of the two-tailed beasts. This is... 8 Tails was the first to notice it, and it seemed to see in its mind the figure that pulled chakra out of their bodies that day on the moon. At that time, the terrifying power of 6 paths living in the world has been covering its heart for a long time, and it is difficult to shake it off. And the person in front of him coincided with the figure from that day. It's you. Eight Tails felt agitated in an instant, and the tailed beast bomb in his mouth slowly dissipated, and the two-tailed cat couldn't control the fear in his heart. If the two hadn't been controlled by Wooden Golem with her strong will, Airway's rampage would have been out of control at this time. Hateful. No longer able to restrain the pain of fear and rationality in his heart, Eight Tails raised his head to the sky and roared loudly, and the bigger and bigger tailed beast bomb forcibly condensed. At this time, the big ball Raiznon in Naruto's hand has been clamoring for a long time. The two shadow clones stood apart, and Naruto in Fairy Fox mode just dodged and disappeared in front of his eyes. At the moment when the tailed beast bomb in the mouth of Eight Tails spat out, the big ball Raiznon exploded behind it. Airway was directly smashed to the ground by that big ball Raiznon. Boom! There was a loud noise in Chi Yunfan, and the smoke and dust billowed. Airway and the two were directly sunk more than 10 meters below the ground by Wooden Golem, and it was difficult to turn over. Chapter 74. Eight Tails, who was hit by big ball Raiznon behind him, roared to the sky. The desperate voice made one's scalp tingle. Killer Bee couldn't stand the ravages of such a powerful force, and passed out directly, and the Eight Tails ghost cow caught Killer Bee's body. UBD. Eight Tails ghost bull has a honest personality, but his strength is second only to Nine Tails. After being attacked by big ball Raiznon, he was severely injured, but he did not fall down. It stretched out an octopus foot that was 2 meters thick and slapped Naruto hard. Wow! The huge octopus feet slapped almost all the pool water around Chi Yunfan, and the pool water fell like rain. However, even though all the water in the pool was shot, Naruto's figure could not be caught. Ginyu was furious, and the uncontrollable fear and uneasiness of Naruto in his heart made him even more annoyed. Enduring the severe pain behind him, Ghost Bull was almost exhausting all his strength. Since you can't find Naruto, destroy everything in front of you. The black-tailed beast bomb in the mouth condenses again, and is growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But before it could spit it out, a spiral shuriken the size of a millstone appeared on top of its head, and one of the ghost cow's horns broke off directly. Boom! The energy of the spiral shuriken exploded, and the ghost cow was beaten until it rolled its eyes. After a roar, it was pressed into the water under its feet and lost consciousness. Eight Tails and Airway recovered successfully. After knocking out the two Tails Jinchuriki, Wooden Golem, and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, their unconscious bodies floated in the pool around Chi Yunfan. Those who soaked in the pool with them were some Leiren who were seriously injured or died. Naruto scooped up the bodies of two Jinchuriki, carried one on each shoulder effortlessly, and seemed to realize that the reinforcements from Cloud Shinobi Village had arrived, so he turned his head. This is what Hokage AI saw when he rushed to the scene. The muscles on his forehead twitched violently, his teeth were clenched, and his fists on both sides were tightly clenched together. BD. He rushed out with a punch, and the 2-meter-high rock beside him exploded and shattered all over the ground. Naruto, who was 10 meters away from him, looked at him indifferently, as if he didn't kill the people around him, and he didn't hurt the Jinchuriki on his shoulder. This made Hokage even more angry. Going to another country's ninja village to snatch tailed beasts is so arrogant. Hokage was trembling with anger, and punched out again. The mountain beside him cracked lines as big as the gap between his fingers, and there was a rumbling buzzing sound. Jiraiya, who was waiting outside Cloud Shinobi Village, heard the sound. The secret passage was broken, and then disappeared in place. Killer Bee. Hearing the movement, Darui came quickly with a group of Rarenin. First, he saw the body of Killer Bee on Naruto's shoulders, and then saw the corpses of Rarenin floating in the pool, and couldn't help clenching his fists. On the other side, after the two Jinchuriki insisted on fighting in person, Samui, who retired as the captain of the guard force, also led 100 ninjas to Chi Yunfan. Seeing that the lives and deaths of Wooden Golem and Killer Bee were unknown, she gritted her teeth and wanted to rush straight up. Movie behind her held her shoulders, preventing her from taking half a step forward. Who the hell are you? Did Konoha send you here? Hokage AI, who was so angry that he was trembling all over, had already maintained his utmost sanity. Naruto was able to defeat two Jinchuriki in an instant, so there was no need to think too much about his strength. Cage level had already underestimated him. If you act rashly, you may lose more than you gain. This is his consideration as a shadow. Therefore, he chose to hold back the questioning for the time being, and first confirmed the identity of the other party before speaking. Heh. Naruto only spit out this word, and he was about to leave here, as if he didn't intend to stay any longer. Suddenly, he stopped his figure, and saw Jiraiya's figure appearing in front of Naruto. He glanced at the big scene with tens of thousands of Reiren gathered around him. Finally, he set his sights on the burly man at the head, Hokage AI. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. Just now I saw that many ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village started to move, and I knew you had been discovered, so I came to take a look. He wasn't worried about whether Naruto would be injured, but facing Raikage, Naruto's actions might set off a storm in the ninja world, and maybe the ninja world war would start immediately. Although they all went to other people's ninja village to snatch the tailed beast, the two sides will inevitably have conflicts, but Jiraiya, who doesn't like to make trouble, is always worried. Naruto naturally understood what Jiraiya meant, and he sighed. Mr. Jiraiya just wastes time on many things because he likes making peace too much. Like, still looking for Orochimaru after he defected. On AI's side, he was furious and furious. If when he saw Naruto just now, he was not sure who the other party was, then when he saw Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, he was already sure. Really Konoha people. It turned out to be a person from Konoha. Konoha, a genius who travels everywhere, distributes tailed beasts to various ninja villages, unexpectedly went to their Cloud Shinobi village to snatch tailed beasts so openly. Previously, the spies reported that Konoha's people had just taken up the 5th Hokage. Looking at the news now, I'm afraid it's a smoke bomb conceived by Konoha's old foxes to confuse them and relax their vigilance. Where did the teenage 5th Hokage come from? The purpose of Konoha is the tailed beast. This is obviously what they planned early in the morning. Raikage AI clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were embedded in his palms, even though he was trembling all over, even his eyes were about to pop out. He still insisted on his duties as Cloud Shinobi Village Raikage, and roared, Jiraiya? I didn't expect it to be from Konoha. Although he pretended to be calm, the deafening roar was no less loud than the howling of the 8-tails ghost cow just now. Now that Jiraiya and the yellow-haired boy dared to appear in front of him, it naturally showed that the news he got today was correct. They not only snatched Airway and 8-tails, but also snatched 7-tails Jinchuriki from Taki Hidden Village. Iwagakure's 4-tails Jinchuriki and 5-tails Jinchuriki were lost, and they, Nordzhou, also took them away. What do you guys mean? Do you want to provoke a ninja world war? AI Diaoming asked directly. Facing Raikage AI's anger and the hostile eyes of all Raikage in front of him, Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Guy. We have no intention of starting a ninja war. He doesn't know what Naruto is looking for tailed beasts for, but his intuition tells him that Naruto's ultimate goal is not to disrupt the ninja world. After all, there are many ways to start the ninja war. It's much easier to directly kill the cage-level ninjas in each ninja village than to collect tailed beasts. Jiraiya said sincerely. But the more sincere you are, the more ridiculous you feel. If Jiraiya said this before Naruto snatched Airway and 8-tails Jinchuriki, everyone would be convinced. However, now Airway and 8-tails Jinchuriki are being carried on Naruto's shoulders. You said that you didn't mean to start a ninja war. Are you joking? Chapter 75. Stop joking around. The right arm wrapped around the majestic chakra hit the ground heavily, and the rock under Raikage's feet cracked open. There seemed to be flames in his eyes, and his panting breath made him look like he was breathing fire. Raikage, who was able to maintain his rationality just now, was furious after hearing Jiraiya's serious answer, and could no longer restrain himself. The picture of his younger brother Killer Bee being severely injured seemed to be still in front of his eyes, and the disdainful expression of the yellow-haired boy had long been deeply engraved in his mind. Didn't you mean to start a ninja war? In Raikage's view, the actions of the two all show that they don't take Cloud Shinobi Village seriously. If they are allowed to take away the 2 wooden golem, Killer Bee like this, then how can he still have face in this Cloud Shinobi Village called Raikage? And the ninjas beside Raikage AI had already clenched their fists. Different from the intriguing environment of Muye, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have deep feelings for Killer Bee and Wooden Golem. In their view, taking them away is tantamount to watching the enemy slaughter their own partner. Being able to defeat the 2 Jinchuriki in one fell swoop, how they can't see Naruto's strength, and now there is Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin, as reinforcements, the difficulty of the battle can be imagined. But none of them flinched. After hearing Jiraiya's so-called lack of 067's fighting spirit, they even gritted their teeth. Master Raikage. Fight them. Konoha's ninjas are overbearing and unreasonable, what a waste of time to talk to them, just snatch the 2 adults back. Yes. Take it back. During the confrontation between Raikage AI and Naruto Jiraiya, tens of thousands of ninjas surrounded Chi Yunfan one after another. They clamored to snatch the 2 back and their voices became louder and louder, shaking the entire valley. It's indeed more consistent than Konoha. Naruto said lightly. He still has no intention of letting go of the bodies of the 2 Jinchuriki, and it seems that 10,000 Cloud Shinobi are no threat to him at all. After the shouts of tens of thousands of Cloud Shinobi stopped, Raikage AI took a step forward, and his right fist was wrapped again by the blue chakra. Boy! Raikage stretched out his finger and pointed at Naruto, and almost squeezed out a few words between his teeth. Give you another chance, put their bodies down, I can barely leave you alive. Knowing Naruto's strength, he dared to say such bold words. On the one hand, Raikage AI has a bold and forthright personality. On the other hand, seeing his Jinchuriki being bullied like this, he couldn't get over his anger. Just like in the original book, after Hokage AI learned that Killer Bee was taken away by Sasuke and the others, during the meeting with the 5 cages, even if he faced Amaterasu, even if he was willing to break his arm, he would rush to kill Sasuke. To dare to say such a thing at this time must be determined to die. Naruto, who was pointed at by Hokage AI, tilted his head to look at him, with an indifferent smile on his lips. Mr. Jiraiya, let the 2 of you go, Master Toad. After finishing speaking, he threw the bodies of the 2 Jinchuriki on the ground and made 2 slaps. Naruto you. Jiraiya hurriedly glanced around and said in a low voice, this is about 10,000 Cloud Shinobi, can you resist? He has seen Naruto's strength before, crushing a small country is not a problem, but there are tens of thousands of ninjas in front of him, even he has never seen such a battle. It's the entire Cloud Shinobi village versus Naruto. Even Jiraiya, one of his Sunin, has never seen such a battle. Therefore, he has faint worries about Naruto. Don't worry, Mr. Jiraiya, I'll meet them. Naruto said, taking a few steps forward. Okay. Jiraiya knew he couldn't be persuaded, and didn't continue, so he summoned Kentoma. Toad Jian, with a cigarette in his mouth, stretched out his tongue and rolled the bodies of the 2 Jinchuriki into his mouth. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he disappeared in an instant before the Cloud Shinobi could react. This behavior of Naruto and Jiraiya directly shows that they do not intend to hand over the Jinchuriki attitude. Blue chakra skyrockets, Hokage AI's rocks break inch by inch. You must not go. The blue chakra is wrapped around Hokage AI, crackling thunder and lightning are all around, and huge, energy is flooding. This is the lightning-style armor of Hokage AI. By concentrating the lightning-style chakra on the whole body, the chakra and lightning covered all over the body can activate the body and use the lightning-style chakra. At the same time, the defense will be greatly improved. In the original battle, Hokage AI with the lightning-style armor can be as fast as Namikaze Minato, and can dodge Uchiha Sasuke's Amaterasu in an instant. At this time, Hokage AI is undoubtedly unable to bear it. He roared, his figure was as fast as lightning, his right hand had already been clenched into a fist the size of a sandbag, and he rushed directly to Naruto's side. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The lightning-style armor plus the strength of his thick wrist can instantly burst out enough impact to kill others. His eyes were burning, as if he had concluded that Naruto would definitely not be able to avoid this move, and almost put all his strength on the raised wrist. Ah! Naruto stood motionless on the spot, surrounded by the majestic chakra, his whole body glowing with golden light. Humph, you can stop me. Fairy Fox Mode, open. Seeing Hokage rushing forward with gritted teeth, Naruto's figure disappeared in front of his eyes only while panting. Under Hokage's shocked eyes, Naruto didn't use ninjutsu, and directly kicked up Hokage, who was wrapped in the lightning-style armor, for 30 or 40 meters. Boom! The mountain in the distance made a muffled rumbling sound, and several rocks were shattered by the impact of Hokage AI on the mountain, and spider web-like cracks appeared everywhere. Jiraiya stared wide-eyed. Naruto glanced at the Cloud Shinobi people in front of him, who else? Darui, Samui and the others couldn't bear it for a long time, they pulled out the blades in their hands, and the sound of thunder crackled around them. Although their strength is really weak, they may not necessarily lose after getting together. A group of people tested each other's eyes and rushed over. Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt Slash. The 300 Kiwuru celestial maidens scattered flowers wrapped in lightning through Naruto, a few golden lights flashed, Naruto dodged without any effort, and Raise-Non stretched out his hand several times to blow away the several Cloud Shinobi who were rushing forward. Cloud Flow, Flying Blade. Taking advantage of Naruto not paying attention, Samui raised her thigh and kicked towards Naruto, but unexpectedly was blocked by his backhand. Samui gritted her teeth, and her best physical skill was blocked by someone, which was undoubtedly an insult to her. The short blade flipped in his hand, and the sharp edge grazed Naruto's neck. Lightning Style, Black Panther. A giant black panther made of thunder and lightning came galloping from behind, opened its mouth wide and rushed towards Naruto. What an annoyance! Naruto frowned slightly, and kicked Samui in front of him away. The spiral shuriken in his hand was thrown at the panther-shaped lightning, and the caster Darui was torn apart. Chapter 76. Puff. A large amount of blood spewed out of his mouth. Darui was bounced several meters away by the power of the spiral shuriken, and the wound on his chest kept bleeding, which made him lose his ability to fight. How can that be? Darui couldn't believe it. It was his strongest ninjutsu, and it would be bounced back by the opponent's blow, and the damage of the opponent's ninjutsu was much higher than his own ninjutsu. Darui. Hokage AI, who came from a distance, let out a roar. He was kicked by Naruto and flew to the rocks in the distance. His physical skills, regiment did not cause a fatal blow to him. But as soon as he returned to the original point, he saw Darui spitting blood and being kicked out, and Samui was also seriously injured on the ground. Ah! Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi were repelled, and Naruto picked up the big ball Raise-Non in his hand, and the Raise-Non, which was the size of a millstone, spun at high speed. That's the ninjutsu that defeated Killer Bee. Seals were formed in Cloud Shinobi, and the lightning-style defensive wall stood in front of them. They thought they could resist Naruto's attack, but they were directly knocked down by the power of the Big Ball Raise Blood Rush. Most of the Cloud Shinobi that rushed up were badly injured. Most of the Cloud Shinobi who were still on standby at the rear stood still, waiting for the next charge. And Naruto's figure shuttled directly between them, stunned, dodged, knocked into the air, and hit hard. Round after round of physical combat and ninjutsu switching, Naruto in Fairy Fox mode seems to have endless chakra, and the golden figure is like a lightning bolt switching constantly among the Cloud Shinobi troops. Blood gushes out non-stop. At this time, Naruto seemed to be dancing in the crowd, with a free and easy posture and domineering moves, just like that day when Uchiha Madara fought against the Ninja Alliance. Another blow of the spiral shuriken flew out, and hundreds of ninjas fell to the ground one after another. The powerful damage of that ninja made them unable to move, and could only stay on the ground and cry. The army formed by more than 10,000 Cloud Shinobi was reduced to more than 1,000 in an instant, and among the more than 1,000 ninjas, the ninjas who were afraid of losing their fighting power accounted for most of them. Standing between them, Naruto looked around at Cloud Shinobi who didn't dare to force him, a little funny, come on. Why did you stop? Don't be too arrogant. Reikage AI put down Darui's body gently, and then stood in front of him. Although before this, he knew that the guy in front of him was very powerful, but he never thought that he could be so strong that he could directly fight against a country by one person regardless of the doubling of the number of people. Thinking of just now, Naruto kicked him 30 to 40 meters away with just one kick. Although there was no serious injury, the shocking force stayed in his heart for a long time and he could not forget it. His body of steel, even if an ordinary ninja kicked him a few meters, his legs and feet would still hurt for several days. On the other hand, Naruto, not only looks like a normal person, but also can continue to fight, and his combat power only increases but does not decrease, just like a monster. At this moment, Reikage shouted to stop Naruto, just to let Naruto stop hurting their Cloud Shinobi anymore. If he talked about fighting, he didn't know what to do. Naruto looked back at Reikage AI, yo, you're back. Hateful. With just one sentence, the contempt in that tone instantly disrupted Reikage's previous thoughts, his muscles puffed up, and the blue chakra wrapped around him again. Thunder and lightning surround Reikage AI, making Zyuxia sound. He knew that Naruto was extremely fast, and he might not be able to gain any advantage if he rushed up again, so he simply used physical skills to fight. Reikage AI's strong muscles hit Naruto's body, punching and kicking, even the attacks that wrapped chakra were all resolved by Naruto's moves, and the fact that they couldn't hurt the enemy made Reikage AI narrow his eyes angrily. With this power, you want to stop me? Naruto laughed. Go to hell. Reikage jumped into a rage, he kicked up, the layers of rock under his feet were broken, and a large crater with a diameter of 10 meters was cracked on the spot, and his punch knocked Naruto's body back several steps. His face was hot, Naruto touched his face, and saw that the place where Reikage slapped hadn't even broken the skin, only a few small and invisible scratches. Reikage was trembling with anger. Hateful. Why is this guy so resistant to beating? His attack seems to be falling lightly on the opponent. Finished? Is it up to me next? Naruto was no longer in the mood to play the game, he kicked Reikage AI several tens of meters away again, the spiral shuriken in his hand buzzed for a moment, and flew towards the mountain that Reikage hit. 0, seeking flowers. Boom. Most of the mountain peaks in the distance were directly cut off. The figure of Reikage AI had already been submerged by the dust picked up when the mountain peak fell. Master Reikage! The remaining Cloud Shinobi shouted excitedly, they looked at Naruto's figure, resentment filled their hearts. Seeing that most of the Cloud Shinobi on the ground were still howling in pain, they couldn't bear it. If they rushed up, they would probably die. If they were also dead, what would happen to everyone's injuries? Seeing that many remaining ninjas flinched, Naruto snorted coldly. It is finally over. The golden light on Naruto's body faded, the fairy fox mode disappeared, and he returned to his original state. 0. Jiraiya didn't speak, he looked at Naruto with his mouth half open, as if he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The man who was repeatedly kicked by Naruto just now is really a shadow. That majestic and domineering man was kicked more than 10 meters away. Glancing at the long-lasting smoke and dust on the mountain peak, Jiraiya couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Even a man as strong as Reikage AI, under the powerful ninjutsu of the spiral shuriken, he would either die or be injured. Naruto, one man against one country, you actually won. Don't say that Naruto is the fifth Hokage, you say that he is the boss of the entire ninja world, he believes it to a certain extent. Only the first Hokage can compare with Naruto's domineering posture just now, even Naruto has far surpassed the first Hokage. Jiraiya closed her slightly opened mouth, and complained in her heart, I knew I was worried about what you were doing. Naruto stretched his waist, as if he just stretched his muscles. All the tail beasts are here, let's go back, teacher. He rubbed his stomach, after a workout, my stomach is so hungry. Sports? You beat people from our Cloud Shinobi village to death, you call this a sport? Thousands of cloud shinobi who are still beside Naruto, who dare not do anything easily, grit their teeth, but if they have any strength, they will definitely rush to fight Naruto to the death. Too bad they didn't. So even with Naruto being so arrogant, they could only watch the two leave. No matter how much bitterness and hatred, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Chapter 77. Smoke billowed. Chi Yunfan, which was originally 100 meters high, was cut off and turned into loose stones and fell all over the ground. The surrounding mountain peaks and rocks were also shaken. Raikage's forehead slipped off a piece of bloodline, he was panting heavily, the big hole in his chest pierced by the spiral shuriken was bleeding, and the medical ninja who arrived immediately helped him up and quickly bandaged him. Darui and Samui were also taken to the hospital in Cloud Shinobi Village. More than 7,000 seriously injured ninjas were sent to the hospital for diagnosis and treatment one after another, and some of them were only slightly injured, so the package was just perfunctory. When there are too many wounded, medical equipment is naturally provided to more serious ninjas. After this battle, Cloud Shinobi Village was defeated. Lost in a mess. Raikage AI stood up with the support of a ninja, and saw countless wounded people lying in the 100-meter valley, which made the 640 heart-wrenching. The ninja world is really going to change. Raikage coughed a few times and sighed. The screen changes. Outside the Cloud Shinobi Village, several rock shinobi squatted in the grass discussing something, and then dispersed and disappeared in place. What did you say? Iwagakuer. Onaki heard the news reported by several people, and the tea in his eyes spilled on the table. The entire Cloud Shinobi Village stopped those two Konoha shinobi fighters, but failed. Onoji's eyes widened, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time, as if he couldn't believe that the yellow-haired boy was really so powerful. Cloud Shinobi Village is similar in strength to their Iwagakuer. If the ninjas in the entire village of Cloud Shinobi Village can't stop that person, then they're Iwagakuer. Thinking of the regret of not being able to stop Naruto from taking 4 tails 5 tails Jinchuriki away that day, thinking about it now, even if he caught up at that time, it doesn't matter. Characters that the entire Cloud Shinobi Village can't beat, can Iwagakuer keep them? Now I'm glad I didn't force them to stay, otherwise Iwagakuer would have suffered countless casualties. Just when Onoji was in a complicated mood, the messenger of Takiyan Village walked in. On the same day, Iwagakuer learned that the 7 tails Jinchuriki of Taki Hidden Village was captured, and it was the messenger of Taki Hidden Village who reported it. Both sides are countries that have lost tailed beasts, and it is time to report to the group to keep warm, so they sent spies to Cloud Shinobi Village to find out the news. It's just that Iwagakuer's spies got the news first. Cloud Shinobi Village Airway and 8 tails Jinchuriki have both been arrested, is this true? The emissary couldn't believe it. If this is the case, the tailed beasts in other countries are probably not spared. Onaki slapped the table. I think, since Konoha deliberately provoked a ninja war, it's time to unite. 1 tail Shutsuru in Tsunagakuer, 6 tails in Kirigakuer, 2 tails and 8 tails in Cloud Shinobi Village, 4 tails and 5 tails in Iwagakuer, and 7 tails in Takigakuer Village. Almost everything except the 9 tails held by Konoha. Among the 5 countries, 4 are big ninja countries. If they unite to deal with Konoha, then the situation will be much clearer. Black Soil. Immediately send a request to other ninja villages. Yes. When? Tsunagakuer. Tsunagakuer, where there is no Kaze cage, is temporarily managed by Cho and the others as consultants. A group of Sand Shinobi executives sat around the conference table, holding their hands in the shape of a tower, with a look of deep thought. It's been a long time since one tail was arrested. During this time, tailed beasts hidden in various ninja villages in the ninja world were caught one after another. Today, the last tailed beast, Cloud Shinobi Village 2 tails both 8 tails were arrested. Grandma Cho glanced around. Today, Onaki from Iwagakuer finally couldn't hold back anymore and sent a request, hoping to resist that powerful cage-level character in Konoha Shinobi Village together. What do you think? Ebizo, the younger brother of Grandma Cho said slowly, we have all seen the strength of that Konoha Shinobi before. Now his terrifying strength and the tailed beasts collected will definitely increase his confidence. Cloud Shinobi Village is defeated by one country against the other today, what about the other 3 countries? I think it is imminent for the 4 major ninja villages to unite. I also think so. If Konoha uses the power of the tail beast, then the situation of other countries is not difficult to imagine. The rest of the high level echoed. Then, I will inform the daimyo of this news. Granny Cho nodded. At the same time, Kirigakuer. After the blood mist policy was overturned, Terumi Mei became a new generation of Mizu Cage. Different from the cage level of other countries, Terumi Mei is powerful, but also has the charm of a mature woman, and her every move has the demeanor of a royal sister. She raised her legs high and leaned back on the seat. On the table directly in front of her was Iwagakuer's proposal on uniting the 4 major ninja villages. Kojuro and Ching sat on both sides of the table, looking at each other with sad faces. What is the purpose of Konoha's ninjas, why are they collecting tailed beasts everywhere? Ching sighed. Originally, Konoha was the cradle of geniuses, but now if Konoha's high-level executives like this, they may have the idea of using the power of tailed beasts to stir up the ninja world and provoke war. Once they succeed, perhaps the entire ninja world will be under Konoha's rule. The most important thing now is how strong that Konoha ninja is. Terumi Mei said lazily. In the news brought by her subordinates, a yellow-haired boy and Jiraiya were mentioned, but in the news collected by Iwagakure, Jiraiya hardly did anything. Witnesses in Takiyan village also saw the strength of the yellow-haired boy ninja. That is to say, he is the one who captures the 8-tailed beasts and fights with one person and one country. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei took a deep breath. How sturdy the people of Cloud Shinobi village are, and how domineering Raikage's character is, he was able to bring Jinchuriki out of Cloud Shinobi village intact, and that person's strength far surpassed Kage level, and was even terrifying. Perhaps, the combination of the 4 great powers may not be able to defeat the boy. As soon as this idea came out, Terumi Mei frowned and formed the word Chuan. No, the speed of forming the Ninja Alliance 2.6 army must be fast, inform Iwagakure, and hold a 4-Kage meeting in the Iron Country. After saying that, he immediately stood up. Master Mizukage, aren't you afraid that this is Iwagakure's scheme? No matter how urgent the situation is, the village is the main thing, so we should wait and see. Ching stepped forward to persuade. The major ninja villages have been playing the game of backstabbing all year round, and when they suddenly met a common enemy and started to be honest, they couldn't believe it. Humph, if that old guy Onoji has the strength to turn Cloud Shinobi village upside down, I'll believe he lied to me. The implication is that there is no doubt that Konoha snatched the tailed beast. I believe that other ninja villages are also in a hurry, notify the daimyo as soon as possible, and form a ninja coalition before Konoha's ambition is exposed. Chapter 78. The Other Side. Dark clouds billowed over Rain Shinobi village, and the rain continued. In a certain cave, the body of the Gadu statue hidden in the dark opened its mouth wide, its 10 fingers stretched out, and its posture was extremely strange. On top of its 10 fingers, several men in red clouds and black robes appeared shallowly. What's the matter with calling us over this time? The short man with a mask on his mouth and fierce eyes said first. His figure seemed to be bent, and he looked very strange. That was Xie Liuho's puppet, and Xie himself was in it. Haydn, who was standing beside him, lazily said, that is to say, boss, I was doing the prayer ceremony just now, I haven't had time to feel the wonderful taste yet. I advise you to give up that troublesome prayer. Kakuzu said, very dissatisfied. Because of his troublesome prayer, he had already lost a ninja who offered a reward of thousands. If it wasn't for Haydn's inability to kill, he would have done it long ago. Haydn snapped, not paying attention. And beside Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Konan are just silent. Waiting for Pain to speak. Located on Gadu statue's right hand, Pain slowly opened Rin-Egan. Don't be noisy, I called you here today just for some changes in the ninja world. 08. The purpose of our Akatsuki organization is to collect all the tailed beasts and put the initiative of the war in our hands. However, recently I got news that 7 tails from Takahid village has been captured. He is a ninja from Konoha. Do it. What? Kisame looked at Pain, while Uchiha Itachi opened the Sharingan, and he could see the doubt and shock in his heart at this time from his frowning. More than that. Haydn laughed. At this time, within the border of the Land of Rain, Haydn and Kakuzu were sitting back to back in the forest, with their hands in mudra, their heads bowed, and their eyes closed. The rain ran down their backs and washed away the blood from the corpses of the 4 rock shinobi beside them. We just intercepted a few rock shinobi, and according to them, not only the tailed beast from Taki Hidden Village, but also the 5 tails from Iwagakure, were captured by that Konoha shinobi. After Haydn finished speaking, Pain didn't mean to be surprised. It seems that he knew it a long time ago, but he hasn't said it yet. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened. Konoha's ninja captured 3 tail beasts. Who the hell did it? Why? In the past few years after leaving Konoha, what changes have taken place in the village? Uchiha Itachi frowned tightly and didn't speak. He only thought of Uchiha Sasuke's cute figure when he was young, and wondered whether Sasuke would be involved in this matter. Deidara's eyes widened. It's really all done by Konoha shinobi. Bring 4 tails and 5 tails out of Iwagakure. How can that old man Onoji let him go? Having grown up in Iwagakure, he naturally knows the strength of Onoji, and being able to escape from Iwagakure is indeed powerful. It's just not as powerful as his art, Kakuzu laughed and said, it is said that after the Konoha shinobi captured 4 tails and 5 tails, Iwagakure's ninjas didn't have time to arrive, let alone the battle. Yay, Iwagakure is completely dead. What did you say? Deidara's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although Iwagakure is now a rebellious ninja, some people still can't help being angry when they say that their original village is not good. It's not about Iwagakure's strength. It's because after the Konoha shinobi captured 4 tails and 5 tails, Iwagakure's ninjas didn't have time to react. Pain said slowly. This sentence directly stunned both Kakuzu and Deidara. Capturing the tailed beast was already an extremely difficult task, but the Konoha shinobi was able to not disturb Iwagakure's ninja after capturing 2 Jinchuriki. What does this mean? It means that the Konoha shinobi is extremely powerful, and the time for catching tailed beasts has been compressed to the shortest. It can be said that it has reached the point of unilateral crushing. Kakuzu frowned, his expression of astonishment seemed to be thinking, who is the Konoha shinobi who can do so much? The expressions of the others also became serious. Hoshigaki Kisame said in a deep voice, how do you know that Konoha shinobi did it? Back then, Konoha first generation scattered tailed beasts to various ninja villages for the sake of harmony in the ninja world. Now they suddenly collect tailed beasts. There must be a reason. Kisame, who was born in the intriguing environment of Kirigakure, is always very vigilant. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi also looked at Pain. It's Jiraiya. Konan's expression was a bit complicated. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sunin, has been involved in the ninja's action to capture the tail beast, but he didn't participate. In other words, only the Konoha shinobi did it all the way. Scorpion pondered, that is to say, the power of that Konoha shinobi is already equal to Kage level, even Super Shadow level. This is big news in the ninja world, maybe it can be his new puppet. Just considering that person's strength, Xia hesitated a little. Who is that person? At this time, among the members of the Akatsuki organization, everyone has the same question. Pain broke everyone's silence at this time, and said, it's not just 7 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, Cloud Shinobi Village's Airway and 8 tails who were also arrested and successfully hid in nature. The main house is naturally also his. Stuff in the bag. Also, that Konoha Shinobi fighter fought the entire Cloud Shinobi village alone and won. As soon as these words came out, except for the sound of gasping for breath, no one in the cave spoke. Everyone in 990 stared wide-eyed, and even Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, stunned by the information that Pain said. One person, war against one country, won, and took away Airway and 8 tails, right? Deidara couldn't say anything other than shock. As far as he knows, the 8 tails Jinchuriki ridden by Cloud Shinobi Village's Airway Jinchuriki is almost perfect. Among them, the power of 8 tails is the most powerful among all tail beasts except 9 tails. Plus, there are thousands of Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas battling. Facing such a strong enemy, did the strong Konoha still win? Too shocking fact, made him speechless. Uchiha Itachi frowned, for some reason, the yellow-haired kid flashed through his mind at this moment. He always felt that the kid had indescribably powerful power. If it was really him who did it, then what is the situation with Konoha today? But Pain closed his eyes and said nothing. He thought of the irritability of the boss behind the scenes yesterday. Wearing a mask, Obito hammered the windowsill, staring at the pattering rain outside the window and said, I don't know who disrupted our plan. Damn it! After all the tailed beasts have been robbed, what is the future goal of the Akatsuki organization whose plan has been disrupted? At this time, Pain was also a little confused. Chapter 79. Iron Country. Due to the urgency of the situation, almost all the countries that have not lost the tailed beast and have not felt Naruto's terrifying power have discovered the seriousness of the matter. Especially Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, the 2 villages that lost 2 tail beasts, their mentality split directly. Under Onoji's urgent pursuit, Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure among the 5 major countries agreed to the 4 Shadows talks. For the sake of fairness, and in order to convince the quartet ninjas of the people who came to the talks, the venue was finally agreed to be in the Iron Country. In the room specially prepared by Mifune, the supreme leader of the Iron Country, the shadows of the 4 ninja villages were seated one after another. Terumi Mei took 2 followers, Ching with white eyes, and Kojuro, the younger generation of 7 people. Onoki brought the red earth and the black earth with him. The seriously injured Reikage AI was still wrapped in bandages, but the hatred in his eyes was enough to make him forget the pain of the wound. Also because Cloud Shinobi Village was seriously injured, only Amwa and Karui, who were not so seriously injured, came with him this time. They are the disciples of Killer Bee, and they came here this time to seek justice for Master Killer Bee being kidnapped. In the end, on behalf of Tsunagakure came the consultant Chogranny, followed by 2 middle-aged ninjas who did not appear in the original book. Both of them have red hair, the one with short hair is called Chi Juliang, and the one with long hair is his brother Yan Yueliang. They are apprentices of Ebizo, and they are quite good at puppetry. After the 4 cage levels were seated, they took off the bamboo hats with the 4 characters of wind, water, earth, and thunder written on them, and put them on the table. Then, let's get started. Terumi Mei said first. She looked around the crowd, only to see Onoji and Cho's mother-in-law with gloomy faces, and Reikage AI's fists on the table were already clenched. According to the original book, when the leaders of the ninja villages of several big countries met, it was natural that they would ridicule each other and take advantage of verbal advantages. But at this time, Reikage couldn't even care about sarcasm. Enough should be enough. Reikage AI finally couldn't help but said, I believe everyone has seen the strength of that Konoha shinobi. The arrest of Jinchuriki from our countries is all thanks to him. Onoki remembered the pain of losing two-tailed beasts one after another that day, so he couldn't swallow this breath. Indeed, the few of us gathered together because of this incident, Onoji said slowly, that man's strength is terrifying, and the fact that the entire Cloud Shinobi village was defeated, I believe you can feel his strength. When Reikage heard this, he was a little angry. Onoki, what do you mean by that? And Terumi May cast an interested look. No wonder Master Reikage is wearing a bandage. It seems that the other party is indeed very strong. He can leave alive from such a tough man, and he can also beat him hard before leaving. Hurt Reikage. You. Reikage AI glared at the smiling Terumi May, but was stopped by Onoki's hand. I don't mean to be ironic about Cloud Shinobi's strength. If Kirigakure were still third Mizukage, three tails Jinchuriki Yagura, the entire Kirigakure would be leaderless now. What Onoki meant was that if Naruto came to Kirigakure and went to capture three tails Jinchuriki Yagura himself, then Kirigakure might not be able to keep him. After all, the more than 10,000 ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village can't keep people, and their Kirigakure village, which has lost many excellent ninjas all year round because of the Blood Mist policy, can't keep Naruto. That is, Three Tails is not in Kirigakure, so the ninjas of Kirigakure were saved from being killed by Naruto. When Terumi May heard this, the smile on her mouth disappeared instantly. She squinted her eyes and asked Onoji, what do you mean by Utsutsuki? Are you doubting my strength? Onoki's serious expression remained unchanged. I didn't intend to satirize any of the two people. What I mean is that the opponent's strength is already strong enough to ignore any one of our four major countries. If we let it go, I'm afraid it will make this matter brew and cause irreparable damage. As consequence. Indeed. Grandmacho, who had been silent all this time, said. She opened her eyes, and looked away from the three cage-level ninjas in front of her skimming. Why are we here? You all know dooming, what everyone wants is cooperation, but before we cooperate, I hope you will put that together. Let us tell the whole story about a ninja, so we can take aim. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Cloud Shinobi Reikage AI first. He is the only cage level who has fought against that ninja, and he can most clearly perceive the opponent's moves and strength. Reikage AI also knows the importance of information. It was embarrassing, but he had to say it in order to continue working together. That ninja is extremely fast. When I use chakra to wrap my whole body, my speed is far behind him. Moreover, his use of chakra has reached the peak level, and he can knock back hundreds of jonin with a single blow. As he spoke, he stood up and loosened the bandage on his chest little by little, exposing the wound on his chest that was almost deep into the bone. This is the wound I got when I fought with that ninja for the second time. He used ninjutsu to injure me. If I hadn't blocked all the chakra in front of me at that time, I must have died by now. Reikage's tense muscles and strong physique, compared with the bloody wound in front of him at this time, made the other three stare wide-eyed. Among the four of them, if anyone had the strongest physique, it would undoubtedly be Reikage, but such a steel body was injured like this by a blow, which shows the horror of that Konoha shinobi. Eight Tails and Airway Jinchuriki naturally resisted, but in front of the Konoha shinobi, they were directly crushed, and Eight Tails even showed fear. Reikage said slowly. These were all told to him by Cloud Shinobi, who witnessed the whole fight at the scene. At that time, he was as shocked as the three cage levels now. To make Eight Tails feel fearful, what a terrifying coercion Konoha shinobi must have. Even Mifune next to Yi, Zhao Nyazeo, was shocked by Reikage's various descriptions and couldn't say a word. He knows that great changes have taken place in the ninja world today, but he doesn't know that such a monster has appeared in the ninja world. Grandmacho also cleared her throat after she regained her composure a little. The ninja is accompanied by Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and he also has Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead, so it must be Konoha shinobi. In the face of such a powerful opponent, perhaps his purpose of snatching the tail beast is no longer important, but the aggressive strength of the Konoha shinobi has seriously threatened our other villages. And Konoha behind him, of course we can't let go. Terumi May nodded, and at this moment she sighed, secretly glad that the Konoha shinobi did not descend on them Kirigakure. Onoki also strongly agrees. Reikage gritted his teeth. Okay, then let's quickly form a ninja coalition army to fight against sleepy vomiting. Chapter 80. When the top leaders of the four countries began to discuss how to cooperate, Naruto and Jiraiya, who had collected all the tail beasts, had already returned to the village. The sudden appearance of Naruto on the roof of the Hokage building stunned First Generation, who was reading materials in the office. The strange atmosphere around him made him immediately realize that Naruto was back. The figure flashed, and he arrived at Naruto's side. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived, and they rushed over out of worry after seeing Naruto's figure appearing nearby. After all, Naruto left the village before to catch the tail beast. Now that he has returned to the village in less than half a month, he must have encountered some setbacks. If you need a helping hand, these people will definitely help. Senjo Hashirama thought the same way. He frowned and said, Naruto, you came back suddenly, did you encounter any problems? While speaking, he swept Naruto's eyes up and down, and after confirming that Naruto was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya didn't know what everyone was thinking. Thinking of the scene where Naruto punched and kicked a cloud shinobi village outside the village, he couldn't laugh or cry. Worried about him? It's better to worry about whether Hokage AI is still alive. 720. How the net is to worry about some useless. Naruto smiled and waved his hands. No, everyone, the process of catching the tailed beast was unexpectedly smooth. Now that the task is completed, we will naturally return to the village. Kakashi glanced around, but, where is the tailed beast? Why didn't he see a tailed beast? Moreover, in his heart is subconscious suspicion. Now it is less than half a month before Naruto left the village, all 8 tailed beasts have been captured, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed doubts about this. In his heart, he was half convinced of Naruto's strength and half unwilling to do so. After all, he was the man who directly took the position of Hokage from him. This ambivalence has not been alleviated until now. Seeing Naruto return now, and seeing that he did not bring Jinchuriki from another country with him, I feel relieved. He laughed and said, Naruto, you are always like this kid, if you encounter any danger, don't be embarrassed to speak up, we will help you, although it is not easy to come forward directly, but it is better than you alone. Naruto smiled politely, Grandpa 3rd generation, don't worry, I am 5th Hokage, I can't even catch a few tailed beasts, how can I deserve the name of Hokage? After all, he gestured to Jiraiya with his eyes. Summoning technique. Jiraiya slapped the ground with one palm, and Gamaken's huge body landed on the roof of the Hokage building, and the pipe in his mouth was puffing out smoke. But if you take a closer look, you can see that his mouth is bulging, and he seems to be shouting something. Toad Jian, thank you for your hard work. Toad Jian waved his hand nonchalantly, ah ha 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 ha, if you want to talk about the shortcomings, it's just a little delay in smoking. After finishing speaking, he took out the pipe in his mouth, and sent out several Jinchuriki with his huge and fat tongue. Mixed with Hamajian's saliva, all the fainted Jinchuriki were placed on the roof. 7 tails Jinchuriki, Fu. 4 tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. Han. 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yu Gao. 2-tailed Jinchuriki, 2-bit by Wooden Golem. 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. 6 Jinchuriki from different villages were neatly placed in front of everyone, and the forehead protector worn on their foreheads alone was enough to prove their different identities. Is this really Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled a little. Naruto, he really brought back all the tail beasts. Kakashi was also stunned, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He glanced back and forth between several Jinchuriki and Naruto, and finally put his gaze on Jiraiya before showing a smooth expression. Don't look at me, I didn't help him. Jiraiya spread his hands, he captured them all by himself, and the most I can do is provide location information. That is to say. Kakashi looked back at Naruto again, his eyeballs almost popping out. FK, isn't his disciple's progress span a little too big? It's okay to single out all the Jinchuriki. Although his disciple is already the 5th Hokage and has seen his strength with his own eyes, he still couldn't help being surprised to witness Naruto's strength again. 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond for a long time, but, if the tailed beasts in each village were captured, wouldn't it alarm the ninja villages? How could they let Naruto go away? Naruto seemed to think of those rookie ninjas in Ninja Village, and said nonchalantly, it took me too long to catch the tailed beasts, and I didn't give them much reaction time at all. Where can I catch me? Actually, Taki Hidden Village wanted to fight against Naruto, and almost destroyed the country. In Cloud Shinobi Village, 10,000 ninjas fought against Naruto, and almost all of them were disabled. Thinking of the tragic situation in those two countries, Jiraiya couldn't help but rubbed his forehead. As far as this method of catching tailed beasts is concerned, it's not that no one will keep Naruto, but it's impossible to keep Naruto at all. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Jiraiya, don't say that, if they didn't seek death, how could I be so cruel? He said so on the lips, but in fact, he didn't feel soft-hearted in the slightest. Shocking Kakashi directly, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to shut up. 1st generation also laughed out loud. Having watched the entire plot of Hokage, he felt a little ashamed for worrying about Naruto just now. That's right, the heaven-defying fighting power of every second is running all over the place in the later stage of the plot, capturing all Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, isn't it basic practice? Ha 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 ha, Naruto, you did a good job. 1st generation reached out and rubbed Naruto's head vigorously. Mr. Naruto. Hinata hurried over when she heard the news of Naruto's return, and she was relieved to see that Naruto was fine. Hinata. Naruto stepped forward to hold her hand, the girl in front of him has become more and more beautiful, seeing her mood improved. By the way, why don't you see Sasuke? I looked around, only to find that there was no sign of Sasuke. According to usual words, Sasuke had already galloped over with Hinata. As soon as he mentioned Sasuke, Hinata lowered his head hesitantly, as if he didn't know what to say. Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell silent. What the hell happened? Naruto asked as he walked over to look at Hashirama. He left the village to seek revenge on his big brother, Uchiha Itachi. Hashirama said slowly after a moment of silence. What did you say? Naruto was surprised for a long time, but he also accepted the fact. That guy really couldn't swallow that breath in his heart, and he was going to take revenge sooner or later. It's just that whether the revenge result is the same as the original work is unknown. Chapter 81. After Naruto returned to Konoha, as the fifth Hokage, he naturally no longer needed the first generation to handle affairs on his behalf. After being idle, first generation and Sarutobi Hiruzen simply joined Naruto's advisory group. Although the advisory group is full of young people who can't get in, it's better than being idle. As long as they don't make any mistakes, Naruto will let them go. Jinchuriki, who was captured by Naruto, was imprisoned in another room. Because of the use of potions, he has not yet woken up. It seems that everything has returned to calm. But Naruto knew that the biggest storm was yet to come. The nine-tailed beasts gathered in Konoha, so Naruto couldn't make them fall asleep forever, so he had to use the power of the nine-tailed beasts to awaken the power of six paths early. Only when you reach a new peak as soon as possible, will you become confident. At that time, not to mention that the entire ninja world has no opponents, even on the moon, he can still toss for a while. A stronger power is always the longing in Naruto's heart. And the country where the ninja world has been robbed of the tail beast, of course, it is impossible to let it go. During the 3 days when Naruto returned to the village, there was not much movement except for the news that spies inquired about the close relationship between ninjas from various countries. However, these are superficial phenomena. Naruto's heart is like a bright mirror, the guys from the big country are discussing to unite against Konoha. Do you think he would be scared? Oh, he is afraid of a hammer. The four great powers, who don't know what Naruto thinks, have reached an agreement after the last Four Shadows meeting. That is to quickly form a ninja coalition. After giving Konoha an ultimatum, if they still don't hand over the tailed beast, they will send troops to attack Konoha immediately. While snatching the tailed beast back, step down on Konoha's gate. At this time, the daimyo of the four heavenly kingdoms is passing through the high-tech video in the world of Hokage. On the display screens of the four giant machines stacked to form the character Tien, images of the daimyos of Land of Earth, Land of Wind, Land of Thunder, and Land of Water are respectively projected on them. Because the top leaders of Ninja Village have already discussed the reasons, they don't have any opinions, so this video is just a formality. Soon, the details of the cooperation between some major powers were successfully negotiated, leaving only the action of giving Konoha an ultimatum. So, how exactly do you do it? On the video screen, it has been replaced by the cage-level leaders of Ninja Village, Terumi Mei asked. Because the resources used by the video are limited, this kind of thing must be resolved as soon as possible while taking this opportunity. Don't worry. Reikage AI looked serious. Oniki has sent ninjas to Konoha to deliver the news, I believe they will see it soon. The screen changes. In the urgent meeting held by the Konoha executives, Naliang Shikamaru directly slapped a large piece of paper with the ultimatum message on the meeting table. Naruto. The crisis after catching the tailed beast has arrived. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to stand up, took the big paper in his hand and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he was. The remaining four major powers have formed a ninja alliance. This is an ultimatum to Konoha, asking us to hand over Jinchuriki. He looked at Naruto anxiously, and sighed fiercely, Hey! Naruto, although I don't know why you caught the tailed beast, but your behavior directly pushed Konoha to the cusp of the storm. Leave everyone alone. The meaning of complaining in his mouth was ready to come out. As a veteran who has just left office, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally not comfortable with the feeling of leaving power at this time. He looked at Naruto's face and couldn't help but think of Namikaze Minato. How comfortable it would be if Naruto in front of him could be as good as his father and tolerate the two Hokage Tongji Konohas. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually began to really hope that Naruto could reflect on his lack of experience, so that he could invite him to come out and rule together again. However, he may have forgotten. Even if it is Tongzi, there is also first-generation Senju Hashirama, and it will not be his turn. Naruto glanced at third generation's impatient look, and smiled dismissively, don't care what they are talking about, I have my own ideas. But... Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned tightly, but, if the ninja alliance formed by the four countries invades Konoha, can you resist alone? First-generation Senju Hashirama already believed in Naruto's strength, so he didn't speak. That's Grandpa third generation, you are invincible in strength, that's why I'm afraid, if they dare to attack now, I will definitely let them die. Naruto snorted coldly. 0, seeking flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked suddenly, and he was extremely angry. The four-nation ninja alliance can reach about 60,000 people, can you beat it? Are you a god? Nara Shikamaru was also very helpless when he saw the old and new Hokage quarrel. Why do these high-level people look less like high-level people than him? After complaining in his heart, he waved his hand to persuade him. The top priority is to discuss how to reply first. Jiraiya, as a representative of Konoha's strength, naturally also participated in the meeting. Seeing the conflict between Naruto and third generation, he wanted to mediate. Well, what Shikamaru said is also true. Since this ultimatum has been in our hands, we must respond. 00. Just the content of this response. Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's stinky expression, Nai was stunned. As I said, there is no need to reply, just ignore the existence of the Ninja Alliance. Naruto said affirmatively. This answer directly made Shikamaru frown, with a speechless expression on his face. Naruto, you don't look like a Hokage like this. The relationship between countries needs to be maintained. Kakashi nodded, although Naruto is very strong, but still. No, Mr. Kakashi, Naruto seemed very firm, I never intend to communicate with them. In this world, the strong are always respected. Saying that, Naruto stood up and looked at Hashirama. Different from Shode's way of yearning for peace, I don't intend to use the balance of power to make the ninja world harmonious. Only the crushing power can be independent of the forest of ninja world. He walked slowly to the paper that was slapped on the table, and said with a sneer, if my strength is too weak to defeat 10,000 Cloud Shinobi village with one person, will they still hand me this ultimatum? He probably rushed into Konoha Vice Admiral and tore him in half. Everyone in the conference room fell silent after hearing the words. Indeed, in the ninja world, only when one becomes stronger can one speak more weight. So, as I said, just pretend that this matter doesn't exist. After finishing speaking, Naruto left the conference room 9. Chapter 82. But Shikamaru wanted to say something, but was interrupted by first generation. What Naruto wants to do, let him do it. I believe in his strength and mind. First generation said affirmatively. The third generation, who originally wanted to raise objections, fell silent after hearing the words. Several people watched Naruto walk out of the meeting room. With all the messy stuff out of the way, it's time to start preparing for the 6 paths level. If all goes well, the integration will be successful tonight. Thinking in this way, Naruto stepped into the room specially prepared by the commander, where the bodies of several Jinchuriki lay on the surrounding stone platforms. Master Hokage, everything is ready for you. Naruto nodded, let's all go out. He stepped and sat on the central stone platform, closing his eyes. Boom. A drop of water dripped into the deep pool under his feet, and in front of the person who called 677 was the huge Nine Tails, which slowly opened its eyes, and looked at Naruto calmly with scarlet eyes. Yo brat, you captured the other 8-tailed beasts, they seem to be very strong. Kurama quipped. Although he was very surprised by Naruto's strength in his heart, the pride in his heart prevented him from saying a word of praise. Then, its expression became more serious, and it sneered, what happens after all the tailed beasts are captured? You should already know what to do, right? Naruto nodded, thanks to your power Kurama. Now, I plan to merge the 9-tailed beasts and step into the power of 6 paths. Nine Tails was obviously taken aback. It always feels that stepping into 6 paths is not such a simple matter, but it can't tell what is not so simple. After being stunned for a long time, he only asked, now. After the words fell, there was a loud noise from the surroundings, the water surface in the deep pool was shaking, and the sky and the earth seemed to be split apart. Roar! The chakra power of 8 tails swept like thousands of vines. Naruto opened his eyes, only to see that Killer Bee did not know when he would wake up, and his whole body was covered with a powerful 8 tails chakra coat. It seems that 8 tails was the first to wake up in his body, and 8 tails, who lost his mind, controlled Killer Bee's body and wanted to launch an attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto enters the Fairy Fox mode and quickly seals. A dozen or so shadow clone in Fairy Fox mode used Ray's Non to attack Killer Bees Jr., and the strong vibration caused by the attack made the dust shake off the house. Killer Bee, controlled by 8 tails, was directly pushed down, looking much more honest. The 2 ninjas guarding the room looked at each other, worry hidden in their eyes. Still don't go in, Master Hokage won't let us bother you. The other ninja nodded upon hearing the words, couldn't help but look back at the door, and continued to guard Naruto. Naruto saw that Killer Bee had just been held down, and the body of 4 tails Jinchuriki on the other side also began to glow red like chakra. Is it affected by my chakra breath? After all, at the time of the moon, Naruto's dominance has been deeply engraved in their brains, and this time in the operation to capture the tailed beast, they were all directly crushed by him, and their hearts were already against it. Fear arose in his chakra. Going crazy is a normal thing. Naruto directly placed his shadow clone in groups of 2 and placed them on Jinchuriki's side, forcing them to be immobile. Little devil! You have to be too arrogant, and I will look good on you when I get up. 8 tails roared, but was finally suppressed by Naruto's clone. Naruto didn't take him seriously, closed his eyes, and returned to Kurama's eyes again. In the space that seals Kurama in the body, there is a buzzing sound from time to time because of the resonance between the tailed beasts. The chakra of the other 8 tailed beasts are rushing in fury. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails. Naruto is surrounded by different chakra auras. This is Kurama did not expect to see such a scene. Why did the chakra of the eight-tailed beast enter its sealed space? The chakra coming from all sides is too huge. Is there really no problem with Naruto? Just when Kurama was worried about Naruto, Naruto didn't seem to care, and said to it lightly, "Kurama, lend me your strength. After all, unfold the fairy fox mode." He snorted coldly in his heart. Eight tails, even if you don't agree with me, you can't resist me. The connection established between the previous life and the nine-tailed beasts can still be used in this life. Although it is reluctant, compared to the temptation of the power of six paths, it is difficult to try. What's more, when he was on the moon before, he had directly stepped into the six paths with the power of the nine-tailed beasts. This shows that this method is feasible. Nine-tailed beasts, please lend me chakra again. Naruto closed his eyes, and the chakra all over his body exploded in strands, and the Naruto avatars that were pressing on the bodies of several Jinchuriki were also wrapped in chakra. The powerful attraction is centered on Naruto towards the 9 abuse orders. Roar! Not only the 8 tails, 1 tail guarding the crane, and 6 tails who were furious, all roared towards the sky. The huge terrifying power seemed to be pulled out of their bodies, and the power of fear from the bottom of their hearts made them anxious and furious. Had to bow his head. It's just that the terrifying power is too terrifying, and the wild-tailed beasts roared subconsciously to resist. The sound of the giant beast's fury, high or low, sounded in the room, frightening the 2 ninjas guarding the door. They were so frightened by the heart-piercing roar that they had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they were about to sweat. This time, just open the door to check the situation. The ninja standing on the left shook the goosebumps on his body and said. The ninja on the right pretended to be calm, but his heart was beating wildly from the roar. He swallowed his saliva, shouldn't be used. Although their Lord Hokage is young, he is very powerful, and even too. Maru, one of the former Sunin, is not his opponent. But this time, it directly brought back the tailed beasts from other big countries. Since they can be brought back, how can they not be suppressed? They believe in Lord 5th Hokage. It's just, while I believed, I was still a little worried. Roar! Laugh! 2 sharp bangs were heard, and the windowsill glass of the room was directly cracked, and the shattered glass pieces flew tens of meters away. The 2 ninjas screamed and got down on the ground. This is too scary. The 2 jonins broke out in a cold sweat from the aura. Under such circumstances, they couldn't guarantee that Master Hokage was still fine. And Naruto, who was taking a few tailed beasts chakra in the room, was completely unaware of the scene outside. Chapter 83. The other side. Sasuke, who has been away from Konoha for a week, is still looking for Uchiha Itachi. Because of the existence of Naruto after Rebirth, Sasuke did not embark on the path of seeking refuge with Orochimaru, and it is even more impossible to know Kairin, Shikigo, Onizuki, and others. This time, the search for Uchiha Itachi can only be done by ourselves. Wearing a hat and cloak, Sasuke quickly shuttled through the forest leading to the country of Rain. He held a map in his hand, which marked the route to Rain Shinobi village. As long as he passed through the forest in front of him, he could reach the next location, the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, the Bridge of Izzy. This is what he found out in a refreshment shop before arriving in this forest. Recently, several ninjas in the red cloud and black robes were found wearing it. At this time, the Akatsuki organization had not been known by the major ninja villages for capturing the tail beast, and Sasuke naturally did not know what the ninja in the red cloud and black robe meant. Ah, I remember one of the ninja's eyes, like a black shuriken, really beautiful eyes. He only knew that the owner of the refreshment shop had said so. Sharinon. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and the memory in his mind returned to after Uchiha Itachi killed the whole clan. Before leaving, Itachi turned his back to him, and then turned his face to look back at his eyes. Tears filled his eyes, and the scarlet Sharinon looked like a spinning shuriken under the moonlight. He probably will never forget that scene in his life. Itachi. Don't disappoint me. Sasuke gritted his teeth. After all, speed up. At the end of the Izby Bridge, Itachi faced the river flowing from east to west, closed his eyes, and sat quietly on the bridge pier. The breeze brushed against his cheeks, and he slowly opened his eyes. The scarlet shuriken-shaped Sharinon was very eye-catching. Mr. Itachi. The figure of the dried persimmon ghost came out from the darkness of the forest behind him. He smiled, showing his fangs like sharks. His seemingly sincere smile was a bit sly. I heard that you are going to Konoha. The boss specially asked me to go with you, although this disturbs your interest, but in this special period when all the information of the 9-tailed beasts has disappeared. It seems that you and I will act more safely. Especially, after hearing that Konoha has a very strong imp. It's fine, I don't mind. Uchiha Itachi stood up. At this time, there must have been some huge changes in Konoha, which made Konoha, which has always been dominated by internal fighting, start to stretch out its minions. Hope, Sasuke is okay. He went this time because he wanted to tell those high-level Konohas that he was still alive, and it was best not to do anything to his younger brother. Kisame took a deep look at Uchiha Itachi's back, and walked forward together with him. The Isbai bridge has not yet come to an end, the wind in the river blows Uchiha Itachi's long hair, and he has already noticed the different chakra breath. He stopped, and Hokage Kisame's eyes were already searching. It seems that there might be an interesting cat in the forest, Mr. Itachi. He. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, and frowned tightly, telling him intuitively that this chakra's breath was very familiar, but he couldn't tell where it was familiar. Looks like your hard work was not in vain, Itachi. After searching for so many days, I finally found you. A boy's voice came from the forest, and Urja's unique voice made Uchiha Itachi's pupils constrict. At this moment, 2 shurikens snapped from the forest ahead. Clang clang. The 2 kunai fell to the ground, and Uchiha Itachi's hand holding the kunai trembled slightly. In the forest in front of him, Sasuke jumped to the ground with an evil smile on his face. I haven't seen you in so many years, I never thought I would find you, Itachi. Hokage Kisame realized Itachi's surprise, he chuckled and said, is this the only surviving kid in the Uchiha family? Itachi. This sentence made Sasuke grit his teeth angrily, he stared at Itachi in front of him, with an ironic smile on his lips. Yet, it's not all thanks to this outstanding genius in front of me, I, Uchiha Sasuke, became an orphan overnight. You. Uchiha Itachi suppressed his doubts about why Commander came here, and he was relieved to see that Sasuke was intact. Did you come to challenge him and seek revenge from him? What an energetic brat. Itachi chuckled, is there anything wrong? As a child, how could you be a tool to evaluate my strength? Standing in front of me now, what can you do? Are your eyes enough to be my replacement? With that said, Uchiha Itachi took a step forward while standing in front of Hokage Kisame, who was eager to try with an excited expression on his face. It's fine if I come, this kid is my substitute. Dried persimmon ghost regressed a little bit, then, fine. Itachi pointed to Sasuke's eyes, I substitute, Sasuke, can you understand me? Sasuke gritted his teeth, he still can't see the arrogant appearance of the weasel. How can I not understand what you are saying? Hi, if you want a more powerful Sharingan, you Uchiha Itachi, also a tool for my Sasuke to increase strength. He opened his eyes, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan opened. Next, I'm going to be Mangekyo. Let's go Itachi, there's nothing to say between you and me. Sasuke didn't care about Itachi's surprised gaze when he saw 3 Tomo Sharingan, the lightning style in his hand sounded a thunderbolt, and then rushed directly towards Itachi. Facing his younger brother's angry gaze, Itachi chose to accept it completely. Although I don't know when Sasuke opened the 3-God Jade, but with the child's strength, it is not enough to kill him. Itachi was very confident. He turned over to avoid Sasuke's attack. The moment he brushed against Sasuke, his Sharingan opened wide, and then Sasuke's figure stayed in place. Oh? Is this an illusion? Kisame showed a lost smile, this kid named Uchiha is really weak. From Sasuke's point of view, although Itachi's figure had passed by him, he kicked Itachi's body obliquely by virtue of his superb physical skills. 3 shuriken shots were aimed at Itachi's fallen figure, blood flowed from Itachi's body, and he groaned in pain. Then, Itachi's entire body was torn apart, turning into several crows and scattered in all directions. Is it an illusion? After Sasuke was slightly shocked, he quickly returned to normal, the picture in front of him was cracked, and the figure of Itachi was standing in front of him. Crack! Like a frightened bird chirping, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand, who woke up from the illusion, hadn't been extinguished yet. The moment Itachi wanted to taunt him, he raised his fist and punched it. Puff! Chapter 84. The right fist wrapped by Chidori hit Itachi's abdomen directly, and Itachi spit out a lot of blood from his mouth, and fell to the ground. Humph, you seem to have underestimated my strength, Itachi. Sasuke walked over very disdainfully, stepped on Itachi's body fiercely, and then drew out the long sword stuck in his waist. UBD. He stabbed down with a sword. There was a lot of blood coming out of Itachi's body, and his expression was extremely painful. Sasuke, you seem to have really become stronger. Itachi's voice sounded from in front of Sasuke. Sasuke looked in astonishment, only to see his big brother standing in front of him intact. And the weasel under his feet turned into a crow again and scattered. An illusion again. Sasuke sneered disdainfully, but the taboo in his heart was a little bit bigger. Is it really Itachi who is good at illusion? It seems that the battle is as tricky as I imagined. But, looking at the distance between Itachi and the forest behind him at this time, Sasuke had a flash of clarity in his heart. He started with a few shuriken shots, and when Itachi was about to attack, he quickly closed his seal. The mighty fire is extinguished. And Itachi's fingers in the midrill were too fast to be seen. The mighty fire is extinguished. The 2 huge fireballs collided together, and they were in a stalemate. Then, towards the end of fire style, Itachi opened the Sharingan. Amaterasu. Black flames emerged from the extinguishing fire, gradually forcing Sasuke's fire style down. What is this? When Sasuke saw the black flames attacking, he secretly chose to escape. He used the body flicker technique to quickly open the distance, and quickly escaped into the forest he had passed through before Amaterasu completely burned the surrounding forest. Itachi covered his bleeding eyes, gasped slightly, and looked in the direction where Sasuke was escaping. Is this Amaterasu? A black flame that burns forever until the thing it wants to burn disappears into the world. Kisame smiled and looked at everything in front of him. The black flame was still far away from him, so he wasn't worried. What he is more interested in now is the confrontation between the two brothers in front of him. Mr. Itachi, this should not be your full strength. Dried persimmon ghost shark laughed. At this time, Itachi knew that Sasuke had escaped into the forest, so he took a rest for a while before deciding to take a step forward to the forest. Boom! Thunder clouds billowed in the sky, and it seemed that it was about to rain. But this does not affect the battle between the two. Sasuke, who was hiding on a certain tree in the forest, smiled triumphantly after seeing Itachi take a step forward. And Itachi also noticed the changes in the surrounding atmosphere. Sasuke's illusion was released, and there was still the bridge of Isbi around, and he was already in the forest. Although Sasuke is only a three-pointed jade, his illusion is far less than Itachi, but he uses illusion to extend the distance between Itachi and the forest. Sasuke appeared from the forest. Itachi knew that there might be a trap that Sasuke had set in the forest, so he didn't want to approach it. However, if the illusion of the distance between Itachi and the forest is used, even if Itachi is already in the forest, he will still feel that he is still within the safe range of Isbi Bridge. This is Sasuke's illusion. Not as gorgeous as Itachi, but more detailed than Itachi. Just like in the original book, when Commander helped fight Danzo, Sasuke quietly used illusion to change the condition of the eyes on Danzo's arm. At this time, Sasuke just modified a detail that is difficult for others to detect, which is enough to win. After Itachi realized that he was in the forest, he immediately wanted to get out. But how could Sasuke give him a chance? The traps that had been laid out long ago were activated, and several kunai with silk threads were nailed to the surrounding trees. After some movement, Itachi's body was trapped by a mass of silk threads wrapped with blasting symbols. Itachi's eyes opened wide, looking at Sasuke, about to use Tsukuyomi on him. Sasuke directly avoided making eye contact with him. How could he be fooled again after being fooled once? When Itachi didn't use Amaterasu, Sasuke pulled the shuriken hidden in his arms, and immediately threw it in Itachi's direction. Pooh! A blow from a large shuriken pierced Itachi's thigh, he grunted in pain, scarlet Sharingan spun, and Amaterasu sent out again. Black flames burned the surrounding silk threads, and Itachi was confident of escaping before they exploded despite the explosive charms tied to the threads. He pulled out the blade of the shuriken stuck in his thigh using the instantaneous technique to escape from the forest. At the same time, the burned-out blasting talisman in the forest made a loud bang, and tiny flames appeared in the forest within tens of meters, and began to burn slowly. Itachi just took a breath when he realized that Sasuke had long since disappeared. His younger brother Sasuke is standing on the top of the tallest tree in the forest with a bird singing in his hands. Itachi, if the lightning style in my hand is drawn towards the sky, even the thunder in nature will be used by me, do you know? It's all thanks to your Amaterasu. Sasuke chuckled, with endless coldness in his eyes. In Itachi's blurry perspective, Sasuke's figure is like a shadow, and the overused eyes have no way to see Sasuke's appearance clearly. Yes. Sasuke, can you use lightning style flexibly? I'm looking more and more like a ninja. When Itachi was relieved, Sasuke became more and more displeased with Itachi's ecstasy. When are you still in a trance? Are you looking down on me, Sasuke? No nonsense. Sasuke waved Chidori down in his hand, driving the thunder above his head, and saw a white light flash in front of his eyes. Boom! The deafening sound made Hokage Kisame retreat 100 meters away in fear, watching quietly. Should I say, it really is a member of the Uchiha family. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Itachi's figure. He didn't fall down in Kylin, but the red chakra rushed up angrily, and the huge bones formed a solid defense. Itachi dragged his weak body forward step by step, but he didn't go in the direction of Sasuke, but slowly walked towards the place where Kisame was. Forgive me, Sasuke, there is no way to say goodbye to you. Thinking this way, Itachi walked a short distance in front of Hokage Kisame, and Susanoo, who was around, Chien's, finally disappeared, and then fell to the ground. That's Itachi's Susanoo. As Itachi's body collapsed completely, Sasuke's tense nerves relaxed. If Itachi had used that form to fight him just now, I'm afraid he would not win. That's why Mr. Itachi, Kongshi Kisame looked at the fallen corpse of Itachi with some regret. He glanced at Sasuke whose eyes overlapped with his. Don't worry, I'm entrusted by someone, I won't kill you before. Uchiha Sasuke? What a fun kid. Taking a deep look at Sasuke, Kisame carried Itachi's body away. And Sasuke's eyes also turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. No. This feeling. How could Sasuke who owns 3 Tomo Sharingan not understand the burden brought by Sharingan, but at this time he opened Mangekyo Sharingan, there is no sour feeling at all. Is it possible? He was directly upgraded to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Due to the injection of Naruto's blood. Chapter 85. Konoha. Inside the room. The roars that belonged exclusively to the tailed beasts continued to come from the room, and the two guards at the door had already changed from being nervous and worried to being accustomed to it. The ground was still shaken by the power of the tailed beasts, and this exaggerated movement seemed to be heard throughout Konoha village. And Naruto and his avatar are trying their best to absorb the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and chakra of different colors gather in Naruto. Although it entered his body, there was no sign of fusion. Instead, it ran amok inside Naruto's body, refusing to stop. Hateful. A trace of cold sweat slipped quietly from Naruto's forehead. Brat, trying to fuse our chakra. I see you daydreaming. One tail growled. 8 tails sprayed 2 tubes of white mist from his nostrils. Little devil. If you want to conquer us, you have to ask us if we agree. He, this young brat also wants to merge with us. Although it is very shocking, I advise you to give up. Because the old man is also very upset. The big-tailed beasts, except for Kurama's lazy taunt, all expressed their disdain for Naruto. 170 Their chakra naturally obeys the will of the master and will not be manipulated by Naruto. Enough is enough. Naruto's voice was suppressed from above, with an incomparably domineering aura, and at the same time, an irresistible force of oppression hit the several big-tailed beasts directly. Ling Fang was still making mocking remarks, and his hands were held firmly in place by that domineering force, unable to move. The suction that draws chakra from them also becomes stronger and stronger. Roar. Resentment, anger, resentment. The tailed beasts had a lot of grievances, and they let out their unhappiness in their rage. In Konoha, bursts of roars and vibrations erupted again. Hokage building. While feeling the strong vibration of the ground inside Konoha, 3rd generation kept smoking the cigarette in his mouth. After Naruto walked into the room to practice in seclusion and extracted the tail beast chakra, all the high-level members of Konoha except Hokage appeared in this conference room. Everyone's faces were full of worries, as if they were very worried about Naruto's current practice. Luju, what do you think? 3rd generation said. Although Naruto didn't mention that Shikamaru's father, Shikasa, should continue to stay in the top management, but because the guy from 3rd generation often asked for his opinion, he was specially called over. Me. Luju thought for a while, but because Naruto's recent behavior always doesn't like to explain, so he doesn't know what he wants to do. And 1st generation, which has always supported Naruto's actions, just drank tea in the conference room and said nothing. Let a group of people who were already very sad become even more sad. At this moment, a Chunin walked into the meeting room. Master 3rd Hokage, the guards to prevent the tailed beast from escaping have been deployed around Konoha, and if an accident happens, measures will be taken immediately to prevent the lives of the people of Konoha village. Hearing this, Made nodded, go down. These words made 1st generation, who didn't want to ask more questions, raise his head. Hi? Guards? I didn't arrange it. After all, he opened his innocent big eyes and looked at 3rd generation. Sarutobi, did you arrange it? 3rd generation sat up straight, and seriously replied, yes Shode, for the safety of the people of Konoha village, this junior has to make this preparation. I didn't communicate with Shode, it's because I didn't think carefully. The 1st generation is naturally much better at fooling around than others. Hearing the humility of the 3rd generation, he waved his hands and said with a smile, ha, your consideration is also good. But Jiraiya and Shikamaru Kakashi are not so easy to fool. The 3rd Hokage who previously clashed with Naruto on political views, even with the 4th Hokage, he still wants to cultivate Namikaze Minato under the banner of 3rd Hokage, and strive to rule Konoha with 4th Hokage. Would his mind be on adding to the guard? It is absolutely impossible to think and know with your IFK. Have you planned to use extraordinary means to win people's hearts when all the life-saving tailed beasts go berserk? Shikamaru propped his forehead with one hand, and said lazily with a troublesome impatient look. How could Jiraiya and Kakashi not be able to see tricks that even he could see? The two smiled meaningfully and did not speak. And 1st generation also noticed the subtle atmosphere in the conference room to some extent. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, and seemed to see the killed Danzo. Having watched all the plots of Hokage, he naturally also knows the inner jealousy of the 3rd Hokage in front of him, but he will not take any action until this 3rd generation does something even more outrageous. Only when it is completely rotten can it be completely eliminated. He understands this. If this Sarutobi Hiruzen really did something to snatch Naruto's regime, or hinder Naruto, he wouldn't mind this 3rd Hokage leaving Hexi early. The future of Konoha village is a new generation of ninjas like Naruto, how can he not know which is more important? How can Sarutobi Hiruzen compete with Naruto? Senjo Hashirama, who has been a 1st generation for a long time, still has some weighing in his heart. Naturally, Naruto didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen was playing backstab with him in the conference room at this moment. He's trying to gather his energy, trying to extract as much chakra as he can from the tailed beasts while trying to fuse them together. The roars of several tailed beasts never stopped, and the deafening sound made Naruto's eardrums ache. But Naruto still sat firmly in the center with his eyes closed. The cold sweat on the forehead is getting more and more. After Eight Tails roared, "You are too arrogant," Naruto's eyes opened. The chakra of different colors in the hands did not fuse together after all, and they returned to the bodies of several big-tailed beasts. Tailed beast chakra. Fusion failed. How is this going? Naruto looked at his hands. The hands rubbed by several tail beast chakra could not tell Naruto anything. Although the tail beast chakra, which was constantly rampaging in his body, was pinched together by his strong will, there was no sign of fusion. It shouldn't be. Naruto couldn't figure out why it was so short. Kurama sighs inside Naruto, the power of 6 paths is not so easy to get. Don't be discouraged. The arrogant Nine Tails comforts Naruto for the first time, but Naruto is not happy at all. Now that the remaining 4 countries are under pressure, he must quickly increase his strength to the power of 6 paths before he can crush everyone. Only then can we have more confidence to ask other countries to do things and obey his orders. To be able to defeat the Otsutsuki clan on the moon again. The necessary condition to achieve these goals is to step into 6 paths. What the hell are we going to do? Chapter 86. After the failure of the fusion, the several tailed beast chakra that had been forcibly pulled out returned back the same way. The tailed beasts, who were holding back their anger, got rid of Naruto's control, and finally they could vent their unhappiness. Roar! Smelly brat! How dare you treat us like that? Looks like you haven't tasted the power of my 5 tails dash. It doesn't matter if you get rid of the control. The last time I lost to you was just a mistake. I don't mind fighting you again this time. Several tailed beasts shouted one after another. Looking at their powerful appearance now, it seems that they have forgotten how Naruto crushed them before. Sure enough, Naruto looked sideways when he heard the words, and the powerful aura emanating from his whole body silenced the tailed beasts who were uttering bold words. But the red chakra coat and the exposed bodies of the 6 tailed beasts still appeared on Jinchuriki, and it seemed that the anger was still there. At this time, it's just a matter of words, but it's because of Naruto's power. Naruto looked at them and snorted coldly, "Are you being honest now?" Seeing his failure just now, everyone seemed to be happy about something. Hearing this, the tailed beasts who had just gotten angry suddenly fell silent. Their roars stopped, and there was unprecedented silence in the room, causing the guards at the door to turn sideways to see what happened. After all, everyone in Konoha village didn't know that the tailed beast was at work due to the earth-shaking movement before, but now the sudden silence made people not used to it. Can't help but want people to know what happened. Could it be, Master 5th Hokage, he? The ninja standing guard on the right swallowed the word death that was about to be said. What are you talking about? The guard ninja on the left glared at him. Their 5th Hokage lord captured all the tail beasts back, so what if they are locked in the same room now? They are still crushed. It's just that they couldn't figure out why they suddenly became silent. Could it be that the tailed beast is tired? Naruto didn't know what was going on outside, but just wanted to know why he couldn't fuse. On the deep pond, he looked at Kurama in front of him. "Do you know about the Sage of 6 Paths?" Kurama narrowed his eyes. "Naruto, I know what you're thinking, but it's not that I don't tell you, it's that I don't know the meaning of the power of Sage of 6 Paths. They are split from 10 tails by Sage of 6 Paths, and the power of Sage of 6 Paths can only be regarded as the relationship of obeying the obeyed. How exactly the power of Sage of 6 Paths was formed, how could this 9 tails figure it out? Hateful." Naruto opened his eyes in great disappointment. Just now he was also in a hurry to go to the doctor. How could he not know about the relationship between 9 tails and Sage of 6 Paths? He has no clue, and it is even more impossible to ask others to know. This thing is basically a dead end. It seems that the only way to temporarily lock up the tailed beasts is first. Naruto glanced at Chakra, a large tailed beast surrounded by Jinchuriki, and squinted his eyes slightly. "If any of you can't control yourself, don't blame me for sealing it up, you can't live or die." The tailed beasts all showed fear upon hearing this. With Naruto's strength, it seems that there is no problem in achieving that level. They weighed the price they would pay for the disturbance in their hearts, and after thinking about it for a few minutes, they finally closed their mouths and chose to stay in Jinchuriki. The red chakra coat disappeared, and the appearance of the tailed beasts disappeared. Naruto sneered, "You guys dare not make a mistake." After all, he was about to leave the room. Suddenly, the space behind Naruto distorted rapidly, and huge pressure came overwhelmingly from the dark space gap. A man who looked foolish but had a pair of white eyes came out of the gap. He wears a special wooden forehead ornament on his forehead, has pale skin, blue hair, and holds a red fishing rod in his hand. This person is exactly Akatsuki Orochimaru. After getting out of the space gap, he saw Naruto at a glance. "You are the child with special meaning? Sure enough, you are different from others." Naruto's pupils constricted after confirming who the person in front of him was. Otsutsuki Ura style? Why did he come to Konoha? Why did you come to this time and space? It stands to reason that he shouldn't appear in this plot. But Naruto quickly thought that when he reached the moon, didn't he also meet the characters that would only appear in the story of Boruto's legend earlier? Could it be that Otsutsuki Orochimaru was able to? Naruto didn't dare to think back. 0. Seeking flowers. He stared at Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of him. There was only one thing he wanted to figure out: what did this guy in front of him want him to do? Fight? If the two of them fight, the outcome will not be a final decision. Otsutsuki's bloodline is strong, and his fairy fox mode is barely invincible. What's more, Naruto still has a bit of Shura Vientian power, and maybe he can support him at critical moments. Otsutsuki Urashiki saw Naruto's ready look and laughed. I heard that you made a big fuss on the moon. It's amazing. Now I'm here to ask for advice. I don't know if you would like it. Ask for advice? If you ask me for a hammer, it's almost as if you want to kill me. Naruto also sneered a few times. Since you want to fight, let's find a spacious place. I'm afraid it's not easy to use it here. 0. After all, he went straight out the door. The two ninjas guarding the door saw that Fifth Hokage had finally left the door, and were about to step up to ask him how he was doing, whether he needed to eat to replenish his body, etc., but saw Naruto striding out. Behind him, followed by a pale-skinned blue-haired man floating in the air. Seeing the two guarding ninjas looking over, Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled mischievously. Then, it disappeared in front of the eyes through time and space ninjutsu. Then, who is that? Facing someone he had never seen before, one of the guard ninjas panicked. Do we need to report to the village higher UPS? Another tremblingly swallowed his saliva. I don't know why, although the blue-haired man didn't say anything, the oppressive force he brought directly made his whole scalp go numb. The two looked at each other, and quickly ran towards the direction of the Hokage building. Naruto over there has come to Konoha village, beside a stream. There are few people here, and it is very wide, easy to fight. Otsutsuki Urashiki followed Naruto. The red fishing rod in his hand was very conspicuous. Are you going to be buried here? He giggled. Thinking too much. Chakra surged around Naruto, and the fairy fox mode wrapped his whole body in an instant. Perhaps you should be the one who should prepare a good burial place in Feng Shui Treasure Land. The big ball raised-on in his hand was quickly opened in his hand, and the piercing sound of rubbing against the air was torn apart. Chapter 88. The big ball raised-on was thrown in an instant, and the power of piercing through the air directly distorted the surrounding air. Otsutsuki Urashiki dodged the blow by merely turning his head. The red fishing rod in his hand flicked. That fishing rod is different from ordinary fishing rods. The monk-colored fishing rod in Otsutsuki Urashiki's hands is actually made of yin-yang dunjutsu, and it houses the little Rinnegan's outsider power, which can release red glowing chakra fishing lines and hooks during battle. If he was hooked by that fish hook, he might directly pull out the ninjutsu from the victim's body. Afterwards Otsutsuki Ura style can use a more powerful equivalent ninjutsu. Absolutely cannot be hooked by him. Naruto in Fairy Fox mode moves extremely fast, and when the fish hook reaches the front, his figure has already dodged to other directions. You are very quick. Otsutsuki said with a smile. Looking at Naruto's apprehensive eyes when he saw him take out the fish hook, Otsutsuki Urashiki knew that the kid in front of him really knew too much. If it's an ordinary person, don't say whether they can escape. I'm afraid they don't even know what the fish hook is. Among the opponents he usually meets, there are not a few who are confused and used by him for ninjutsu. Cut, it seems that it is impossible to repeat the old tricks against this brat today. However, he has other moves. Otsutsuki stretched out his fishing rod in Ura style, threw the long fishing line, and hooked it in the direction of Naruto. Naruto dodged naturally. Just as Naruto was dodging, a dark space gap opened from behind Naruto, and the fishing line followed through the space behind Naruto, heading towards Naruto's back. Before Naruto could react, a long fish hook directly penetrated Naruto's body under Naruto's astonished eyes. Your ninjutsu is really good. Otsutsuki Urashiki grinned. He retracted the fishing line with a little force, and a cloud of blue chakra was transferred from Naruto's body. Cough. Naruto clutched his chest, as if more than half of his body's strength had been taken away. His whole body was a little weak. If it wasn't for Nine Tails chakra still holding on to the Fairy Fox mode, I am afraid that he would have fallen to the ground now. Ha 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 ha. Is it worthy of being called Nine Tails Jinchuriki? He didn't fall down, so strong. Otsutsuki Urashiki, holding a ball of blue chakra in his hand, smiled very happily, and he put the ball of chakra carefully among the fish behind him. Then, the big ball raised-on, which was several times larger than the one Naruto made before, flew out of the fish basket, and smashed directly in Naruto's direction. Damn it! The sound of piercing the sky came straight to Naruto. He clutched his chest and moved quickly, trying to avoid the big ball Raisengan's attack, but it was too late. The majestic Nine Tails chakra erupted instantly, the red chakra coat wrapped Naruto, and the black-tailed beast bomb quickly condensed in his mouth. Boom! The big ball Raisenon with doubled attack power collided with Naruto's tailed beast bomb, and there was a loud noise between heaven and earth. The stream beside him exploded, and the blasted water crashed down from the sky. The trees in the surrounding forest also swayed from side to side due to the collision of the ninjutsu of the two, and the hurricane rolled. The red chakra coat around Naruto slowly faded away. Thank you Kurama. Naruto gasped, clutching his chest. If it wasn't for the existence of 9 tails, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge that blow just now. Fortunately, with the help of 9 tails, his physical strength seems to have recovered a little bit. It shouldn't be a problem to use the omnipotent power in the next moment. Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed when he saw Naruto's embarrassed look. This is the kid who made trouble on the moon. It's ridiculous to make yourself into this appearance after 3 times, 5 times, and 2 divisions. Naruto naturally knows that he is at a disadvantage now. He mobilizes the chakra in his body, and relies on the connection with the 9 big-tailed beasts in his previous life to continuously extract their chakra. Roar! The tailed beasts that had closed their eyes to rest opened their eyes again, and the chakra was extracted again, and it was hard for them to restrain the resentment and fear in my heart. Naruto knows that the omnipotent power in his body is running out, but today he has to fight. He used all his strength to gather the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts on himself, stepping into the power of 6 paths again. An even more powerful chakra gushed out, surprising the Konoha shinobi rushing to aid Naruto. That's Naruto. Is that Naruto's chakra? Amazing. Even the first generation opened their mouths in shock. Impossible. Only 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly, unable to believe that Naruto was so awesome. This is what Naruto looked like after he forcibly stepped into 6 paths, and now he is like a small 10 tails. No one can estimate how powerful Naruto can erupt at this time. Otsutsuki Urashiki was also surprised, seeing that Naruto had already started to seal. He hurriedly used Huangquan Hirasaka to escape. And when he got into the rift of time and space, his white eyes had already transformed into Rin-Egan. Planetary devastation. The planetary devastation formed by the condensed power of Tao is as powerful as the moon. After Naruto finished speaking, the ground under his feet began to shake crazily, large pieces of rock disintegrated and rose into the sky, wrapping Otsutsuki Urashiki's body before he could get into the space gap. Did you make it? Kakashi said excitedly. But obviously, no. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes flashed a strange red light for a moment, and he looked at Naruto. And at this moment, all the planetary devastations cast by Naruto disappeared, and the figure of Otsutsuki Urashiki suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Are you thinking of me too simply, brat? He sneered, and directly used the fishing rod in his hand to penetrate Naruto's body from behind. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Naruto couldn't believe it. Is this special 1.6 also possible? Isn't Otsutsuki Ura's ability to go back in time a little too outrageous? Without waiting for Naruto to adapt to the severe pain coming from his body, Otsutsuki pulled out the fishing rod in his hand, and Naruto collapsed from exhaustion. He is really tired. Naruto, who was drawn in chakra and stabbed in the waist with a fishing rod, thought so. Blood flowed from his mouth continuously, so much that Naruto began to feel his eyelids were heavy. Isn't he going to die? Real or fake? He's the main character. Naruto struggled desperately in his heart, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't resist the most natural instinctive reaction of his body. Finally, he closed his eyes. Although there is no death, but it is not far from death. Chapter 89. Naruto only felt that his body was floating right now. It seems to be in the cloud. This kind of feeling can only be experienced in dreams, but now he is seriously injured and fell to the ground. How could it be just a dream? Could it be that he is dead? Naruto in the dream sat up immediately, and he looked around in horror. There are no ghosts, no crossing to heaven, just darkness. And also, not far away was an old man in white clothes. He seemed to be sleeping, but his body was floating in midair. Who is that? Naruto took a few steps forward, and suddenly found that floating beside the old man was the scepter of Sage of 6 Paths. Hey! Sage of 6 Paths! Naruto couldn't help but screamed. But in the real world, Naruto fell to the ground, with the blood in his mouth slowly flowing on the ground, as if indicating that the owner of this body was dead. First generation opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Naruto is dead. How can that be? Naruto is so powerful, how could he fall in the hands of that man who looks like a dead body? What exactly is going on? First generation Senjo Hashirama looked at the fishing rod in Otsutsuki Urashiki's hand, and told him intuitively that the fishing rod in that person's hand was extremely strange. Before he figured out what it was and what kind of weird moves he used to defeat Naruto, he was not easy to make a move. Seeing Naruto collapsed, third generation felt sad and relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, Naruto, this is the fate of you and your father. Hokage, it will come back to me after all. He said this sentence in a low voice, but it was still heard by Kakashi. He squinted at the profile of third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling extremely contemptuous in his heart. Cut, just died like this. Seeing Naruto fell to the ground, Otsutsuki sneered and shook his head. It seems that you are nothing special, and your tone is still entangled with you. Why don't you find more chakra to play with? After saying that, he stepped on Naruto hard. Hey, are you Konoha's ninjas? Otsutsuki Urashiki naturally noticed the few people watching, and he snorted coldly. Find a good place to collect the corpse, don't bury it in an unsightly place to make people upset. At this time, Otsutsuki Hirora didn't realize who was in front of him, he said arrogantly and sneered. And kicked Naruto's body to everyone. This kid. First generation gritted his teeth, one day in the future, I will make him pay the price he deserves. Shode, stop talking. Naruto's breath is very weak. Kakashi screamed holding Naruto's body. It seems to be alive. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, and didn't bother with anything. At this time, in Naruto's dream, Sage of Six Paths floated in the air with his legs crossed, the scepter around him kept turning, and his closed eyes opened. Wow! It's real Sage of Six Paths! Naruto exclaimed excitedly, you actually appeared in my dream, or, the world where I died. Having said that, Naruto is still a little sad. Maybe I'm dead now, because of that guy Akatsuki Urashiki's space-time ninjutsu, I suffered a lot. Thinking of the almost overwhelming power of Akatsuki Urashi at that time, Naruto was frustrated for a while. Sure enough, if it wasn't for the power of Sage of Six Paths, wouldn't it be impossible to defeat Akatsuki Urashiki? In fact, there was nothing to be ashamed of for Naruto in this match. After all, the power setting of Otsutsuki Ura style is that all people under Six Paths can be suppressed. Naruto's action of stepping into the power of Six Paths failed, and the natural power is under Otsutsuki Ura style. This has nothing to do with Naruto's strategy and so on. What is directly related is just Naruto's comprehensive strength. It is better to bring Otsutsuki Ura style. Or, it was the difference in blood that led to today's result. Of course I exist. Sage of Six Paths saw the disappointment in Naruto's eyes, he smiled and said, you didn't die, I just lived in your dream, of course, this is temporary. But he has already lost the battle, and he may never be able to defeat Otsutsuki Urashiki. Thinking of this, Naruto punched me, that guy's space-time ninjutsu is extremely powerful, maybe only you can defeat him. His fairy fox mode is not worth mentioning in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Yet. Sage of Six Paths nodded, let's not talk about why you know me, but you are so aware of the power of Otsutsuki Ura, should I praise you young man? Sage of Six Paths said with a half-smile, he looked at Naruto. He doesn't know that Naruto has been looking for him for a long time, he only knows that the child in front of him has a different breath from others. Moreover, the body clearly possesses the power of the nine-tailed beasts. After a while, Sage of Six Paths seemed to understand, and he was extremely shocked, you are Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Or rather, the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto nodded in confusion, not knowing who Sage of Six Paths didn't know him yet. After the question of Sage of Six Paths was raised, Naruto suddenly realized, you still don't know who I am. Sage of Six Paths nodded. 270. In theory, he did not know the name of the young man in front of him. Seeing the reaction of Sage of Six Paths, Naruto narrowed his eyes, I said, I thought you knew who I am. If you don't know who I am, why did you find me? Could it be another nonsense about a different breath? Naruto thought like this, but he didn't expect Sage of Six Paths to really say that. What? I don't even know my name. He broke down and shouted, then I have to start from the beginning, Grandpa. Sage of Six Paths waved his hand, ha ha ha, that's not necessary. You just need to say your name. Hearing this, Naruto's collapsed emotions stopped instantly. He got serious, my name is Naruto, and I am Hokage from Konoha Shinobi Village. You can see it, I came back from the future. Sage of Six Paths doesn't speak. How could he say that he didn't see it? He just knew that the little devil's breath in front of him was very different. But Naruto guessed like this, so let him answer like this. Little ghost, I only came here because I know your difference. This is not your dream, let alone the world after your death. I came here to see the abilities of you, a brat. But I didn't expect that you also failed. Sage of Six Paths and Naruto fell silent. Chapter 90. After the Sage of Six Paths disappeared before his eyes, Naruto's consciousness gradually returned to reality. Under the urging of Six Paths chakra, the originally scarred body quickly healed, coupled with the power of Kurama in the body, Naruto opened his eyes from Kakashi's arms in a short time. What about Shode? Kakashi nervously looked at Otsutsuki in front of him. Although there are 3 of them now, 2 of them are far weaker than the injured Naruto. Even if Naruto is defeated, it is even more impossible for them to win the battle. Only the first generation, known as the God of Ninja World, may have some combat power, and can fight against it. First generation pondered for a moment, unaware that Naruto had woken up. He stood in front of Kakashi and third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, take Naruto and go first, I'll be right there. His expression is determined, as if he is ready to fight Otsutsuki Ura style. Oh? Leaving a fool to die. Otsutsuki Urashiki narrowed his eyes mockingly. In his eyes, the 4 people in front of him are like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered sooner or later. No matter what choice you make, you will die in the end. The ninja with the highest combat power here has fallen, is there anyone else who can fight me? He snorted coldly. Hurry up. First generation urged, fearing that Otsutsuki would suddenly launch an attack later and would not be able to deal with it. Yes. At this time, the situation is urgent, and we have to hurry up and make a choice. Leaving the first generation fighting with Otsutsuki Ura style, the risk is huge. Maybe the first generation will die in battle, but if they don't leave, none of them can survive. Kakashi gritted his teeth, picked up Naruto and planned to leave. A hand firmly grasped his wrist. Lowering his head, Naruto seemed to have just woken up, and he said softly, "Mr. Kakashi, I'll do it myself." "Naruto, you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. What happened? Just now Naruto was still on the verge of dying, and now the wounds on his body have recovered. Kakashi put down Naruto, who was holding him in disbelief, and looked back and forth for the wounds on his body, only to see that his skin was smooth and flat, and there was still half a trace of injury. "Naruto, what's going on?" Kakashi froze. Just 10 minutes ago, they watched Naruto fall down. Well, there was an accident just now, and now, 5th Hokage is here for revenge. Without unnecessary nonsense, Naruto walked up to the somewhat surprised first generation, and said to Otsutsuki Urashiki, "You and I will continue the battle." What's going on here? Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't expect Naruto to be able to recover after being injured to such an extent. The shock in his eyes disappeared, and Otsutsuki Urashiki had some expectations. "You are really different from other ninjas, good. Interesting. I'll have fun with you." The maniacal laughter made first generation frown. "Naruto. Don't worry first generation, I can do it." After all, Naruto closed his eyes. Apart from all kinds of power in his body, the connection with the nine-tailed beasts has not disappeared. Although it is weak, it is enough. The chakra all over the body condenses and burns like fire. "Nine tails, give me all power for now." Naruto let out a low cry, and the fire in his opened eyes burst into flames, and at the same time, the chakra in his body separated, as if protruding out thick and long chains. Roar! The Jinchuriki who were tied up in a certain room suddenly woke up, their eyes were scarlet, and they were wrapped in the coat of chakra, the tailed beast that was furious. The 8-tailed beasts swelled in size in that room, and their huge bodies rolled. The chakra in their bodies is being forced to a certain place uncontrollably. With such a domineering aura, you don't even need to think about who it is. "Naruto. You are too arrogant." "One tail shower," he roared. The sound was so loud that it directly uprooted the trees within 100 meters. The other tailed beasts were also wreaking havoc. If it weren't for Naruto's powerful force suppressing them, the forest would have been dug 3 feet into the ground. The power of the 9-tailed beasts quickly filled Naruto's body, supported by the powerful chakra. 6-path Sage Mode, on. The golden color envelopes the whole body like a blazing flame, and the horizontal pupil of Sage Mode is daunting. Naruto landed on the ground, his new image made him look confident and powerful, and he stepped into Otsutsuki Ura style step by step. Such a majestic chakra? How interesting! There was a trace of cold sweat on the forehead, and Otsutsuki Urashiki knew that the current Naruto was no longer in the same realm as the previous state. But so what, he's from the Otsutsuki clan. Huangquan Hirasaka opened behind Naruto, and his figure shifted slightly behind Naruto. The fishing rod in his hand was raised high, and the gleaming fish hook was already aimed at Naruto's abdomen. "Naruto, be careful," Kakashi hurriedly reminded. But how could Naruto not escape this simple blow today? You must know that his movement speed is now higher than that of the fairy fox mode. The chakra of the hand wind attribute quickly condenses, and the sage art formed by combining with the 4-tail sun Wukong chakra, and the lava-style spiral shuriken rubbed against the air to make a piercing sound. While directly dodging Otsutsuki's Ura-style hook, he threw the fusing spiral shuriken in his hand. The lava-style fireball with a diameter of about 4 or 5 meters turned bigger and bigger under the urging of the wind attribute chakra, and when it reached the face of Otsutsuki, it still reached a size of 10 meters. The heat wave is coming. Why so fast? Seeing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki hurriedly opened his eyes wide, and his white eyes turned into Ryoguya Sharinon, and the opening and closing speed of Huangquan Biliangsaka was accelerated. A dark space gap appeared above Naruto's head. Otsutsuki Urashiki wanted to escape quickly, but he didn't want the lava-style spiral shuriken in front of him to suddenly change into Naruto's appearance. The magnet-style Raise-Non screamed in his hand. "Want to escape? Can you escape?" Naruto snorted coldly. The ultra-close distance made it absolutely impossible for Otsutsuki Urashiki to escape. Naruto then pulled the magnet-style spiral shuriken in his face. Boom! A piece of wet soil was turned up on the ground, and with Datong, Ma Wanghao, Mokpo's body, he drew a distance of more than 100 meters on the ground and fell with a crash. Sage Art, Lava-style Spiral Shuriken. The hot shuriken slammed into Otsutsuki Urashiki's fallen bodysuit. Boom! The forest in the distance was uprooted by the power of the lava-style Spiral Shuriken, and Otsutsuki's Ura-style figure was submerged in the rolled-up dust and smoke. Facing Naruto in 6-path Sage Mode, Otsutsuki Urashiki has no power to fight back. And on the other side, Sasuke, panting slightly with his eyes covered, was resting by the side of a stream after he quickly escaped from the place where Itachi had been killed. Strange power surged through his body, he let go of his hands covering his eyes, and lay down in front of the stream to look at the reflection in the water. His eyes turned into grey rippled eyes. Naruto didn't lie to me, after the fusion of Mangekyo Sharingan and Ashura's blood, it will be Rinnegan. Sasuke pulled his lips into a smile, at this moment he had obtained the strength he longed for before. Chapter 91. Woo, Naruto. After Naruto's brief engagement with Otsutsuki Urashiki, the three behind Naruto gasped. The one that crushed Otsutsuki just now is really Naruto. They read right. Kakashi even stretched out his hands and rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Naruto, he defeated Otsutsuki Urashiki all by himself? Still in crushed state. It's almost a one-stroke defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were as big as copper bells, as if he had seen a ghost. I am not wrong, right? First generation turned around and asked Kakashi and the two, only to see the latter shaking his head frantically. First generation read it right, and none of them read it wrong. It really was Naruto who knocked down Otsutsuki Urashiki in a few seconds. The power of Otsutsuki Urashiki is indeed more powerful than cage level, and even stronger. Now suddenly becoming a paper tiger can only show one point, Naruto is too powerful. So much so that the super cage level characters who could subvert a ninja village will have no power to parry. The 3710 swallowed, their shocked eyes shifted from Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was out of sight, to Naruto. Naruto, why have you become so powerful all of a sudden? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. This sudden reversal made them unprepared at all, and those who didn't know thought it was a different person. Well, I'll tell you later. Naruto smiled, not intending to explain further. Now, he has one more important thing to do. That is, Rinnegan. The smoke and dust cleared in front, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's body was exposed. When Naruto was about to approach, he suddenly turned over and threw out the fish hook in his hand. At the same time, several spiral shurikens in the fish basket rushed come. This is Naruto's wind attribute chakra that Otsutsuki Urashi caught before. After being put into the fishing basket by Otsutsuki Urashiki, it can be used by him. Behind Otsutsuki Urashiki, Huang Quan Bisakal Yang opened, he stood up unhurriedly, and wiped the corner of his mouth that was vomiting blood. As long as Naruto makes a choice under his attack, he can use time regression to kill the opponent's attack in its infancy. However, when the flying rays non was about to reach Naruto, Naruto's figure disappeared immediately. There was a strong chakra breath coming from behind, and Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart sank, secretly thinking that it was not good. Turned around only to find that Naruto had arrived behind him at some point. Another hit with the lava-style spiral shuriken. Otsutsuki Urashiki opened his eyes in disbelief, coughed up a mouthful of old blood, was pushed out by the power, and flew more than 100 meters away. When is he? Otsutsuki's Ura-like eyes couldn't see the flying thunder god mark on his back. When he was about to land, the figure of Naruto Raiznan appeared in front of him again. Looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki's desperate eyes, Naruto sneered, raised his hand and patted the big ball Raiznan in his hand on his abdomen. Hundreds of kilometers of spider patterns split under Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, and blood spattered. Otsutsuki Ura-style Ryo Gautama Rinnegan is wide open, looking like he is dying. This proud alien probably never thought that Naruto would explode with such a powerful force. What's more, he didn't expect that he would be crushed by Naruto, who possessed many terrifying powers. Naruto stepped on Otsutsuki Urashiki's body with a mocking smile on his lips. Humph, he's not a very strong guy, but he pretends to be more sophisticated than Sage of Six Paths. After finishing speaking, he squatted down and opened his eye sockets, revealing Ryoguya Rinnegan in its entirety. I took it. Hands on, Otsutsuki Ura's eyes are officially owned by Naruto. Naruto. Seeing Naruto staying here, Kakashi rushed over first. He was a little surprised to see Naruto store the hexagonal moon eye in a small bottle of formalin water that he carried with him. Otsutsuki Urashiki, dead. This sentence shocked the first generation and Sarutobi Hiruzen who rushed over. They never expected that this tough guy would die in the hands of Naruto. Naruto, what are you going to do next? Although there is a high probability that Naruto will not easily reveal his plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't help asking. Get a pair of Rinnegan worth more than the eternal Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan. It is only in the legendary Sage of Six Paths that the existence of such a pair of eyes is heard. Unexpectedly, when I actually saw it in reality, the owner of those eyes died in less than half an hour. Well, it's natural to make good use of these eyes. Naruto thought for a moment before replying. The ambiguity of this answer has the same meaning as not saying anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't have much hope, sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's useless to ask, why should he worry so much? Mr. Kakashi, the Jinchuriki in the village must have fainted. You and Grandpa Sarutobi should settle them down. Accidentally issued a task, Kakashi nodded. Glancing at first generation, Naruto smiled meaningfully. With a voice that only two people could hear, Naruto approached and said, First generation, wait for me to come back and resurrect you. What did you say? First generation looked back in astonishment, only to see Naruto smiling brightly, as if such a great and good thing would really happen in the future. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. First generation came back to his senses and stretched out his hand to pat Naruto on the shoulder. After all, he is the man who knows the whole plot of Hokage. First generation quickly accepted this fact. Reverting to his usual optimistic look, first generation looked at Naruto seriously, do whatever you want. We are waiting for your good news in the village. Naruto nodded, yet. Watching the three of first generation leave in the direction of the village, Naruto also unlocked Six Paths Sage mode. Orochimaru, hehe. He looked in a certain direction, showing an unknown smile. It has been a long time since Orochimaru attacked Konoha last time. He mastered the Impure World Reincarnation ninjutsu at that time, and his research on this ninjutsu must have reached a new level at this time. At that time, with the power of Rinnegan, just like Madara after the Fourth Ninja World War, he can unlock the ninjutsu of Impure World Reincarnation by himself. At that time, the people resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation are not under the control of the caster at all. It's like being resurrected. Hehe, I just don't know what expression Orochimaru will have when he sees me again. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes showed a little anticipation. Orochimaru, wait for me. Chapter 92. In the dim Orochimaru base, the candlestick lights hanging above the corridor swayed with the wind. Ah! Painful groans came from a certain room. Orochimaru sat on the hospital bed, under the dim light, his face was as pale as paper. Yakushi Kabuto is changing dressing for his wound. Damn it, Konoha has produced such a genius. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and endured the tingling pain of changing the dressing. It has been a while since the last attack on Konoha, but the shock engraved deep in his heart has not disappeared. At that time, Naruto didn't know what power he had used. Even if he had invited Otsutsuki Tonari and Senjo Hashirama Senjo Tobirama, he still couldn't defeat him. His strength has long surpassed Orochimaru. It's just that he hasn't found out, that's all. If I had discovered it earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. There was hatred in Orochimaru's eyes, but more unwillingness. Just wait and see, Naruto-kun, one day, I will definitely ask you to be my new vessel. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, letting out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, Orochimaru's laughter stopped, and Yakushi Kabuto's hand wiping the scalpel also paused. Hehe, it seems that someone came here to visit. Yakushi Kabuto put down the blade and walked towards the door. Do, we need to change to entertain guests. Orochimaru's tone pointed. Understood. After finishing speaking, he walked towards the back of the yellow-haired man who disappeared at the end of the corridor. After Yakushi Kabuto left, the door was closed. In the quiet house, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and planned to rest. Orochimaru-kun, long time no see. The mischievous tone and familiar voice made Orochimaru open his eyes and sit up in an instant, and suddenly found Naruto sitting on the chair in front of the table, looking at him leisurely. It's you. Orochimaru immediately looked around vigilantly, but there was no pocket. Don't look for it, I came to talk to you this time, so I used the shadow clone technique to lure him out. Orochimaru was stunned and didn't understand why Naruto came here. Looking at Naruto's relaxed posture and thinking about his growth rate, it is not difficult to guess that his strength has already surpassed cage level. Uncle Snake, who couldn't beat Naruto at cage level, sneered and simply broke the kin. If Naruto wanted to do something, he would have died just now, so why wait until now? If he is not in a hurry to do something now, I'm afraid there is something to ask him. Thinking of this, Orochimaru showed a complex smile on his pale face. Mr. Naruto, you are here today to catch up with me, right? Of course not. Naruto casually played with the scalpel on the table. Orochimaru, have you heard of Rinnegan? Rinnegan? He had read in a book that the Sage of Six Paths had eyes. Why did Naruto suddenly ask such a question? Seeing that Orochimaru didn't answer, Naruto laughed and said, just like the Impure World Reincarnation you studied, Rinnegan also has the function of resurrecting the dead, but unlike Impure World Reincarnation, the people resurrected by Rinnegan are not controlled by the dog, the thought, that is, of the real resurrection. Real resurrection? Orochimaru's eyes widened, shock written all over. He just learned from the book that Rinnegan may have some connection with Sage of Six Paths, but he didn't know the ability of the eye in the wheel. If it is possible to truly resurrect the dead, wouldn't it be another way to prolong life? Orochimaru was both excited and shocked when he first learned that Rinnegan has the ability to resurrect the dead. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Naruto even more surprised. Mr. Naruto, you already have that Rinnegan, right? Naruto didn't speak, and under Orochimaru's unbelievable eyes, he took out a jar of formalin potion, and it was the pair of Rinnegans soaked in the transparent glass bottle. It's these eyes. Naruto saw Orochimaru's unseen appearance, and pushed the glass bottle in Orochimaru's direction amusedly. I know you like to study these things, so I specially brought it to open your eyes. Naturally, it's not just for you to study. Your reanimation jutsu, I want to lend it to me. Hearing this, Orochimaru stared at those eyes fixed on Naruto. Who do you want me to revive? As smart as Orochimaru, he thought of what Naruto was going to do in just a few words. If Rinnegan is really as powerful as Naruto said, he naturally doesn't need his help, but Naruto's coming this time just shows how crucial this step of impure world reincarnation is. 0 asterisk. Hehe, you'll know when the time comes. Naruto laughed. Aren't you afraid that I won't agree? Orochimaru's deep voice carried a little seriousness, and a trace of fighting spirit had already turned into sparks and exploded in the air. Naruto smiled lightly. Mr. Orochimaru, the weak do not have the capital to make conditions. You should understand this truth better than me. Do you want me to reiterate it? Between his gestures, he seemed to know all kinds of Orochimaru's movements like the palm of his hand. Even if Orochimaru struggled, he was destined to be unable to make any splashes. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Naruto with unconcealed admiration. It seems that Mr. Naruto is the most suitable person to be a container. 0. Really resurrecting a person? Interesting. Licking the corner of his lips, Orochimaru said with a smile, impure world reincarnation needs the corpse of the dead in the body of a living person. Naruto-kun should understand this, right? To resurrect a dead person at the cost of sacrificing the life of a living body is somewhat against human ethics. Orochimaru also defected from Konoha because of doing a lot of similarly unconscionable things. You should have quite a few test subjects in your laboratory, and there should be quite a few artificial humans, hehe, rather than letting you waste their lives, you might as well leave them to me. Naruto thought for a while. The corpse should be placed in the Konoha cemetery, and you can follow me to Konoha to pick it up later. To Konoha? Hehe, that old man from 3rd generation won't let me go easily. Naruto waved his hand. Don't worry about this, 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen has resigned, and now I am Hokage. What? Orochimaru was startled. Naruto-kun. You became Hokage. This is just a teenage boy. Although his explosive strength and talent are indeed amazing, and it is reasonable to become a Hokage, but this kind of thing really happened, I still can't help but be surprised. Is there a problem? Naruto turned to stare at him. No. Orochimaru waved his hands repeatedly. The current Naruto-kun is no longer a child of the Chunin exam, it is better not to mess with the corpse. Chapter 93. Now that Orochimaru has agreed, the matter of impure world reincarnation can no longer be dragged on. Naruto is also unwilling to procrastinate any longer. After all, he was excited to see his closest person soon. So after Orochimaru agreed, Naruto left Rinnegan in Orochimaru's base, and with his strength covering the sky with one hand, he was not afraid of him running away. And Orochimaru was defeated once, and he didn't have the courage. He has no plan to use Rinnegan, and naturally he has no plan to let the Orochi executive use Rinnegan himself. Therefore, it is the artificial human in Orochimaru's laboratory that puts Rinnegan in the body. Those artificial humans are not products of natural growth, and their lifespan is extremely short, which is very different from the inexhaustible monsters like White Zetsu. If there is anything similar to ordinary people, it is probably that they can gather chakra and understand the instructions of the big 207 Chuan. Looking at the large and small glass jars in Orochimaru's laboratory, as well as the various unknown creatures soaked in the jars, Naruto felt a chill. Among these creatures, some have lost consciousness, but barely left a breath. They are not suitable as vessels for Rinnegan, but suitable as bodies for impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru said in a dark voice. You figure it out. Naruto didn't want to say much about this. We will prepare it for you, don't worry. Do pushed his glasses and said. Although he was very upset about being teased by Naruto's shadow clone for a long time, he also indirectly understood Naruto's strength and knew that the guy in front of him was something they could never afford to mess with. But he didn't need to provoke Naruto. After all, the Rinnegan in front of him had already attracted his full attention, so there was no time to worry about those little things. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru can be said to be one of the best in the ninja world in terms of experimentation. He is very relieved to entrust this matter to Orochimaru. Because of the mismatch between Otsutsuki's cells and artificial human cells, the impure world reincarnation took 3 months to prepare, so Naruto returned to Konoha first. It wasn't until Orochimaru's pigeon sent a message that he called out first generation. Tonight, wait for me at Konoha's cemetery. Not a discussion, but a tone close to an order. Naruto smiled mysteriously. That surprise, it's here. You kid, what are you talking about? The first generation looked puzzled. Obviously, the pure first generation had completely forgotten the resurrection that Naruto mentioned a few months ago. Naruto raised his forehead helplessly. Anyway, you can wait for me there, and I will give you a big surprise. Are you surprised? Ha 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 ha, although it's not yet my birthday, I'm very happy that you have such a heart. First generation laughed and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Well, I will pass. Naruto, no, that's not a birthday present at all, is it? The appointed night came. Under the moonlight, 3 men wearing fox masks sneak into the land of fire, the gate of Konoha village opens, and Naruto's shadow clone leads the way for Orochimaru and the others. And Naruto was squatting in front of the tombstones of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki X and Juna at this time, gently stroking the names engraved on the tombstones. First generation Senjo Hashirama stood behind Naruto. He didn't understand why Naruto would suddenly think of bringing him to this kind of place, let alone why Naruto would stand in front of the tombstones of these two people. But judging by Naruto's expression, they must be very important people to Naruto. Your parents? First generation asked softly. Yeah. Naruto nodded, I miss them very much. At this moment, Naruto's shadow clone arrived, and behind him, Orochimaru also stopped and took off their masks. It's so nostalgic. He. Orochimaru glanced around and smiled. When he saw first Hokage Senjo Hashirama behind Naruto, he was slightly stunned. It's first generation? Mr. Naruto. If the first generation is revived, Konoha will have another powerful backing. Naruto-kun really made a good plan. Smart as Orochimaru, he guessed Naruto's intentions in no time. Seeing Orochimaru, first generation's expression tightened, he just believed in Naruto, he didn't burst out his doubts in his heart, but turned his head and asked Naruto, what's going on? Naruto said with a smile, don't worry, they are working for me now, they are not enemies, and have you forgotten, I said, you will be resurrected. Can you really resurrect me? Senjo Hashirama couldn't believe it. Orochimaru chuckled, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The android standing behind him took off his mask, revealing the Rinnegan that perfectly matched his body. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Naruto stopped in time. Wait, there are two more people. After finishing speaking, he carefully took out the bones of his parents, which had been dug up a long time ago, from under the steel, and placed them in front of Orochimaru. Let's start. Two more bones? Orochimaru was slightly stunned and then smiled. No wonder Naruto-kun asked them to bring two more artificial human bodies. Although it is impossible to recognize who it is from the two decayed bones, it must be someone important to Naruto. They are only obedient. No more nonsense. Orochimaru spread out the scroll on his back, and after placing the artificial man on the scroll, he quickly sealed in his hand, reanimation jutsu. The images of the two artificial humans in front of them quickly changed into the images of a man and a woman. The man has yellow hair and blue eyes, and the woman has long red hair. They are Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki X Injuna. Fourth Hokage. Orochimaru understood. It seems that Mr. Naruto already knows whose child he is. Humph, no wonder, after all, he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Before Namikaze Minato and X Injuna could react, the cyborg with reincarnation took a step forward. Chakra was mobilized in the body, and his hands quickly formed seals, and a technique almost used up his entire lifespan to activate at 0.8. Ryan Tensei technique. A huge and weird Hades emerged from the ground, it opened its mouth wide, and the blue chakra, representing life force, turned into beams of light and scattered on Namikaze Minato, X Injuna, and first generation Senjo Hashirama. After a while, the brilliance dissipated. Hades returned to the ground, and the cyborg who had cast the Ryan Tensei technique fell to the ground. In front of Naruto, the three of them who had no trace of impure world reincarnation on their faces stood blankly. What's going on? I'm resurrected. X Injuna touched his smooth face in disbelief, and hugged Namikaze Minato excitedly after seeing that Namikaze Minato was in the same situation. Cough. Naruto coughed lightly. X Injuna and Namikaze Minato discovered the existence of Naruto. At this moment, tears blurred their eyes. Chapter 94. Ah, why are my tears? X Injuna wiped away the tears that ran across his cheeks, and the tears in his eyes fell down like a bank bursting. It seems that I can't stop it. On the day Naruto was born, X Injuna and Namikaze Minato both died, and the only thing that can be known is that their child is named Naruto. It is even more impossible for X Injuna, who had never met a few times when he was a child, to recognize Naruto who has grown up at this time. And the chakra left by Namikaze Minato at the Seal of Nine Tails may have memories of Naruto, but that chakra is not connected to the main body. Therefore, the real Namikaze Minato who has been resurrected now does not know what Naruto looks like. The reason why tears flow, just from the throbbing deep in my heart. I'm sorry, your appearance is really similar to my son's when he was a child. Although I haven't seen him a few times, I don't know if he is eating well now, and I don't know if he has a girlfriend. I don't know how he is doing. X Injuna couldn't stop crying when he mentioned Wu-08 people. Maybe Naruto, he's not as tall as you, maybe that kid didn't eat well and is thinner than you, woo. She didn't know that the man in front of her was his son, she just calculated the appearance of her son based on the age of the boy in front of her. This made several people present silent, while Naruto's eyes were moist. Namikaze Minato, who didn't understand the situation, put his arms around X Injuna's shoulders, and comforted him in a low voice, it's okay, although I don't know what happened, but since I came to Konoha, maybe I can see him. Really? X Injuna stopped crying, took Minato's hand directly and wanted to leave. Mom, don't look for it anymore, I'm Naruto. Naruto yelled, and stopped the two leaving in time, and the Jukin couple turned around in surprise. Boy, if you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to the ground. Xi and Junei threatened viciously. Fortunately, Xi and Junei was a woman called Little Pepper, with tears still on her face. She clenched her fists. No, no. Naruto waved his hands again, and I have to say that his mother is really bad-tempered. So, you are really... Naruto. Xi and Junei was excited. She looked at first generation, Orochimaru behind Naruto, and they nodded. She had seen the first generation's wife and had heard of Orochimaru, so she believed in the two Konoha shinobi. Naruto. Xi and Junei hugged him excitedly, crying while hugging. How can you bear to watch mom cry for so long, silly boy? It's all my mother's crying, too self-forgetful. I'm sorry to bother you, ha ha ha. Naruto hugged Xi and Junei tightly. Even though he has grown up, it feels so good to be able to hug his mother tightly again. Minato was equally excited. He came over and hugged the two who were embracing each other. A family of three is finally reunited. Seeing this harmonious and beautiful family reunion scene, Orochimaru laughed gloomily. Shode, you should be fully revived by now. The imprint of impure world reincarnation on first Hokage's face has completely disappeared, and the skin has long since returned to the smoothness of a normal person, so it must have been resurrected. First generation, who was moved to tears, was wiping tears, and nodded when he heard Orochimaru's question. I saw such a touching scene just after being resurrected, and my eyes that haven't shed tears for a long time are moist again. Senjo Hashirama wiped away tears. Orochimaru was speechless. I had heard that first Hokage was a little dumbfounded, but seeing it today, it really is. Just like Naruto-kun, a powerful idiot. Hehe, the Golden Flash and the God of the Ninja World, two Super Kage-level ninjas resurrected at the same time, and the power of Konoha, a woman from the Uzumaki clan's Grandmaster Seal technique, has grown stronger. Yakushi Kabuto has a complicated smile. That's right, hehe, in this way, the entire Konoha ninja world will not be a problem. It seems that Naruto-kun is still very wild. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips expectantly. He really wanted to know what kind of surprise Naruto-kun could bring him, and what kind of disturbance he would create in the ninja world. He has long been tired of this unchanging ninja world. Now that someone is overturning him, Orochimaru is looking forward to it. Hehe, what will become of this ninja world? Don't let me down, Naruto-kun. It's useless for us to stay here. Maybe later fourth Hokage will find me to settle accounts with me when he thinks of some shitty things in his life. Hehehe, let's go. Orochimaru spoke, and Yakushi Kabuto disappeared in place together. Naturally, the cyborg with Rinnegan stayed behind, knowing that Rinnegan's mighty Orochimaru would never dare to snatch it. That's right, Dad. The three hugged enough, wiped away their tears and began to reminisce about the old days. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something. I saw what Dad left when he sealed Nine Tails. Thanks to Dad's company, I don't feel lonely when doing things. Naruto stretched out his fist and touched Minato's fist. Fuse the avatars left in me, Dad, so you can understand many things. Minato nodded, yet. After saying that, he pulled the chakra out of Naruto's body, a flash of brilliance flashed, and the clone merged with Minato. After receiving the information from Naruto's body clone, Namikaze Minato opened his eyes. So many things happened. Naruto's experience from childhood to adulthood, including how to break through the fairy fox mode, how to rush to the moon, how to fight the eight-tailed beasts alone, how to fight Cloud Shinobi 10,000 ninjas alone. Including how Naruto became the fifth Hokage. He seemed to see how Naruto grew up step by step, with relief and mixed emotions. However, in the memory he saw, the most impressive thing was not Naruto's achievements, but the expired milk and instant noodles that Naruto drank after Naruto was brought up by the third generation. Parents don't care whether the child can fly high or not, but whether the child is tired or not. Seeing that after handing over his child to the third generation actually raised him in this way, it's a lie that he wasn't disappointed. Minato, what the hell do you know? Xi and Junei, who didn't know anything, hurriedly pulled Minato and asked. Judging from Minato's expression, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Minato scratched his cheek in some embarrassment. It seems that Lord Third Hokage didn't take good care of Naruto. Naruto chuckled, Dad, Lord Third Generation gives me a subsidy of 1,000 yuan every month, and always brings me discounted clothes and milk that is about to expire. It's good for me, don't talk nonsense. Discounted clothes. Expired milk. How could Xi and Junei hear this? Her face flushed red with anger. Where is that old man from third generation? I'm going to kill him. Chapter 95. Xi and Junei, calm down. Minato helplessly held Xi and Junei, who was about to run away. I saw Xi and Junei's eyes seemed to be breathing fire. Your son was bullied like this, and you still let me calm down. Minato, if you are a man, don't stop me. Calm down Xi and Junei first, now is not the time to talk about this. Minato said seriously, and this slightly serious tone made Xi and Junei look serious. Naruto, you collected all the tailed beasts and ignored the threat from the four great powers. This matter is not over yet, right? Minato, who used to be the fourth Hokage, naturally knew that the four great powers would not give up easily. After Naruto refused to respond to the threat of the four great powers, they did not move, and it was definitely not because they gave up on attacking Konoha. The fact that the matter has not fermented for such a long time can only show that the four heavenly kingdoms are secretly organizing this large-scale war. Well, but don't worry about Dad, you and I, together with the strength in First Hokage, basically have no problem crushing them. What if the four great powers unite? In the original book, the five major powers form a ninja coalition, and they are helpless in the fight between the two gods Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The five Kages can only barely compete with Madara. How can the Shikoku Kage level beat Senju Hashirama? Not to mention adding his Super Kage level with 6-Path Sage mode. In the eyes of Naruto, the ninja coalition forces of the four countries are like ants, which are not worth mentioning. Naruto, you've really become stronger. Minato smiled gratifiedly. But even so, you have to be careful. After all, the people of Konoha are there, and there are daimyo. I know, Dad. Naruto waved his hand. Anyway, I'm also the fifth Hokage. Don't worry. Yaxi. Uncle First Hokage, get ready to deal with those coalition forces and warm up. Naruto put on first generation's shoulder and laughed. Wait. Naruto. Xinjune was stunned. You mean, this is First Hokage? Only then did Minato come back to his senses, and greeted him with a little youthfulness. It's our first meeting, I'm 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama laughed ha ha ha, it was really touching to see your family reunited just now. Speaking of which, how did you die? Xinjune smiled and said, he died because of sealing 9 tails, my husband is also a hero who saved the village. Hi. Senju Hashirama was stunned, sealing 9 tails will kill people. Isn't that a naughty little pet that can be settled with a set of true several thousand hands combination punches? Minato. Naruto, Uncle First Generation, you better stop talking. The 3 people here have just been resurrected, and the screen switches. The ninja allied forces of the 4 great nations had already been formed, and after Naruto refused to answer their ultimatum, the shadows of the 4 great nations became extremely unhappy. At this moment, the 4 of them were standing in the territory of the Land of Fire, near the village of Konoha Shinobi. And the ninja coalition forces of the 4 countries have assembled outside the Country of Fire, with 15,000 people in each team, divided into 4 teams in total, waiting for the final news outside the country. Damn it! After taking so long, all the members of the Ninja Alliance finally assembled. Let that kid live for so long. Raikage AI punched a big hole in the ground, and the anger on his body turned into lightning crackling and flashing. That's natural. Back then, Cloud Shinobi Village suffered heavy damage, and it took time to recover. The coalition of ninjas from the 4 major countries wanted to attack Konoha. Naturally, it couldn't do without the tens of thousands of ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village. Waiting for Cloud Shinobi ninjas to recover to their best condition is inevitable. Onaki said in a low voice. But, Terumi seemed unhappy, the 3-month wait is really not short, not only Raikage is uncomfortable, but I am also very uncomfortable. As long as she thought of Konoha's arrogant attitude and the unreasonable refusal to return the tailed beast, the anger in her heart could not be appeased. You don't have to put all the responsibility on Cloud Shinobi. It was we who decided to find out who that powerful ninja in Konoha was in the first place, so we extended the time for so long. Gran Macho said calmly. Although he also wanted to avenge his son, he was also very afraid of Konoha's powerful ninja, so after 3 months of surveillance and investigation, he finally found out that he was Konoha Hokage. The 5th Hokage is actually the culprit who robbed other villages of tail beasts. It's unbelievable, but it happened. This made the 4 shadows, who were already angry, even more angry. Now that the allied forces of the 4 nations have been formed, no matter how powerful the 5th Hokage is, it is impossible for one person to fight against the 4 nations. What's more, there are 4 of them in the coalition army, so there is no reason to lose. There are more than a dozen members of the ninja coalition army investigating the situation ahead, all of them are elite jonin. They are scattered in the forest of the Land of Fire, and they are investigating all possible places where the coalition forces may pass. After killing a Konoha shinobi who was patrolling the forest, the scouting vanguard ninja contacted Raikage using report, approaching Konoha shinobi village, no one found. Very good. Start the first step. Raikage said in a deep voice, the first unit of the Ninja Alliance and the second unit are approaching the ninja village at full speed, and the action must be fast. Terumi immediately ordered, the 3rd unit and the 4th unit, after the 1st and 2nd units attack Konoha, quickly support them. After receiving the response from the captains of the 4 main forces, Raikage and Terumi threw the communication headsets to Kojuro. Stay here, command according to plan. After saying that, the 4 cage levels disappeared in place. The forward exploration vanguard has touched the entrance of the Konoha shinobi village, and gave a unique signal, and 4 cage levels arrived at the speed of light. As the core of the entire ninja alliance, the first priority of breaking the barriers of the Konoha shinobi village naturally fell on them. Stay back. After Terumi finished speaking, her hands quickly formed a mudra, and the water in her mouth poured out like a river into the sea. The powerful chakra created a water flow that was enough to submerge half of the Konoha. Lightning style, lightning water dragon bomb. Zhaoli Zhao. Namely. Raikage punched the jet of water with his arm wrapped in lightning, and the sound of crackling electricity directly covered half of the village with the surging water. Crack. The barrier belonging to Konoha made a few fragile sounds, and finally lost its effect, and a large amount of water spread into Konoha village. 12 Ninja Formation. Onoji floated in midair to command, and no one in Konoha shinobi village seemed to have reacted to the impact, and no one uttered a cry of surprise at this time. Before they react. Quick. At Onoki's order, 12 ninjas rushed over from the main force, and they stood scattered at the gate of Konoha village, holding the same seal in their hands. Then he clapped his hands on the ground and shouted, Earth style, Tianlong Honkai technique. In an instant, like an earth dragon rolling, most of the Konoha village's surface collapsed, cracking a 100-meter deep crack. Chapter 96. Regarding the noise in Konoha village, several Konoha executives from Naruto, first generation sat in the Hokage building and drank tea quietly. The commotion in the village caused the tea on the table in the conference room to shake back and forth, but none of the high-level people in the room panicked. An hour ago, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to observe the outskirts of the Land of Fire. The coalition of 60,000 ninjas is quietly marching towards Konoha, and will attack Konoha in about an hour. So, before that, Naruto asked the villagers in Konoha village to take refuge in the designated place early in the morning. As for things like houses, the Ninja World War is about to start, and sooner or later they will be destroyed. At that time, first generation will clap its hands, and the reconstruction will only take a day or two. Destroying the village of Konoha shinobi? He doesn't care. Hehe, the ninja coalition forces from the four major powers have finally arrived. Naruto took a sip of tea, glanced at the movement outside the window, and laughed. The movements of these guys are really slow, they have prepared for 3 months before attacking. Shikamaru has never seen the strength of first generation, and he doesn't know much about this man who seems to have gained a new life. Just analyze his strength from the prestige left by first generation. Even though first generation has the title of God of the ninja world, Shikamaru, who has never seen first generation with a strength of 463, is still a little worried. He quietly approached Naruto's ear and asked in a low voice, Naruto, can first generation alone do it? The outside is the four-nation ninja alliance, and only one first generation is used to fight. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Just drink your tea, don't worry at all. Naruto waved his hands nonchalantly. Senjo Hashirama, who seemed to have just woken up, opened his eyes and yawned with his arms outstretched. He stood up, then, Naruto, I will be the pioneer. Naruto nodded, I'll let Dad rush over to support you later. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, it's because Dad insisted on finding a place to warm up. Hearing this, third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, he muttered in his heart, did he hear it wrong? Just now Naruto said his father? Isn't his father 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? He's already dead. And Naruto probably doesn't know that 4th Hokage Minato is his father. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't know what happened, couldn't understand what happened, and Minato and Xinjuna never appeared in the public's sight after their resurrection. It seems to be preparing a surprise for everyone. Boom. The sound of the collapse in the village continued, and the two ninja coalition forces rushed into the Konoha one by one, and would use ninjutsu to bomb the front every 20 meters, lest there be fraud. The bombing sounded incessantly. But there is no one in the village. This situation made everyone present unexpected, and the 4 cage levels who followed the two troops were stunned. What's going on here? Onoki looked around in midair, but there was no one there. It seems like the village of Konoha shinobi has been empty since the beginning. Not good. We were fooled. Raikage AI said angrily. They were about to change their strategy when they heard a loud rumbling noise behind them. A wooden dragon was about 100 feet high, and its huge body occupied most of the territory of Konoha village. Before everyone recovered from the shock, those standing on the wooden dragon gradually opened their eyes. Wooden golem jutsu. The wooden dragon under its feet swelled rapidly and turned into a giant wooden golem, which was slightly taller than the wooden dragon just now. It looked in the direction where the 4 shadows existed, and then punched out. Boom. The sky was full of smoke and dust, and the force of the impact of the punch directly tore apart the ground where Saiyan was standing, and the 1,000-meter spider pattern appeared under his feet. Damn, what the hell is going on here? Terumi Mei, who hurriedly avoided, frowned. If it wasn't for the timely evasion just now, I'm afraid it would have become meat sauce by now. Before she could continue to complain, the giant wooden golem punched out again, cracking the ground under her feet, and really confused the ninja coalition forces who hadn't had time to perform ninjutsu. Raikage AI still doesn't know who used the 80 escape. Only one Konoha, first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, has wood style, which is recorded in the history of the ninja world. But how is it possible that first Hokage is still alive? After directly ruling out this possibility, Raikage really couldn't figure out what happened, but there was one thing that could be understood. That is the person who uses wood style in front of me, he must be the enemy. Ah! He is surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the blue chakra on his arm is majestic, thunder plow and hot knife. The punch collided with the punch of the giant wooden golem, and a painful expression appeared on Raikage's face. Hateful. As if using all the strength in his body, the body of the giant wooden golem split from the middle under this punch, and then collapsed, and the sleepy debris flew. Although the wooden golem was still standing firmly on the ground, he had already lost most of his body. All ninjas, follow the plan. Grand Macho shouted, and saw that the ninjas who were still conscious made seals with their hands. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Wind style. Wind cut. Wind style. Aerial cannon. Wind style. Dance with flowers. Dozens of ninjas used wind style at the same time, and then the ninja who used fire style breathed fire from his mouth, directly amplifying the power of fire style by 4 or 5 times, and licked towards wooden golem with the tongue of flames bulging with hot breath. The wooden dragon wrapped around wooden golem's neck swept over, and dozens of ninjas were all involved. Under the huge force of the wooden dragon's shrinking body, they all vomited blood and died. How is this possible? Can't such a violent fire style burn it? Raikage roared unwillingly. You can break my wooden golem in half with one punch. There are excellent ninjas in the younger generation. First generation gave up the giant wooden golem. He jumped to the ground, and under the shocked eyes of everyone, he put his hands together again. Although we don't need such large-scale moves to fight you, it's better to resolve the battle as soon as possible. After a slight pause, Senjo Hashirama entered Sage mode, and then shouted, Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Boom! A deafening sound sounded from the ground, and a huge Buddha statue with countless arms was exposed to the surface. The Buddha statue was so big that Senjo Hashirama fell on it, and it could even be ignored. The shadow covered by the Buddha statue almost covered the entire Konoha. As the panorama of the Buddha statue came into view, everyone's eyes were covered by despair. Gudong! It was the sound of them swallowing saliva hard. They dare not imagine that they can see such a large wood-style ninjutsu in their lifetime, and what they dare not imagine is that they are actually the enemies of this wood style. Terumi Mei, Onaki, Raikage Ai, Chogranny, and the 4 cage levels froze in place, their worldview shattered. Shinsu. Senjo. Senjo Hashirama. After realizing something, Onaki couldn't help but scream. Chapter 97. Seeing the big Buddha in front of him cover the sky and cover the sun, even the 8 tails that Raikage has seen, are as petite as pets in front of this big Buddha. All the coalition ninjas who attacked Konoha village were shocked by the scene in front of them. Fear and despair weighed heavily on their hearts like stones. Onaki, it's him. Mother-in-law Kyande firmly stabilized her mind and said. In the era when first-generation Senjo Hashirama existed, Grandma Tashiro had only heard of the reputation of this ninja god. She was still young at the time, and she didn't see the power of Chi-hand Hashirama with her own eyes. But today, true several thousand hands appeared in front of my eyes, and that huge wood style was nothing more than telling a bloody fact. Senjo Hashirama, the only ninja in the ninja world who owns the wood style blood inheritance limit, appeared. Except him, no one can burst out such a majestic chakra in a short period of time. Although I don't want to believe it, I don't dare not believe it. What are you talking about? Terumi Mei was taken aback by the aura of the big Buddha, and then she came back to her senses after hearing the discussion between the two of them. Could it be, who is the man using wood style? And Raikage returned to the defense from the previous hit, and stood beside the other 3, his face was extremely serious. It's that man. On the forehead, a few drops of cold sweat slipped quietly. After the 4 of them confirmed the thoughts in their hearts, all of them were beating drums in their hearts. Why did Senjo Hashirama come back to life? Why can he still fight for Konoha? What exactly is going on? Terumi Mei's shadow clone who stayed outside Konoha village opened her eyes, and she walked up to Kojuro who was nervously contacting each team leader. He snatched the earphone from his hand with one hand and shouted angrily, no more actions are allowed. But Mizukage-sama, that giant Buddha has seriously threatened the actions of several cage levels, and we need to send more ninjas to support them. Are you a fool? Terumi Mei's clone slapped Kojuro on the head. It is precisely because Senjo Hashirama is too strong that there is no need to increase unnecessary casualties. Inform the medical ninja to prepare. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth in Konoha Shinobi village. Gathering the medical ninjas right now might improve your chances of defeating Senjo Hashirama. Yes. I understand. Changjuro said immediately. Under the command of Terumi Mei, all the ninja coalition forces in the Konoha Shinobi village retreated outside the village, and thousands of medical ninjas quickly rushed behind the 4 cage levels. They waited far away for the start of the war. Beside them, there is only an elite Jonin team of several hundred people to protect them in case of accidents. Withdraw the ninja alliance. A wise choice. Senjo Hashirama nodded with a smile. If it wasn't for the sudden outbreak of war, he didn't want to kill too many people. Now that most of the coalition forces have withdrawn, it's just enough for him to play. Facing the enemy bravely is worthy of being the shadow of the 4 ninja villages. I, Hashirama, would like to give you the greatest respect. After saying that, the thousand-armed Buddha of true several thousand hands started to move, and the arms of the thousand-armed Buddha fell like a rainstorm, and they rushed towards seeing. The true several thousand hands and 9 tails are not a problem, let alone seeing who are originally human beings. Thousands of arms spread their 5 fingers and fell from the sky to cover them, falling into the earth with a bang, the layers of seeing's feet cracked, and the earth and rocks collapsed. Water style. Terumi May quickly formed a seal, spraying a high-pressure water line from her mouth, directly chopping off every arm that was slapped in front of her. And Chokrani has already jumped out of Hashirama's attack range after Mizukage Terumi May sliced through the overwhelming hands. A scroll was taken out from the sleeve, and the slender chakra thread threaded the puppet inside the scroll, and the puppet rattling sounded. White secret technique, nearly 10 people. 10 puppets, each armed with a weapon, attack Hashirama who controls true several thousand hands. At the same time, after Reikage AI cleared the arm in front of him, Onoji floated in midair, and the hand seal was completed. Dust escape, stripping the original world technique. The ultra-long-range attack will cover Senjo Hashirama's figure. As long as the dust escape is released, Hashirama's figure will be decomposed into atoms in an instant. Seeing the attack launched by Cho and Onoji at the same time, Hashirama did not panic. He clasped his hands together, 5-fold Rashomon. Rumble. 5 giant Kido iron gates appeared in front of everyone accompanied by the knocking sound of heavy chains, directly blocking the attacks of Grandma Cho and Onoki. Hateful. 0. Cho's puppet couldn't touch Senjo Hashirama, so he had to take it back forcibly, while Onoki's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, feeling very worried about whether Dust Dun could defeat the 5-fold Rashomon. Go. Not only Onoki, but even Reikage gritted his teeth secretly. Boom. The first 3 Kido iron gates were opened with a big round hole by Chen Dun, until at the last 2 Kido iron gates, the piercing dust and smoke rolled up, and the 4th Rashomon finally blocked Chen Dun. Strength. Ah. Seeing that Senjo Hashirama blocked Onoji's attack, the moment of Senjo Hashirama's attack was about to come, and Reikage had to jump out to bring the 2 back to safety. The arm of Reikage, a follower of thunder and lightning, hammered on the true several thousand hands, and the water spouted from Terumi May's mouth spread like a sea, and the crackling thunder and lightning cut open the arm of General Wood style. And Onoji and Chokrani also returned to the safe area, panting behind Reikage AI. You are very good, you can make me play fairly happily, besides Uchiha Madara, the 4 of you are the second. Hashirama laughed. The words did not seem to treat them as 4 people, but meant that the combined strength of the 4 of them was barely comparable to that of Uchiha Madara. Damn it! No such insult! Reikage nearly broke his teeth. Just when they were angry and ready to prove their strength, a golden flash appeared in their field of vision. A millstone-sized Raise-Non appeared behind Reikage, and Minato slapped that Raise-Non directly on Reikage. Raise-Non bounced off Reikage with a fast spin, screaming in pain from the tearing back. At this time, the rest of the people realized that at some point, a person appeared on the battlefield again. Namikaze Minato. Earth style, rock fist technique. Onoji's arm was encased in rocks, becoming huge and heavy, and he swung hard towards Namikaze Minato's head. But in the next moment, the figure of Namikaze Minato disappeared before his eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. The country of the wind that had fought against Namikaze Minato and the others was the first to recognize it, and Grandma Cho's eyes widened. Look carefully at the arms of those wood style, when was the mark of Flying Thunder God printed? Chapter 98. Amazing. Looking through the windows of the Hokage building, trembling from the battle, almost all the elite Jonin in Konoha were frozen in place. Is that the battle of Senjo Hashirama, the god of ninja world? Shocked, exhilarated, thrilled, amazed. All kinds of emotions were so intertwined that in the meeting room of the Hokage building, all the people watching the battle held their breath. When they were studying at the ninja school, they heard from the teacher about Senjo Hashirama, the god of ninja. Although the book does not directly tell all of Senjo Hashirama's ninjutsu and detailed battle scenes, but by virtue of the lines in the book, you can still read Senjo Hashirama's overbearing in calming the ninja world. Looking at it now, how domineering in that book is. Senjo Hashirama's battle can only be described as strong and invincible. Basenkai knew that he was fighting with shadows from the other 4 major nations, but those who didn't know thought that a cage-level ninja was bullying someone. In front of Senjo Hashirama, the 4 cage levels are useless and can't play any role. And the ninja coalition they formed had no choice but to hide behind the entire team when the 4 cage levels were unable to open up, unable to contribute any strength. Senjo Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, blocked the pace of the ninja coalition from stepping down on Konoha with his own strength, and directly crushed it. This kind of shock cannot be expressed in words. Thanks to Naruto, if it wasn't for him, how could the first generation be revived? Different from everyone's amazement, Shikamaru sighed quite seriously. Before that, first generation's power was only 30% of his own real strength. If he used the impure world reincarnation's body to fight, he would definitely not be able to play a full-fledged battle scene. If it weren't for Naruto, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to hide in the Hokage building and watch the show so leisurely today. Kakashi also said with a frown. When did that kid become so mysterious and powerful? Even Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu can be unlocked. He looked at Naruto, who was drinking tea leisurely in Hokage's seat at this time, feeling a little dazed. Maybe he was playing the game of snatching the bell with him at this time, and he, the teacher, couldn't win it in one round. Look, everyone, who is that? Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly in the conference room, and he stared at the yellow flash that was active on the battlefield outside the window without blinking. This is... Teacher. The familiar figure was recognized by Kakashi at a glance, and he couldn't believe it was real anyway. Apart from second Hokage and Naruto, the only man in the village who can use the Flying Thunder God technique is Namikaze Minato. Moreover, that yellow hair, which is the same as Naruto, can never be second Hokage. No matter how you think about it, there is only one possibility. Naruto, what the hell is going on? Not only them, Jiraiya was also confused. Namikaze Minato, his disciple, should have died on the day Naruto was born under the ghoul sealing technique that sealed 9 tails. How could he still be alive, let alone appear on the battlefield? Is it possible, Naruto you? With a possibility in mind, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Orochimaru researched impure world reincarnation, a dehumanizing ninjutsu, in order to prolong his lifespan. Naruto probably also participated in it. Seeing that Jiraiya's face changed drastically, Naruto couldn't help waving his hands amusedly. Don't worry, Teacher Jiraiya, I'm very measured, I just miss them very much. This point Naruto is really not lying, he is already strong enough, and he can suppress the war at this time without the extra help of others, but it just so happens that his father seems to be a little stronger. As for the process of reviving the parents, although Orochimaru helped to revive the father, but if they want to get them out of the control of impure world reincarnation, Rinnegan is naturally indispensable. Will Orochimaru use such an advanced pupil technique? He has a hammer. It's really you. Jiraiya couldn't help being surprised to hear Naruto admit it himself. It doesn't matter that Naruto is strong, but he has even mastered the ninjutsu that can bring people back from the dead, which is really appalling. However, this is a good thing. If it is really 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, then our Konoha will have 2 more strong players. This is of great significance to Zayoi, who is now on the cusp of the storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. I was still worried about how Naruto would deal with this series of crises, but I didn't expect that Naruto would solve the problem head-on without taking action by himself. Looking at the 4 shadows who were beaten to the point of doubting their lives on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hanging heart finally fell. There is also some jealousy towards Naruto. That kid's attainments in all aspects of ninjutsu are much stronger than him, how can he not be sour? Actually, it's not 2 people. Xin Junei walked into the conference room, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master 3rd generation, I still want to ask, how do you take care of our family Naruto? Xin Juna. Seeing the red hair and the gloomy expression on Zaijiali's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a chill down his spine. Is this a misunderstanding? Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned in his heart, wondering if Naruto resurrected his parents and then spoke ill of himself. Thinking about the appearance of Namikaze Minato, he felt that this matter is not impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto helplessly. Naruto, are you? Hehe, Naruto didn't say anything bad about you, 3rd generation. The stern expression on Little Pepper's face became more and more intense, as if he was about to rush over to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen in the next moment. Mom. Naruto held Xin Junei's hands that were about to cut someone with some headaches, and whispered in her ear, if there is anything to settle after the war, don't be so anxious. After finishing speaking, Xin Ju 0.09's mood eased a little. Allah, I'm actually here to inform you of something. I found a strange magic circle in the deserted forest not far from the escape route. Because Namikaze Minato told him not to appear in the public eye too quickly for fear of scaring others, Shin Junei hid in the escape route together with the villagers in the village. After that, a strange magic circle was discovered. Really? Take me to see. Just leaving the meeting room in dire straits. After finishing speaking, he followed Xin Junei's figure to the strange magic circle. This is... Naruto immediately recognized what the magic circle was. Hokage theatrical version, the Lilin dragon that appeared in the Lost Tower. As long as you pass through this magic circle, you can travel to the past era. Chapter 99. So, if I step into this magic circle, can I also travel to the ancient kingdom of Lilin? Although I don't know why the dragon veins that originally appeared in the Kingdom of Wind are in the leaves, but Naruto's intuition told him that when he stepped into the magic circle, he could see scenery that the outside world would never see. Just the power to travel back to the past, you can give it a try. Naruto opened his legs and was about to walk to the middle of the magic circle when Xin Junei grabbed him. Naruto, do you know what this is? What are you going to do? Is there any danger? Xin Junei asked very worriedly. She had just reunited with her son, how could she bear to watch him take risks? Especially this strange magic circle in front of me, there is always a feeling of uneasiness. It's okay, Mom. Naruto gave a warm smile. If you are worried, you can wait for me here, I will be back soon. Naruto. The palm of Naruto in his hand was slowly taken away, and Junei watched Naruto form a seal and then disappeared into the magic circle. I hope you come home safely, son. Seeing that Naruto has become a unique ninja, Junei is both worried and relieved. And the other side. As expected, Naruto's figure landed in the theatrical version of the ancient city of Lulin. Tall and towering buildings appeared in front of his eyes, and the sound of lively firecrackers and fireworks exploded in his ears. I don't know how many people 577 around Naruto were cheering. Is this the day Sarah officially becomes queen? Naruto raised his head, and sure enough, he saw Sarah walking out slowly and standing in front of everyone. Suddenly, she was pushed down with a palm. Ah! Sarah yelled in panic, and a moment later she fell into a warm embrace. Are you? Looking at Naruto's handsome face, Sarah was a little shy but wary. Naruto brought her safely to the ground, and the two hid behind the pillars of the building, where no one disturbed them. Glancing at the crowd cheering in the square, Naruto understood. Sarah has just been crowned queen, and Centipede's puppets are all in the square, that is to say, Centipede's plan has not yet started, and his father. The father in the past time and space is still in this Lulin. Aba, hi, my name is Naruto, a ninja from Konoha, have you seen any ninjas who wear the same pattern of forehead protector as me? Sarah thought for a while, not yet. What? It seems that someone is looking for us. A familiar voice came from behind. Naruto turned his head and found Namikaze Minato and his two partners standing not far behind him. It seemed that they were secretly protecting Sarah, and they followed after seeing the scene just now. Seeing Naruto turning around, Namikaze Minato was shocked. Although it is old-fashioned to say this when we first met, it seems that I have met you somewhere, and I feel familiar. Well, I am your son, of course you feel familiar. Naruto complained in his heart. However, Minato cannot be blamed. After all, this is the past more than 10 years ago, and the time and space where even the fourth Hokage was not born. He must not know that the person in front of him is his son. Of course, but there are many stories, of course you feel very familiar. Naruto said. Minato froze, how did you get here? If you step into the magic circle of the dragon veins, you will come here. Minato smiled knowingly, I see, then, you may be a person who traveled from the future time and space. Because the current Konoha shinobi does not exist like you. And ordinary Konoha shinobi fans don't know about the ancient city of Lulin. Isn't this nonsense? Stupid daddy. Naruto is too lazy to tell him about Lulin time and space. Actually, many things have happened in the future. I have seen you in the future, but this is the first time I have seen you in the past. I want to chat with you. Hearing this, Minato showed hesitation on his face. No, your appearance is no longer in line with common sense. If I know the future, 10 walks will mess up time and space. Naruto didn't expect his idiot father to be so rational. When ordinary people hear that they can know what will happen in the future, they will inevitably cry out excitedly and ask what kind of person he will become. And his stupid daddy chose not to listen. Then let's have a fight. Naruto said with a smile, if there is anything that cannot be said between men, let's say it with fists. Knowing your past strength, my trip is not in vain. See what kind of power his dope daddy was before he became Hokage. What? Akamika Dingza exclaimed, and put on a fighting posture, you want to provoke Konoha Jonin who is on a mission, kid? Don't be like this, Dingzo, this boy, seems to really want to communicate with me, why not decide the outcome in one round? Little son narrowed his eyes, if it's just one round, the execution of the mission won't be delayed, and Princess Sarah is here too, so it's convenient for protection, isn't it? Okay. Then the outcome will be determined in one round. Naruto excitedly fisted together, I don't know how to release water. You boy, how can I, a dignified Jonin, need you to release the water? Minato smiled helplessly. The two partners behind him retreated a few meters, and Minato blocked Kunao in front of him, then, let's start. As soon as the words fell, the kunao with the flying thunder god logo in Minato's hand quickly flew towards Naruto, the rays non in his hand condensed, and the hurricane rustled. And Naruto's eyes were wide open, an extremely fiery nine-tails chakra rushed across, the fairy fox mode was activated, and the distance was opened in an instant. Minato, who teleported to Kunao's position using the flying thunder god technique, was shocked. He didn't expect the boy to move so fast. Spiral Shuriken. The spiral shuriken roared with a piercing friction sound. Combining rays non and wind? Interesting. Minato suddenly felt that he couldn't judge people by their appearance. He never thought that he could do this at such a young age. Unhurriedly, he threw the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand again and disappeared into midair. And Naruto, who suddenly lost his opponent, slapped the spiral shuriken on the floor of the hall suddenly. Boom! The main hall was full of smoke and dust, and the muffled rumbling sound could be heard endlessly. Minato, why didn't you fight any more? Dingzhou was puzzled. I've already lost. Raise-non doesn't seem to be able to resist such a powerful force. Although we can continue to use chakra to resist, but we still have some tasks to do next, so we should be more cautious. Really? I don't think there's anything about that so-called spiral shuriken. Before Dingzhou finished speaking, the next scene shocked everyone present. Chapter 100. The floor of the entire hall disappeared, and several large pillars supporting the building were cracked with finger-thick spider veins, standing pitifully. Naruto stood on the ground that was sunken several meters due to the attack of the spiral shuriken, and scratched his hair in distress. Is it such a powerful force with just a little force? It's really difficult to control. After all, I am used to it every second of every second. It's amazing. Akamika Choza closed his mouth opened in surprise after a long time, and he glanced up and down Naruto again. You really are a child who never came here. Even Minato didn't manage to merge the wind attribute into Raise-non, but you did it. Minato smiled. Dingzhou, this is just one of them. You can see that the amazing chakra around him is indeed very powerful. Minato didn't know that it was Nine Tails chakra wrapped around Naruto, and because of this, Naruto was able to move so fast. Old Uncle Minato, you will reach such heights in the future too. Naruto chuckled. Really? Minato rolled his eyes. Can I do it too? The future me is really amazing. After saying that, as if thinking of something, Minato was shocked. No, seeing that Naruto can only use the spiral shuriken half used by 08 in the future, don't you know what happened in the future? In this case, it can be regarded as indirectly changing the trajectory of life. Why didn't he notice just now? Hey! Minato sighed inwardly. Don't worry, just think of the fusion of Raise-non and wind attribute chakra in advance. Naruto smiled heartlessly. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the square outside the main hall. Princess Sarah is here. Found Princess Sarah. Before Sarah could react, she saw more than a dozen villagers holding weapons and aiming at Sarah viciously. One of the guys dressed as a woman shouted, "Give it back to us! Give it back to us!" Sure enough, did the plot change slightly because of the change in his actions? A group of people who were supposed to be waiting for Sarah's arrival in the room, chased to the square. But they came, that is to say, Centipede started to move. Before Sarah could speak, Naruto stepped forward and said, "Is it Centipede, the minister in Lushan you mentioned, who told you that Sarah took your relatives away? Don't worry, they are still fine of." "You, how do you know?" The villagers were stunned. Naruto sighed, "That difficult guy, I want to see how many rounds he can toss in my hands. Wait here for me, your loved ones will be back soon." Then disappeared in place. "Do you want to follow?" Naruto seems to know what happened. Dingzhou asked. "Well, let's go. Although he is very powerful, we don't necessarily need it, but if there is any danger, we can protect him." Minato turned his head and handed the kunai marked with the mark of Flying Thunder God to another partner. "Wait here for us, protect Sarah, if she is in any danger, I will rush back." "Yes." Naruto and Minato disappeared one after another, leaving only Sarah and the people with a confused face. Inside a tall building in Lulan City. Click click click. In the mechanical factory building that the dozen or so civilians who were captured were pushing with all their strength, the puppets made by Centipede were moving in the factory building, and the joints made cracking sounds. It sounds a little scary. Oh? I didn't expect someone to come here so soon. It's a pity that you didn't bring Princess Sarah. Beija standing on a staircase above the factory smiled sinisterly. The dragon vein represents the endless chakra. His factories and puppets are constantly running because of the dragon vein, and the power of his centipede becomes unbelievably strong because of the dragon vein. Princess Sarah is the only one who can close the dragon's veins. If she doesn't reach this factory, no one will close the dragon's veins. In this way, his centipede's power will never stop. Coming alone? Stupid kid. Beija looked at Naruto as if he was contemptuous of a turtle in an urn. He laughed slyly, and a huge puppet shot up into the sky behind him, attacking Naruto directly. Normal trick. Instead of being one-on-one with Minato, he finally doesn't have to hide his power anymore. The Sage of Six Paths around Naruto was turned on, a few golden flashes passed by, and the lava rolled in the spiral shuriken in his hand. Lava-style spiral shuriken. The huge spiral shuriken exploded in the centipede factory, the factory buildings were broken into pieces, and all the puppets disappeared inside the lava-style shuriken. That boy Naruto! How dare you use such a destructive ninjutsu without saving everyone? Minato, who rescued more than a dozen civilians from the factory in a few seconds, was panting. "I think that kid is very thoughtful," Dingzhou said with a smile after seeing the picture of Naruto giving them a thumbs up. "He knew you would come to save everyone, so he went directly." Minato. Over there, the centipede's giant puppet was wiped out by a lava-style spiral shuriken, but due to the influence of the dragon's veins, it quickly revived and stood in front of Naruto again. 150 Who is this kid? If it weren't for the support of the dragon veins, I'm afraid he would have died under that blow by now. Hehe. Naruto laughed, "Remember your words. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, large pieces of clods of soil that were blown up crashed down, and the centipede puppets seemed to be turned into powder and disappeared in the explosion. Ding Zhou was shocked on the spot. Does this young man possess the power of God? But what's the use of repairing it now? Even though he said so, Beiju's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Boom! Under absolute power, even the huge chakra of the dragon vein could not repair the scattered puppets of the centipede. What good is a repaired empty golem? After the puppet was crushed into powder, that guy centipede must have also turned into blood in the explosion. It was just one blow, and it directly crushed his puppet factory into pieces. After all, 4 or 5 lava-style spiral shurikens appeared in his hand at the same time, reflected in the terrified eyes of centipede. After finishing speaking, the spiral shuriken in his hand was thrown away, and the fiery lava style passed through the air with a hissing sound, and they all exploded among the centipede puppets. Centipede laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. My uncle is immortal. Your little power can do nothing to me. I don't know if you can handle this blow. The explosion was like a grand fireworks display, and even a few buildings away could see the red light bursting from the explosion. Chapter 101. Even the dragon veins are not closed. Sarah and the others who came with Minato's companions were shocked. Especially Sarah, as the princess of Lulin, how could she not know the power of the dragon veins, and Baiziu will build the puppet factory near the dragon veins, so she must want to use the dragon veins. However, even though Centipede had all the advantages, it was defeated by Naruto's overwhelming power. That boy named Naruto is too strong. Husband. Big brother. The people who went to coerce Sarah before saw their relatives who were expelled, and rushed towards them with tears streaming down their faces. A happy finale came as expected after Naruto pulled off a feat. Today is the day when Princess Sarah is crowned queen, and Konoha's ninjas will come to protect Sarah, because they are afraid that Sarah will be killed when she becomes queen. Now that the biggest villain has disappeared, Sarah naturally has no threat. And Minato and the others have completed their task. I never thought it would be so easy. Minato exhaled softly and sighed. As the captain of Konoha's team, when Lulin and the princess needed him the most, he only went to save a few people. And the one who solved this battle by himself was that Naruto guy. Will I have a lot of contact with you in the future, Naruto-kun? Thinking of what Naruto said, Minato smiled faintly. Judging from the fact that Naruto will be raised on, maybe there really is a very close connection. Maybe this child is your future son, maybe Minato, your hair color is the same. Dingzhou laughed and joked. What are you talking about? Centipede died, and Naruto walked back to everyone. Naruto-kun, thank you. Sarah lowered her head and said shyly. She heard the discussion of the villagers just now, and then she realized that Lushan had done so many things that endangered Lulin behind her back. If it weren't for Mr. Naruto's involvement today, she would have died long ago. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. It's a little effort. Naruto said politely with a chuckle. Naruto, Lulin's mission has been completed, we have to leave. Minato stepped forward and stretched out his hand. The meaning was obvious, wanted a handshake. Naruto smiled slightly, well, it's nice to meet you today. As he imagined, his father was also a very good ninja before he became Hokage. Although he is now the 5th Hokage, and he doesn't need to work hard in the direction of Hokage, but the touch of seeing his father in the past will always remain in his heart. Then, goodbye by fate. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of Minato disappeared in place. Naruto-kun. Do you want to stay and look? That's right, Naruto-kun, you saved everyone, and everyone wants to thank you very much. Everyone hasn't congratulated Princess Sarah on becoming Lulin's queen, so Mr. Naruto wants to stay. After Minato left, Naruto was surrounded enthusiastically by the people who had just been rescued. I don't have that much time. Naruto was overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm and was at a loss. He saw Sarah in the crowd, and suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Sarah, there is something I want to ask you, is that okay? Hi. Sarah blushed a little nervously when she was suddenly entrusted by the great hero Naruto. What's the matter? The dragon veins in Lulin are different from the energy in other places. Although it is chakra, the way it is formed is quite different. The chakra of Mount Myaboku mostly absorbs natural energy, while the chakra of the dragon's veins is not known how. It can only be described as mysterious. The most incredible thing is that the circle above the dragon veins can transport people to different time and space. This traversal is almost comparable to Obito's Sharingan ability. Even more exaggerated than that ability. What Naruto wants to know most now is whether he can be teleported to a different time and space if he uses that power again. If possible, where will it be sent? He was very curious about these. Can I go to your Lulin Long may I? I want to confirm something. Naruto asked. It's okay, Naruto-kun wants to confirm that everything is fine, do you want me to accompany you? As for the dragon veins, outsiders probably don't know many magical things. Sarah lowered her head and blushed when she thought of being alone with Naruto. The hero who saved Lulin in a critical moment suddenly thought he was so handsome. Sarah's heart was full of joy. Ah, there's no need for Sarah, I can do it myself. Naruto waved his hand, smiled and disappeared in place. Naruto-kun, you idiot. Sarah was aggrieved. Is this the dragon vein in Lulin? Naruto's figure appeared in front of the dragon's veins, and he watched the lavender chakra's dragon's veins springing up in front of him. Compared with the dragon vein found in Konoha, the chakra revealed here is obviously much richer. Then, let's try it. See if it can be transmitted to other spaces through the dragon veins in Lulin. Naruto stands in the dragon's veins, with the same seal in his hands as on the Konoha dragon's veins. After sealing the seal, he opened his eyes. Still in Lulin, the space has not changed. Looking at the thick smoke left by various explosions in the sky above Lulin, it can be judged that the time is still not long after the death of Beiju. That is, did it not work? Touching the dragon veins under his feet, Naruto frowned. He can clearly perceive how special the chakra here is, how could it be useless? If I use 6 paths sage mode, will it work? To be honest, the chakra breath of sage of 6 paths is somewhat similar to the chakra breath of dragon veins. Perhaps the chakra of dragon vein, with money, is weaker than 6 paths chakra, but some attributes are the same. For example, inherited from Otsutsuki Kaguya, can use some attribute of space-time ninjutsu. Well, anyway, there is no other way, it is better to practice than to keep thinking. The 6-path sage mode was turned on directly, and Naruto stood on the dragon vein spring again, forming a seal in his hand. This time, the majestic chakra slanted out, and huge pressure came from behind, seeming to roll Naruto somewhere. The dragon veins are responding. Naruto was overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were changing rapidly, and familiar noises poured into his ears. This is... Looking at the harmonious and bustling streets around him, Naruto's heart sank, as if he had been hit by something. Zarina's figure came into view. This is... Konoha 20 years later. He actually went back to Boruto to pass it on again. Chapter 102. The street market is noisy, because it is a rest day, many parents take their children out shopping. Food stalls, large and small, exude a human aroma. Xiaomei, you like to eat this candied horse, right? A father carried his daughter on his back, and handed her the candied horse in his happy hands. Wow, Mingmei really likes it, thank you dad. The little girl happily ate it while holding it in her hand. This scene may be very ordinary, but in Zhou Liangna's eyes, it is no different from the most beautiful scene. Her dad. Thinking of Boruto's family with his parents and mother, compared to his own family, his mother will always play 2 roles. She asked many times where her father was, but her mother always said that her father went to work. From childhood to now, where is there any father, no matter how difficult the task is, he should come back, right? Thinking of the worst ending, Zhou Liangna burst into tears. Even a girl who is usually as arrogant as Sasuke, under the incitement of this kind of emotion, can't bear the sadness in her heart. Naruto, who had just traveled through time, saw this scene, and his heart was touched. This kid. Between Boruto and Zhou Liangna, he never favored any side, and he took care of them as if they were his own children. Wanting to go up to comfort this heart-wounded child, I was about to walk over. Sarana. A familiar voice came, revealing the smell of sunshine. It was 7th Hokage passed by Boruto, and Naruto walked over. He carried the child Boruto on his shoulders, and he carried a large bag in his hand. It seemed that he brought Boruto to go shopping. It's so busy every day, where is the time to go shopping? Naruto looked helpless. Feelings, he managed to travel back once, and ran into Naruto who had finally had a day off. What a coincidence. It's just that in this way, he can't talk to Zhou Liangna casually. After all, Naruto will definitely recognize his current appearance. Zarina, why are you crying? Boruto asked curiously while eating the candied horse in his hand. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, put Boruto down, bent down and gently rubbed Sarana's head. What happened, Sarana? Dad, I want to find Dad. Master 7th Hokage. You must know where my dad is now. For Zarina, who has never heard of her father, and her mother is unwilling to mention her father, 7th Hokage, who has become friends with her father, is the only person she can trust. Lifting the smiling face that was still crying, Sarana looked at Naruto with starry eyes. Ah, this one. Naruto from 7th generation was a little embarrassed. He scratched his cheek, thinking to himself how to tell Sasuke what Sasuke was thinking. Even if she said it, Zhou Liangna might not be able to understand it, and it would be even more troublesome. And, as far as he knew, that guy Sasuke didn't seem to have plans to come back in the near future. If he told Zhou Liangna that his father was still on a mission, Zhou Liangna probably wouldn't believe it. Seeing Naruto's hesitation, Zhou Liangna couldn't help but burst into tears again. No. It can't be true. Could it be that the father you have been talking about is actually dead? This is undoubtedly the most difficult fact for her to accept. Dad. Zorina burst into tears. Ah, not anymore. Naruto said a little at a loss. Actually, where is Sarana's father? How can this be explained? 7th generation, Naruto's heart breaks. How did little Sakura usually explain it to Ziurana? how could he possibly know? Actually, your father is doing a very difficult task, which requires him to spend a lot of time on it. Naruto came out, of course, with a scarf covering his face, not only because he was afraid that the 7th generation Naruto would see him, but also because he was afraid that Zarana and Boruto, the two smart ghosts, would recognize him. Are you? 7th generation Naruto looked at the yellow-haired kid in front of him, feeling inexplicably familiar. Zarana and Boruto also looked over in doubt. I'm Sasuke's friend. Naruto nodded confidently. No. That's not the case. 7th generation is something that adults can't explain clearly, how could you know? Zhou Liangna reacted immediately. She glanced up and down at Naruto, who was covering her face, and said suspiciously, if you are really my father's friend, then tell me, where is my father now? 11. 0. Seeking flowers. My father. If my father hadn't died, maybe he left me and my mother, married a wife and had children alone, and maybe now, a better family has been formed. Saying that, Zhou Liangna grinned again, crying even harder. Both Naruto and Naruto were ashamed. Seeing Zhou Liangna showing such a fragile side, Boruto leaned over with a little meanness, no way? A woman like you still cries. As he spoke, he tugged at the sleeve Zhou Liangna used to wipe away his tears, let me see if it's true. Go to hell. Zhou Liangna slapped down mercilessly. 7th generation Naruto. Naruto. This boy Boruto really deserves a fight. A slap next to each other really deserves it. Sarana, don't cry. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, rubbed her head helplessly, actually, what the uncle said is not wrong, your father is indeed performing a job that takes a long time to complete. Really? Sarana sobbed and looked at 7th generation Naruto. Of course. 7th generation head Naruto said with certainty. But, if that's the case, why did he never want to come back to find me, and he never came back to find my mother? I'm obviously his only daughter, but he doesn't seem to care about it. Without waiting for Naruto from 7th generation to answer, Zarana lowered her head in disappointment, I have been waiting for a letter from my father, but I have been waiting for a long time but I can't see it. Even so, does dad still care about me? Zhou Liangna couldn't restrain her uncomfortable emotions, and when she was about to cry again, Naruto patted her on the shoulder, your father is a person who is not good at expressing, you will know when you meet him later. These words gave Zhou Liangna expectations. Meet dad? Will there be a day? The thought of seeing her father made Zhou Liangna excited. Well. Don't worry. I will. Naruto said with certainty. This sentence made Sarana finally burst into a smile. Well. I will wait for dad to come back. Zhou Liangna clenched her fists tightly, looking determined. Chapter 103. Seeing the recovering Zorana and Boruto fighting, 7th generation's Naruto showed a gratified smile. That guy Sasuke, even now is not worrying. Naruto sighed. Naruto from 7th generation turned his head, you seem to be very familiar with Sasuke. From just now, not only Sasuke, but even Zhou Liangna, the man in front of him showed a familiar look, as if he was a friend who had known Sasuke for many years. This can't help but make 7th generation head Naruto have doubts about the yellow-haired boy in front of him. Who the hell is he? This. Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. In fact, he could just walk away and don't need to care about Naruto's questioning from 7th generation. But from the corner of the eye, he caught sight of Boruto's figure playing non-stop, and Naruto suddenly felt reluctant. It's not that I don't want to part with Boruto, but that I don't want to miss this bond like this. His stupid father, it seems that he has never met his grandson. Minato and Xin, who died prematurely because of the Seal of Nine Tails, have not seen his growth with their own eyes, will they even miss his grandsons? Thinking of this, Naruto always felt that leaving like this was a very cruel thing. Hey, forget it, I can't eat me anyway, so if you are chased and asked, just ask. Muttering in his mouth, Naruto took off the mask covering his face, revealing his original face. The moment he saw Naruto's appearance, 7th generation stared at Naruto, you. Hush. Naruto quickly covered his mouth, quite helplessly, don't disturb other people. Naruto nodded nervously at the head of the 7th generation. He stared at Naruto's face without blinking, and finally couldn't help but squeeze it. It's amazing. It's true. It's exactly the same. Seeing his past self, how can 7th generation Naruto not be excited? Look at your appearance, have you traveled from the past? There is such a thing. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, kept kneading Naruto's face and laughed. BD, let go. Naruto resisted the tears that appeared after being pinched, and patted the 7th generation Naruto's paw aside. Actually, I revealed my identity for a reason, Naruto, you really want to be reunited with your father, right? 7th generation Project Naruto, after going through a lot of ups and downs, getting married and having children, seems to be stable, but in fact, there will be regrets in his heart that his parents are not around. That kind of loneliness is irresolvable. Hearing this, Naruto, head of 7th generation, was slightly stunned. Well, since you used to be me in the past, you should be able to understand my pain. Why mention it again? Seeing Naruto's sad eyes and 7th generation's eyes, Naruto patted his shoulder, that's why I stayed. I will let you see the reunion of grandparents and grandchildren. Looking firmly at the 7th generation Naruto in front of him, Naruto's eyes are full of confidence. Since the Dragon Vein teleportation array in Lowland can send him here, it means that other people can too. It's definitely not a problem to send the idiot father and mother over. Is it really possible? Naruto, the head of 7th generation, said excitedly, that was the scene he had been thinking about for many years. If he can do it, then his wish for so many years can be fulfilled. Wait for me. Naruto patted the shoulder of the 7th generation Naruto, and then disappeared in place. Is it true? 7th generation Naruto stood there blankly, and pinched himself fiercely, it was painful. It is true. Naruto from 7th generation screamed excitedly, and he turned to Boruto who was still fighting, child, come home with me. Ah? Why, we haven't finished shopping, Dad. Boruto said reluctantly. Go back, you will meet two very important people later. 7th generation Naruto gently stroked his son's head. Are you leaving, 7th generation, uncle? Zhou Liangna felt a little lonely for a moment, then I'm going home too. She ran out suddenly, and my mother didn't know where she went. Let's go home quickly to prevent mother from worrying. Most importantly, she didn't want to see Naruto acting like a baby to his father anymore. Zarina. Staring blankly at Zhou Liangna who ran away quickly, Boruto finally realized what was entangled in her heart. It will be fine. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, smiled and walked towards home. Father, who is the guest you said we were going to meet? Boruto asked, sitting on the shoulder of Naruto from 7th generation. It's your grandpa and grandma. Hey? Aren't they dead? Reason. Naruto here hastily dragged a man and a woman towards Naruto's home in Boruto legend. Wait a minute, Naruto. Where are you taking mom and dad? Xin Junei said anxiously, the child directly pulled them over, leaving them unprepared. That's right, Naruto, I was still fighting. Although I can't help you with Hashirama-sama, it's still very important. Little son complained in embarrassment. But as the two walked, they found that the surrounding scenery was not right. Isn't this Konoha village? In a peaceful Konoha village, most people are leisurely shopping. How is this possible? Konoha is in battle now, how could there be so many ninjas out shopping? Naruto, what the hell is going on? Xin Junei was also a little panicked. Haven't you two always wondered what your grandson would be like? Naruto said happily. At this time the three of them finally came to the door of Naruto's address in 7th generation and knocked on the door. Come in. Sunflower ran over to open the door for a few people, and after seeing Naruto's appearance, he immediately screamed. Dad, someone is pretending to be you. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a 5.6 slight brain collapse fell from the top of Sunflower's head. This is the person we are going to meet today. 7th generation couldn't bear to blame. This is Naruto. Xin Junei immediately noticed the difference between the 7th generation Naruto in front of her, and she panicked, why are there two Narutos? Minato didn't know what happened, and Xin Junei was also shocked. Naruto, where are we going? Go and meet your grandsons and granddaughters. Naruto chuckled. At this time, Boruto just arrived, he looked at Namikaze Minato and Xin Junei standing at the door, and opened his mouth wide in surprise. It's true. Boruto, who had seen the photo of the two of them, raised his head in a hurry, wanting to tell Naruto something in 7th generation, but a tear fell on his head ahead of time. Dad. Mom. The tears in Naruto's eyes couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 104. Xin Junei and Minato never dreamed that they would see such a scene. There are two Narutos who don't say anything, but one of them actually calls them mom and dad? Xin Junei was still panicking, but Minato seemed to understand something. He glanced at the slightly older 7th generation Naruto and the boy Naruto beside him, suppressing the shock in his heart, that is to say, have we come to the future time and space? Only in the future time and space will it be possible to see the peaceful Konoha, the grown-up Naruto, and their grandchildren. Could it be that the magic circle I discovered is actually something that can travel through time and space? Xin Junei looked at the 7th generation Naruto and the somewhat shy Boruto Sunflower in front of him with mixed feelings. That is to say, they are really my family. Naruto nodded, yes, Mom, this guy, I'm afraid he doesn't know you've been resurrected. Naruto, who was wiping away tears, was stunned when he heard this. What? Mom wasn't brought back from the past time and space by you, but was 08 resurrected. He looked at Xin Junei and Minato in shock, and muttered to himself, even in the 4th Ninja World War, only Madara was resurrected with Rinnegan. As if thinking of something, the 7th generation Naruto looked at the young Naruto with complicated eyes. Naruto. Why don't you tell Mom and Dad to come into the room and talk? Gentle Hinata said softly. This sentence reminded Naruto of the 7th generation, and he hurriedly dragged Xin Junei and Minato home. This child, no matter what time and space he is in, is very reckless. Junei laughed while cupping his face. Even so, it still looks cute. And the granddaughter is also very cute. Minato's heart almost melted. Naruto actually married the daughter of the Hyuga family. It looks like there is a story. Who said it wasn't? This kid actually has such a good fortune. I really didn't expect it. It seems that I have been worrying for nothing for so many years. Junei breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, are you really fourth Hokage? Boruto asked curiously as soon as he entered the door. Yeah, it's just that he passed away too early and didn't have time to see you. Minato was a little embarrassed. After all, as Hokage who has been in power for a short time, it is really not too glorious. But I know Grandpa's ninjutsu is very cool. Sunflower threw herself into Minato's arms. Seeing such a gentle and handsome grandpa, how could Sunflower not like it? Seeing the scene of the two of them embracing each other, everyone present smiled with relief. This should have been a scene that could have been seen a few years ago, but seeing it now, it has to be emotional. Okay, now this home is complete. Naruto sighed, as long as I'm here, you can travel back anytime, so stay here with peace of mind. Let them enjoy this hard-earned good time. Yeah. Boruto nodded immediately as he enjoyed Junei's hug. The few people were quickly pulled into the living room, the warm sunlight shone on them, and the home was unusually warm. Hey! When Naruto wanted to go to the bathroom, Naruto of the 7th generation patted him on the shoulder. You can revive mom and dad, so you have already got the Rinnegan. Moreover, he could feel the powerful aura of the boy in front of him. This feeling was the same as when he broke out the power of Sage of Six Paths in the 4th Ninja World War. Could it be that Naruto in the past time and space has far surpassed his current strength? Naruto, head of 7th generation, expressed his curiosity. Not only that, but now I am the 5th Hokage. Naruto laughed. This shocked Naruto, the head of the 7th generation. Although the boy in front of him was the same as himself, his strength might be quite different from his own. Lead the village to a brighter future. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, showed a silly smile. By the way, Naruto. Minato suddenly shouted, did you tell the 1st generation where we went? Wouldn't it be good for us to come to this time and space rashly and let them fight? Junei waved his hand and said there is no problem, let that guy 3rd Hokage wipe his A, he treated Naruto so badly before. Junei. Minato was speechless. Huh? Is there something wrong with Konoha in your time and space? Why do I hear battles in 1st generation? 7th generation Naruto was a little confused. It stands to reason that it is impossible for the 1st Hokage to exist at the time when the boy Naruto appeared. Ah, our great Naruto doesn't know yet, Junei said with a smile, when Naruto resurrected us, he also resurrected 1st Hokage. Before we came, it was the 4 major powers who summoned the ninja coalition to besiege Konoha, so we had to let 1st Hokage fight. As if thinking of something, Junei was also a little helpless. Actually, it's more about crushing the 4 kingdoms and 4 shadows than fighting, right Minato? Junei, who had seen the battle scene in 1st Hokage, felt that he might never forget that scene. After all, the moves are too gorgeous and exaggerated, making it hard for people to forget. The 4 great powers besieged Konoha. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, was stunned. He never thought that Konoha would be besieged one day. For so many years, everyone has played dirty tricks at most. Only when the Xiao organization appeared, did they unite together. What heinous thing did you do that made them 160 unable to help but join forces? Bullying Konoha. Naruto scratched his hair with a smile, it's nothing, just captured all the tailed beasts from all over the world back to Konoha. Catch all the tail beasts back to Konoha. That's all. 7th generation Naruto's intuitive worldview is on the verge of collapse. Shock. Xiao organization is by my side. Akatsuki organizes the tail scratcher to revive 10 tails, what are you doing with the tail scratcher? Naruto from 7th generation poked him. Don't tell him it's just for fun. Naruto thought for a while, whispered, for the power of 6 paths. You know, it's the support that the old man 6 paths gave you during the 4th Ninja World War. What? Naruto's eyes widened in the eyes of 7th generation. Although he felt that the aura around him was very familiar just now, he did not expect that the young Naruto in front of him had really reached the realm of 6 paths. It seems that although we are one person, the clown, seems to be myself. 7th generation Naruto was embarrassed by myself. There's an inexplicable sense of frustration, what's going on? Okay Naruto. Hinata walked over and rubbed his hair symbolically, our family finally got together, don't be so depressed. Naruto, grass. Inexplicably, I was fed a handful of dog food by myself. Chapter 105. Minato and Junei lived in Naruto's home in 7th generation, and they were very satisfied just watching Boruto and Sunflower practicing ninjutsu every day. This is like the mode of a mother-in-law who has entered an ordinary family and takes care of her children. Although it is ordinary, it is very happy. And Naruto, as the only person who knows the handprints of the Dragon Vein teleportation array, naturally stayed here to bring Minato and his wife back. That being said, Naruto is actually somewhat selfish. After all, he could hand over the crossing handprint to his father, but the reason why he didn't do so was because of another matter. That is Boruto's Chunin exam is coming soon. That boy Boruto, I really don't know how many abilities he has. Naruto laughed. What kind of strength will the little guy who has always hated his father's 7th generation identity show at this time? Naruto is not optimistic about it. After all, no matter how he behaves, it is not as good as in the original book. When Naruto Chunin took the exam, he directly scored 1000 years of death to break Gaara's defense. In the words of the internet brother, the current Boruto has no idea what his father Naruto has gone through. Just one kid. Naruto wandered in the venue of the Chunin exam. Because of the relationship between Naruto and him in 7th generation, now he only needs to wear a mask to get in and watch Boruto's Chunin exam in person. Naturally, Minato and Usse and Junei, who are Boruto's Iron fans, also followed in wearing masks. The Chunin exam is still divided into 2 parts, a written test and an interview. Written exams in different sessions and years have different examiners and exam content. In the age of Boruto, Nara Shikamaru is the only person who can be called a person with a very high IQ. So, Shikamaru is still the chief examiner of this Chunin exam, although it is very troublesome. The rest of Konoha Xiaoqiang acted as the principal and assisted Shikamaru to complete the written test. The rapid development of electronic products in the Boruto era is naturally different from the written test environment of Naruto at that time, requiring everyone to sit in the classroom and do papers. The environment of the Boruto written test is much simpler. All ninjas participating in the Chunin exam stand in a square team, and in front of them is a giant display screen. Brush. Several flags fell, and the examiners Shikamaru and Sai stood in front of the crowd. Okay. Start the first game now. Minato, where is our Boruto? The written test venue was set up on the hillside, and outsiders were not allowed to visit, but Minato couldn't bear Usse and Junei's acting like a baby, so he had to follow her in order to prevent her from causing any trouble. The 2 of them covered their faces, lying on the mountain peaks in the distance and watching. There, look. Minato finally saw Boruto's figure. Boruto, who was standing in the line, didn't know that his grandfather and the others followed him, and he had a resolute expression on his face. Wait and see, Dad, I will show you my true strength. Even the grandfather, who is the 4th Hokage, is amazed by the strength. He clenched his fists in thought. What he didn't know was that Minato and the 2 kept praising Boruto and Sunflower because they hadn't seen their grandson for a long time. It has nothing to do with strength or anything. At this time, even if Boruto is asked to do radio gymnastics, the Minato couple will feel that the child is strong and flexible. Zhou Liangna turned her face slightly, contemptuously. Come on, Boruto, your grandpa has passed away long ago, how can people praise your strength? You. Damn it. The 2 often quarreled, but this time it was just lip service. Those who took the Chunin exam with the 2 of them naturally had other children of Xiaoqiang. Koji's daughter Akamika Daidi. Sai and Ino's son, Yamanaka Jingzhen. Naturally, there is also Uncle Snake's son Mizuki. Seeing that everyone was standing in line, the examiners Shikamaru and Sai looked at their own children, more nervous than them. After all, they couldn't be more clear about what these brats usually look like. Can you pass the exam? Shikamaru looked at his son Shikade. Well, at this point, you can only rely on yourself. Okay. Start the first race. Brush. 2 canvases fell down again, and in front of the examination room, 2 covered squares were opened. The exam questions are different every year, tending to the cooperation between the teams, and the ninjas thinking about the meaning of the word companion. This time Shikamaru chose something else that should be noted. 3 people from each team must be on the side of what you think is the correct answer, Sai exclaimed. So, that's the question. With one finger in his hand, today's first question appeared on the screen above his head. In the ninja strategy story in the 5th volume, the question of right and wrong, the password for the 5th volume is Moon Tianya, mountain, river, flower, honey, right or wrong. As soon as this question came out, most of the genin who took the exam were confused. What kind of story is this? I have never heard of it. You know what? I feel like this question is so difficult. No way, is this year's Chunin exam going to fail again? Hi. During the Fangzhan, various negative emotions kept coming, and Boruto gritted his teeth. Do you know the answer, Sarana? I remember you read that novel. At this time, he and Miyu had to unite to answer. I have indeed read it, but I only read the 4th volume, I didn't even know there was a 5th volume. Zhou Liangna lowered her head and thought, feeling a little helpless. Then it's better for us to give up. Miyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Liangna's expression suddenly became serious. No, I want to be Hokage. Boruto, how do you think my father would choose? It should be wrong. Ha ha ha, these things never follow common sense. Zhou Liangna raised her eyebrows. Then let's choose the right one. Si, who got Zhao, Yu Yi smiled and followed her. Then choose the right one. Boruto. The 3 of them stood in a square formation with the correct column marked. Soon, everyone stood in line and the answer was announced. The genin of the square array on the left side of Psi is wrong, and the right side is right. But when the answer was announced, the traps in the square formations on both sides appeared at the same time, and all the genins standing in the two square formations fell down. Many ninjas have already fallen into the inkwell at the lowest end of the trap. As long as they fall into the inkwell, it will undoubtedly be the moment of defeat for the game. Ah, we were wrong. Boruto yelled. Is this the end? He closed his eyes reluctantly. Just at this time, a rope was wrapped around his waist. Mizuki stretched out his arms and grabbed Sarana, and Sarana used the rope to pull Boruto's body up. Chapter 106. Hi. Naruto, who was wearing a mask and staying in the monitoring room with Naruto of 7th generation, who watched the whole process of the first exam, sighed. That guy Boruto always had no fighting spirit, but at the critical moment he chose to let the tragedy happen. If Zhou Yang hadn't helped him, he might have been eliminated by now. This child. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, patted his forehead helplessly. Hey, there's no need to worry so much, they're still children. Naruto said with a smile, and there was something of an elder in his words. Hey. New here. Izumo, who went to the monitoring room to get the information, entered the door and saw Naruto's arm resting on Naruto's shoulder from the 7th generation. The two sat side by side watching the monitoring, like brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, when entering the monitoring room just now, Lord 7th Hokage said that the strange ninja next to him was a newcomer transferred from another place, so he was a little unfamiliar. They are newcomer ninjas supported by 7th Hokage. Naturally, these ninjas have nothing to say, but they still have to pay attention to the safety of 7th Hokage. So from the moment I met Naruto, Izumo, the guard ninja who guards the main entrance of Konoha village all the year round, paid special attention to Naruto who was covering his face. At this time, seeing that he is so ignorant of etiquette that he is like a brother and brother with Lord 7th Hokage, he naturally wants to stop him. 007 You were sent by Master 7th Hokage to protect Master Hokage, how can you sit with Master Hokage and watch the surveillance? Izumo said, and he pointed to the 7th generation behind Naruto, stand behind Mr. Hokage to show respect. I'm still 5th Hokage, why don't you say you respect me? Naruto rolled his eyes inwardly. Uncle Izumo, you should go out and do some work. If we don't understand, don't join in. Knowing the reason, Naruto from 7th generation smoothed things over in the middle, well, actually, I don't really care, besides, this ninja can give some advice for the examination room work. Izumo, don't be so nervous. Izumo, who was a little dissatisfied at first, saw that Naruto from 7th generation had spoken, and nodded immediately, yes, I understand. He looked back at Naruto, who was covering his face, and frowned. Strangeness. That boy's voice seems to have been heard somewhere. After thinking for a long time without any result, Izumo shook his head, and finally went out with the materials. Konoha's ninjas are still as dedicated as ever. Naruto was speechless. Okay, let's look at Boruto's performance, that child always makes me worry, and Zarina, hey. In 7th generation, Naruto has become an old father who worries about his children. Naruto already knew the plot development, he was not very interested in Boruto's Chunin exam. During this somewhat boring time, Naruto propped his chin, I don't know when Otsutsuki Kim and Otsutsuki Momo will appear. Maybe it wouldn't be boring if they were there. Calculate the time, it should be soon. Outside Konoha village. A sturdy figure 2 meters high floated in the air, his eyes were white, most of his face was covered by clothes, and the grey clothes fluttered all over his body. On his shoulders, sat a thin figure. Unlike the big man, he has a single ponytail on his head and seems to be wearing a light veil. He looks arrogant and looks into Konoha village. The two are exactly Otsutsuki Kim and Otsutsuki Momo. They came to collect the tail beast chakra, in order to make the sacred tree bloom again. Scanning the front with a pair of white eyes, Otsutsuki said with a smile, this is the village where Juxing is. Otsutsuki Kim has the power to perceive chakra, and when he heard what Mamashi said, he nodded. Make no mistake, this Jinchuriki is here. Then, go and hunt for his life. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said slowly, the words fell, and the hollow released by Otsutsuki Kim's white eyes brought the two of them to Konoha village. At this time, Boruto and Genin are still listening to Sai explaining why people who are stained with ink, Abe, will be eliminated. What, it turned out to be like this. Boruto wiped his cold sweat, thinking that if Zhou Liangna hadn't made a move just now, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. It turned out that she helped at the critical moment. This made Boruto, who has always thought highly of himself, very awkward. Suddenly. Hey? Do you see what that is? Someone behind me exclaimed in surprise, only heard the wind blowing in my ears, I don't know when. Otsutsuki Kim, holding Otsutsuki peach pose, had already appeared at the scene of the Chunin exam. Otsutsuki Kim's 5 fingers glowed red, and he punched the ground violently. The numbness under the feet gradually increased, and before everyone could react, a strong thrust was blasted centered on Otsutsuki Kim. Boom! Cracks in the spider web unfolded layer by layer, quickly covering the entire Chunin examination room, and Boruto and the others were all driven 100 meters away by that powerful thrust. Good, so painful. Boruto slammed his head against a certain rock, and couldn't help crying out in pain. After being slapped 100 meters away by the powerful force, Sarana and Mitsuki, who were beside him, fought at the fastest speed state. The two resisted the pain on their bodies. Damn it, who are they? At the same time, the Minato couple who had been secretly watching Boruto from a distance also saw this scene. Even though they were separated by nearly 1,000 meters, they seemed to be able to feel the strong pressure brought by those two people. Boruto. Seeing that Boruto seemed to have fallen down, Nanjuyuan took off the telescope in his hand and shouted anxiously. What the hell is going on here, Minato? I don't want anything to happen to my grandson, let's go and have a look. Minato knew that the two of them were not good friends, but how could he just watch Boruto in danger? Even without Boruto present, he, the fourth Hokage, couldn't just sit back and watch Konoha being broken into reason. Xinjune, the fact that the other party can sneak in without making a sound is enough to show that they are strong. You just stay here and don't act rashly. I'll go there first. After saying that, he threw out a specially made kunao marked with Flying Thunder God, and his figure appeared in front of Momoshiki and Jinchi. In the monitoring room, seeing the familiar figure, Naruto stood up abruptly. Grass, it's really here. Otsutsuki Kim and Otsutsuki Momo for two. Master Hokage. Over there in the Chunin examination room. A ninja rushed in through the door, wanting to report the situation. 7th generation Naruto interrupted him just in time. Seeing the scene in the surveillance video, Naruto stood up anxiously and asked Naruto, who are they? Do you know them? Chapter 107. Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you remember? Naruto narrowed his eyes. These two people are from the same place as Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Kagaya did not hand over the chakra fruit to the Otsutsuki main family after 1,000 years, so the Otsutsuki main family will send Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kim, and Otsutsuki Urashiki to Earth to find Kagaya's whereabouts. They want to replant the sacred tree by reclaiming the tailed beast chakra in Jinchuriki. These two people who appeared in the Chunin examination room are exactly two of the three, Otsutsuki Jinchi, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It's actually from the same place as Otsutsuki Kagaya. 7th generation's Naruto was shocked. When he defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya back then, he didn't know how much strength he used and how much thought he spent. After finally defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya, now two more people from Otsutsuki Kagaya's family came. It's really entangled. Naruto clenched his fists at the head of the 7th generation, and he immediately waved his hand and told the messenger ninjas in front of him, let everyone quickly evacuate the Chunin examination room, and don't fight with them, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties. Yes. In the 4th Ninja World War before, it is not that no ninja has witnessed the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, that kind of majestic chakra and that powerful power, it is not something that ordinary ninjas can fight against. The ninja who came to report quickly left the monitoring room and spread 7th Hokage's message everywhere. Izumo, the guard ninja at the entrance of Konoha village, also came to report. After hearing Naruto's explanation and 7th Hokage's order, he couldn't help frowning. Who is that new boy? Why can he know so much information that Konoha doesn't? Why does Master 7th Hokage believe in the words of this newcomer so much? He was full of doubts. But due to the urgent situation, he naturally couldn't stay in the monitoring room for too long, and without hesitation, Izumo disappeared in the monitoring room in the blink of an eye. I believe Dad has already arrived at the Chunin examination room, let's go there quickly. Naruto proposed. Naruto of the 7th generation exchanged glances with him, and the two figures disappeared together. Chunin exam room. Cold wind Xiao Se, in the entire Chunin examination room, after a few jonin delivered the message from Lord 7th Hokage, many people had quietly evacuated. Masked Minato stood not far from Otsutsuki Kim and Otsutsuki Momo, watching each other cautiously. Little did he know that the way he appeared using the Flying Thunder God technique aroused the curiosity of the few jonins who came to evacuate the crowd. It turned out to be the Flying Thunder God technique created by Master 2nd Hokage. Who the hell is that person? No, Master 4th Hokage was once named Golden Flash, which is named after the superb technique used by the Flying Thunder God technique, perhaps? Don't make wild guesses. A jonin team leader who was responsible for the evacuation of the Chunin examination room had a serious expression on his face. After seeing Shikamaru and Sai quietly leading the genins to the evacuation point, he turned his attention to Minato. Now we have no spare power to bring him back. If he really has the strength equivalent to Master 4th Hokage, it's up to him. It is already a miracle that they were able to take away all the genins from the Chunin examination room. For some reason, the two intruders standing in Chunin's examination room didn't seem to intend to stop genin from leaving. In other words, their purpose is not genin. Grandpa. Boruto, who was being dragged away by Sai, couldn't help shouting back. After he had just endured a wave of shock, he had a sense of fear for the strength of those two people. When standing in front of those two people, it was like gazing into the abyss alone. It was empty and deep, like an endless sea, and people couldn't see the limit of their strength. Did his fourth Hokage grandpa have to face those two horrible people alone? Boruto has just spent a few days with Minato, the grandfather, and doesn't want him to leave. Come back, Boruto. Shikamaru, with cold sweat on his forehead, grabbed Boruto, who was about to turn back. He tightly covered Boruto's mouth, and dragged him directly into the escape hole. Although I don't know who the grandfather this kid is talking about, but if he wants to go back, he will definitely die. Above the Chunin examination room. Otsutsuki-jin looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him, and he frowned. This man is not Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but his strength is not bad. That's why you dare to stand in front of us. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was sitting on Otsutsuki Kim's body, smiled disdainfully. 0, seeking flowers. 0. 5 bright red rays of light danced on the fingertips, and Otsutsuki-jin's body was wrapped in purple lightning, and the crackling sound exploded in the air. The moment Otsutsuki Momoshiki temporarily separated from Otsutsuki Kim, Otsutsuki Kim's figure disappeared in place. Even though Minato's eyes kept following his figure, it still felt difficult. So fast. The sound of thunder and lightning exploded all around my ears. The move used by Otsutsuki-jin is probably the same as Raikage's move of using lightning as armor, covering the whole body with lightning to increase his movement speed. Coming. A raise-non was condensed in Minato's hand, and when Otsutsuki Kim's gamma came, the kunao with the flying thunder god mark thrown out of his hand also appeared behind Kim. Just like the blow Minato faced Obito on the night of the Nine Tails riot, Minato's figure instantly appeared behind Otsutsuki Kim. The spiral pill in his hand slapped him directly on the back. Otsutsuki Kim didn't look back, the red circle behind him changed shape instantly and turned into a barrier to block Minato's raise-non. At the same time, a blood-red knife and axe appeared in the hands of Otsutsuki Kim, which was the same tool as the red circle behind him, and it was a weapon inherited from the ancestors of Otsutsuki Kim. Not only has one form, but also can create a variety of different equipment attacks. That weapon is named Poway God. The baffle that blocked Minato Rasengan's attack earlier and the blood-red knife and axe that appeared in Otsutsuki's hands were all made by Poway God. Seeing Minato's astonished expression when raise-non was blocked, Otsutsuki Kim swung the blood-red axe in his hand and swung at Minato vigorously without hesitation. The crisis is only in an instant. 1 second before the blood-red sword was about to touch Minato's body disappeared from sight again. Call. Minato, who returned to the original point, was sweating coldly. If he hadn't marked the ground of the Chunin examination room in advance, he might have died just now. There were 2 bang-bangs, and at this time Naruto and the 7th generation's Naruto figure appeared beside Minato. We're late, Dad Towel. Chapter 108. Minato, who was struggling a bit, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 Narutos coming. Be careful, the man in front of you is a bit strong. Minato has no memory of Otsutsuki Kagaya, let alone that the 2 people in front of him are actually aliens. He only knows that if he continues to fight like this, he may not be able to bear it. What's more, it's just a fight against one of them now. Glancing at the haughty Otsutsuki Momoshi who floated behind Otsutsuki Kim before making a move. Don't worry, Dad. The strength of the 2 people in front of you is really difficult for you, but don't worry. Your son's strength is not what it used to be. Naruto said excitedly, right fist. Dad, you should back off first, these 2 guys are not in the category of normal ninjas, if you continue to fight, Dad will suffer a lot. 7th generation Naruto is older after all, 257 always speaks more maturely. Seeing the 2 sons, one big and one young, blocking him behind, Minato expressed his speechlessness and embarrassment. Anyway, he's also 4th Hokage, what's the matter? It hasn't been weakened after resurrection. How did you end up being a protected object? What the naive Minato doesn't know is that it's not that he's weakened, it's someone else's who gave too much. It's okay, if you are too protective. Dad, my self-esteem will also be damaged. Minato scratched his face, a little embarrassed. I will help you. Well. That's good too. The 2 Naruto nodded in agreement. Shadow clone technique. There was a bang 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 sound, and the small Chunin examination room was instantly filled with Naruto's shadow clone technique. The spiral shuriken in his hand, which was 3 times as large as a millstone, made an ear-piercing sound. The 2 Naruto glanced at each other, and their understanding of themselves allowed them to determine their strategy with just a glance. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was standing across from them, frowned. In his impression, Konoha only has 2 6th level ninjas. One is 7th Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Fox, and the other is the guy named Sasuke. But according to the current perception, he should not be in Konoha village. Only. Staring at the masked boy Naruto standing on Minato's left, his brows were deeply frowned. Illusion? Why do I always feel that this guy in front of me is stronger than 7th Hokage? 3 6th level ninjas. Otsutsuki Kim also realized. He instantly came to Otsutsuki Momoshika's side, and the two of them were floating in the air, not knowing what was going on for a while. Go on. This stinky fox, I am determined to win it, and I can't come here for nothing. Otsutsuki Momo smiled contemptuously. So what if there is an extra 6 paths ninja, they are the same. This kind of thought has not yet been fully formed, and I saw 2 golden figures flashing above the Chunin examination room, one in front and one behind. Otsutsuki-jin crossed his arms to block in front of him, and was about to forcibly bear the blow of Naruto from 7th generation. Unexpectedly, after the instant sprint, the 2 figures held hands and used the inertia to throw the latter's figure directly into the air. The spiral shuriken in the flying 7th generation Naruto's hand squeaked, and before Otsutsuki could react, it had already slapped on his body. But before it could be touched, the figure of Otsutsuki Kim disappeared in vain. In the next second, a blood-red sword and axe had been cut out from behind Naruto of the 7th generation. Naruto of the 7th generation turned around in horror, and smiled coldly when the blade was only a few centimeters away from his neck. On him, the mark of the flying thunder god has been planted. The figure of the young Naruto appeared in an instant, facing Otsutsuki Kim who was attacking with a big sword and axe. He slapped the raised non-shuriken that he had prepared in his hand. This ultimate switch left Otsutsuki Kim with no room to react at all, and even Hollow didn't use it. Boom! As Otsutsuki Kim's strong and tall body was slapped on the ground inside the spiral shuriken, a strong vibration came from the ground. A large piece of ground collapsed, and the originally flat ground within 100 meters was beyond recognition. Rumble! The muffled sound of the shock scattered Otsutsuki Kim was directly pressed firmly to the sunken ground. What? Otsutsuki Momoshiki just felt bad. He looked at the 7th generation Naruto who was coming towards him, and stretched out his right hand. The Rinnegan located in the palm of the right hand opened, completely absorbing the Raise-Non in the hand of 7th generation's Naruto, and he flew up and kicked it sideways. Boom! Shadow clone disappears. The shadow clones from all directions had a Raise-Non in their hands, and the moment they rushed towards Otsutsuki in a peachy form, all the shadow clones disappeared in front of the Sharingan with a bang. The figure of Naruto in 7th generation kicked out in the smoke and dust. Otsutsuki started to block with a peach style, and the 2 body skills were entangled together, hitting from top to bottom, from front to back. The 2 seemed to have turned into 2 after-images, shuttling back and forth above the Chunin examination room. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kim under him did not move, Naruto naturally joined the fight between the 2. Within a moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was overwhelmed by the taijutsu entanglement of the 2 men and was unable to fight back. With his left hand open, it was another Rinnegan. The spiral shuriken absorbed just now appeared to grow exponentially. Otsutsuki Momoshiki lifted the spiral shuriken the size of tailed beast bomb over his head, and threw it towards Naruto and Naruto of the 7th generation. SHHHHH. The overly huge spiral shuriken was still expanding during the flight, and when it reached the 2 Narutos, it was almost the same as the one that cut the sacred tree that day. Facing such a powerful force, Naruto holds the bitter hand marked with the flying thunder god mark in his hand. This is how Minato transferred the 9 tails tailed beast bomb that day, if you only need to transfer the spiral shuriken to other places. Just thinking like this, Minato's figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them, with the tall body blocking the front. 5.0 Naruto, let me come, these 2 are too strong, I may not be able to help you, you still need to fight them. After all, Minato raised the knuckles in his hands, and the hurricane generated by the giant spiral shuriken made Minato squint his eyes. Under the dazzling brilliance, the figures of Raise-Non Shuriken and Minato disappeared in the Chunin examination room. In the next second, the slope above the Chunin exam made a loud noise. Minato. Seeing Minato's figure, Xi and Junei ran over in a hurry, and seeing the 100-meter deep pit blasted by the transferred spiral shuriken in the distance, Xi and Junei's forehead was sweating coldly. It was hard for her to imagine what the consequences would be if this attack exploded in the Chunin examination room. I'm fine. Minato took a few breaths before saying. He turned his head and looked worriedly into the examination room. I don't know what happened to Naruto and the others. Chapter 109. Just when he looked back to the arena of the Chunin exam, he saw Naruto and Naruto from 7th generation raised their fists together, and directly hammered Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the face head-on. What's going on? Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who flew out, finally stood a few meters away steadily, rubbing his slightly hot cheeks, as if he had seen a ghost. Where did the spiral shuriken that was so big just now go? Why did these 2 people rush over directly? At this time, after the rumbling sound from 1,000 meters away, and the loss of a cage-level ninja at the scene, he finally understood. Otsutsuki Kim has already recovered and appeared beside Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Seeing that Otsutsuki Kim had almost recovered, Otsutsuki Momoshiki wiped the corner of his mouth that had been punched. He snorted coldly, humph. This place is really useless. You 2 humans, do you dare to go to other places with us to try? It wasn't that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was afraid of destroying Konoha's environment, but he realized that although Minato was only cage level, it was far from the 6 paths level. But facing two 6 paths level ninjas, 08 plus the cage level ninjas troublesome teleportation ninjutsu will all bring big troubles to this battle. Kin. Naruto loosened his wrist, nodded and smiled. Why didn't he know what Otsutsuki Momoshiki was thinking at this time, but if he continued to fight, it might really cause large-scale irreversible damage to Konoha. It's okay to make a few big holes, but if it hurts the ninjas, I'm afraid the loss outweighs the gain. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, turned his head and asked in a low voice, how can you guarantee that they didn't set a trap? Since Naruto became the 7th Hokage, he has some strategic thinking, and he is much more stable, and he is no longer as reckless as before. Don't worry. He is someone who knows the plot well. With the air hollow around Otsutsuki Kim, both Otsutsuki Momoki disappeared in place, and Naruto followed closely behind. After several people disappeared, the Chunin examination room suddenly became quiet. Call. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief after seeing several people disappear in the examination room. What kind of battle is that? The two intruders absorbed all of Naruto's ninjutsu in an instant, and even magnified it several times and turned it back. If the ninja hadn't reacted quickly and spread the ninjutsu to other places in time, I'm afraid that the current Chunin examination room would have been turned upside down long ago. But when I think about the ninjutsu used by that ninja just now, and the raise non-shuriken Shikamaru used by the guy who fought with Naruto from the 7th generation during the battle, I have a lot of doubts in my heart. The rookie next to Hokage-sama is even stronger than Hokage-sama. Right. Izumo didn't know when he appeared behind Shikamaru. He stared at the examination room where the fight had been, with a serious expression. Well, I can only say that that guy is not a threat to Konoha. Cold sweat rolled down Shikamaru's forehead. Fortunately, that guy is not a threat to Konoha, otherwise the current Konoha must be much stronger than those two intruders in destroying Konoha. In a different space. Otsutsuki Kim's body became real, and Otsutsuki sat on his shoulder in Momoshiki, looking leisurely at the two people opposite. He naively thought that without Minato's help, Naruto's overall strength would drop a lot, so after coming to this different space, he relaxed instead. What he doesn't know is that there are no other ninjas here at this time, and there are no other different spaces of Konoha buildings, which is just the best time for them to let themselves go, without suppressing their own strength. Let's have a blast together, Naruto. 7th generation Naruto is full of blood. Since the end of the ninja war, he hasn't had a chance to relax for a long time. After the battle just now, his old blood was completely burned. Yeah, the warm-up exercise was done just right. Now is the time to show off your skills. Seeing the two Narutos not retreating but advancing, Otsutsuki Momo floated in midair and left Kim. Kin, kill them all. After all, Otsutsuki Kim's heavy man drew a long-handled axe from his back, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki also decided not to watch the battle. The white hair behind him quickly fluffed up, the golden Rinnegan on his forehead was opened, the Rinnegan in the center of his palms became blood red that could suck other people's chakra, and the uneven black condensed on the surface of his body. This is his unique fighting state, which can make his strength qualitatively enhanced in an instant. While Otsutsuki rushed over with the long-handled axe in his hand, he quickly entangled, and the black stick shot in his hand flew towards Naruto, the 7th generation. Despair. The hands of the two were put together. Naruto had quick eyes and quick hands, and directly used the 7th generation eye. Naruto used him in the Otsutsuki Peach pose while passing the black stick. I'll solve one first. After all, he dodged Otsutsuki Kim's knife and axe. The big man Kim raised his palm, the red chakra dancing on his 5 fingers undoubtedly no longer indicated the strength of this blow, and coupled with Kim's oppressive power. As his blow exploded, the ground behind Naruto's side cracked like a landslide. Unable to succeed with a single blow, Jin unleashed multiple fierce moves in a row, all of which were dodged by Naruto. During the dodging process, the magnet-style raise-non in his hand condensed and slapped Otsutsuki Jin's body with a slap. Otsutsuki Kim, who has always been taciturn, was shocked. He tried to move his body, but found that his body seemed to have been sealed and he could not move. One-tail Shuhi's sealing ability. Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes dangerously, staring at Naruto 423 as if to tear him apart on the spot. Kings. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was entangled with 7th generation's Naruto, felt resentful that Otsutsuki Kim lost the ability to fight so quickly. He already knew that the guy Jin was facing was powerful, but because the Fox Jinchuriki in front of him kept pestering him closely, he couldn't go to Jin's side to support him. The double strength of Big Ball Raise Non cast by Vice Admiral 7th generation Naruto returned back. He gritted his teeth. Go to hell, you old fox. The Big Ball Raise Non, which is comparable in size to two-tailed beast bombs, flew towards Naruto of the 7th generation, and the chakra color mapped by the Big Ball Raise Non was reflected in the eyes of Naruto of the 7th generation. To the surprise of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, 7th generation Naruto didn't dodge, just like the last time he didn't try to dodge his Raise Non shuriken. Otsutsuki's peachy eyelids twitched, and his intuition told him that things were not that simple. Just as this idea jumped out, as expected, Naruto's figure appeared directly in front of the big ball raised non that was about to hit Naruto in 7th generation. Without using Flying Thunder God to transfer big ball raised non away, chakra surge around Naruto, 6th Sage mode is on. He flew up and instantly kicked the big ball raised non that should have hit the two of them back, and returned it to Otsutsuki Momo. Chapter 110. In the original book, Naruto, who has mastered the 6th Sage mode, can kick the truth-seeking ball away with one kick. Why can't Raise Non play big ball at this time? 7th generation Naruto knew that Naruto would use ninjutsu to resolve this trick, but he didn't expect this guy to be so tough. I couldn't help opening my mouth wide. This guy is even worse than me back then. The enlarged version of Big Ball Raise Non covering the sky and covering the sun has already become like a planetary devastation during the rotation process, squeezing towards Otsutsuki Peach pose with huge pressure. How can that be? Otsutsuki Kim has been sealed by magnet-style Raise Non, unable to move, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki can no longer rely on Kim Hollow's ability. Doda's cold sweat hung on his forehead, and he stretched out his palm to absorb the power in front of him, but it was obvious that it was impossible for such a huge chakra-realized ninjutsu to disappear in a short time. Rumble. Big Ball Raise Non hits Otsutsuki Peach directly. The cracking sound that resounded throughout the different space spread in the different space, rocks burst, and there were bursts of muffled thunder between the sky and the earth. The ground under the feet of the two Narutos seemed to be split into several cracks. Don't want. Otsutsuki's desperate sound came from a distance. When the explosion exploded in the distance, Naruto of the 7th generation noticed the sealed Otsutsuki Kim, and his expression was startled. Didn't you return the tailed beasts you captured to the big countries? He saw at a glance that the power of the seal Otsutsuki Kim came from one tail shrine crane. After all, during the 4th Ninja World War, he used the power of one tail to seal Uchiha Madara's clone. Now Naruto can still use the power of the crane, that is to say, there is chakra with a tailed beast in Naruto. Naruto turned his head, with a natural look on his face. No, why do I have to pay back what I managed to get back? God, it was so hard to catch it back. That's someone else's tailed beast, okay? Naruto, the head of 7th generation, suddenly felt unable to understand himself in front of him. Didn't you say before that because you captured the tailed beasts of other countries, the major countries used ninja coalition forces to attack Konoha? The meaning of Naruto's words in 7th generation is obvious. Normal people will return the tailed beasts in such a dangerous situation. He also took it for granted, so when Naruto mentioned this matter that day, he didn't ask deeply. But looking at Naruto's expression now, 7th generation's Naruto always felt that this kid would not play cards according to common sense. Sure enough, under the scrutiny of Naruto from 7th generation, Naruto spread his hands. What's wrong with the Ninja Alliance? If you want to fight, then fight. I will be afraid. With Senjo Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, guarding Konoha, and with his power of 6 paths, Hokage is in charge, will he lose? 7th generation Naruto. Well, do you know that this will bring Konoha to the opposite side of the major countries, so that Konoha will become the public enemy of the ninja world, BD. Naruto continued to spread his hands. So? What does it have to do with me? Why should I consider issues from the standpoint of the weak? It seems that there is nothing wrong with this. Naruto of 7th generation, who couldn't find an excuse, scratched his face and let out an embarrassed laugh. Ah ha ha ha, I was really bohemian in the past. Are you kidding? While the two were chatting, Otsutsuki Momoshiki crawled out of the deep hole that Big Ball Raise Non just blasted out, bruised and in a mess. However, anger was burning in his heart, and the eyes that looked at the two Naruto seemed to be able to spew out fire. He stood on tiptoe, his muscles tensed, and his strength burst out in an instant. Otsutsuki's Tao-style figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and two sections of gangsters in his hands that could seal the strength of others shot out towards 7th generation's Naruto, and his figure was already wrapped around Naruto. Naruto of 7th generation was unexpected. He was scratched by the gangster in one of the blows. Although he was not seriously injured, he fell for a few seconds at that painful moment, and then looked up to see that Naruto and Otsutsuki Momoji were already entangled and fighting together. Otsutsuki's peach pose is extremely fast, and Naruto's speed is not too slow. The two of them turned into two after images, sometimes in mid-air, and sometimes on the broken sacred tree. Bang bang bang! Numerous deep pits were smashed into the ground, and in the competition of physical skills, even against the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto did not lose at all. One-handed seal, multiple shadow clone open. Two bang bangs, two Raise Non shurikens in the hands of shadow clone have been rubbed, followed by 7th generation Naruto, who also turned on 6-path sage mode. The super Uzumaki Raise Non in his hand rotates at high speed. Facing the sudden power, Otsutsuki's first reaction in doji was to stretch out his right hand, and use the Rinnegan in his palm to absorb the 3 Raise Non that followed. He just suffered a blow from Big Ball Raise Non, but he still remembers it clearly, so he doesn't want to bear this blow again. And Naruto had already seen through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's thoughts, and he shot so frequently that Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no time to free his right hand even in the few seconds before the attack came. Damn, this guy has been pestering my right side. Otsutsuki grits his teeth so he doesn't have time to use his right hand Rinnegan. Was it hit by those 3 Rasenons with extraordinary strength, or was he punched away by Naruto, who has the power of 6 paths? No matter which option is chosen, the result must be that his Otsutsuki Momoshiki gets hurt. Hateful. During these few seconds, Otsutsuki Momoshiki has never hated Otsutsuki Kim's guy who was sealed early. If he hadn't lost his ability to fight, he wouldn't have fought so hard. Gritting his teeth, Otsutsuki crossed his arms in peach style, the right hand absorbing ninjutsu aimed at Naruto of 7th generation and the 2 clones behind him, and the left hand releasing ninjutsu aimed at Naruto. A blow-wind style burst out from the left hand. At the same time, Otsutsuki Momo style's right hand began to absorb the incoming Rasennon attack, Li Hao. When the Super Uzumaki Rasennon and the 2 Rasennon shurikens in Naruto's hand in the 7th generation were absorbed, Naruto, who was supposed to deal with the wind style ejected from his left hand, suddenly disappeared in place. What? Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who thought he had resolved the crisis, looked in shock at Naruto, who appeared next to Naruto in 7th generation. And the Flying Thunder God mark on the bottom of the 7th generation's robe, which had already been marked in the Chunin examination room, was extremely conspicuous. At this moment, looking at another Super Uzumaki Rasennon rubbed out from Naruto's hand, Otsutsuki Momoshiki fell into despair. FJ. It is still too difficult for him to face 2 6 paths level ninjas alone. At this time, there is no time to use the right hand Rinnegan, because the wooden peach poses so far away that he has to turn his head and run. Where to run? Naruto's words fell, and the Super Uzumaki Rasennon in his hand had already patted towards Otsutsuki Momo. Boom. Chapter 111. The Rasennon shuriken in his hand exploded on the ground, directly blasting the Otsutsuki peach pose into the air along with the dirt. Otsutsuki Kim watched everything helplessly, but couldn't do anything. Hateful. Otsutsuki, who had finally climbed out of the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, and the hatred he looked at the 2 Narutos in his eyes burst into flames. After gaining the power of 6 paths, it's ironic that you weak humans can also do this. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt completely unwilling. In his heart, human beings are so weak and incompetent creatures that they can be compared with people of his Otsutsuki blood. Today, he was suppressed to this point. It would be useless to continue fighting. Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew in his heart that these 2 boys had already used the power of Sage of 6 paths flexibly, and their strength could only be greater than their own. Judging from the blow just now, it's useless to escape. In other words, if you want to get out alive, you must be crushed in strength. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance of survival. He has been in a weak position, now, he must find some bargaining chips. Glancing at Otsutsuki Kim, who was sealed by one tail chakra behind Naruto and the others, he narrowed his eyes. He raised his hands, shot out a black stick in each hand, and hit Naruto and the 2 at a fast speed, and then took advantage of the 2 dodging. He flew directly from the sky and reached the Otsutsuki gold around. The right hand absorbs Chakra's palm and aligns with Otsutsuki Kim's. Otsutsuki's peach-like eyes flashed fiercely. There is no way, Mrs. Jin. It is obviously unrealistic to want 2 people to go, and now I can only sacrifice you. After saying that, Rinnegan's palm turned red in an instant, and the majestic chakra poured into Otsutsuki's peach-like palm. And Otsutsuki Kim's eyes were dark and unclear. The brain circuit of the Otsutsuki family is different from that of normal people. Perhaps in the view of Otsutsuki Kim, he also agrees with the idea of Otsutsuki Momo. After a cry of pain, the last trace of chakra from Otsutsuki Kim finally poured into Otsutsuki Momoshi. Absorbed my own companions, how cold-blooded and ruthless. It was the first time for Naruto, the 7th generation, to see this kind of scene, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Anyway, Otsutsuki Kim also exists as a partner. How could it be devoured? It may be that the stronger you are, the more inhumane you are. Within the Otsutsuki clan, you can be very proud of this identity. Naruto, who has watched Boruto's drama, Ice, is not at all panicked, and he said with his ears. Be careful though, the Rinnegan in that guy's head has turned golden. Well, the power possessed by Otsutsuki Kim before will also be mastered by Otsutsuki Momo, so, be careful, 7th generation. Is that so? Naruto, the 7th generation looked a little nervously at the Otsutsuki peach pose that had just been fused in front of him and exuded terrifying hostility, and unconsciously put on a defensive posture. Naruto smiled, it's okay, even if it's a fusion, it's the same dish as before, don't worry. After saying that, he twisted his fists together and loosened his wrists. Naruto had a playful look on his face. UBD. Otsutsuki was floating in the mid-air. At this time, after he absorbed the power of Otsutsuki Jin, he felt full of strength. Behind him, he also began to show the power that only Otsutsuki Jin had behind him. Red ring. And that Naruto guy actually said, his house? Stinky boy. Today I must pull out the fox in your body and strangle it to death. Otsutsuki pulled out a long red stick from his back, held it in his hand, and pointed to the 2 Naruto below. Although I don't know why, 2 ninjas with the strength of 6 paths appeared in front of me, but today is the end of your use of the power of 6 paths. After merging with Otsutsuki Kim, Otsutsuki Momoshiki also has the power of Hollow, which is equivalent to his chance to escape from a different space. Even if he is defeated, he still has a chance to escape, doesn't he? However, what Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't know was that the small calculation in his mind was almost the same as nothing in front of the two of Naruto. After all, in the face of absolute strength, Archangel Doji has no chance of winning. What big talk! I'm upset to hear that. Naruto and Naruto of the 7th generation both formed seals, and Shadow Clone appeared beside them with a few bangs. Several spiral shurikens appeared in the hands of Shadow Clone, and 4 or 5 Shadow Clones took Raise Non shurikens and flew in the direction of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Facing several Raise Non shuriken shots, Otsutsuki moaned coldly, and before the attack was about to arrive, he unfurled a red shield in front of him to nullify the attack. Just wait for your move. Naruto with 6 path Sage mode on kicks towards Otsutsuki, who just unlocked his shield. The figure of Naruto from the 7th generation came later, and when the figure of Otsutsuki Momo style was lifted to the left, he flew from the right. Puff! Otsutsuki Momoshi, who was attacked by 2 Narutos, made a painful sound, perhaps because of the fusion with Otsutsuki Kim. The current Otsutsuki Momoshiki is surprisingly resistant. He raised his hand in resentment, and there was a red chakra jumping on the 5 fingers of his right hand. This is the move of Otsutsuki Jin's punch to smash the chin in examination room. If this blow hits someone else, it will cause double damage to others. Otsutsuki Kim raised his hand, and just as he was about to hit Naruto's abdomen, 7th generation kicked Naruto again, and Otsutsuki's peachy figure flew out completely. Boom! A deep pit was smashed out on the ground, and it took an unknown amount of time before he got up from the hole in the wooden peach pose. I'm so FG, I'm going to kill you. After all, the figure flashed in front of the two very quickly, the bright red stick in his hand stumbled and approached step by step. Otsutsuki Momoshiki chose to use Taijutsu to entangle, and the 2 Naruto responded casually. Naruto, who was still very nervous just now, saw that the Otsutsuki Momoshiki after fusion had this strength, and for some reason, he suddenly relaxed a lot. It's no big deal for you. In 7th generation, Naruto faced the Otsutsuki peach-like attack, and Naruto looked drowsy. Yes, a ninja of this strength is embarrassed to be called Otsutsuki. That's it. In fact, it's not that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is too weak, but that Naruto and Naruto are strong enough to see all the moves used by each other in an instant, so this matchup is extremely easy. You too. Otsutsuki Momoshiki has never hated so much before, as if he wanted to strangle the 2 taunting humans in front of him. He shoots out with 2 black sticks in his hand. Naruto rolls over and dodges. The oversized lava-style Raise Non in his hand is ready. I'm tired of playing, it's almost time to end. Chapter 112. That is. Otsutsuki's peach-like golden Rinnegan reflected the huge spiral shuriken in Naruto's hand, and his nerves tensed. If hit by such a powerful attack, he will definitely die. Thinking that he might die, Otsutsuki Momoshiki shook his head. I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan, how could I die at the hands of these 2 stupid humans? How is it possible? Looking at the distance from Naruto's attack, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart skipped a beat. It's impossible not to show some real power at this time. Thinking this way, he stretched out his palm, and slowly spit out a chakra fruit in the Rinnegan where he can release chakra double. The fruit was bright red and shaped like a peach. If I eat this, maybe I can withstand this blow. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at the fruit in his hand. This was because the chakra that had not been melted after devouring Otsutsuki Kim just now. During the fight just now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki used all of them to make the fruit. Damn, I originally wanted to keep it for later use, but judging from the current situation, if he doesn't eat it, he will be finished. As the giant Raise Non shuriken approached, Otsutsuki's peach-like mouth approached the fruit, about to bite. FK, that's the fruit of the divine tree. Stop him! Naruto yelled, seeing that Rasengan's shuriken was about to attack Otsutsuki's peach pose. His heart was also tense. Are you kidding? It's fruit. It's not worthwhile to be wasted by a corpse. With another oversized Raise Non shuriken in his hand, Naruto accelerated and flew in the direction of Otsutsuki Momo under the forceful swing of Shadow Clone. 2 Raise Non shurikens shot at Otsutsuki Momoshiki at the same time, and the ear-piercing sound of friction against the air made Otsutsuki Momoshiki unable to move normally. While his movements were slowing down, 2 oversized spiral shurikens hit directly on Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Over the opponent's head. Boom! There was an extremely violent noise in the different space. The 1000-meter pit unfolded in a different space, making it impossible for the 2 Narutos to stay in place. The 2 rushed to the broken cross-section of the sacred tree together, only to reduce the strong shock under their feet. Looking at the 1000-meter crater smashed by Rasengan's shuriken in front of him, Otsutsuki's peach-shaped corpse and the uneaten fruit of the sacred tree lay in the very center of the crater. There was smoke and dust all around. It's finally over. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, sighed softly. He thought that after the fusion, the strength of the other party would surpass that of 6 paths, but he didn't expect it to be so mediocre. Seeing that the guy who came here to make trouble in the Chunin examination room got his due right now, this 7th Hokage felt a little relieved. At least there is no need to worry that he will threaten Konoha's ninja. It's really fun to play. Naruto laughed. In the incombustible place of Boruto, he got the opportunity to make good use of his hands, which played a role in regulating his life for him. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that Naruto saw his fight as a sport, he didn't know how to get angry. What's next to Otsutsuki Momoshiki? I remember Naruto saying it's a fruit. 7th generation Naruto set his sights on the falling fruit around Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Well, if you eat that fruit, your strength will increase greatly. Naruto jumped down and took the fruit in his hands. The top priority, let's go back first. Looking at the surrounding environment in different dimensions, Naruto said. After leaving for so long, the Chunin examination room didn't know how chaotic it was. 7th Hokage Naruto also laughed and said, to be honest, I'm a little worried about Boruto and the others. When that kid sees us leaving the Chunin examination room, he will definitely not stay with the teacher honestly. Now he is probably looking for us all over the world. That kid, hey. Just thinking about that scene, Naruto felt dizzy. He looked around, and the environment in a different space reminded him of Obito's space. In this case, you should be able to use the reverse summoning technique to escape. Naruto from 7th generation nodded, understood. During the 4th Ninja World War, he also worked in Obito's space, so he still understands the basic principles. But when Naruto was about to perform summoning technique in 7th generation, Naruto looked at Otsutsuki's peach-like body and suddenly thought of something. Although I already have Otsutsuki Ura-style eyes, but I let Momo-style eyes like this, it's really a pity. He murmured under his breath. 0. Seeking flowers. The use value of a corpse is not high, if you can pry something out of it, it would be great. If we use the reverse summoning technique to escape from here, we may never find a way back to where we came from, and we may never find Otsutsuki Momo's body by then. Is that so? 7th generation Naruto looked at Otsutsuki's peachy corpse, and thought of the golden Rinnegan he used, and the Rinnegan in his hands that could absorb and release chakra. I always felt that my strength was enough to protect Konoha, but think about it carefully, without your help today, it would be a hard fight with Otsutsuki in front of me. Speaking of 7th generation, Naruto frowned, you just said that you already have a Rinnegan from the Otsutsuki family. Naruto nodded, well, the Rinnegan that revived mom and dad was obtained from the Otsutsuki Momo-style clansman. So, can this corpse be brought back to Konoha for research? Naruto looked up at 7th generation and asked Naruto. Although Sasuke among them already owns a Rinnegan, the desire for reincarnation is not so high. However, the household records of the Otsutsuki family are extremely rare. A corpse can have countless data. This may become a new weapon to protect Konoha. Of course it can. But, I know what you're thinking. You just want to dissect this guy, right? Naruto from 7th generation stared blankly, that's natural, is there any other way to use it? Go out and teach you. Naruto smiled confidently, maybe it can bring your strength to a higher level. Going to the next level Naruto from 7th generation repeated blankly, could it be, do you want me to eat that fruit? No need. Naruto shook his head, but naturally he would not say that he wanted to eat the fruit for himself. After all, he has worked hard without credit, so how could he give away the spoils for nothing? Furthermore, Naruto of the 7th generation can only rely on the strength of Otsutsuki Momo's corpse, which is enough for him to dominate one side. Protecting Konoha is a piece of cake. It's a waste of fruit for this man who has settled down and doesn't know the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 113. I see. 7th generation Naruto nodded, not feeling sorry. After all, the fruit is in his hands, and its value cannot be fully utilized. Although he and the young Naruto in front of him have the same appearance, they have different tempers. What he yearned for was peace and stability, but the boy Naruto in front of him, although he didn't show it, was domineering in his heart. This young man who was on the 5th generation goal didn't want Konoha to be strong. Then, let's begin. He bit his finger, clapped his hands to the ground, and explained the situation to Gamagi who came from summoning. Did you actually defeat the 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan? It's amazing. Gamayoshi was still a little childish, he walked around Naruto a few times, and laughed loudly, Naruto, this guy is exactly the same as you before. 7th generation's I name 0 rubbed his head in embarrassment, I can't say that we are exactly the same, I can only say that we are the same person. It's just a different time. Well, it's a bit troublesome to explain, I always start get out. Heimaji nodded, okay. You wait for my good news. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his tongue and wrapped Otsutsuki's peach-shaped corpse in his mouth, stretched out his hand and spread it in front of Naruto, he said vaguely, you are in my hands. I will bring you back to Mount Myaboku. Hi. Naruto said blankly, I have a summoning beast, okay. After that, he bit the blood on his finger and patted the ground with his hands. After the summoning technique seal was spread on the ground, a puff of smoke appeared, and the figure of Toad Bunta appeared in front of him. Huh? Todachi? Why are you here? Old, dead. Heimaji, why do you seem to have grown up suddenly? Because the two Narutos are in different time and space, the summoning beast that signed the contract is naturally not in the same time and space, so Gamabunta's son is still a child in his impression, instead of being about half his size now. Looking at the suddenly grown-up Todakichi in front of him, Toad Bunta was stunned. Seeing Naruto of the 7th generation with a cropped face, and the boy Naruto standing side by side with Naruto of the 7th generation, he turned pale with shock. Huh? To Naruto. Naruto supported his forehead with a headache. Okay, it's my fault for calling out another summoning, and I have to explain it again. Naruto from 7th generation laughed helplessly. Ha, it seems to be true ha. After finally explaining it to Toad Bunta, 7th generation Naruto and Naruto were finally summoned back to the real world by the reverse summoning technique. Although Gamabunta had no way to bring them back to Konoha directly, but after all, he brought them back through the special channel of Mount Mayaboku. The Chunin examination room has been closed, and the participating genin were taken to the ninja school by teachers and examiners because of the Otsutsuki clan. After the threat posed by the Otsutsuki clan was indeed no longer found, they were released again and the Chunin exam was announced to be retaken. Ah, what a disappointment. I finally passed the first level of the exam, but I have to cancel the exam again. Akamika Daidi and Yamanaka Jingzhen walked side by side, complaining. Followed by Zarina, Boruto, and Mizuki. Their expressions are different, because some of them are a little worried. I don't know what happened to Daddy. Zorina, do you think Daddy will be okay? The two guys with white eyes that appeared in the Chunin examination room seemed to be very powerful. It's okay, don't worry, they will definitely come back. While Zhou Liangna was worried, another figure flashed in her mind, that is a ninja with the same moves as 7th Hokage uncle. Although she couldn't see her face clearly with her face covered, she always had a very familiar feeling. Who on earth is it? And, who is the one who diverts the enemy's huge spiral shuriken attack? Zhou Liangna had never met Boruto's grandfather, so she naturally didn't know that it was 4th Hokage. When she secretly guessed, Xiao Shinji Yuna and Minato had already been standing restlessly at Boruto's house for a long time. Minato, let's ask the others. What if something happens to them? Xin Junei waited for a long time, but the anxiety in her heart had already overwhelmed her rationality, and now she just wanted to see her sons as soon as possible. Xin Junei, wait a little longer. Trust them. Especially 5th generation Naruto, that kid is stronger than 7th generation Naruto. Minato's little son gently patted his wife's heart, and Hinata also handed him a glass of water. Mom, don't worry, they will come back. Damn it. If something happens to them, I will. Before he finished speaking, he only heard two bangs in his ears, and the two figures of Naruto appeared in front of him, and at the same time, the corpse of Otsutsuki Momo was also thrown in front of him. We're back. Seeing Hinata's worried gaze, Naruto, the 7th generation, couldn't help but whispered. Naruto gave him a blank look. This guy is dead. He pointed to the corpse of Otsutsuki Momo in front of him. Looking at this corpse is useful, so I brought it back. Hey, why don't you go back to the Hokage building first, at least hand over the corpse to the medical staff. Naruto glanced at the 7th generation Naruto and Hinata who were already hugging each other. I wanted to go there at first, but I thought about Hinata, and my parents were worried, so I came back first. After all, Naruto, head of the 7th generation, hugged Hinata in his arms heavily again. Come on Naruto-kun, everyone is watching. Hinata shyly said. What's the matter, we are already husband and wife, Hinata, there is no need to be so shy. Ha. Naruto from 7th generation hugged Hinata and laughed. Naruto was speechless. FK, you asked me to come here just to watch you feed the dog food. Too much. Xin Junei, this child, married a wife and forgot his mother, I'm worried for nothing, let him die outside 4.8. Minato in the middle, ahaha, don't be angry, Xin Juna. Cough. Naruto coughed lightly, timely breaking the ambiguity between Naruto and Hinata in 7th generation. Okay, it's time to talk about something serious. Naruto's expression turned serious, making everyone sitting upright. Naruto looked at 7th generation and said, when will Sasuke come back? If possible, I hope you two can absorb the power of Otsutsuki's peach pose at the same time. Hi. Naruto, head of the 7th generation, was a little puzzled. Could it be that his body was not brought back for research? No, it's not. Naruto interrupted him. Rinnegan and the research data are just part of the function of this corpse, and the other part of the function, as I said, is that by absorbing this Otsutsuki corpse, it can improve the two of you the power of. Chapter 114. Absorb the power of Otsutsuki. This, how can it be? As soon as the words opened, Naruto subconsciously opened his mouth to object. It's not that he is pedantic, he was able to get to the present stage, and even let Konoha develop further. 7th generation Naruto is no longer the innocent boy he was back then. Just like Naruto who crossed that day, Naruto who is currently in 7th generation has already seen these things. However, some things are still a little different, that is, the cognition of power. Naruto, who is a time traveler and a rebirth, can see too many things at a glance, and he can also have the cognition of the modern Earth. But Naruto, the 7th generation project, did not. Naruto of the 7th generation, who has experienced the 4th Ninja War, knows very well that when a person's power expands infinitely, his ambition will expand infinitely. Not everyone is Senju Hashirama, in fact, most people are just Uchiha Madara, that's all. Even Naruto of the 7th generation can't guarantee that he won't become like Uchiha Madara. Naruto subconsciously refused against 7th generation, while Uchiha Sasuke frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. I know what you are thinking in 08, but your strength is not enough now, isn't it? Also, I forgot to tell you that these two Otsutsuki are not the last strength of Otsutsuki. Since Otsutsuki Momoshiki has Otsutsuki Gold Shiki as a guard, will Otsutsuki Kagaya have a guard, or is she the guard herself? Facing the reactions of the two, Naruto was already prepared. Improving the strength of the two was also something he had considered from the very beginning. Although this world is not the world of his previous life after all, he doesn't want everything in his previous life to happen again at this moment, and the best way to avoid it is to improve the strength of the two of them. As 6 Paths level 7th Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke, they are both talented and high level. Although these years have been stagnant, they have still reached the 6 Paths level. As long as it goes one step further, it is not necessarily impossible to deal with Otsutsuki. Especially with such a large template at present, it may be even bigger. You must know that whether it is 7th Hokage Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, they are not far from the perfect 6 Paths level, one lacks the eyes of the immortal, and the other lacks the body of the immortal. And these, Otsutsuki Momoshi can give. Once absorbing the power of Otsutsuki's peach style, Naruto of the 7th generation, and Sasuke can even take advantage of these decades to completely surpass him in one fell swoop and reach the true pinnacle of Sage of 6 Paths. For all this, Naruto knows. Naruto, and Sasuke of the 7th generation also know it. But at this moment, both of them stopped paying attention to this, but paid attention to Naruto's soft words. What? 7th generation's Naruto's voice was almost unbearable to blurt out. Pattern, this. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frown suddenly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the mural he saw in the Otsutsuki ruins before, and there was obviously a person on top of the mural representing Kagaya. You are not joking. 7th generation Naruto opened with a dry mouth. Naruto, what you said is probably true. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth, and his heart was shocked at this moment. His gaze was almost instantly on Otsutsuki Momo's body. If he was still struggling and frowning before, then at this moment he hardly hesitated. Not only him, when he answered, Naruto of the 7th generation could not help but look at the corpse of Otsutsuki Momo. As said before, they who have experienced the 4th Ninja World War know that power is enough to make people lost. Likewise, they also know how powerful Otsutsuki Kagaya really is. That kind of strength is almost powerless and desperate. Even if they stepped into the 6 Paths level at that time, even if they had the 6 Paths planetary devastation at that time, an ultimate ninjutsu gifted by the Sage of 6 Paths, it was still such a fluke to win that time. Even after more than 10 years, compared to the 4th Ninja World War, they are actually stronger now, but if they face Otsutsuki Kagaya again, they still have no chance of winning. Another strongman at the level of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the results hardly need to be said. And it's not just at the Otsutsuki Kagaya level. It can be seen from Otsutsuki Peach style and Otsutsuki Gold style that the strength perception between Otsutsuki master and servant can be said to be extremely huge. The strength of Otsutsuki Gold style is at most cage level, but Otsutsuki Peach style is 6 Paths class. Even if there is not necessarily such a big gap between Otsutsuki Kagaya and that unknown existence, there may not even be a big gap. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, but even if it is the same, it is not something they can solve now. Improving strength seems to be the only option. It seems that you should have seen those, Mr. Sasuke. You guessed it right. Indeed, Otsutsuki Kagaya has a superior. Of course, the gap between this superior and Otsutsuki Kagaya is not as big as the gap between Otsutsuki Gold and Otsutsuki Peach. The strength of the two it should be about the same. This superior was seriously injured by Otsutsuki Kagaya, but this is only a serious injury, not death, and I am afraid that he is almost recovering now. Naruto opened his mouth with a sigh, and the scene of his last fight replayed involuntarily in his mind. The almost overwhelming desperation, Otsutsuki's incomprehensible moves, even at this time he is not completely sure to overcome, maybe only by relying on the original method to have a chance. But that method is actually too risky, just like they sealed Kagaya-ji back then. If there is any accident, I am afraid that all of this will be in vain. This is not a joke, but a fact. This, he who has experienced it, knows this more clearly. And watching Naruto's reaction, 7th generation's Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help being silent. After a battle, they also understood the power of Naruto in front of them. With this kind of power, they are so cautious, they can imagine what they are going to face. And they may not be able to avoid this at all, and both of them have a kind of deep feeling about this. Although they don't know how this existence who is clearly ahead of their timeline knows all of this, it doesn't prevent them from believing that this is not pure, but a six paths level perception, and a secret relationship with him. Dangerous premonition told them. Chapter 115. In 7th generation, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, and both finally made a decision. Since they have no choice, they can only believe that they will not be lost by power. I understand. Naruto spoke at the 7th generation, with firmness at this moment. And as he opened his mouth, Naruto couldn't help but waved his hand, and the next moment Otsutsuki's peach-shaped corpse appeared in the room, and seeing the Otsutsuki peach-shaped corpse that appeared, Naruto, the head of 7th generation, also stepped forward. The next moment, his right hand was raised, and all kinds of omnipotent powers began to mobilize around the strange power emperor intertwined and wrapped in Otsutsuki's peach-like eyes. Ripples rippled in the void at this moment, and amidst the intertwined ripples, two milky white rays of light gradually floated above Otsutsuki's peach-like eyes. And Naruto's complexion in 7th generation's eyes turned pale immediately. Forcibly extracting the power of Byakugan, and it is also from the Otsutsuki family, the difficulty can be imagined. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki Momoshiki had died at this time, so it was not a big problem. In the action of Naruto in 7th generation, Sasuke also acted, but his actions were much more direct. A kunai in his right hand appeared directly, facing Otsutsuki's peach-like forehead. Everything that followed went smoothly. The two white eyes were pulled out, and gradually began to fuse to the 7th generation's Naruto. And Sasuke directly buckled the Rinnegan and put it on his forehead. In the end, he still didn't choose to cover his Mangekyo, maybe that was his last sustenance for his big brother, and he didn't want to lose it completely. Of course, the nature is similar. He was the first to change. The moment Rinnegan put it between his eyebrows, he immediately merged into it. At the same time, the same golden vertical pupil on Sasuke's forehead began to open. At this moment, the chakra that was not enough in the body began to increase rapidly. Sasuke's chakra is actually quite a lot, at least much more than the average Kage level, almost reaching the level of ordinary Super Kage level, but compared to the 6 paths level, it is almost not enough. But now when the Rinnegan was installed, the chakra in Sasuke's body began to grow explosively. Even not only chakra, but also his more aspects began to improve rapidly. His eyes were closed tightly, and after a while, his eyes suddenly opened, and in his opened eyes, on the Rinnegan of his left eye, the number of jades increased rapidly, and they melted in an instant for the sake of 8, the 9th is looming, as if it is about to take another step forward. On the other hand, the changes in Naruto of the 7th generation also started at this moment. A blue color began to appear in his eyes, and a familiar feeling came, which made Naruto startled. This is... His eyes widened suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared in his pupils. And in this unexpected color, the azure blue in Naruto's eyes became brighter and brighter. Just for a moment, the azure blue was completely true, and the golden flame also completely wrapped his figure in it in this instant. Tensagen. He opened his mouth in a low voice. Seeing this familiar yet completely unfamiliar appearance, Naruto couldn't help but feel the ups and downs in his heart. He didn't expect that Naruto of the 7th generation, this other world, would actually be fused with the Otsutsuki peach style after the white eyes. The awakening is not a Rinnegan, or the white eyes go a step further, but a Tensagen like Hinata. Logically speaking, there are only two ways for Tensagen to be promoted. It is possible to fuse Otsutsuki's white eyes with Hyuga's white eyes, or countless white eyes. And Naruto of 7th generation is obviously not at all. But still Tensagen. And different from ordinary Tensagen, at this moment Naruto can feel the strength of this Tensagen, probably not inferior to Sasuke next to him. Compared with his pupil power, it is probably a bit stronger. He also had to feel a little bit emotional about this. But he wasn't too jealous. After all, whether it is Naruto from 7th generation or Uchiha Sasuke, they are already in their 30s, and he is only 12 years old at this time. When he is in his 30s, he is completely confident that he will be better than these people. The farther, the stronger. You don't even need to think about 30 years from now, right now is the best choice. 10 tails, although he has fused the 9-tailed beasts, it doesn't mean he is 10 tails. The nature of 10 tails will be completely different. Originally, Naruto planned to let the Akatsuki organization follow the original plan, or he started by himself, to revive 10 tails, so that he could get the sacred tree. This is also the fundamental reason why he has not completely absorbed the 9-tailed beasts. But this step is actually very dangerous, and if it is not done well, Kage will really come out. At this time, he didn't have enough strength to face Kage. In this case, he himself was also hesitating. It's all right now. He doesn't need to think about these issues. He now has a Otsutsuki corpse. And unlike the Otsutsuki Portuguese style, this is the corpse of the complete Otsutsuki clan, and it is still the family, which is enough to feed the 10 tails, even though most of the power has been lost. Roll the eyes, Rin Egan is taken. But this is not a big problem. Don't forget, Li Hao, he still has a pair of Rin Egans in his world, just feed them when the time comes. Coupled with the power of the 9-tailed beasts, he is confident that if he can cultivate a 10 tails by himself, even if he can't reach the level of Kagaiji, he can definitely reach a very good level. Of course, there is still a problem, that is where to get 10 tails. The 10 tails of the 9-tailed beasts definitely won't work. As I said before, if you don't make it right, there will be big problems. However, as a time traveler, Naruto, who also has the memory of the 7th generation project in his previous life, is not a big problem. He can remember that Otsutsuki had a 10 tails one size smaller, and this is undoubtedly the best seed. As for whether it can be obtained, there is almost no need to use it. This world's Otsutsuki style has almost recovered, but his world's Otsutsuki style has not yet recovered.